Chapter 1. Seizing Power. Brown, fall back on defense. Aldridge, be more decisive with your shots. Seth, run to the open spot at the 45-degree angle. The one orchestrating these commands to the Brooklyn Nets stars was a striking young man with yellow skin, standing tall at 1.87 meters, with a robust physique that suggested he was not yet 25 years old. He is Luo Feng, the current head coach of the Nets. It was February 15, 2022, and the Nets were facing off against the Sacramento Kings at their home court, the Barclays Center. In the past week, the management of the Nets could no longer tolerate the situation. Once the frontrunners in the Eastern Conference at the season's outset, the team had recently suffered a humiliating 10 consecutive losses. Team manager Sean Marks made two shocking announcements that reverberated throughout the league. On February 11th, a trade was executed between the Nets and the 76ers, wherein Harden and Millsap were sent to Philadelphia in exchange for Seth Curry, Andre Drummond, Ben Simmons, and first-round draft picks for 2022 and 2027. On February 13th, the team faced yet another defeat, this time against the Miami Heat, marking their 11th loss in a row. A disgrace, an utter humiliation. Marks subsequently announced that head coach Nash was dismissed and appointed a young assistant coach, Luo Feng, as the new head coach. For a team with championship aspirations, this was a significant mid-season overhaul. Countless fans were anxiously watching the future of the Nets. Could Durant, once a rival of LeBron James, finally secure a championship with Brooklyn? Would the newly appointed rookie coach Luo Feng be able to extricate the team from its quagmire? But why was this rookie coach Luo Feng selected to replace Nash? Because he was a time traveler. Currently a sophomore in college, Luo Feng was a devoted Nets fan, admiring the likes of Durant, Irving, and Curry. Ever since Durant and Irving joined the Nets, he had high hopes for the team. Who would have guessed that 2 years later, the Nets would be plagued by inexplicable decisions and misfortunes, failing to even reach the Eastern Conference Finals? Luo Feng was understandably furious. Their playoff exit, suffering a 0-4 sweep by the Boston Celtics, had him so incensed that he smashed his phone to the ground. In that fateful moment, as the phone hit the floor, an explosion resonated, and Luo Feng felt a darkness envelop him, losing consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself lying on a bench, the sound of basketballs echoing in his ears. A concerned, elderly gentleman in his 50s was gazing down at him. A rush of memories flooded his mind, causing him a severe headache. Now, Luo Feng was 23 years old, situated within the Brooklyn Nets organization, playing a minor role. His duties primarily involved retrieving basketballs during player training and occasionally assisting in data collection. Although he held the title of assistant coach, he was merely a gopher with a meager salary. Moments ago, he had been struck on the head by a long pass from Brown, causing him to faint. The players continued their training, and the team doctor merely glanced at him before walking away, stating that he would be fine after resting for a while. No one paid any attention to such an inconsequential figure. Only assistant coach Humphries, a white man in his 50s, stayed by his side. Luo Feng smiled gratefully at him. "Thank you, Humphries, I'm all right now." He slowly sat up, rubbing the spot where he had been hit, still feeling some pain. "You should rest a bit longer. It's best to get checked this afternoon." "Don't risk a concussion," Humphries advised. As Luo Feng stood up, ready to resume retrieving balls, a sudden electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The Ultimate Coach system is loading. Host Luo Feng 190100 has been successfully identified. Luo Feng was taken aback, momentarily questioning whether he had truly sustained a head injury, leading to hallucinations. Ding! Please accept the novice gift pack and listen to the system's issued tasks. Completing these tasks will yield extraordinary rewards. Wait, this must be a golden finger. Luo Feng exclaimed in delight. I accept the novice gift pack. Quickly, before his time travel, he had enjoyed reading web novels and was aware of the existence of systems and golden fingers. The novice gift pack included boosting your player's shooting percentage by 15, defensive ability by 15, strength by 15, and speed by 15, all for a duration of 10 minutes. Luo Feng hesitated. While these boosts were indeed enticing, the limited time frame rendered them somewhat futile. Nevertheless, having something was better than nothing. System, please issue my new task. Please accept the task, serve as the head coach of the Brooklyn Nets, and lead the team to end the losing streak. Initially elated, Luo Feng was suddenly doused with cold water, feeling a chill wash over him. At present, he was merely a minor figure. How could he possibly have the opportunity to be head coach? There was a vast chasm separating him from that position. Moreover, his qualifications were woefully inadequate. While he was lost in thought, a commotion erupted from another corner of the gym. The players halted their activities, turning their attention to the source of the disturbance, where head coach Nash and general manager Sean Marks were engaged in a heated argument. I have done my utmost to meet all your demands, Yet the team remains in this dismal state. Do you not bear any responsibility? Marks bellowed. What responsibility do I have? Injuries and player strikes, can you blame me for that? Nash retorted defiantly. 11 consecutive losses is unprecedented for this team. You, as head coach, have no strategy whatsoever. If you bear no responsibility, then who does? With this roster, it wouldn't matter who was in charge. The internal strife within the team left everyone speechless, unsure of whom to support. Suddenly, Luo Feng sensed an opportunity. He stepped forward boldly and declared, "Marks, may I apply for the head coach position?" All present were taken aback, their gazes fixed on Luo Feng. Has this guy lost his mind? On what grounds does he think he can do this? Didn't he just get hit in the head? Is he all right? Even if Nash is dismissed, it would hardly be his turn. The chief assistant Jacques Vaughn and defensive coach Humphreys are far more qualified. The most stunned were the two involved parties. Nash and Marks, both flushed with anger, turned to face Luo Feng. Marks, eager to replace Nash, saw an unexpected opportunity. Seeing Luo Feng volunteer, he nodded, "Very well, they'll give you this chance. If you can lead 5 substitutes to victory against Nash's 5 starters in a 15-minute scrimmage, I will appoint you as head coach." Goodness, Marks is really taking a gamble, giving this rookie a shot. Honestly, it's futile. How could 5 substitutes possibly defeat 5 starters? Exactly. Even if Nash is underperforming, he can hardly lose. As the players whispered among themselves, Luo Feng replied without hesitation, "All right, Manager Marks, I hope you will keep your word." Marks, on one hand, sought to vent his frustration at Nash, while on the other, he aimed to boost the morale of the bench players. Let's begin. Chapter 2, a 5-minute showcase. In truth, most of the Nets players were also quite dissatisfied with Nash, particularly the bench players. When key players were unavailable, Nash rarely utilized them. When Durant was healthy, Nash would routinely keep him on the court for over 35 minutes each game. Such usage was bound to lead to injury for Durant. Given his history of serious injuries and his advancing age, it was unreasonable to expect him to endure such long playing time indeed. Even LeBron would struggle under those conditions. Thus, when Marks tasked Luo Feng with leading 5 substitutes, the bench players were eager to step up. Nash, of course, was unwilling to concede defeat, even if he was being dismissed. He would not do so in this manner. It is worth noting that during his playing days, Nash was a 2-time MVP. Few players in history have achieved such a feat. Though he had no coaching accolades to his name, he had been specifically requested by the owner of the Nets. Thus, he had ample confidence. "Luo Feng, since you wish to challenge me, I shall allow you the first choice of players." Nash believed that since Marks had already stipulated that Luo Feng would lead 5 substitutes, he might as well let him choose, confident that Luo Feng would be too embarrassed to select starters. To his surprise, Luo Feng crossed his arms with a subtle smile. "You may choose first. You are still the head coach for now. I can work with anyone." Such audacity drew the attention of all present toward Nash. In truth, Luo Feng was not entirely certain, but if he was to compete for the head coach position in front of Marks, he needed to exude the confidence of a head coach. Nash's expression darkened as he ceased to be courteous. "Fine, they'll take Irving, Seth Curry, Aldridge, Mills, and James Johnson. Apart from the injured Durant, these 5 individuals constitute the team's strongest quintet." Luo Feng nodded and pointed toward the other players. "I choose Brown, Drummond, Thomas, Griffin, and Edwards." Clearly, Nash's selection boasted a more potent offensive capability, while Luo Feng's choice leaned slightly towards defense. However, as Max had previously mentioned, the match was merely a 15-minute training game, and naturally, the advantage lay with those possessing greater offensive prowess, especially Kyrie and Aldridge, both of whom are offensive juggernauts that can disregard defensive efforts. Their success hinges solely on their shooting touch. After their selections, the remaining players, along with several assistant coaches, cast sympathetic glances at Luo Feng, shaking their heads in resignation. The outcome seemed preordained. Luo Feng had no chance of victory. Max was well aware of this reality, yet he remained unconcerned with the result. His sole objective today was to humiliate Nash. For Luo Feng was merely a minor player, losing bore no consequence. However, juxtaposing Nash with a rookie was tantamount to a deliberate slap in the face. Luo Feng understood that his prospects of becoming head coach rested on these fleeting 15 minutes. The system had bestowed upon him a novice gift pack, but it provided only a 10-minute boost, meaning he had to bide his time for 5 minutes. He had to ensure that his best resources were utilized effectively. Before the match commenced, Luo Feng summoned his chosen 5 players and offered them a few words of encouragement. "Your defensive capabilities are formidable. You must leverage this advantage and double-team Kyrie in the paint. Do not allow little Curry and Mills any open shots. Expend your energy to contest every attempt. When facing Aldridge, adopt a wraparound defense, do not grant him any opportunity to shoot. Assistant coach Humphreys blew the whistle, temporarily assuming the role of referee, and the match commenced. The two teams contested the jump ball, with Aldridge effortlessly securing possession and passing it to Kyrie. Kyrie dribbled past half court, effortlessly maneuvering around Brown's defense with a slick between-the-legs dribble. He then charged into the paint, executing a quick stop-and-pop shot before Drummond could arrive for support, securing 2 points. 2 o'clock. There was simply no contest. Kyrie's ball-handling ability was unparalleled, historically exceptional. Against these substitute players, he truly operated with ease. A mere 16 seconds had elapsed. Luo Feng maintained a stoic expression, signaling his players to commence their offensive. Brown dribbled past half-court, only to be met with Mills' aggressive defense. While Brown possessed significant drive, ball handling was not his forte. Under Mills' pressure, he faltered, committing a turnover. Seizing the opportunity, Mills launched a fast break, leaving Brown in a difficult position as he quickly turned to give chase. Just as Mills attempted a layup, Brown reached out and struck Mills' arm. Beep! The whistle blew, calling a foul on Brown for hitting the arm. Mills stood at the free throw line and converted both attempts. 4 o'clock. The onlookers were too embarrassed to face Luo Feng. The outcome was inevitable. He had no chance of victory. Nash, reveling in his triumph, glanced at Luo Feng and then at Max, letting out a satisfied huff. Yet, Luo Feng remained unfazed, calmly observing the players on the court and shouting, "Stay composed. Focus on scoring one." This time, Brown hesitated to dribble and quickly passed the ball to Griffin. Since his injury, Griffin's physical condition had significantly declined, limiting his ability to perform explosive maneuvers. Nevertheless, his ball handling remained competent. After crossing half-court, Griffin called for a pick, with Drummond stepping in to block James Johnson. Griffin penetrated the paint, but Aldridge came over to provide help defense. Griffin, at a height disadvantage against Aldridge, had no choice but to dish the ball to Edwards in the corner. Edwards attempted a three-pointer, but alas, it missed. Though Brown was not tall, he was tenacious, managing to snatch the offensive rebound and score with a reverse layup. 2:4. He had narrowed the gap by 2 points. Luo Feng felt a sense of relief during these initial 5 minutes. He aimed to prevent the score from widening too severely. Otherwise, it would be impossible to catch up. Both teams were playing with earnestness, yet the disparity in overall strength was glaringly apparent. As the clock ticked down to 4 minutes and 57 seconds, the score stood at 18-7, with Nash's team enjoying an 11-point lead. Kyrie had personally accumulated 8 points, Little Curry 3 points, Mills 3 points, and Aldridge 4 points. James Johnson, while scoreless, had captured 6 rebounds, the highest of any player on either team. In contrast, Luo Feng's squad managed only 2 points from Brown, 2 points from Griffin, and a three-pointer from Edwards. Nash regarded Luo Feng with a hint of disdain, as if questioning, "Will you continue?" Max furrowed his brow slightly, although he recognized Luo Feng as a minor player. This was exceedingly disappointing. Just moments ago, he had approached with such confidence, yet now he was utterly powerless. A rookie is a rookie. After all, a poor foundation yields no support. Luo Feng displayed no signs of frustration. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement, for the 5 minutes were nearly over, and he was about to utilize the system's bestowed advantages. Timeout. Luo Feng gestured for a pause, summoning his players once more. The substitutes hung their heads low, their faces filled with guilt. By selecting them, Luo Feng had offered them an opportunity, yet their lack of skill rendered their efforts futile. Do not be disheartened. We still have 10 minutes left. An 11-point deficit is not insurmountable. Remember, in the upcoming plays, keep it simple. Shoot whenever you find an open look. Do not hesitate. Let's orchestrate a grand comeback. Chapter 3. The grand comeback begins. Luo Feng's fervent exhortation did little to elevate the spirits of his players. As the timeout concluded, both teams re-emerged onto the court, and Luo Feng mentally declared, "System, activate the gift pack." Hooray! Ding! The gift pack, upon the host directive, was bestowed upon your 5 chosen players. Players within the host team received a 15 boost in shooting accuracy, defensive capability, strength, and speed for a duration of 10 minutes. Luo Feng surveyed the players on the court, noticing no apparent changes. Regardless, it was of little consequence. They were already in this predicament, so they might as well give it their all. Humphrey's whistle pierced the air, and the match resumed. Luo Feng's team initiated their offense. As Griffin dribbled past half-court, an unexpected sensation surged through him. He felt an invigorating sense of rhythm, as though he could move even faster. At that moment, James Johnson advanced to defend. James Johnson was a defensive powerhouse, known for his rapid speed. Based on previous strategies, Griffin should have called for a pick or passed the ball. Yet now he harbored an undeniable desire to surpass James Johnson. Beside him, Brown and Edwards stretched out their hands, eager for the ball, but Griffin showed no intention of passing. Both were momentarily taken aback. Griffin dribbled slowly, then suddenly executed a sharp left pivot, performing a remarkable change of direction. It had been quite some time since Griffin had attempted such a move, as his speed had waned. However, on this day, he executed the maneuver not only successfully, but with a swiftness that appeared even greater than before. The enhancement of 15 in speed proved to be exceedingly effective. James Johnson found himself momentarily dazed, as Griffin seemingly vanished from view. In an instant, when he turned back, Griffin had already darted behind him. What just transpired? Johnson hurriedly pursued, but Griffin had already arrived beneath the basket, where Aldridge promptly rushed in to defend. One was a power forward, the other a center, and Griffin knew he could not overpower Aldridge. Yet, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, charging forward without hesitation. Bang! The 15-point boost in power activated once more, and astonishingly, Aldridge was pushed aside. Griffin let out a fierce roar as he leapt and executed a thunderous dunk. The white beast had returned. If Griffin's fans witnessed this magnificent play, they would surely be moved to tears. In his days with the Clippers, Griffin dominated the court, contributing highlight reel plays in nearly every game, often posterizing his opponents. The score stood at 18-9. His teammates were left in awe, as were the adversaries. Most astonished of all was Nash. Throughout this season, Nash had been utterly disillusioned with Griffin, deeming him slow, clumsy, and lacking in strength. Yet just moments ago, team manager Marks, witnessing this spectacular play, raised his fist in exhilaration. This moment had undeniably uplifted the team's spirit. Luo Feng observed keenly and nodded vigorously, realizing that the system had indeed not deceived him. The advantage of having a golden finger was undeniably exhilarating. However, with a deficit of 9 points remaining, if both teams performed to their usual standards, Luo Feng's team still faced an uphill battle. The Nash team initiated their offensive. Irving dribbled the ball from the backcourt, advancing to the frontcourt. Inspired by Griffin's recent score, Brown suddenly charged forward, implementing an aggressive full-court press. Irving dismissed him with a scoff, thinking, "You must be joking. You think you can steal the ball from me? Watch how I play you." Just as Irving dazzled with his intricate dribbling, a hand shot out like lightning, forcefully snatching the ball away from him. Irving was taken aback, ready to reclaim possession, but Brown's speed was simply too formidable. He sprinted to the basket in a single stride and scored. 18-11. The gap had narrowed to just 7 points. Brown could scarcely believe he had managed to intercept Irving's dribble. Little did he know, it was the system's defensive prowess and speed enhancements that had significantly amplified his ball-stealing abilities. Nash began to feel anxious, while he could somewhat accept Griffin's unexpected outburst. The loss of possession to Irving was incomprehensible. He promptly called for a timeout. Although it was merely a practice match, Max was observing closely, and he had no desire to be defeated by the rookie Luo Feng. He believed Irving had been careless and needed to instill a sense of seriousness in his players. You are all key players. If you lose to them, where will your pride be? Your combined salaries exceed theirs by more than tenfold. Can you bear that? Several main players felt a twinge of shame, silently vowing to decisively dominate the substitutes in the upcoming moments. On the side of Luo Feng, encouragement was offered to the players. Well done. You must believe in yourselves, defeat them, and in the future, you too can secure lucrative contracts. The few substitutes were invigorated by Luo Feng's words. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. At this moment, 5 minutes and 42 seconds had elapsed. With the score standing at 18-11, Irving dribbled the ball in the backcourt, while Brown exerted himself, applying relentless pressure across the court. This time, Irving did not hold on to the ball. Instead, he passed it to Mills. Mills drove toward the paint and then distributed the ball to Curry. This was Nash's strategy. Both Seth Curry and Mills were capable of penetrating and distributing, as both were exceptional sharpshooters. Upon receiving the ball, Curry found himself unguarded. And just as he elevated for a jump shot, a figure soared past. Smack. The basketball was swatted out of bounds. Who was it? Curry barely caught a glimpse of the individual. It was only after landing that he realized it was Edwards who had deflected his shot, standing at 206 centimeters. Edwards was indeed swift, but he had been clearly 2 meters away just moments before. It seemed impossible for him to reach that point. How had he suddenly appeared? The speed boost of 15 allowed Edwards to execute that astonishing block. Luo Feng's teammates rushed forward, colliding chest with Edwards in celebration. This shot was incredibly uplifting. Little Curry shook his head, feeling a bit disheartened, while the other players from Nash's team found it equally astonishing. They sensed that the individuals across from them were in a markedly different state from their usual training, even diverging from the condition they exhibited just 5 minutes into the game. Nash's team continued their offensive, but only had 7 seconds left on the shot clock. James Johnson inbound the ball, delivering it to Irving. With time running short, the Nets' strategy hinged on isolating either Durant or Irving for a one-on-one. With Durant absent, it fell to Irving. This time, Irving approached with caution. Facing Brown's defense, he eschewed flashy dribbling in favor of a more straightforward and practical style. He feigned a drive to the right, and as Brown shifted his weight, Irving executed a swift pivot to bypass him. Despite Brown's systematic enhancements, a focused Irving proved too elusive to contain. Having evaded Brown, Irving surged towards the basket. Drummond stood guard beneath the rim, but Irving remained unfazed. To him, Drummond's height was his only asset. His vertical leap and reflexes seemed sluggish. Whoosh! Irving leapt into the air, preparing to execute an acrobatic layup against Drummond's defense. This was his signature move, particularly effective against towering centers. In Chapter 4, Transcendence, Drummond's lethargic pace rendered him incapable of thwarting Irving's attempt. Just as everyone anticipated Drummond would serve as a mere backdrop to Irving's dazzling finish, he suddenly spun mid-air, extending his right hand. Crack! He remarkably swatted Irving's layup attempt away. Irving was stunned, Nash was bewildered, and so too was Marks. Only Luo Feng secretly reveled in the moment, mistaking Drummond for the former dominant player he once was. With boosts of speed, strength, and defensive capability, Drummond resembled an inner force akin to Howard. Drummond roared toward the heavens, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He even forgot that this was merely a practice match. Yet, this mattered little. The pure exhilaration of basketball compelled him to unleash a primal scream. With only 0.3 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Nash's team prepared to inbound the ball. Transitioning possession. The Luo Feng team launched an attack. Brown dribbled past half-court and passed the ball back to Griffin. Griffin, brimming with confidence, executed a feint and drove into the paint, leaping swiftly before Aldridge could provide assistance. A sudden stop and jump shot. 2 points secured. The score was now 18-13. With only a 5-point deficit remaining, the clock read 7 minutes and 42 seconds. Nash's team had not scored for over 2 minutes. For these offensively potent key players, it was utterly embarrassing. With a helpless expression, Nash called a timeout. In this scrimmage, timeouts were scarce, and this marked his second call. "What is wrong with you? Have you forgotten how to play?" Nash reprimanded the main players. Irving, feeling indignant, retorted, "They're defending well. We're at a loss." Nash's authority among the players had already diminished, and now he was blaming them, causing discontent among the starters. "Play well. You need to earn your salaries." Nash spat out a harsh remark. "Your salary isn't from your pocket," Aldridge muttered under his breath. Nash trembled with rage, his control over the team having plummeted to an all-time low. Max observed this scene with a cold smirk, knowing that Nash's time was up. Now, it all hinged on whether Luo Feng could rally and secure a victory. If Luo Feng could triumph over Nash today, the situation would become significantly simpler. Luo Feng ascended to prominence, first assuming the role of interim coach and gradually seeking suitable candidates. As the pause concluded, the match resumed. Nash's team initiated an offensive maneuver. Irving, visibly anxious, refrained from passing the ball. Instead, he skillfully maneuvered past several defenders, charging into the paint. Here, Irving faced numerous options, ultimately opting for his signature floater. The diminutive player's floater proved to be a formidable weapon, capable of dazzling larger opponents and exploiting timing discrepancies. As Irving released the ball, it left his fingertips with remarkable finesse. Just as the basketball reached its apex, a massive hand emerged, swatting the ball away. It was none other than Brown. Known for his explosive agility, akin to a spring, Brown now possessed an additional burst of speed, allowing him to dart alongside Irving at an astonishing pace. The ball remained in play, with the swifter Thomas seizing possession. Transitioning to offense, Luo Feng's team launched a fast break. Thomas surged toward the basket like a runaway stallion. Despite Little Curry's early anticipation, Thomas's strength and sudden acceleration left Little Curry helpless, watching as Thomas executed a thunderous dunk. The score stood at 18-15, a mere 3-point deficit. Nash, at a loss for words, stared vacantly at the players on the court. In stark contrast, Luo Feng radiated excitement, vociferously directing the team with the authority of a head coach. Offense, watch your positioning. Edwards, set screens for your teammates. Brown, grab the rebounds. The dynamics shifted. Luo Feng's team grew bolder, while Nash's starters gradually lost their composure. With Thomas sinking a three-pointer, the score was tied. In the ensuing plays, Luo Feng's team continued to score effortlessly, while Nash's squad relied solely on Irving's formidable shots and Aldridge's mid-range jumpers to survive. As the game clock reached 14 minutes and 26 seconds, the score escalated to 38-25. Nash's team appeared to be in dire straits. Max smirked at Nash, who silently turned and exited the arena. He could no longer continue coaching. The players were discontented. Luo Feng had bested him yet again, and the team manager had quarreled with him. Max remained silent, stepping aside to retrieve his phone. After dialing a number, he spoke with a tone of deference. Luo Feng observed keenly, surmising that he was likely making a call to Boss Kai. After a while, a look of triumph appeared on Max's face. As he casually cast a glance at Luo Feng, Luo Feng's heart swelled with joy. It was evident that there was hope. Indeed, once Max Stone finished his phone call, he approached. Let me share some news with you all. From today onwards, Luo Feng will temporarily serve as the head coach of the team. Whether he becomes the official coach will depend on his capabilities. The expectations for this season are modest. If he can lead the team into the playoffs and advance to the second round, he will be appointed as the official coach for the next season. Now, let us return to training. Tomorrow, the announcement will be made officially. Our next match is at home against the Kings. Let us give it our all. With that, Max strutted out of the arena. The individuals present exchanged bewildered glances, as if caught in a surreal dream. Had the head coach truly been replaced in such a brief moment? Luo Feng, in fact, found himself in a state of bewilderment. He did not utter a word, instead retreating to a corner, seemingly lost in thought, yet in reality, he was engaged in communication with the system. Hey, system, are you there? Ding. The system detected that the host had completed the task, ascending to the rank of level 1 coach, accruing 10 points. Mastering the essence of the Princeton tactic. He was rewarded with the beginner alchemy technique. The beginner alchemy technique allows any player from his team to enhance their three-point shooting percentage by 20 for 1/4. Luo Feng scratched his head, pondering, am I truly a first-level coach now? 10 points? The Princeton system? Although he had a superficial understanding of this tactical framework, it was merely a cursory acquaintance. However, as soon as the system finished its explanation, Luo Feng experienced a sharp pain in his head, as if something were penetrating his mind. Immediately, the various nuances of the Princeton system seamlessly integrated into Luo Feng's knowledge base. The creator of the Princeton offense, Pete Carroll, had once utilized this team-oriented approach to lead his squad to an impressive 500 victories in the NCAA, a truly remarkable achievement. Throughout NBA history, several teams have employed this strategy, with varying degrees of success. For instance, the Sacramento Kings of the 2001-2002 season enjoyed regular season triumphs, but suffered a heartbreaking defeat to the Lakers in the playoffs. Meanwhile, the San Antonio Spurs have consistently embraced the Princeton style, emphasizing teamwork and collaboration. Of course, players are not mere machines, they are human beings. And the influence of star players remains significant. Only by ingeniously blending the talents of star players with the team can a squad reach its zenith. Just as Luo Feng was conversing with the system, Chief Assistant Coach Jacques Vaughn called out loudly, Luo Feng, since you are now the head coach, may I test your knowledge? Chapter 5, A Test of My Abilities? Luo Feng comprehended that Jacques Vaughn was undoubtedly discontent, believing that even if Nash were to be dismissed, he should be the one elevated to the position of head coach, given that he was the lead assistant. However, in front of such a multitude, he could not afford to appear timid. Very well, what shall you test me on? At this moment, Luo Feng felt akin to an ardent fan, possessing only a superficial understanding of numerous tactics. The sole strategy he was well acquainted with was the Princeton offense, which the system had recently bestowed upon him. Jacques Vaughn stepped forward, a derisive smirk adorning his face as he inquired, I want to pose overly intricate questions. Could you elucidate the principles of the Princeton offense? Excuse me? What? Luo Feng could scarcely believe his ears. Observing his reaction, Vaughn assumed Luo Feng had never even encountered this tactic, and the others, including the players, shared a chuckle. How utterly inept. He hasn't even heard of the Princeton offense? With such a level of knowledge, he dares to assume the role of head coach? Yet within Luo Feng's mind, he mused, system, You are truly remarkable. Are you endowed with foresight? Very well, allow me to briefly expound. The essence of the Princeton offense can be succinctly articulated as movement of both players and ball in harmonious coordination. It emphasizes that strength can exploit the weak, and high basketball intelligence can take advantage of the strong. Player movement refers to off-ball mobility, cutting, and backdoor runs, while ball movement entails the continuous sharing of the ball. Luo Feng spoke eloquently, articulating the essence of Princeton with remarkable clarity and depth. Those present were left in awe and admiration. After his discourse, a brief silence enveloped the room for 2 seconds before it erupted into thunderous applause. On the surface, Luo Feng appeared calm and composed, yet inside, he was a bundle of nerves. He only possessed knowledge of this one tactical system. If Jacques Vaughn were to inquire about something else, he would be doomed. Is there anything else to be tested? Luo Feng deliberately asked. Jacques Vaughn's complexion turned pale as he coughed twice, feeling that he had just humiliated himself. It turned out that this young man, Luo Feng, possessed such profound theoretical knowledge. He had underestimated him greatly. Perhaps it was best not to ask further. He pondered, after all. Luo Feng lacked practical experience, and as manager Max had mentioned earlier, he would need to reach the second round of the playoffs to secure his position. So, there was no rush. They would see what happens then. Jacques Vaughn managed a faint smile, clapping his hands slowly as he said, Luo Feng, you possess remarkable talent. Do your utmost to lead the Nets into the playoffs. We will support you. Even the chief assistant coach was impressed, and the others fell silent, gathering around to formally congratulate Luo Feng. A great weight has been lifted from Luo Feng's heart. Thank you all, in truth. I never truly aspired to be the head coach. I simply believed that with such talented players in the Nets, our performance should not reflect this record. Now, let us continue our training as we prepare for the next match. With his hands clasped behind his back, Luo Feng exuded the authority of a head coach, prompting the players to diligently engage in their training. Humphries and Luo Feng had always shared a cordial relationship, and now that Luo Feng had assumed the role of head coach, Humphries genuinely felt joy for him. Let us convene a small meeting, shall we? Luo Feng mused, recognizing the necessity of addressing Nash's troublesome legacy. Despite the apparent glamour of being a head coach, the responsibilities were indeed substantial. Having been immersed in the environment, Luo Feng was well aware of Nash's routine duties. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The system assigned the host a second task, to lead the Nets into the playoffs. The host could earn 5 points for maintaining a lead in each quarter, 10 points for a lead exceeding 10 points, and 20 points for a lead surpassing 20 points. These points could be utilized to acquire various skills. Luo Feng meticulously noted everything, eagerly anticipating the next match to accumulate as many points as possible. The following evening, the Brooklyn Nets would host the visiting Sacramento Kings. This marked the inaugural regular season game for Luo Feng as head coach, following the official announcement made during the day. The grim specter of 11 consecutive losses loomed large. Would tonight witness a 12th defeat, or would the team rise to achieve victory? Enthusiastic fans awaited the outcome with bated breath. Furthermore, Luo Feng was set to embark on fulfilling the system's second task, guiding the team into the playoffs. At 8 o'clock, the Barclays Center came alive as Nets fans streamed in. However, to be candid, true Brooklyn Nets supporters were few in number, given the team's less-than-stellar historical performance. Consequently, a significant portion of the audience consisted of Knicks fans or supporters of the visiting team. Owner Joe Tsai had long aspired to establish the Nets as an independent brand, yet the team's struggles had thwarted those ambitions. The starting players took to the court. The Nets lineup included Curry Jr., Mills, Bruce Brown, Drummond, and Edwards, while the Kings fielded Fox, Sabonis, Barnes, Holiday, and Harkless. Media and fans alike predicted a higher probability of victory for the Kings, especially after their recent trade, which brought in formidable players like Sabonis and Holiday. Despite parting with promising talent Halliburton and center TT, the core players remained intact and injury-free. In stark contrast, the Nets were beset by misfortune. Durant was injured. Irving was unable to play at home due to unforeseen circumstances, and both Joe Harris and Claxton were sidelined as well. Of the 5 main players, at least 3 were originally mere substitutes. Thus, the skepticism surrounding the Nets was hardly surprising. Yet, Luo Feng exuded calmness on the sidelines, radiating an air of confidence. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the game commenced. Drummond and Sabonis faced off for the jump ball at center court. The Nets secured the initial possession. Brown dribbled past half court and promptly passed the ball to Edwards. Luo Feng devised a fundamental strategy for the players, which emphasized passing the ball to Curry and Mills, encouraging them to take more shots. The others were tasked with crashing the boards to secure second-chance opportunities. He did not emphasize the Princeton offense, but rather incorporated several of its intricate plays. Edwards penetrated the lane, drawing the Kings' interior defense, before distributing the ball to Curry at the 45-degree angle. With a swift motion, Curry unleashed a three-point shot. Swish! The crowd erupted in jubilation. The painful streak of 11 consecutive losses had left the fans unperturbed. They no longer chased results, but simply enjoyed the game. As the Kings initiated their offense, Fox dribbled past half-court and called for a screen. Sabonis stepped up to block Mills, allowing Fox to seize the moment and decisively launch a shot. The three-pointer found its mark. Answer ball. That was a solid play. The score stood at 3-3. The Nets continued their offensive efforts, with Luo Feng vociferously instructing from the sidelines, switch on the screens, and make it quick. Mills dribbled at the top of the arc. Noticing the Kings players focused on perimeter defense while Drummond had already established position near the paint. With a flick of his wrist, Mills sent the ball toward Drummond. Brimming with confidence, Drummond pivoted and attempted to drive past Sabonis for an easy layup. However, his execution faltered, as Sabonis managed to swat the ball out of bounds. Chapter 6. The Philosopher's Stone. The game was narrated by the TNT commentators, Barkley, O'Neal, and Kenny Smith. Upon witnessing Curry's successful three-pointer, they began to jest. Oh my God. Curry has once again pilfered his brother's shooting prowess. They laughed. But it's futile. The Nets are in dire straits today. I favor the Kings. O'Neal bobbed his head in agreement. The Kings surely have the upper hand. The Nets players are simply too weak. Durant goes without saying, but Irving is a real headache. Kenny Smith's commentary was notably sharp, showing no leniency toward Irving. Indeed, this is quite unprofessional. One wonders how owner Tsai views Irving's performance. What else can he think? Just consider himself unfortunate. And let us not dwell on Irving. What about the Nets head coach? He is rather young, Smith remarked. He's merely an interim coach. I doubt he'll make it to the postseason and will be shown the door. They certainly won't make it with this lineup. It would be a miracle if they did. Unless Irving and Durant return in peak form, one might as well pray for world peace. Both commentators and fans held little faith in the chaotic Nets. The game unfolded with tension, and after a few commendable plays by the Nets, they gradually found themselves in a predicament, as the Kings possessed the superior strength. With 8 minutes and 31 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the score was 18-23, with the Nets trailing by 5 points. Luo Feng observed from the sidelines, his brow furrowed in concern. He checked the system and discovered that he currently possessed only 10 points. Meanwhile, the items available on the next page required a minimum of 15 points for exchange. Thus, he realized he must first accumulate a sufficient number of points. The increase in points could only be achieved by gaining an advantage during a match. As Luo Feng's eyes flickered with inspiration, he recalled his rudimentary transmutation technique that could enhance a player's three-point shooting accuracy by 20%. This skill could be employed for a duration of 1 quarter, specifically spanning 12 minutes. With just over 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, he realized he must apply it to a proficient three-point shooter. That shooter would be Little Curry. At that moment, Little Curry had already achieved 2 successful three-point shots out of 4 attempts, boasting an impressive 50% accuracy. With an additional 20%, that would elevate to a staggering 70%. Remarkable. The team's hopes of closing the gap rested upon him. Although Little Curry exhibited average stamina and was due for a substitution, Luo Feng called for a timeout, replacing the other starters while allowing Little Curry to remain on the court. He then commanded, for the remaining 3 minutes, ensure that every pass is directed to Little Curry for shooting. Provide him with all possible screens. No one else is permitted to shoot. The substitute players exchanged bewildered glances. Yet as Luo Feng was the head coach, his authority was absolute, and they had no choice but to comply. Once the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Kings also fielded their substitutes, believing that the Nets bench would be weaker, thus playing with ease. However, the Nets erupted with fervor. All players frantically maneuvered for screens, while Little Curry unleashed a barrage of shots from every conceivable angle. The spectators were left in awe. What sort of strategy was this? Was it merely to let him shoot alone? Setting aside the question of accuracy, could his stamina endure? Observers noted that Little Curry's form appeared compromised. Astonishingly, even with a distorted technique, he managed to score. In the final 3 minutes of the first quarter, Little Curry launched 10 three-point attempts, successfully sinking 7. 3 of which were taken from near mid-court. This was even more outrageous than what his brother, Stephen Curry, had accomplished. Initially, little Curry felt a surge of frustration, suspecting Luo Feng was playing tricks on him. After more than 8 minutes of play, he was already fatigued. Why was he being asked to shoot more? Thus, he began to haphazardly throw up shots. After all, the head coach had decreed that no one else was allowed to shoot, so he might as well attempt a shot from mid-court. To his astonishment, the ball went in. What the? That went in. Unbelievable. The home crowd erupted in excitement, jumping to their feet, hands on their heads, faces painted with disbelief. Luo Feng observed the unfolding scene with an impassive demeanor. This was merely a small spectacle. Greater challenges lay ahead. Presently, he held the position of a level 1 coach, yet when he ascends to a higher rank, he would dazzle them with his brilliance. As the first quarter concluded, the Nets not only regained the lead but surged ahead by more than 10 points, with a score of 35-24. Young Curry single-handedly amassed an astonishing 27 points in the first quarter, scoring 21 of those in the final 3 minutes, a truly divine performance. Ding! The system detected that the host led by 11 points during the first quarter, rewarding him with 10 points, totaling 20 points. Luo Feng felt a surge of joy as he glanced at the prop bar behind him, noting the various items available for purchase. However, he remained composed. The little Curry's transmutation ability could still be utilized. If he secured victory in this match, he could accumulate more points to acquire superior items in the future. The commentators of TNT were utterly astonished. Luo Feng truly possessed remarkable skills, managing to leverage little Curry to such an extent, more formidable than Big Curry. But did it really concern him? Wasn't he at the prowess of little Curry that shone through? O'Neal disdainfully remarked, his disdain for Luo Feng palpable. Perhaps not, countered Smith, with a more discerning observation. Little Curry should have been substituted according to the regular rotation, yet Luo Feng insisted he remain on the court. The strategy is evident. While others refrained from shooting, he is given the sole opportunity to score. Smith's assessment resonated with reason. This is no mere coincidence. Observe how the other Nets players frantically set screens and scramble for rebounds, exhibiting no desire to shoot. Clearly, this is a directive from Luo Feng. But how can he ensure little Curry maintains such a high shooting percentage? If he truly possessed that capability, would there be any need for future matches? That's debatable. Perhaps he and little Curry are concocting a secret weapon, someone jested. The trio engaged in idle chatter for quite some time, yet they could not unravel Luo Feng's tactics. As the second quarter commenced, little Curry took a much-needed respite. He was utterly exhausted. Luo Feng decided to allow him to rest until the third quarter. After all, health is paramount. If the players were overexerted, no system, no matter how superior, would suffice. The second quarter began, and the Nets found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle, their 11-point lead evaporating as they were overtaken. Yet Luo Feng remained unfazed, as long as they did not suffer a significant loss in this quarter. He was prepared to unleash little Curry to reclaim the advantage in the third, with 9 minutes remaining for little Curry's basic transmutation ability to recharge. He anticipated a surge of over 4 minutes in the third quarter, followed by another in the fourth, which could potentially turn the tide. However, in the latter half of the second quarter, Mills and Aldridge also experienced a brief resurgence, closing the gap further. By the end of this quarter, the Nets trailed at 20-24, yet retained an overall lead of 55-48. Ding! The system detected that the host maintained a 7-point lead at halftime, rewarding him with 5 points, bringing the total to 25 points. Luo Feng felt a surge of delight within. It seemed that trailing by a single quarter was inconsequential, for they held the overall lead and would still secure points. In the VIP section, Brooklyn Nets manager Sean Marks observed the match with a slight nod, thoughtfully remarking, "This Luo Feng appears to possess considerable talent. If he can indeed propel the team to the second round of the playoffs, we might just have stumbled upon a gem." Chapter 7. The frenzied little Curry. The second half of the game commenced, and both teams' key players returned to the court. Before the players took to the court, Luo Feng once again commanded them to provide screens for little Curry for the next 4 minutes, allowing him to shoot unopposed. Was this a recurring theme? Although the other main players felt somewhat disgruntled, the first quarter had already demonstrated that little Curry was in extraordinary form today. Little Curry himself was bewildered, unsure of why he was so accurate and why Coach Luo Feng placed such unwavering trust in him. Could it be that my benefactor has truly arrived? Will I, like my brother, ascend to the heights of superstardom? Little Curry began to dream. As the game commenced, the Kings aimed to mount a comeback and close the gap in the score. However, the Nets players once again shielded little Curry, who unleashed a flurry of shots. Having rested for over a quarter, he was rejuvenated and brimming with energy. Whoosh, whoosh, swish. This was no longer a game. It resembled a shooting practice. Even though the Kings employed a double-team strategy against him, once little Curry crossed half-court, he was within range. Regardless of his shooting posture, the ball found its way into the net. At one point, he even executed a sweeping hook shot from near the center circle. Within 4 minutes, little Curry attempted 14 shots and made 9 of them. That amounted to 27 points. He had already amassed 54 points in total. The audience erupted in fervor. This was the genuine Curry, wasn't he it? The one from the Warriors must surely be a mere imitation. What distinction is there between them? This version of Curry surpassed the original. The players of the Kings were on the verge of tears, lamenting, "Why must I be the one to suffer injuries?" Klay Thompson's record of 37 points in a single quarter became merely a backdrop for the Kings. Little Curry's astonishing performance rendered the Kings yet another backdrop. Even little Curry himself was dizzy. As his teammates celebrated by bumping chests with him, his eyes appeared vacant. Upon noticing that the time was approaching, Luo Feng decided to substitute Xiao Ku early. With 4 minutes and 48 seconds played in the third quarter, the score stood at 82-59, and the game had become lopsided. Luo Feng, no longer anxious, recognized that such a substantial lead was ample time for the other players to squander. They could play freely now, for little Curry had over 4 minutes left to make an impact. After little Curry exited the game, the Kings commenced their pursuit of points. The other players of the Nets exhibited remarkable determination, yet the disparity in strength between the teams was evident, as Barnes, Fox, and little Sabonis scored consecutively. Despite Aldridge and Mills exerting every effort, they could not prevent the narrowing of the score gap. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 95-86, with the Nets leading by a mere 9 points. Ding! The system detected the host maintaining a lead in the third quarter, rewarding him with 5 points, bringing his total to 30 points. During the players' respite, they all bowed their heads, feeling a deep sense of shame. However, Luo Feng refrained from casting blame, instead offering encouragement as he patted each of them on the shoulder. "Well done, splendid. We are still in the lead, are we not?" Meanwhile, little Curry sat on the sidelines, finally regaining his composure, fixating on his hands, still unable to comprehend the situation. Luo Feng approached him and softly remarked, "Take a moment to rest. You can enter the game in the latter half of the fourth quarter." Little Curry murmured, "Coach, what is happening with me today?" Luo Feng replied, "Do not overthink. Being able to score is a skill in itself. After all, your name is Curry too." Thus, Luo Feng began to employ his persuasive tactics. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Kings continued to close the gap, and the home crowd began to stir with excitement. Many fans eagerly awaited little Curry's appearance on the court, yet Luo Feng remained seated, as steadfast as a mountain, showing no intention of substituting him in. Consequently, the audience began to chant spontaneously, "Let Curry play! Let Curry play! Let Curry play!" However, Luo Feng remained unmoved. Even as the score tightened, he still refrained from bringing little Curry onto the court. With 5 minutes and 34 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the score stood at 107-108, with the Kings having taken a 1-point lead. Little Curry approached Luo Feng once more and quietly inquired, "Coach, should I go in?" Luo Feng furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Are you the coach? Sit back down." Indeed, little Curry sensed Luo Feng's imposing authority and reluctantly returned to the bench. The fans were infuriated, believing Luo Feng was stifling little Curry's potential. Given Curry's recent efficiency, he could have easily surpassed Kobe's record of 81 points. Why, then, was he relegated to the sidelines? The Kings maintained their advantage, with the lead steadily increasing. As the game progressed to 7 minutes and 46 seconds remaining, the score stood at 118-111, with the Kings ahead by 7 points. Luo Feng deemed it sufficient and promptly called for a timeout. During the brief interlude, he refrained from excessive discourse, merely reiterating the previously established strategy to provide support for little Curry, allowing him to take the shots independently. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Kings had discerned the Nets' tactical approach, and the coach devised a counter strategy specifically aimed at thwarting little Curry from receiving the ball. This tactic proved effective. From the moment he entered the court, Holiday of the Kings shadowed little Curry relentlessly, arms raised high, consistently positioning himself in front of him. Despite the Nets' other players exerting themselves to offer assistance, Holiday's fervor was unyielding. Consequently, In the 2 plays following the timeout, the Nets failed to score, while the Kings extended their lead to 10 points. Luo Feng furrowed his brow and immediately called for a timeout. During the break, rather than conversing with the players, he stood to the side, lost in thought. In fact, he was searching for treasures within the system. With a current total of 30 points, he was eager to acquire some useful items. He wished to see if there was anything that could effectively counter the Kings' tenacious defense. After a thorough search, he suddenly stumbled upon an item labeled skill transfer card, priced at 10 points. What could this entail? He then noticed a line of fine print that explained, it allows the skills of a single player to be applied to any other teammate. In other words, the extraordinary ability of young Curry could now be utilized by his fellow teammates. Luo Feng was overjoyed. This is truly invaluable. If it could be applied to his other teammates, the Kings would be utterly defenseless. Surely, they cannot prevent every Nets player from receiving the ball, can they? Luo Feng promptly clicked to purchase a skill conversion card and then approached the players. The Brooklyn Nets players found their coach, Luo Feng, rather peculiar. Not only were his tactics unconventional, but even his timeouts were bizarre. How could he leave the players in such a state while he stood idly by? As Luo Feng approached, the players perked up, eager to hear any new strategy he might impart. We shall alter our tactics. No longer shall we rely solely on Little Curry to shoot. Whosoever receives the ball may take a shot. The players exchanged bewildered glances. What sort of strategy was this? Anyone could shoot? Drummond pointed to himself and inquired, Coach, may I also shoot? Indeed, if you're open, shoot. Even from beyond the arc? Yes. Shoot from beyond half court if you wish. The players felt a surge of anxiety. What was happening to their coach? Had he conceded defeat? Chapter 8. The signing of the contract. The players wondered whom the coach was upset with. Even Drummond was allowed to shoot. Although he boasted a 2-point shooting percentage of 54 this season, that was primarily due to easy baskets near the rim. Now Luo Feng was permitting him to attempt 3-pointers. As the referee's whistle sounded, signaling the end of the timeout, the Nets players returned to the court, their minds swirling with questions. Only 3 minutes and 17 seconds remained in the game, with a score of 121-111 in favor of the Kings. The Nets initiated their offense. Holiday again positioned himself in front of Curry, denying him the ball. However, the Kings were unaware that the Nets had changed their strategy. Brown inbound the ball, directly passing it to Drummond. Standing at the edge of the paint, this was far from his shooting territory, causing Sabonis from the Kings to play off him. Remaining a step away, following Luo Feng's directive, Drummond received the ball and shot. Sabonis was taken aback, almost laughing. You dare shoot from there? Swish. The ball went in. 121-113. The home crowd was momentarily stunned into silence, forgetting to cheer. Was this the new tactic? The Kings commenced their offense, with Fox attempting a mid-range shot that missed. Drummond secured the rebound and made a long pass to Mills. Mills crossed half court and, 1 meter from the three-point line, launched a three-pointer. The Kings players were left dumbfounded. How was the Nets suddenly back in action? In the ensuing plays, the Nets shot 6 out of 9, while the Kings managed only 3 out of 8. With just 14 seconds left in the game, the score stood at 135-129, the Nets leading by 6 points. The outcome was all but settled. The time for the alchemical transformation had arrived. Ultimately, the score settled at 137-131, marking the Nets' first victory after an 11-game losing streak. Ding! The system detected that the host had achieved a victory, awarding 20 points, bringing the total to 40 points. The system rewarded the host with a rebound magnet. Please accept. It can be utilized in the next match. What is this contraption? No matter, I shall accept it for now. According to the system's rules, the basic alchemical transformation could no longer be employed. The next match would only allow the use of the rebound magnet. In this game, Little Curry scored 65 points. Undoubtedly the brightest star of the day. Yet, the knowledgeable reporters rushed to interview Luo Feng, for they understood that he was the key to unleashing Little Curry's potential. After 11 consecutive losses, Luo Feng managed to lead the depleted Nets to triumph over the Kings, an achievement bordering on the miraculous. Without Durant, Irving, or Harden, the remaining players' salaries combined barely reached $30 million. Mr. Luo Feng, what crucial tactics led to your victory in this match? Luo Feng smiled and remarked, the essence of strategy lies in believing in my players. They are exceptional, and I merely unearthed their potential. Today, the tactics employed for Little Curry were quite extraordinary. May I inquire about the inspiration behind them? Is it possible that Little Curry maintains such a high shooting percentage during regular training? Indeed, he enjoys shooting in that manner. For he is Curry's brother, haha. Although Luo Feng has recently assumed the role of head coach, he possesses a keen acumen when dealing with journalists. After the game concluded, Max invited Luo Feng to his office. Luo Feng, you have truly impressed me. Well done. Max personally prepared a cup of coffee for Luo Feng and brought it over. Luo Feng accepted the coffee and said mildly, "You flatter me, Manager Max. May I discuss the matter of my salary with you?" Max was taken aback, suddenly recalling that Luo Feng's salary remained unchanged, a mere 2,000 Maiden per month. That's a reasonable request. Given that you are now an acting coach, your compensation should see a modest increase, though not by a significant margin, Max replied. A cunning glint in his eye. Luo Feng was mentally prepared and continued, "If you do not trust me, you may link my salary to my performance. That should not be unreasonable, right?" Max, invigorated by this statement, pondered, is Luo Feng overly confident or simply naive? Despite the impressive victory in this match, the Nets are currently mired in a dismal situation, and their performance leaves much to be desired. Remember, Luo Feng, this is your assertion, not a trap I have laid for you. Luo Feng nodded and said, "It is indeed my proposal. You may now draft the contract and allocate the salary based on performance." Max pondered for a moment before swiftly typing up the contract at his computer. Before long, the printer produced a draft, which Max handed to Luo Feng. From this moment onward, with 26 regular season games remaining until the playoffs, for each victory, you shall receive 50,000 US dollars. A win in the playoffs will earn you 100,000 US dollars, and should you succeed in the first round, an additional bonus of 200,000 US dollars awaits. The contract concluded at this point. Luo Feng furrowed his brows and inquired, "Did you not say yesterday that if we advance to the second round of the playoffs, I would be appointed as the official head coach?" Max chuckled softly. "Luo Feng, I appreciate your confidence, but that is rather unrealistic. Durant is injured, and Irving cannot play at home. Do you truly believe we can make it to the second round? Let us be pragmatic. That is not acceptable. Anything is possible. You must include it in the contract." With newfound confidence, Luo Feng now engages in negotiations with Max following his team's recent victory, which has garnered high praise from both players and the media alike. The Nets fans, in particular, have hailed Luo Feng as the savior of their team. In light of this, Max is hesitant to consider a coaching change. "Very well, I shall document this," he concedes. Yet, it is insufficient. You must not only include the conditions for reaching the second round of the playoffs, but also stipulate the rewards for advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals and even the championship. Max's eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes at Luo Feng, astonished by his audacity. "Young man, your words are quite audacious. While I admired your confidence yesterday, there must be a limit, wouldn't you agree?" Max has never encountered someone so audacious and is momentarily taken aback. Manager Max, I do not consider this audacity. Rather, I am merely upholding the spirit of a contract. Is it not the Westerners who place great emphasis on contractual integrity? We Easterners also have an old adage, speak the harsh truth in advance. Luo Feng spoke with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. Max gazed into Luo Feng's eyes and nodded slightly, perceiving a young man who was distinctly different. In the depths of this young man's gaze, he discerned ambition and resolve. Max returned to his computer, amending the contract to include incentive clauses for the team's advancement to the Eastern Conference Finals, and even the championship finals. Once the modifications were complete, he printed the document and handed the new contract to Luo Feng. Luo Feng took it over and examined it meticulously. It stated that upon entering the second round of the playoffs, a reward of 100,000 meters of gold would be granted for each victory. Advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals would yield a reward of 300,000 meters of gold. In the Eastern Conference Finals, each win would earn 200,000 meters of gold, and reaching the finals would bring a reward of 500,000 meters of gold. In the finals, each victory would also bestow 500,000 meters of gold, and claiming the championship would reward a staggering 1,000,000 meters of gold. Chapter 9. The Local Rivals, the Knicks. Luo Feng nodded with satisfaction. "All right, Max. It's settled then. I am quite fond of this contract. Should my team falter, I shall receive not a penny. This can certainly be stipulated in the agreement." Max squinted, scrutinizing Luo Feng anew. He had previously overlooked the presence of such a remarkable individual within the club, Perhaps he exuded an excess of confidence. Upon finalizing the contract, Luo Feng devoted himself wholeheartedly to the team's training. While possessing a golden touch is advantageous, the training of the players remains of paramount importance. Tactical execution is reliant on the individuals involved. Without robust physical conditioning and a high degree of synergy, even the most skilled touch cannot compensate. That evening, Luo Feng checked his account and discovered an additional 50,000 mijin, a reward for triumphing over the kings. Luo Feng was quite pleased. Boss Kai remained discerning. Even though the victory against the kings occurred prior to the signing of the contract, he still provided a salary. The Nets' next opponent in the regular season would be their city rivals, the Knicks. Although these two teams do not exhibit the same level of rivalry as other city derbies in different football leagues, nor do they clash as fiercely as the Lakers and Clippers, there exists a subtle competition between the Nets and the Knicks, especially after Boss Kai acquired the Nets. He aspired for them to claim a larger share of the vast basketball market in New York. Fans are notoriously pragmatic, particularly when it comes to local teams. If your performance is commendable, I shall support you. Moreover, Max had already reached out to Luo Feng, advising him it would be preferable to concede a few upcoming games. But this particular game must be secured. Luo Feng is undoubtedly aware of the significance of this match, which is why he made ample preparations beforehand. Although it is an away game, the absence of Irving due to injury adds to Luo Feng's concerns. The Knicks are currently performing moderately, with Randall as the focal point, complemented by Fournier and Kemba Walker, making them a disruptive force in the Eastern Conference. However, their overall strength still surpasses that of the undermanned Nets. Luo Feng glanced at the system once more. He currently possessed but a single skill, that of the rebounding suction. He remained uncertain regarding its application. Although rebounding holds significant importance in the game, without auxiliary skills such as shooting, victory seemed elusive. Fortunately, he had accrued 40 points, enabling him to purchase some items during the match. He would contemplate his strategy then. On the evening of the 17th, at 7:30 p.m., Madison Square Garden came alive as the New York Knicks faced off against the Brooklyn Nets. The Knicks' starting lineup included Julius Randle, Evan Fournier, Kemba Walker, Mitchell Robinson, and Cam Reddish. The Nets countered with their formidable five: Seth Curry, Patty Mills, Bruce Brown, Andre Drummond, and James Johnson. As the referee's whistle resonated, Luo Feng noticed that the rebounding suction skill within the system illuminated, indicating its readiness for use. He activated the skill, discovering it could only be applied to a single player. He decided to employ it on the center, Drummond, hoping for a miraculous outcome, given Drummond's already commendable rebounding prowess. The match commenced, and the Knicks secured the initial possession. Kemba Walker advanced the ball past half court, confronted by Mills, and opted for a drive. In his prime, Walker would have effortlessly maneuvered past Mills. However, that was no longer the case. After two failed attempts to break through, he reluctantly passed the ball to Randle. Randle, somewhat displeased, had established his position in the paint, yet Walker hesitated to deliver the ball. With merely 7 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Randle received the pass, executed a couple of feints, and attempted a turnaround jumper. Unfortunately, his rushed shot fell short, ricocheting off the rim. The Knicks center, Robinson, standing at 213 centimeters, 5 centimeters taller than Drummond and notably younger, prepared to seize the offensive rebound. The earlier jump ball had already showcased Robinson's superior leaping ability compared to Drummond. As Randall's shot missed, Robinson leaped high, poised to claim the rebound. Unexpectedly, Drummond's hands, seemingly equipped with suction, sprang from the side, arriving ahead of Robinson to snatch the ball with remarkable agility. The force with which he secured the ball produced a resounding thud upon landing. With a fierce roar, Drummond passed the ball to Curry, positioned beyond the three-point line. Curry and Mills launched a counterattack simultaneously, with Brown and Johnson sprinting forward. Despite the Knicks' swift retreat to defend, the Nets executed their play with astonishing speed. Luo Feng had previously briefed them on their strategy for the day, to entrust rebounding solely to Drummond, allowing the others to focus elsewhere. Curry executed a layup successfully, putting the score at 2-0. After the basket, Curry rushed over to celebrate with Drummond, acknowledging his significant contribution to the play. The rebounding was executed flawlessly, dominantly. The Knicks players, feeling frustrated, regrouped for their next offensive play. This time, Reddish brought the ball past half court. Observing Randall's continued demand for the ball, he passed it over. Randall, opting for a different approach, dribbled slowly, intent on attacking the basket. Johnson, known for his strong defensive skills, moved swiftly to impede Randall's advance, but Randall's technique proved superior, enabling him to drive to the hoop and execute a delicate hook shot. It found its mark. The score leveled at 2-2. Though Drummond made an effort to assist defensively, he was too late. Today, his rebounding skill had enhanced, yet his mobility remained sluggish. As the Nets resumed their offensive, Mills brought the ball across half-court, signaling Brown to set a screen for Curry before passing the ball to him. However, after Curry's stellar performance in the previous game, the Knicks were keenly aware of his capabilities and denied him any shooting opportunities. With no options left, he reluctantly passed the ball back to Mills. As the shot clock dwindled, Mills, lacking in organization, was compelled to take a hasty shot. The ball struck the rim and veered left. Initially positioned on the right, Drummond seemed out of the play. Robinson, confident, thought, "You cannot possibly outmaneuver me this time." Yet, as Robinson leapt once more, Drummond emerged from an unexpected angle, positioning himself in front of Robinson, securing the ball once again. Robinson was on the verge of losing his composure. He extended his arms, firmly restraining Drummond, preventing him from leaping. Although the formidable rebounder excelled in securing boards, he lacked the ability to initiate his own offense and could only pass the ball to James Johnson. Johnson then relayed it to the cutting Brown. This was Brown's forte, an incisive cut leading to a layup, adding another 2 points. 4-2. The Nets maintained their lead. It can be said that for both of these baskets, Drummond was instrumental, showcasing his remarkable rebounding prowess. Luo Feng observed keenly and nodded slightly. Indeed, the saying holds true: he who secures the rebounds conquers the realm. Victory seemed imminent today. In the subsequent plays, the Knicks intensified their efforts in the paint. Yet, despite their attempts at double-teaming and positioning, they could not contain Drummond's rebounding prowess. It was as if a suction cup resided in his hands, ensuring the basketball always found its way to him. The Knicks players were on the verge of despair. Chapter 10. The Rebounding King. After more than 8 minutes into the first quarter, the score stood at 23-18, with the Nets leading by 5 points. Drummond alone had snatched an astounding 9 rebounds, 4 of which were offensive. His efficiency was nothing short of extraordinary, surpassing even the legendary Dennis Rodman in his prime. However, the toll on the big penguin was evident. He bent over, gasping for breath. Luo Feng promptly called a timeout to substitute the starters. "Well done, team. You are all exceptional," Luo Feng encouraged as he exchanged high-fives with his players. Once the substitutes entered the game, he shifted the rebounding responsibility to Aldridge. Aldridge, a technically skilled center, possessed a soft shooting touch and was formidable in mid-range. However, he was not particularly fond of battling for rebounds. Luo Feng issued a command to him: secure every rebound. With the fervor of a new official eager to make his mark, Ad could hardly defy the order and thus steeled himself to take the court. In the duel of reserves, it was evident that the Knicks bench possessed a slight edge. Players like Toppin and Quickly were veritable bench marauders. Initially, the Knicks substitutes showcased a remarkably high shooting percentage, leaving no opportunities for rebounds, which allowed them to close the gap in the score. Luo Feng observed from the sidelines, arms crossed and unperturbed. No team can maintain perfection. Shooting percentages invariably decline. Indeed, after sinking 3 consecutive shots, the Knicks bench began to falter. Quickly stepped back beyond the three-point line for a shot, but alas, it clanged off the rim. Veteran Gibson of the Knicks had already established his position, poised to seize the rebound. To everyone's astonishment, including Gibson's, the typically soft Aldridge adeptly maneuvered, reaching from behind Gibson to snatch the rebound. Luo Feng instructed him to secure the rebounds, and he merely complied, as his explosive power was inherently lacking. Yet, in his compliance, he miraculously managed to seize the ball. Aldridge was momentarily taken aback, and Mills, in a state of urgency, shouted, "Pass it out." It was only then that Aldridge reacted, passing the ball to Mills. Mills immediately initiated a fast break, but Knicks Walker resorted to an early foul strategy, grabbing hold of Mills. With the assurance of securing rebounds, the Nets bench gained an advantage. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 35-31, with the Nets leading by 4 points. Ding. The host, having commanded the game with a lead at the end of the first quarter, was rewarded with 5 points, totaling 45 points. In the final moments of the quarter, Aldridge astonishingly snatched 5 rebounds, a feat previously unimaginable in his prior games. As the first quarter concluded and the players retreated for a break, Luo Feng observed Aldrich, who still wore a bewildered expression. Luo Feng chose to remain unconcerned, enthusiastically applauding and vociferously encouraging. Let us proceed like this. You all take the court in the second quarter, be more proactive, and shoot whenever you find an opening. The players sensed a palpable transformation since Luo Feng assumed the role of head coach. The tactics were unconventional, and the atmosphere was exceptionally vibrant. Previously, Nash had been rather rigid. The players felt overwhelmed even before they could make a move. In contrast, Luo Feng exuded fervor, regardless of the circumstances on the court, constantly uplifting the spirits of his players. Particularly, the bench players were diligently pursuing their roles, unlike before when they felt lost. Even when Luo Feng instructed them to set screens or box out, it ignited their competitive spirit. Most importantly, the team glimpsed the prospect of victory. As the second quarter commenced, the substitutes launched an aggressive offensive. Although their shooting percentage was not particularly high, they had depth on the bench. Brothers, just throw it. The Knicks players were visibly rattled by Aldridge's relentless rebounding, struggling to execute their strategies and lacking confidence in their shots. Such is the nature of the game. A dominant rebounder instills decisiveness in shooting, knowing there will be a second chance. Conversely, teams without an advantage in the paint often hesitate in their shooting. With 5 minutes and 26 seconds elapsed in the second quarter, the score stood at 47-36, with the Nets leading by 11 points. The Knicks fans grew restless, voicing their displeasure towards the home team. Some fervent fans even began to cheer for the Nets, shouting, "Nets, annihilate the Knicks. Strike hard, Luo Feng, you are the best." Luo Feng was inherently handsome, and with the charisma of the head coach, he appeared even more captivating. The photographer's lens frequently captured him. At the outset, Luo Feng appeared somewhat reserved in front of the camera. However, after participating in a game, he completely acclimated. The NBA, after all, is a commercial league where, in addition to skill, the ability to perform is equally paramount. Having a penchant for theatrical performances during his university years, Luo Feng, once adapted, embarked on his journey through the NBA stage. Thomas, be vigilant in your defensive support. Ensure you do not lose your position. Move, move, move. Aldridge, secure that rebound. Splendid. Every utterance from Luo Feng exudes a star-like charisma that is simply irresistible. The substitutes performed admirably, yet the toll on their stamina was significant. Consequently, Luo Feng called for a timeout to reinstate the starters. The Nets were cruising smoothly, but one individual had a dissenting opinion, none other than Tom Thibodeau, the head coach of the Knicks. Thibodeau is known for his fierce demeanor, having earned a reputation for his stringent treatment of key players. During the timeout, he bellowed at his team, "Haven't you eaten? Can 2 or 3 of you not contend with a single opponent? Even if you cannot prevail, cannot you devise a strategy?" This old strategist was insinuating underhanded tactics to his players. In the annals of the NBA from the previous century, each team typically had 1 or 2 players who resorted to unsavory methods to incapacitate opponents. However, as the league has increasingly prioritized player protection, such behavior has been curtailed. Nonetheless, there are coaches who occasionally lose their composure and resort to dubious strategies. Today, Thibodeau was one such figure. The Knicks players were not naive. They grasped the coach's implications. As both team starters returned to the court, the Knicks players' actions became markedly more aggressive. At the moment when Drummond contested for a rebound, Knicks center Robinson viciously wrapped his arms around Drummond's neck, pulling him down. This chokehold maneuver was perilous, leaving Drummond momentarily disoriented as he lay on the floor, unable to rise. Seeing this, Luo Feng was immediately filled with rage. As a coach, it is only natural to stand up for one's players. Especially since he is a new coach, it is imperative for him to win the hearts of his team during such moments. Luo Feng charged forward with a furious roar, pointing at Robinson and cursing vehemently, "What on earth is wrong with you? Are you playing basketball or participating in the UFC?" The assistant coach hurriedly intervened, pulling Luo Feng back, as Humphries witnessed Luo Feng's unprecedented rage for the first time. The 3 referees convened to deliberate for a moment, ultimately deeming Robinson guilty of a flagrant foul, resulting in 2 free throws and 1 shot for the Nets. Drummond, despite his physical prowess, lay on the ground for a brief moment before rising again, seemingly unscathed. However, the fire in Luo Feng's eyes was unmistakable. He would not allow such an incident to transpire. Luo Feng searched within the system, seeking a tool specifically designed to combat violence on the sports field. Chapter 11. An eye for an eye. Soon, Luo Feng discovered a novel item, aptly named an eye for an eye. The accompanying description read, "It can rebound the violence inflicted by the opponent back upon them." Luo Feng was elated. This was indeed commendable. Yet, he remained uncertain about its efficacy. Upon inspecting the price, which was merely 5 points, he deemed it quite reasonable and decided to purchase one. As he clicked to buy, he noticed a glow emanating from his teammates, though only he could perceive it, while others remained oblivious. Meanwhile, Curry made 2 successful free throws, and the Nets prepared for an inbound play. Although the referee had penalized Robinson, the Knicks players continued their aggressive antics unabated. Thibodeau, ever astute, substituted in 2 bench warmers to engage in the dirty work. Furin Hunt and Arcidiacono, both players who typically graced the court for no more than 5 minutes per game, were brought in earlier than usual with a clear intent to disrupt Drummond. Fournier's shot went awry, and Drummond once again leapt for the rebound, only for Hunt to collide forcefully into the imposing figure of the Big D. Nearby, Brown was on the verge of voicing his frustration when he suddenly noticed Drummond pivot, causing Hunt to miss his mark entirely. Instead, he inadvertently barreled into Robinson. Both players tumbled to the floor in a disheveled heap, with Robinson grimacing in agony, clutching his thigh and writhing on the ground. Drummond, bewildered, spread his arms in a gesture of innocence, as the referee, equally perplexed, approached the sidelines to review the play. After examining the footage, the referee declared Drummond had committed no foul. The 2 players had merely collided in a misfortune of their own making. Thibodeau's face darkened, and he muttered a curse at the incompetence displayed. He had initially presumed that Hunt had botched the maneuver. Thibodeau then cast a knowing glance at Arcidiacono, signaling for him to take action. As the Nets launched their offensive, Curry's shot fell short, allowing Drummond to once again contest the rebound. In that moment, Arcidiacono feigned a fall, charging toward Drummond's legs with malicious intent. This underhanded tactic could easily result in a disastrous tumble for Drummond. Just as he neared his target, Drummond unexpectedly leaped, raising his legs high, causing Arcidiacono to miss once more, landing directly into a camera stationed at the baseline. By unfortunate coincidence, the camera struck Arcidiacono at the waist, eliciting a wave of cold sweat from him. The team physician rushed over, quickly assessing that he was unable to move, and promptly summoned a stretcher to carry him off the court. On the sidelines, Luo Feng was filled with joy, yet he could only revel in it internally, maintaining a facade of furrowed brows. The tactic of employing one's own strategy against them was simply exquisite. Following these 2 unexpected turn of events, the Knicks' morale plummeted, while the Nets experienced a remarkable resurgence in spirit. As the first half concluded, the Nets led by 14 points, 62-48. Ding. The host led by 14 points at halftime, earning an additional 10 points, bringing the total score to 50. Luo Feng was in high spirits, as victory seemed imminent in this New York showdown. In the TNT Live broadcast room, 3 guests engaged in a discussion about the match. O'Neal, in his pre-game predictions, expressed skepticism towards the Nets, asserting that the Knicks would triumph by at least 20 points. To everyone's surprise, by halftime, the Knicks found themselves trailing by 14 points. O'Neal, abandoning his usual jovial demeanor, became noticeably reticent. Conversely, Barkley expressed considerable interest in Luo Feng, showering him with praise. Intrigued, I inquired about Luo Feng's background, discovering that he lacked even collegiate coaching experience, yet managed to orchestrate the Nets with remarkable prowess. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, remarking, "This young man is impressive. His tactics are unconventional, yet consistently effective. He doesn't adhere to traditional coaching norms, possessing a certain wildness. The NBA is in dire need of such unorthodox coaches." If Luo Feng truly leads the Nets to the playoffs, it would be a significant blow to many traditionalist coaches. However, the task seemed daunting. As the Nets were in disarray, who could salvage them? O'Neal interjected, "You all are being overly dramatic. A team often shows improvement after a coaching change in the short term, but after a few games, their true colors emerge. You are just being naive." Barkley scoffed. "You merely underestimate Luo Feng. He will make you eat your words." O'Neal burst into laughter. "And you dare to criticize me?" When Yao Ming entered the NBA, who was the one kissing a donkey's rear end. Barkley, ever the loudmouth, felt no embarrassment. Rather, he flaunted the incident as a badge of honor. "So what? I admit my mistakes. Unlike you, stubborn as a mule. Care to make another wager? What shall we bet on?" O'Neal shook his head. "If Luo Feng leads the team to the playoffs, you shall kiss a donkey's rear. If not, I shall." Kenny Smith chuckled, shaking his head. You both have childish tempers. The audience, eager for their banter and bets, flooded the comments with support for the wager. O'Neill, ever the entertainer, readily agreed. Fine, I accept this bet. Smith, you shall be our witness. This wager is set. I will bear witness. As the second half commenced, the Knicks, under Fournier's leadership, launched an impressive offensive run, showcasing remarkable shooting accuracy. Consequently, the Nets' rebounding advantage evaporated. The deficit diminished further, causing the Nets players to display signs of panic. This exemplified the hallmark of the small ball era. While rebounding is crucial, it is not always decisive. Typically, the victorious team boasts superior rebounding, yet there are instances where the winner, relying on exceptional shooting, douses their opponent with a deluge of three-pointers, much like the Warriors often do. The Warriors, lacking a traditional center, frequently field smaller lineups, with Looney as their tallest player, and at times, even have Green play center. During Green's absence, both Wiggins and Kuminga have filled the center role, a scenario virtually unheard of in the NBA of the previous century. In the early stages of the third quarter, the Knicks found themselves in a similar predicament. Luo Feng remained composed, but called for a timeout to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. With the score at 73-72, the Nets were clinging to a one-point lead, erasing the 14-point gap from the first half. During the timeout, Luo Feng refrained from chastising his players, acknowledging that the opposing team was simply in a groove. He emphasized the need to defend diligently and await the Knicks' shooting slump. Thibodeau, sensing a glimmer of victory, bellowed at his players, "Keep it up. We must secure this win. I cannot lose to this young upstart." His frustration was palpable, as Luo Feng's tactics seemed to unsettle him, particularly since the Nets were dominating the boards. Chapter 12. Defeating the Knicks. After the timeout, the Knicks indeed experienced a decline in shooting. Fournier missed 2 attempts, allowing Drummond to seize the rebound and initiate a fast break. The Nets responded with another offensive surge, widening the gap and leaving the Knicks in dire straits. Thibodeau, infuriated, hurled the tactical board to the ground, shouting in exasperation. Yet, there was nothing to be done. If shots wouldn't fall, they simply wouldn't. Even underhanded tactics backfired, injuring his own players. By the end of the third quarter, the Nets had established a commanding 17-point lead, solidifying their dominance. As the fourth quarter began, the Knicks made a token effort to close the gap, but the deficit continued to grow, prompting Thibodeau to concede and substitute the starters. Ultimately, as the final buzzer sounded, the Nets triumphed over the Knicks decisively. The score stood at 116-93, with the Nets winning by 23 points. Ding. Hosts score 20, total score 75. After the game, Luo Feng approached Thibodeau and offered a polite embrace. Thibodeau, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, "You were fortunate. Until next time." Luo Feng smiled and remarked, "Do not engage in the folly of lifting a stone only to strike your own foot." Tibor's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned and walked away. After Luo Feng took the helm, he has led the Nets to a consecutive victory, although the Kings and the Knicks are not formidable opponents. Achieving this for the Nets remains a significant accomplishment. Max once again called Luo Feng to extend his congratulations. Luo Feng's account received an additional 50,000 meters. Ding. The host has completed task 2, earning a reward package. Within this package lies a basic on-site command tactic and a card featuring a star player from last season's third team. The system has bestowed another reward upon Luo Feng. He comprehended the basic on-site command tactic, yet the application of the third team star player card eluded him. Suddenly, a line of small text appeared in his mind, providing clarification. The third team players from last season included Gobert from the Jazz, Butler from the Heat, Paul George from the Clippers, Beal from the Wizards, and Irving from the Nets. This means that in the next match, Luo Feng has the opportunity to select one star player from the third team and utilize their abilities for his own team. This is exhilarating. Although they belong to the third team, their prowess is not inferior to that of the first or second teams. Their lower ranking is merely a reflection of their team's performance. The Nets' next opponent is the Wizards, who will be hosted at home. The Wizards began the season strongly but have since faltered, with slim prospects for the playoffs. Currently, the Wizards rank 11th in the Eastern Conference. Luo Feng initially believed that this competition would not pose much difficulty. He wondered whether the system would issue a task. Ding. The system announced Task 3. The host must achieve 5 consecutive victories to receive a grand gift package. Luo Feng was taken aback. It seemed the difficulty of the task had escalated, as a 5-game winning streak was now required. He hastily checked the upcoming opponents in the regular season: the Wizards, Celtics, and Bucks. The Wizards seemed manageable, but the Celtics currently held the third position, while the Bucks were fourth, both formidable teams in the Eastern Conference. With the Nets currently lacking key players, how could they possibly compete? However, Luo Feng recalled that he had the assistance of a system at his disposal. He might as well give it a shot. On February 18th at 8 p.m., the Barclays Center hosted a match where the Nets faced the Wizards. Being the home team, Irving was still unable to participate. The Nets starting lineup consisted of Curry, Mills, Brown, Drummond, and Edwards, while the Wizards' formidable five included Kuzma, Pope, Kispert, Neto, and Bryant. The absence of Beal due to injury had significantly weakened the Wizards' strength. Luo Feng employed 3 All-Star cards, bestowing Paul George's skills upon Edwards. This strategic move simplified the game considerably. Although George was a third-team selection last season, his prowess was hardly inferior to that of first-team Leonard and second-team Randall. Thus, with George's skills at his disposal, Edwards was poised to dominate the match. By halftime, the Nets led by 7 points, 56-49. Edwards scored a game-high 22 points, shooting an impressive 9 for 13, showcasing George's abilities to perfection. Furthermore, his defensive contributions were monumental, leaving the Wizards bewildered. Despite their coach's extensive preparations to counter players like Curry, Mills, and Aldridge, nobody anticipated Edwards' sudden eruption. Before the second half commenced, Luo Feng anticipated that the Wizards would alter their strategy, so he transferred Kyrie's skills from the All-Star card to Curry. As predicted, the Wizards initiated aggressive double teams on Edwards in the second half, believing that neutralizing him would lead to their victory over the Nets. However, Curry unleashed another spectacular performance. This time, his display differed from the last. Previously, he dazzled with his three-point shooting, but now he exhibited mastery in driving, mid-range shots, floaters, and pull-ups. One might easily mistake him for Kyrie himself. The Wizards crumbled under the pressure, struggling to respond effectively. The point gap widened, and the Wizards were thoroughly dismantled. Ultimately, the match concluded with the Nets triumphing over the Wizards with a commanding score of 113-91. Luo Feng has once again acquired 45 points, bringing his total to 120. He now has the opportunity to purchase a multitude of items. In his heart, Luo Feng felt a slight sense of reassurance. The next 2 matches would undoubtedly be challenging, necessitating the assistance of props. On February 25th, the Nets were set to face the formidable Eastern Conference rivals, the Boston Celtics, at their home ground. This season, the Celtics had been steadily improving, bolstered by the dynamic duo of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, the return of Al Horford, and the defensive prowess of Marcus Smart, leading to an upward trajectory in their performance. At the beginning of the season, the Celtics had struggled at the fringes of playoff contention, but before the All-Star break, they had ascended to 3rd place in the Eastern Conference. Notably, the records from 1st to 6th place in the East were closely contested. Often, a mere 2 consecutive victories could elevate a team several spots, while 2 losses could plunge them out of the top 8. In response to the current lineup of the Celtics, Luo Feng made adjustments, temporarily positioning LaMarcus Aldridge as a starter. This was, of course, a strategic FAAD, as Aldridge's stamina could not sustain him for long, yet his skill warranted a starting role. The intention behind this maneuver was to secure an early lead in the first quarter. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Barclays Center would host the Nets against the Celtics. The Nets starting lineup featured Aldridge, Seth Curry, Patty Mills, Bruce Brown, and Anthony Edwards, while the Celtics' formidable 5 consisted of Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Smart, Horford, and Robert Williams. Luo Feng once again placed the rebounding magnet on Aldridge, aiming to seize the advantage in scoring and rebounding right from the outset. The jump ball at center court saw Aldridge claim the initial possession. As the game progressed to the half, Mills passed the ball to Aldridge, who stood as the most stable point in this lineup. The Celtics were caught off guard by the Nets' decision to start Aldridge, leading to their lack of preparation. Chapter 13. Encountering a strong adversary, Horford stepped up for man-to-man defense, but Aldridge executed a smooth turnaround jumper, confidently securing 2 points. 2-0. The Celtics initiated their offense. With numerous scoring options available, Tatum, Jaylen, Horford, and even Smart-S drives, the first attack was directed towards Tatum. Edwards, still wielding the Paul George 3-star card, stood at a 45-degree angle beyond the arc. Tatum, facing Edwards, attempted a series of crossovers and fakes, but was unable to penetrate. In desperation, he resorted to a step-back 3. Unfortunately, his shot was off target, bouncing off the rim. Aldridge cleared Horford and seized the rebound. With a swift flick of his long arm, he passed the ball to Mills stationed beyond the three-point line. Mills initiated a fast break, but the Celtics responded with remarkable speed. Jalen sprinted ahead, positioning himself before Mills. Little Curry and Brown also surged forward from the flanks, with Mills passing to Brown. Tatum returned to the paint, focusing on Brown's defense. Edwards, relishing his favorite spot for a trailing three, received the ball from Brown and, without hesitation, took the shot. Swish. The three-pointer sank. 5-0. The Nets had begun with a phenomenal start. Celtics head coach Udoka furrowed his brow, having underestimated the Nets prior to the game. To him, the most formidable threats were Durant, followed closely by Irving. Last season's playoffs saw the Celtics fall to the Nets, with those very players, Durant and Irving, being the architects of their defeat. Now, with both sidelined, what was there to fear? Coupled with rookie coach Luo Feng, who was relatively unknown, Udoka felt confident. This rookie, once merely a ball boy, coaching? It was laughable. Surely the Nets had thrown in the towel this season. Yet, at the game's onset, Udoka realized the Nets' spirit was distinctly different. Both Coach Luo Feng and his players exuded an electrifying energy, as if competing in the finals. Trailing by 5 points, Udoka withheld a timeout, though his usual calm confidence was replaced by loud exhortations. Defend effectively. No open shots. They lost another rebound. Can't you jump? Set screens for Tatum. Why are you just standing there? In contrast, Luo Feng, arms crossed and eyes narrowed, maintained an air of composure. The Celtics, possessing superior strength, soon adapted, tightening their defense. Edwards' shooting percentage began to dwindle, yet Aldridge's prowess on the boards afforded the Nets multiple second-chance opportunities. Tatum and Jaylen Brown's shooting percentages began to rise, gradually narrowing the scoring gap. With 5:28 remaining, the score was tied at 15-15. As the official timeout concluded, Luo Feng substituted Aldridge for Drummond. In the first 5 minutes, Aldridge had amassed 8 points and 6 rebounds, proving himself an all-around center. Meanwhile, Horford incurred 2 fouls, effectively being outmatched by Aldridge. However, Aldridge was visibly fatigued, gasping for breath on the bench. Since departing from the Spurs, his physical condition had declined, relegating him to a lengthy stint as a substitute. After the timeout, Luo Feng switched cards, transferring the abilities of 3-star player Butler to Brown. Although Brown's height was somewhat lacking, his explosive power combined with Butler's scoring capacity was sure to trouble the Celtics. Indeed, upon resuming play, the Celtics focused their defense on Edwards, only for Brown to step up. Brown drove for a layup. Brown launched a three-pointer. Brown intercepted Tatum's dribble. Brown dished the ball to Little Curry. Brown passed to Mills. Everywhere Brown went, he bewildered the Celtics. How could this be? Just when Edwards seemed to have control, Brown re-emerged. Coupled with Drummond's rebounding assurance and the open threes from Little Curry and Mills, the scoring gap widened once more. With 9:41 remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 32-25, with the Nets leading by 7 points. Coach Udoka, feeling helpless, called for a timeout. It was time for both teams to rotate in their bench players. The Celtics' reserves were formidable too: Griffin, Derek White, and Tice, each a force in their own right. Especially Derek White, who had been a starter for the Spurs last season. However, Luo Feng had transferred the 3-star abilities of Irving to Thomas among the bench players. Irving's skill set was more than sufficient to dominate the Celtics substitutes. During the exchanges of the bench players, the Celtics not only failed to narrow the gap, but actually saw it widen. After more than 5 minutes into the second quarter, the score was 46-37, with the Nets ahead by 9 points. Both teams were set to reintroduce their starters. Coach Udoka, not foolish, gradually deciphered the Nets' strategy. There was always one player who would explode, coupled with consistent rebounding. While he couldn't know this was due to a system advantage, his in-game tactical acumen was evident. Thus, during the timeout, he whispered a few words to Tatum and Smart. After the break, with the starters back, the Celtics suddenly altered their strategy. The players on the court began to observe. Whoever from the Nets erupted would be closely monitored, employing active help defense to deny shooting opportunities. In doing so, the significance of rebounding diminished, as the Nets couldn't even attempt shots. The sudden surge of intensity in defense caught the Nets off guard, allowing the Celtics to close the gap once more. Luo Feng stood on the sidelines, incessantly stroking his chin, feeling utterly perplexed. He had exhausted all his skills, yet he was still countered by the Celtics. With a limited hand to play, no amount of strategy could alter the outcome. Luo Feng's current score has reached 125, allowing him to purchase numerous items. He began to explore the options within the system. Although he had ample points for acquisition, the system indicated that his coach level was merely 1, which was rather insufficient. Certain items not only required points, but also imposed level restrictions. At last, he stumbled upon a purchasable item suitable for a level 1 coach, intriguingly titled "Those who are close to ink become black." The peculiar name piqued his curiosity, prompting him to examine the accompanying description more closely. This item, when utilized, could diminish the abilities of the opposing player to match the level of his own counterpart. Luo Feng comprehended that, for instance, assigning James Johnson to defend Tatum would enable the utilization of this tool to diminish Tatum's capabilities to the same level as Johnson's. A striking example of the adage, "A person is influenced by their company." Chapter 14. Griffin transforms into a defensive bastion. Luo Feng surveyed the situation on the court. The score stood at 57-42, with the Nets trailing by 15 points. Tatum was increasingly formidable, not only suffocating every Nets player poised to erupt on the defensive end, but also consistently scoring on the offensive front. In the second quarter alone, he amassed 17 points. This season, Tatum seems to have undergone a remarkable transformation. If this trend continues, he could very well surpass 50 points in this game. With a determined resolve, Luo Feng thought, "I must resort to using the underperforming player." He clicked to purchase, spending 5 points. As the opponent prepared for a free throw, Luo Feng seized the moment to make a substitution, replacing Edwards with Griffin. This season, Griffin's shooting percentage was a dismal 45 for 2-point shots and 26 for 3-pointers. Although Luo Feng had previously utilized his advantage to elicit a remarkable performance from Griffin during a training match, the absence of the system rendered Griffin ineffective on the court. However, Luo Feng now required a player of inferior caliber to allow Tatum to shine. "Griffin, you will guard Tatum," he instructed before Griffin took to the floor. "What? Me defend?" Griffin thought he had misheard. "Yes, you will defend." Tatum had erupted in the second quarter, making 8 of 10 shots, unstoppable and relentless. Edwards, Brown, and James Johnson had all taken turns trying to defend him, but none succeeded, and even double teaming proved futile. Now, they were asking Griffin to guard him one-on-one? Yet, Luo Feng's strategies were often unfathomable, and Griffin dared not defy the order, reluctantly stepping onto the court. The other players on the Nets were equally perplexed. Griffin was slow and cumbersome. Was this not an undue burden? The game continued as Tatum dribbled past half-court. Griffin stood before him, arms outstretched, anxiously bracing himself. Tatum, having faced a double team earlier, felt fatigued, but upon seeing only Griffin in front of him, his spirits lifted. Suddenly, he executed a swift change of direction, darting to the left. This was Tatum's signature move, and slow-footed Griffin stood no chance of halting him. However, unexpectedly, Tatum stumbled, nearly falling, and the basketball rolled out of bounds. Griffin, bewildered, stared at Tatum, thinking, "With that level of play, you dare to attempt to drive? Aren't we on the same level?" Tatum's face flushed. He could not comprehend how he had made such a basic error, especially with a move he frequently employed. Celtics coach Udoka shook his head in disbelief, assuming Tatum had grown careless. "Concentration is crucial. We must lead by over 20 points in the first half," Udoka declared with bravado, unaware that Tatum had now sunk to Griffin's level. As the game progressed, the Celtics utterly lost their advantage. Tatum could neither score nor leap nor run swiftly, rendering him a mere shadow of Griffin. The Nets seized the opportunity to close the gap, and by halftime, the teams were tied at 63-62, with the Celtics leading by only a single point. After scoring 17 consecutive points, Tatum managed only one additional point under Griffin's defense, hitting one of 2 free throws. As the players exited the court, the other Nets players enthusiastically high-fived Griffin, praising, "Great defense. Who knew you were such a formidable defender? We never noticed before." Griffin himself was perplexed, scratching his head as he slowly walked off the court. Luo Feng chuckled inwardly, realizing the utility of this particular tool. If he could only bring Tatum down to Griffin's level today, the Celtics would surely claim victory. In the TNT Live broadcast room, the 3 commentators continued to provide their insights on the game. When the Nets were trailing, O'Neal was so elated that he danced with exuberance. "What did I tell you? Changing the coach only wins a couple of games at best. The Kings and the Knicks are not playoff teams, and neither are the Wizards. When faced with the Celtics, they stand no chance. Ha ha ha." Barkley, undeterred, kept pressing. What are you in such a rush for? The first half isn't even over. Do you know what strategy Luo Feng has up his sleeve? What strategy could he possibly employ? The player's capabilities are evident. Unless you let Durant and Irving take the court. O'Neal was reveling in his triumph. When Luo Feng substituted Griffin into the game, O'Neal's laughter reached a new height. This level of player can coach. Griffin can defend Tatum? That is laughable, ha ha ha. I'm doubled over in laughter. Smith was perplexed by Luo Feng's decision to substitute, shaking his head and remarking, has Luo Feng given up? What's the difference from a surrender? He should be doubling down on the defense. To everyone's astonishment, Griffin managed to defend Tatum so effectively that it appeared as though Tatum had forgotten how to play. Barkley was overjoyed, seizing the opportunity to taunt O'Neal. Hey, did you see that? One thing overcomes another. Griffin can indeed shut down Tatum. Are you convinced now? O'Neal was rendered speechless, unable to fathom why Tatum could not manage Griffin. In the Nets locker room, the teammates lavished praise upon Griffin, while he himself wore a bewildered expression. Luo Feng entered, clapping his hands and proclaiming loudly, "Gentlemen, do not lose heart. We shall undoubtedly turn the tide in the second half." Noticing Griffin sitting there in a daze, he approached him and said, "Griffin, do not forget that you were once the #1 pick. Do not belittle yourself. The team needs you." Griffin was deeply moved by Luo Feng's words, nearly brought to tears. Last year, he had relinquished a staggering $13 million to join the Nets at a minimum salary, all in pursuit of a championship, and many had deemed him foolish for his decision. Yet, he resolutely chose to stand by Durant's side. Who would have thought that after half a season, he would face such abandonment? Nash had benched him for numerous games, which weighed heavily on Griffin's heart. Now, with Luo Feng's ascension and the significant defensive responsibilities entrusted to him, he felt both honored and astonished. Although he himself could not comprehend why Tatum's performance had suddenly declined, Luo Feng had indeed granted him playing time. "Coach, rest assured, I will defend Tatum with every ounce of my strength," Griffin declared with unwavering determination. Luo Feng contemplated that were it not for the adage one is influenced by their surroundings, even if one were to sacrifice their life, they would still be incapable of defending against Tatum. The atmosphere within the Nets had undergone a significant transformation. During Nash's tenure as head coach, the ambience was stifling, with each player appearing awkward, as if, apart from Durant and Irving, the rest were engaged in tasks ill-suited to their abilities. However, following Luo Feng's appointment, he ignited the latent potential of all the bench players, instilling confidence in each athlete. The internal environment now thrived with a spirit of joy. Unlike Nash, Luo Feng does not maintain a rigid posture or a stiff expression throughout the day. Rather, he occasionally shares light-hearted banter with his team members. The team manager, Max, observes this with great satisfaction, pleasantly surprised that he inadvertently discovered such an exceptional coach. Should they win this match, it would mark their 4th consecutive victory. The Nets still hold hope for the playoffs. Chapter 15. Securing the 4th consecutive victory, the second half of the game commenced, with Griffin continuing to start and defending against Tatum. Much like the first half, Tatum appeared to have forgotten how to play, engaging in a lackluster exchange with Griffin, completely devoid of his previous form. Head coach Udoka was on the brink of exasperation and promptly substituted Tatum. However, he refrained from harshly criticizing Tatum, recognizing him as the Celtic star player. Udoka, lacking the authoritative presence of Popovich, could only withdraw Tatum and allow him a moment to recuperate. Once Tatum was off the court, Jaylen Brown stepped up to shoulder the team's responsibilities. Having participated in McGrady's training camp during the offseason, Brown had acquired numerous techniques, leading to his rapid improvement this season. Although he may not be as dominant as Tatum, he remains a crucial scoring asset for the Celtics. With precision, Jaylen Brown executed a sudden stop-jump shot, and following a teammate's screen, he drove into the paint to score with a deft layup. Luo Feng furrowed his brow and called out loudly, "Griffin, guard Jaylen Brown." The players from both teams were perplexed. Was Griffin being deployed as a defensive bulwark? It was utterly bewildering. Tatum had clearly been off his game. But could Jaylen Brown also be in poor form? An odd scene unfolded as Griffin engaged in one-on-one defense against Jaylen Brown, managing to force a series of turnovers. Much like Tatum had moments earlier, Udoka stood with his hands on his hips, watching Griffin with a mix of frustration and curiosity, pondering what was amiss with him today. In any event, it seemed that whoever from the Celtics was performing well, Griffin would be assigned to contain. He had become the Nets' emergency response player. As the Nets extended their lead, by the conclusion of the third quarter, they were ahead by 24 points. The Celtics reintroduced Tatum in an attempt to close the gap. However, Griffin returned to the court, resolutely locking down Tatum once more. After their efforts to catch up faltered, the Celtics ultimately conceded defeat. In the end, the game concluded with the Nets triumphing over the Celtics with a score of 116-102, marking their fourth consecutive victory. Luo Feng's system integration stands at 155. Just one match remains before achieving a 5-game winning streak. The Milwaukee Bucks are the Brooklyn Nets' greatest adversary. Last season, it was the Bucks who eliminated the Nets from the playoffs, a process fraught with drama. Initially, Irving was injured due to a controversial play by Giannis Antetokounmpo, followed by Durant's pivotal, equalizing three-pointer being ruled a two-pointer for stepping out of bounds. Additionally, Harden delivered a subpar performance in a crucial game. These factors converged, leading to the Nets' downfall in the Eastern Conference semifinals. This season, the Nets aspired to make a comeback, only to find Irving embroiled in further controversies, leaving the team reliant on Durant and Harden. However, with Harden's injuries severely diminishing his effectiveness, the team ultimately depended solely on Durant. At the moment Durant fell, despair enveloped the Nets fans. It felt as if all hope was lost. Even if Durant were to return, could one man alone carve a path through the East? Yet, a twist of fate emerged. In a moment of resurgence, the Nets appointed a new head coach, Luo Feng. While a 4-game winning streak may not seem monumental, it is indeed commendable given the current roster of the Nets. At this juncture, the team resembles the injury-riddled Knicks of the Linsanity era. The Asian coach Luo Feng embarked on his own remarkable journey, initiating a winning streak for the Nets. On February 27th, the Nets faced the Bucks away from home. Being an away game allowed Irving to participate, which was indeed a favorable development for the Nets. Luo Feng exhaled deeply. The arrival of Irving would afford him more options in his hand. This match was one that simply could not be lost. Setting aside the system's task of securing 5 consecutive victories, there was the lingering grudge from the previous season. Defeating the Bucks was imperative. It was not merely about winning. It was a matter of pride. In the absence of Durant, triumphing over their adversaries would be a resounding victory that would strike at their very core. At the pre-game press conference, Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Bucks made bold declarations. The Nets? They pose no threat, even with Durant's return. Last season has proven that the Nets are not our rivals. His confidence stemmed from the Bucks' commanding victory over the Nets in a regular season game just a month prior, where both Durant and Harden had played, while Irving was absent, resulting in a nearly 20-point loss for Brooklyn. This news reached Luo Feng's ears, and reporters began to stir the pot. Mr. Luo, since your appointment, you have achieved 4 consecutive victories. Do you possess confidence in overcoming the Bucks? Luo Feng stroked his chin and leisurely remarked, The Bucks? I have already discovered a method to vanquish them. Stay tuned. The reporters gasped in astonishment, exclaiming how audacious Luo Feng was. Given the current roster of the Nets, what could they possibly contend with the Bucks? Even if Irving performs well on the road, what difference does it make? Giannis and Middleton remain insurmountable challenges for the Nets. At 7:30 in the evening, the Fiserv Forum hosted the encounter between the Nets and the Bucks. The starting lineup for the Nets comprised of Curry, Irving, Bruce Brown, Drummond, and James Johnson. The Bucks' formidable 5 were Giannis, Middleton, Portis, Vora, and Matthews. In this match, Luo Feng is permitted to utilize 3 star player cards and a rebounding suction tool. Given that the team already boasts Kyrie Irving and the Bucks' strength lies in Giannis Antetokounmpo, he has opted to activate Gobert's star attributes and apply them to Draymond Green. With Gobert's defensive prowess complemented by the rebounding suction tool, the Nets' interior defense should remain formidable. Although Luo Feng has accumulated a considerable number of points, the available items for purchase are still limited. However, he is not in a hurry and intends to adapt to the unfolding circumstances on the court. As the game commenced, Giannis seized the initial possession. Due to the injury of starting center Lopez, Giannis was temporarily tasked with the center position. He initiated a 3-step drive from beyond the arc, charging toward the basket in preparation for a layup, an evident display of dominance. Draymond, being shorter than Giannis and lacking comparable jumping ability or strength, appeared to be at a disadvantage, allowing Giannis to attack the rim with abandon. However, unbeknownst to Giannis, Draymond possessed Gobert's rim protection ability. In an astonishing moment, as Giannis leapt into the air, Draymond suddenly sprang forth, extending his right hand high to emphatically swat Giannis's shot down. This magnificent block took Giannis completely by surprise. Upon landing, he still clutched the basketball, while Draymond refused to relent, leading to a fierce contest for possession. The referee quickly intervened, blowing the whistle and calling for a jump ball. Such intensity in the first round illustrates the significance of this match for both teams. Small Curry and Mills rushed over to high-five and encourage Draymond, equally astonished by his impressive performance today. As Giannis and Draymond positioned themselves in the paint, they prepared for the jump ball. Chapter 16, Giannis exhausted. Although Draymond possessed Gobert's star card, Giannis, with his towering height and long reach, managed to tap the ball first. The Bucks continued their offensive assault. Drawing from the previous experience, Giannis was more cautious, refraining from recklessly charging to the basket again. Middleton, holding the ball at the top of the arc, utilized a screen to penetrate the paint and executed a jump shot successfully. This is one of Middleton's signature moves. His development was crucial to the Bucks' championship victory last season. Whenever Giannis faced setbacks, Middleton consistently rose to the occasion, compensating for the offensive shortcomings. The score now stands at 2-0, with the Bucks in the lead. Luo Feng remained unperturbed, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand to reassure the players to play freely without concern. As the Nets launched their offensive, Brown dribbled past half-court while Jean-Yu skillfully shielded young Curry from defenders, allowing Brown to swiftly pass the ball. Just as young Curry prepared to shoot a three-pointer, Middleton lunged forward. The Bucks' defensive discipline was exceptional, providing no opportunity for the Nets to find open shots. Left with no choice, young Curry passed the ball to Irving. Confronted by Matthews' defense, Irving was unyielding. With a deft feint, he shifted Matthews' balance, then executed a behind-the-back dribble to bypass him. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, captivating the fans who erupted in cheers. Such is the allure of Irving. Despite lacking significant accolades, his style of play is mesmerizing, garnering immense popularity. Consequently, the sales of Irving's jerseys and sneakers have consistently ranked among the top 10 for years, a remarkable feat indeed. After evading Matthews, Irving surged toward the basket. Giannis had been anticipating his arrival, leaping high with his long arms outstretched to envelop Irving. In this position, Irving found himself devoid of space for a layup or a reverse, yet he remained unfazed, soaring into the air, eyes fixed upward. As he deftly slid the ball beneath Giannis's armpit, Drummond had been lying in wait, extending his hand to receive the pass, and executed a thunderous dunk behind Giannis. This exemplifies Irving's extraordinary capability. Giannis was left bewildered. The score stood at 2-2. Luo Feng has always held a deep admiration for Owen's basketball skills, yet he finds it difficult to commend his professional attitude. Perhaps this is indicative of a paradox. After all, no one is flawless. As the ensuing match progressed, the Milwaukee Bucks gradually gained the upper hand, propelled by Giannis Antetokounmpo's evolution over the course of the season. He not only commanded the paint with authority, but had also honed his mid-range shooting and delicate floaters into formidable weapons. Although Drummond possessed Gobert's star card, even the esteemed Gobert himself would struggle to contain Giannis. The moment Drummond managed to contest a rebound against Giannis was merely a result of the latter's momentary lapse in focus. When fully engaged, Giannis is indeed a formidable adversary. With 6 minutes and 21 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 19-13, with the Bucks leading by 6 points. Upon perceiving the unfavorable situation, Luo Feng realized that the score gap was about to widen. Although he had yet to find a suitable tool, an alternative strategy suddenly occurred to him. With the presence of one Irving on the team, the Bucks were already facing considerable challenges. However, relying solely on a single Irving would not suffice to vanquish their opponents. Consequently, the Bucks began to take the lead. But what if there were 2 Irvings within the team? What might that entail? Suddenly, Luo Feng felt an exhilarating anticipation. He decided to channel the abilities of the star player Kyrie Irving onto the young talent, Little Curry. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Bucks concentrated their defense heavily on Irving, with Matthews and Holiday double-teaming him. Following Luo Feng's strategic arrangement, Irving refrained from forcing a shot and instead passed the ball to Little Curry. Although Little Curry was an accurate shooter, his ability to drive to the basket was somewhat average, prompting Middleton to guard him one-on-one. Who could have anticipated that after a dazzling display of dribbling, Little Curry would leave Middleton in his wake and surge toward the paint? Middleton was astounded, wondering, is this truly Little Curry? How can he be as formidable as Irving? Upon reaching the paint, Little Curry executed a graceful floater, securing 2 points. This was undeniably Irving's signature move. The Bucks began to feel a sense of urgency. With Irving being double-teamed, Could they also afford to double-team Little Curry? There were only 5 players on the court, if 4 were focused on one. Was Giannis expected to defend against 3 alone? The Bucks' formation began to falter, with Little Curry and Irving working in tandem, relentlessly tearing apart the Bucks' defense. Despite Giannis still dominating the paint, the Nets had 2 offensive threats flourishing, creating an insurmountable challenge for the opposition. The point differential continued to diminish. By the end of the first quarter, the Nets had surprisingly taken a 2-point lead. The score stood at 38-36, with the Nets ahead. Luo Feng was elated. This maneuver was nothing short of perfection, securing 2 Kyries, truly a stroke of genius. Ding! The host led by 2 points at the end of the first quarter, earning 5 points, totaling 180 points. As the second quarter commenced, Luo Feng decided to allow Kyrie and Curry to take a brief respite, substituting in the reserves. He placed Kyrie's star card on Thomas, who, facing the bench players, easily dominated the game. Thomas began to wreak havoc, and the Nets continued to extend their lead. The head coach of the Bucks was incensed. He had boasted in front of the media alongside Giannis that victory was imperative. Little did he know that Luo Feng possessed such remarkable prowess, activating not only Curry but also Thomas. How could they possibly contend with this? In desperation, the Bucks coach called for a timeout, intending to replace the starters early. Yet, Luo Feng remained unperturbed, continuing to utilize the bench to afford his starters some much-needed rest. In terms of on-the-spot strategy, Luo Feng was decisively outperforming the opposing coach. He had now acquired basic on-the-spot command skills, demonstrating the impressive capabilities of the system. Even a rudimentary level of tactical acumen reached such heights. One could only wonder what the effects of advanced on-the-spot command skills would entail. The Nets' reserves, however, could not withstand the Bucks starters, and the point gap began to narrow. As the clock ticked down to 8 minutes and 24 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the Bucks had taken a 3-point lead. Luo Feng then called for a timeout, bringing the main players onto the court. Consequently, the stamina of both teams' key players diverged significantly. As the Brooklyn Nets starters entered the game, they were invigorated and ready to charge and contest. In stark contrast, the Milwaukee Bucks main players were utterly fatigued, breathing heavily and struggling to keep up. What Luo Feng desired was precisely this effect. He instructed the players, "Accelerate for me. You must unleash your speed." Giannis Antetokounmpo, a maestro of fast breaks in the league, has other teams striving to decelerate and thwart his momentum. Yet, the Nets aimed to quicken their pace. Though the players were perplexed, they adhered to Luo Feng's strategy and began to hasten. In the initial possession, Giannis actively retreated, disrupting the Nets' offense. However, in the subsequent plays, it became evident that Giannis was fatigued and his speed diminished. The Nets players observed this and secretly admired Luo Feng, realizing that accelerating was indeed the right approach. Upon receiving the ball, Little Curry launched forward almost simultaneously with Giannis, driving toward the opposing basket. Giannis, finally outpaced, conceded the chase. Chapter 17. Targeting Giannis. Little Curry elegantly maneuvered, successfully completing a layup. The score was now 54-53, with the Nets trailing by only 1 point. Who could withstand the 2 Kyries? The Bucks continued their offensive, with Middleton bringing the ball past half-court as Giannis set a screen. This was the Bucks' signature tactic, allowing Middleton to either shoot or drive, while Giannis could attack the rim. Following Luo Feng's prescribed strategy, the Nets executed a significant delay, double-teaming Middleton. The purpose was to force him to pass, thereby exhausting Giannis. Indeed, upon receiving the ball, Giannis charged towards the paint. Suddenly, Brown leaped out to intercept him. Bam! Brown was knocked down. The referee called a defensive foul on Brown, granting Giannis free throws. This was also part of Luo Feng's strategy, akin to hack-a-shack. The referee's decisions were instantaneous. If Giannis were called for an offensive foul, it would be a victory. If a defensive foul was called, he would still benefit from the free throws. Giannis had significantly improved his free throw shooting, yet the exertion from the accelerated pace had drained his energy. Even with his extraordinary talent, as a towering figure over 2 meters, repeated sprints would inevitably wear him down. He made one of 2 free throws, bringing the score to 55-53, with the Bucks leading by 1 point. The Nets initiated their offense, with Drummond launching a long pass to Kyrie at midcourt. This fast break was bound to exhaust Giannis. He sprinted to defend, but Kyrie's dribbling was so fluid that he effortlessly bypassed Portis, arriving at the basket to score. The score was now tied at 55. This fast break took merely a little over 4 seconds. Drummond had not participated in the play, conserving considerable energy. The game continued entirely at Luo Feng's pace. The two Kyries relentlessly pushed the tempo, executing their strategy against Giannis. After several possessions, the Nets regained the lead. While the Bucks struggled with fatigue, Coach Budenholzer quickly called a timeout, fixated on Little Curry, bewildered by the drastic transformation in his gameplay. With 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the score stood at 62-58, with the Nets ahead by 4 points. Luo Feng has now become quite adept at utilizing the system, exhibiting a remarkable ability to adapt spontaneously. Thus, during each timeout, he alters the player cards. Observing that Budenholzer was fixated on Little Curry, he anticipated that strategic adjustments would be made during the pause. Consequently, Luo Feng replaced the 3-star players with Jimmy Butler, strategically placing him in Edwards' position before re-entering the game. As expected, Budenholzer implemented a focused defensive scheme against Little Curry, employing a double team with Vora and Middleton. However, to everyone's surprise, Edwards erupted, fully capitalizing on Jimmy Butler's skills. He first thwarted Middleton's drive, and then scored 2 points with a post-up against Matthews. In the final minute of the first half, his performance on both offense and defense widened the gap to 9 points. The score stood at 67-58 as the game approached halftime. Budenholzer, the Bucks head coach, was left bewildered. As an experienced strategist, he had never encountered such a scenario. In the TNT broadcast room, Shaquille O'Neal was once again taken aback. "This kid Luo Feng is impressive. How could the Bucks be trailing?" O'Neal was completely puzzled. "It's your bias against them. I noticed it in the first 2 games." Barkley retorted proudly. "To be frank, Luo Feng's ability to adapt on the fly is truly remarkable. He resolves issues during every timeout, a skill that surpasses many traditional coaches." Unlike the other two, Smith maintained a more analytical approach rather than engaging in arguments. Yet, he questioned why someone without prior coaching experience had been recruited by the Nets. O'Neal remained perplexed. Some individuals possess innate talent. It's simply a matter of opportunity. Luo Feng is indeed the chosen one. Barkley, having been impressed by Yao Ming, held the players from Dragon Country in high regard and thus remained a steadfast supporter of Luo Feng. Indeed, Luo Feng possesses not only talent, but also a stroke of luck. The Nets have truly struck gold. Smith lamented. Barkley, recalling their previous wager, continued to jest with O'Neal. "Little Shark, don't forget our bet. If the Nets make the playoffs, you owe me a donkey's rear." O'Neal felt somewhat reckless, offering a sheepish smile, reluctant to respond. As the second half commenced, the Bucks made several adjustments, demonstrating Budenholzer's prowess. On the defensive end, he implemented a twin tower strategy with Giannis and Portis, while Middleton and Matthews focused on locking down the perimeter, slowing the pace of the game. Offensively, he directed the entire team to set screens for Middleton, betting on his shooting touch to allow Giannis some respite on the court. This strategy proved highly effective, as the Nets struggled to maintain their tempo, severely restricting their offensive capabilities. Luo Feng alternated between showcasing the star cards of Irving, George, and Butler. Yet the results were rather lackluster. The point differential began to dwindle, and the fervent enthusiasm of the Bucks' home crowd surged. For the defending champions, nothing could bring greater joy than to triumph once more over the Nets. With a grave expression, Luo Feng realized that this match was one he could not afford to lose. After succumbing to the Bucks in the previous season's playoffs, failing to conquer them this season would hinder the Nets' aspirations to break through the Eastern Conference. He swiftly searched for items within the system. Currently, Luo Feng held the position of a level 1 coach, and only by achieving a 5-game winning streak could he ascend to level 2. Numerous items were restricted for purchase to coaches of level 2 or above. At last, he stumbled upon an item available for purchase by a level 1 coach, albeit at a steep cost of 50 points. The item was named Elementary Wave, with the description stating, "Within 3 minutes, one could achieve a score of 15-0 in a single surge." Luo Feng glanced at the score on the court. It stood at 73-75, with the Bucks trailing by a mere 2 points. If they could grit their teeth and hold on, avoiding a significant loss, a surge of 15-0 in the latter half of the third quarter could equalize the score. Button, noticing Luo Feng's lack of strategy, felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed that the rookie was indeed just a rookie, possessing only a modicum of cleverness. Button felt a surge of pride within. As the game progressed, the Bucks gradually closed the gap and, by the 6th minute, managed to take the lead. The Nets players awaited Luo Feng's response, for each of his adjustments had the power to turn the tide. However, To their surprise, Luo Feng remained steadfast, making no changes, not even calling a timeout. This left the players feeling rather uneasy. Had the head coach given up? It would be understandable. The Bucks were fully staffed and inherently stronger than them. Perhaps it was best to simply show some spirit and accept defeat, or so the coach must have thought. The match continued until 8 minutes and 55 seconds into the third quarter, when Luo Feng suddenly called a timeout. He intended to deploy a tactic he had prepared, having purchased 2 basic momentum bursts, one for the third quarter and one for the fourth. During the timeout, Luo Feng made substitutions. Recognizing that the momentum burst would demand considerable physical exertion from the players. His starters were fatigued, so he opted to send in fresh substitutes to execute the strategy. Thomas, Aldridge, Sharp, Mills, and James Johnson. Luo Feng employed a powerful momentum-driven strategy. This lineup, while not entirely lacking merit, paled in comparison to that of the Bucks. The Nets reserves took to the court, igniting a surge of energy. A miracle unfolded. The Bucks players could not find the basket, while the Nets athletes appeared to be under divine influence. The hoop seemed as vast as an ocean, allowing every shot to find its mark. Swish, swish, swish. Thomas nailed a mid-range jumper. Mills sank a three-pointer. Aldridge executed a turnaround jumper. Sharp drove to the basket and scored. James added a second-chance opportunity and converted. The Bucks were left astounded, with Coach Budenholzer even forgetting to call a timeout. Initially, he attributed the situation to mere shooting woes, but as time passed, he sensed something amiss. It felt as if they were cursed. With the third quarter nearing its conclusion, Budenholzer decided against calling a timeout. As the third quarter came to a close, the score stood at 92-83, with the Nets having surged ahead by 9 points. Luo Feng clenched his fists tightly and let out a roar. This item is truly invaluable. It is indeed a remarkable flow, and this is merely the basic level. One can only imagine what the intermediate or advanced levels would entail. It is hard to fathom. Alas, Luo Feng's current level is too low, and he must wait patiently. The players of the Nets were once again filled with excitement. This remarkable flow astonished everyone. The fans of the Bucks fell silent once more, unable to believe how a seemingly advantageous situation had suddenly been reversed. However, it was destined to be a roller coaster of emotions for the Bucks supporters today. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Bucks regained their advantage and returned to form. The Nets players fought valiantly, yet the Bucks gradually caught up, with Giannis entering the game early to turn the tide. Budenholzer sighed in relief, grateful that the Bucks' overall strength prevailed. Those 3 minutes were merely a coincidental blackout. With 8 minutes and 42 seconds remaining, the score stood at 107-99, with the Nets trailing by 8 points. The Bucks believed the outcome was sealed, as the Nets appeared completely overwhelmed. Drummond had fouled out, Irving was fatigued, and Curry was struggling with his shots. Conversely, the Bucks were thriving, with Middleton consistently sinking mid-range shots and Giannis dominating in the paint. In the TNT broadcast room, Shaquille O'Neal erupted with excitement. "Wow, what did I tell you? A rookie is just a rookie. How can he compare to Coach Budenholzer?" Haha. Barkley, however, no longer wore a smile. He had thought that the previous surge was the Nets' resurgence, only to find them trailing again in the fourth quarter. Given the current roster of the Nets, was it not to be expected that they would lose? The coach is not a magician. Barkley continued to defend Luo Feng. Smith also showed bias towards Luo Feng, but expressed it more delicately. Luo Feng has given his all, especially considering they are playing away. It is commendable that they have not been completely crushed. Luo Feng called for a timeout with just over 3 minutes remaining in the match. The use of a basic one-wave prop was now permitted. Each prop cost 50 points. Utilizing 2 would deplete a hefty 100 points, which was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. However, defeating the Bucks was the collective aspiration of the Nets, making the expenditure necessary. The substitute players re-entered the court, and Bucks head coach Buden sensed a troubling omen. At such a critical juncture, why were the main players being substituted? Did they dare to dream of a one-wave strategy? Yet, the reality was that a dream had indeed manifested. As the Nets substitutes took to the court, miracles unfolded once more. With a flurry of stunning shots, the Nets players found their rhythm, while the Bucks players returned to their previous ineffectiveness. The 8-point deficit vanished in an instant, prompting Buden to urgently call for a timeout. However, the duration of the basic one-wave prop was measured by the game clock, meaning the timer paused during the timeout. During this interval, Buden hastily made substitutions, believing that the current players had simply lost their touch. Yet, despite his changes, The Nets continued their scoring spree upon resuming play. Shaquille O'Neal's smile had barely faded before it froze in place. Charles Barkley, unable to contain his amusement, approached Shaquille and pinched his cheek, teasing, "Hey, you're not stuck, are you? Why the silence?" Smith remained somber, sensing the sudden surge from the Nets players was rather unusual. Could this be a secret weapon developed by Luo Feng? Perhaps honed in clandestine practice sessions by the substitutes? Luo Feng was indeed remarkable. His tactics were nothing short of genius. As the basic one-wave effect concluded, only 18 seconds remained in the match, with a score of 114 to 107. The Bucks' prospects had dimmed significantly. Budden's complexion turned ashen, reflecting his despair. It was as if he had no idea how to face defeat. The Bucks ceased their offensive efforts, allowing the clock to wind down. Giannis Antetokounmpo appeared deflated, his pre-game bravado now a source of ridicule, as he silently retreated to the locker room. Budden approached Luo Feng and extended a handshake, remarking, "You hardly seem like a new coach. Your skills are impressive." Luo Feng humbly remarked, "Fortunately, today luck has favored us. I hope to encounter you again in the playoffs." Although his tone was gentle, there was an underlying sharpness that made Budden break into a cold sweat. Could they possibly triumph against such a formidable Nets team in the playoffs? It seemed exceedingly challenging. Ding. Host Luo Feng has completed Task 3, achieving 5 consecutive victories. The host has been promoted to Level 2 coach, receiving a generous reward package. The reward includes a second-team star card and a novice shot-blocking king. Host points, 115. Luo Feng gazed skyward, erupting into laughter as he finally ascended to the rank of a second-level coach, which allowed him to unlock a variety of new tools. His remarkable achievement of 5 consecutive victories had catapulted him into the spotlight within the league, drawing a flurry of media reporters eager to conduct interviews. However, he graciously declined all requests, for his ascent to the coaching position was not driven by ambition, but rather by the pursuit of financial gain. With each victorious match yielding a reward of $50,000. He had already secured a total of $250,000 and felt it was time to indulge in some expenditures. Primarily, his current residence was situated quite far from the arena, prompting him to seek a more conveniently located rental. Additionally, he intended to purchase a vehicle. As in the United States, a sum exceeding $100,000 could procure a commendable automobile. Luo Feng still recalls the time when he first joined the Nets club, and he developed a fondness for a cheerleader, a stunning blonde beauty named Annie. He had once expressed his affection for Annie and had sent her roses for several consecutive days. However, Annie responded with indifference, informing him that they were merely colleagues. This incident led to 2 players mocking Luo Feng at that time. Now, with Luo Feng's rise to fame, Annie has begun to draw closer to him. After Luo Feng completed an interview following the game, Annie casually strolled past him. Luo Feng, "Oh no, coach, do you have some time tonight?" Chapter 19. The arrival of romantic fortune. Luo Feng had long since perceived that Annie had been covertly glancing at him these past few days. How utterly pragmatic women can be. Once indifferent to me, now she finds herself yearning for something beyond her reach. "I beg your pardon. I have already made plans with someone else this evening." With a faint smile, Luo Feng gestured a casual farewell and departed gracefully. Annie, frustrated, bit her lip and stood there awkwardly. The following day, Luo Feng first relinquished the rental of his previous abode and secured an apartment near the gym, spanning over 70 square meters for a monthly sum of $800. Such a notion had been unfathomable to him in the past, nearly equivalent to half a month's salary. Subsequently, he acquired a Mercedes G-Class, investing $120,000. Now possessing both a vehicle and a residence, Luo Feng felt a sense of reassurance settle within him. Nevertheless, he remained devoted to his training, refusing to relent. The next day, he arrived early at the gym, only to discover Humphreys awaiting him in his office. "Humphreys, you're here quite early." Luo Feng approached him, initiating a friendly high five. "Luo Feng, may I pose a rather bold question to you?" Humphreys had always been kind to Luo Feng. In the past, he had been merely a helper, frequently summoned by others. Yet Humphreys had treated him with considerable care. "Please, don't be so formal. Feel free to speak your mind," Luo Feng replied, harboring gratitude and seeking an opportunity to reciprocate his kindness. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Luo Feng did not anticipate that he would pose such a question, momentarily taken aback. "Not at all. Why do you inquire?" "Hee, to be candid, I have a daughter who is currently in her sophomore year. I hope you two can have a conversation." Americans tend to be relatively open-minded, Although this is merely an introduction, it can certainly begin from friendship. Luo Feng did not decline the offer, based on Humphrey's character. He believed his daughter would be exceptional. As for her appearance, he had seen photographs of Humphreys and his spouse from their youth. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful. Thus their offspring would undoubtedly be remarkable. Humphreys, I am truly grateful and honored. May I invite her to dinner this evening? Haha, of course. I will share her number with you, and you may arrange the details yourselves. Luo Feng noted down the phone number and commenced his work. The role of a coach is fundamental to Luo Feng's improvement, and his passion for basketball necessitates a strong sense of dedication. The next adversary for the Nets is a home game against the Raptors. In Luo Feng's recollection, his team suffered a significant defeat against the Nets in that match. However, he now stands as the head coach, determined to secure victory against the Raptors. During training, Luo Feng specifically instructed the Nets forwards to hone their defensive skills. As the Raptors boast a formidable lineup, including Siakam, Barnes, Akayawa, and Cedius Young, all of whom are fierce competitors, there is a silver lining for the Nets, as Claxton has recovered from his injury, providing reinforcement on the front line. Yet, with the game being at home, Irving is unable to participate. Nonetheless, Luo Feng remains unfazed. As a level 2 coach, he is now permitted to acquire new coaching tools. After a day filled with intense training, Luo Feng set out in his car to meet Aisha, the daughter of Humphreys, for dinner. In truth, had anyone else attempted to introduce a girlfriend to him, Luo Feng would have undoubtedly declined. Having experienced too many dismissive glances in the past, he would instinctively refuse any overtures towards him. At 8:30 in the evening, he arrived at the entrance of Universal Studios Hollywood. It appears that foreign matchmaking also favors iconic locations for such encounters. Despite having mentally prepared himself for Aisha's beauty, he was utterly astounded upon their first meeting. She was simply breathtaking, with a distinctly Western visage yet embodying the aesthetics of both East and West. She stood just over 5 feet tall, possessing a stunning figure, chestnut hair, and a youthful ponytail that exuded vitality. "Hello, Coach Luo, I am Aisha," she greeted, extending her delicate, fair hand with grace. Luo Feng quickly extended his hand and said, "Aisha, hello, I feel as though we have met before." Aisha's smile struck Luo Feng as familiar, not merely a line to charm women, but a genuine sense of recognition. "You are not mistaken," she replied with a playful giggle. "I was once a cheerleader for the Brooklyn Nets, though I only stayed for half a month before departing." Luo Feng suddenly understood. No wonder. He had indeed encountered Aisha's smile before, so soothing and reminiscent of the delightful Britney Spears. How intriguing it was to ponder why she had departed. Curiously, Luo Feng inquired, "Why did you leave?" "I was merely having fun as a cheerleader, but with exams approaching at school, I decided to step back." Aisha replied with a graceful demeanor that was quite reassuring. "Let us go. I have reserved a table for us. It's time to indulge in some food." Since Luo Feng assumed the position of head coach, his demeanor has undoubtedly undergone a significant transformation, radiating a newfound confidence. Do you believe it? In truth, when I first encountered you, I found you to be quite impressive, though I never anticipated that you would ascend to the role of head coach. Aisha sat opposite Luo Feng, her right hand resting delicately on her chin as she gazed at him. Luo Feng smiled apologetically. "I never expected this. It seems to be a twist of fate." Aisha, with a hint of pride, introduced herself. "I am the captain of the school's women's basketball team and have a deep passion for the sport." Luo Feng raised his thumb in appreciation. "No wonder. Your physique is remarkable, and you exude an undeniable athletic charm." "You flatter me," she replied. "But the truth is, you are quite handsome. And all of us on the women's basketball team admire you greatly." Luo Feng was taken aback, wondering if he had truly made such a significant impact as a coach in less than a month. "Is this for real? Aisha, you aren't pulling my leg, are you?" he inquired with a smile. "Absolutely true. My teammates were once devoted fans of the Knicks, but now they are ardent supporters of the Nets, all thanks to you." Aisha replied earnestly. "Yet, my interest lies solely in you," Luo Feng boldly declared, subtly conveying his intentions. Such a girl would undoubtedly be highly sought after in college, and Luo Feng felt compelled to seize this opportunity. Aisha chuckled softly, lowering her gaze as she replied, "You can't be serious." "Indeed, I speak from the heart." He reassured her. "You've become so famous, so popular. Would someone like you really take an interest in me?" Aisha's demeanor hinted at a touch of insecurity. Luo Feng raised his hand and swore, "Everything I say is true. If I were to speak falsehoods, swearing would be utterly pointless. Aisha promptly seized Luo Feng's hand. True to her role as the captain of the women's basketball team, her grip was quite strong, and Luo Feng could feel the power in her grasp. Suddenly, he conceived an opportunity for intimate interaction with Aisha. When can we play basketball together? He thought of the chance to back her down in a one-on-one duel. Have you ever played NCAA? He inquired. I have, but I was a substitute, she replied. Which school? Michigan State University. Aisha nodded slightly, her fondness for Luo Feng evidently increasing. Aisha, your father is a wonderful man. I consider it a privilege to be his colleague, Luo Feng expressed sincerely. I wholeheartedly agree. My dad is indeed a remarkable person. In Chapter 20, an appointment with Aisha for a duel, the two continued their conversation over dinner until after 9 in the evening. Upon finishing their meal, Luo Feng drove Aisha home. As they arrived at her doorstep, he noticed Humphreys waiting for them. Typically, Luo Feng and Humphreys engaged in lively discussions. But in this instance, he felt somewhat reserved. Dad, I'll head inside first. You can chat with Luo Feng, Aisha said, turning back to bid farewell. Thank you for dinner. Goodbye. Let's schedule a time for that duel. Sure, goodbye. Humphreys and Luo Feng strolled along a nearby path. What do you think of Aisha? Humphreys asked. She's wonderful, Luo Feng replied. She is the apple of my eye, so please don't mistreat her, Humphreys cautioned. How could I? You know me well enough. Luo Feng chuckled. It's precisely because I know you that I'm facilitating this connection. Don't feel any pressure. Just treat her as a friend. Humphreys advised with a relaxed demeanor. After chatting for a while, Luo Feng noticed the time and took his leave. On March 1st, at 7:30 p.m., the Nets faced off against the Raptors at their home court. During the pre-game press conference, Raptors head coach Nick Nurse made bold claims, stating that the Nets' 5-game winning streak was merely a stroke of luck. The Nets? What do they have to defeat us? They've only played a few good minutes. It's all luck, he proclaimed. If we don't win by at least 20 points, I will run 3 laps around Barclays Center in a Nets jersey. The reporters erupted in laughter at Nurse's audacity. However, the Raptors indeed had the confidence, boasting a formidable lineup. A reporter posed the question, Coach Nurse, if you lose, will you truly wear the Nets jersey and run 3 laps? Absolutely. I stand by my word. One of the reporters relayed this statement to Luo Feng, who merely scoffed. Before his transcendence, the Raptors had triumphed over the Nets by more than 30 points, but today was different. If they wished to win, they would have to first overcome him. The starting lineup for the Nets included Curry, Brown, Drummond, Johnson, and Mills, while the Raptors featured Siakam, Trent, Barnes, Birch, and Malachi Flynn. This season, the rookie Barnes had been impressive, alongside the Cavaliers' Mobley, both standing out among this year's new talents. As the game commenced, the jump ball was contested, and Drummond seized the first possession for the Nets, initiating their offensive play. In the system, Luo Feng has already attained the status of a level 2 coach, possessing 2 skills, a second-team All-Star card, and a basic shot-blocking king. He decided to assign the basic shot-blocking king to Drummond. Last year's second team featured players like Embiid, Chris Paul, Randall, Lillard, and LeBron James. To contend with the Raptors' formidable forwards, a more potent lineup was essential. Within this second team, both Randall and LeBron are forwards, yet it is evident that LeBron operates on an entirely different level. Consequently, Luo Feng unhesitatingly placed the James Star card on James Johnson. In previous matches, Johnson had played a blue-collar role, occasionally attempting a three-pointer while primarily focusing on rebounding and cutting to the basket. Thus, the Raptors did not regard him with much concern. Mills dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to James Johnson, in accordance with Luo Feng's directive. The Nets players were once again taken aback. Handing the ball to Johnson for distribution? What sort of strategy was this? Yet, this James transformed into the formidable player he was known to be. Upon receiving the ball, Johnson executed a swift change of direction and charged towards the basket with the force of a tank. Siakam attempted to intervene, but Johnson barreled through like an unstoppable juggernaut, soaring for a thunderous dunk. Right from the outset, Johnson established dominance over the Raptors. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling a blocking foul against Siakam. 2-1. The home fans of the Nets were both astonished and elated. Goodness, when did Johnson become this formidable? Is it true that all players named James possess such prowess? The Raptors were equally startled. Who was this Johnson? He had not been particularly impressive in the past. Johnson celebrated with his teammates, brimming with confidence. He stood at the free throw line and successfully converted the additional free throw. 3 o'clock. The Raptors initiated their offensive play. Flynn dribbled past half court, with Barnes positioning himself against Brown, reaching out for the ball. Flynn promptly delivered the pass. As a rookie this year, Barnes displayed a tenacious style of play, significantly aiding the Raptors. Noticing that Brown was considerably shorter, he seized the opportunity to exploit this mismatch. Brown, unable to withstand the force, was pushed back repeatedly as Barnes advanced towards the basket. Just as he leapt to attempt a layup, a shadow suddenly emerged, and with a resounding slap, he was met with a spectacular block. The basic shot-blocking king. Although Drummond's height was advantageous, his jump had considerably diminished. Nevertheless, with the basic shot-blocking king skill granted by Luo Feng, he effortlessly delivered a towering block against Barnes. As Luo Feng observed from the sidelines, he let out a triumphant roar. Give them a powerful block. Make them crumble mentally. It's just a front line, isn't it? Let you all feast on hot pot. The Raptors' head coach, Nick Nurse, stood in stunned silence. Well aware of Drummond's current limitations, this guy could hardly jump, yet he executed such an audacious block. The ball was sent flying out of bounds by Drummond, and the Raptors continued their possession. However, they had only 7 seconds left on the shot clock. Siakam inbound the ball directly to Birch. Birch set a screen for Trent, driving into the paint, preparing for a floater. Unfortunately, Drummond appeared as if from nowhere, delivering yet another emphatic rejection. This time, he controlled the trajectory perfectly, preventing the ball from going out of bounds, directing it right in front of James Johnson. Seizing the opportunity, Johnson immediately launched a counterattack. Barnes attempted to intervene but was knocked to the ground by Johnson, with the referee remaining silent. Johnson charged towards the rim, executing a ferocious dunk. Bang! The score was now 5 o'clock. The Nets had a dreamlike start. Nurse could no longer sit idle. However, with only 30 seconds into the game, he couldn't call a timeout just yet. He stood on the sidelines, his face a mask of frustration, shouting, "Defend! Everyone, get moving!" Yet, it was not merely a matter of running. It was the inability to penetrate the paint that was the issue. After several possessions, the Raptors had no choice but to shift their focus to outside shooting. Flynn and Birch began taking three-point shots. Unfortunately, their shooting was lackluster, with Flynn managing only 1 out of 3 attempts. Meanwhile, the Nets' Johnson relentlessly drove to the basket, either finishing himself or distributing the ball to his teammates, showcasing a star-studded performance. Curry, Mills, and Brown all hit consecutive shots. In less than 3 minutes, the Nets had surged to a 14-3 lead. Nurse, seeing no other option, called a timeout. Chapter 21. A relentless assault on the Raptors. The Barclays Center erupted with fervor, the cheers resonating like a tidal wave. The Nets had never displayed such cohesion in recent matches. This was precisely what owner Tsai yearned to witness. Previously, the spectators at Nets home games were merely there for the spectacle, with most not being true fans of the team. It was not uncommon to hear fans chanting MVP for stars of opposing teams during Nets games, a phenomenon that had become a source of ridicule for the franchise. The root cause was the Nets' lack of heritage and mediocre performance, lacking the foundation of a championship team. However, with Luo Feng's arrival, the team seemed to find its footing. This remarkable young coach had managed to lead these fringe players to consecutive victories, proving to be a transformative figure. During the timeout, Luo Feng advised his players, "Do not fear their front line. Drummond can handle them all. Your focus should be on offense and converting Johnson's passes." The Nets' strategy was consistently simple, yet remarkably effective. Nurse, at a loss for viable solutions, had not anticipated the extent of Drummond's blocking prowess. Even less did he foresee Johnson's gameplay, reminiscent of LeBron's powerful drives and adept ball distribution. When play resumed after the timeout, the Nets continued to dominate the Raptors mercilessly. Drummond had recorded 7 blocks in just over 8 minutes of the first quarter. Meanwhile, Johnson had tallied 11 points, 5 assists, and 6 rebounds in the same span, virtually akin to LeBron James' peak statistics. The gap widened further, now standing at 27-14. Nurse, having lost faith in the Raptors' starting lineup, reluctantly called for a timeout, preparing to substitute in the bench players. Luo Feng began to implement substitutions, simultaneously transferring the skill of the primary shot-blocking champion to Aldridge. Furthermore, he bestowed the skills of the second-team star Embiid upon Claxton. With Claxton returning from injury, he offered a significant advantage in height for the Nets. Previously regarded as merely a rough player who capitalized on easy opportunities, he now possessed Embiid's technique, leaving Luo Feng eager to witness his performance. As the timeout concluded, Both teams' bench players commenced their competition. The Raptors' substitutes were formidable, featuring Akayawa, Saddiq Bey, Watanabe Yuta, and Boucher, all of whom displayed considerable prowess. However, when compared to the Nets bench, they seemed somewhat lacking. The combination of Embiid and Aldridge was already daunting, and with Aldridge now wielding the skill of a primary shot-blocking champion, they became utterly unstoppable. Right from the outset, Aldridge delivered a resounding block on Akayawa, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Shortly thereafter, Claxton received a pass from Thomas in the paint and executed a smooth fadeaway jumper, scoring 2 points. The players of the Nets were left in astonishment. Could it be that Claxton had secretly honed his skills during his recovery? The Raptors were nearly in tears. It was one thing for the Nets starters to be so formidable, but how could their substitutes be equally as fierce? As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 36-20, with the Nets leading by a remarkable 16 points. Standing at the sidelines, Luo Feng wore a sinister grin upon his face. You dared to ruthlessly trample us by 35 points today. I shall unleash a 50-point onslaught upon you. Just before the commencement of the second quarter, Luo Feng commanded his players to show no mercy, insisting that they extend the lead to over 30 points in the first half. As the second quarter began, the bench players continued their relentless assault, with Claxton and Aldridge scoring with wild abandon. On the defensive front, the duo transformed the paint into a no-fly zone. With 5 minutes and 27 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the score stood at 59-24, granting them a commanding 25-point lead. Upon observing that his substitutes appeared fatigued, Luo Feng called for a timeout, reintroducing the starting lineup onto the court. The primary players, awaiting their turn below, were filled with impatience, eager to outshine their counterparts and establish a more significant lead. Alas, the Raptors found themselves as mere prey, caught in the fierce competition between the Nets starters and substitutes. Once the first-string players resumed play, they surged forward with unrelenting momentum, extending the score gap to an astonishing 37 points by halftime. As the first half concluded, the Raptors trudged off the court, heads bowed in defeat. Utterly bewildered by the onslaught they had endured, Luo Feng stood at the sidelines, celebrating with each team member through a series of enthusiastic high-fives. The match had been exhilarating, and the teammates played with evident joy. Undoubtedly, the most elated were the fans at the Barclays Center. The Brooklyn Nets supporters began to take shape, with devoted fans gradually increasing in number. Previously, it was only at the Knicks' home games that various celebrities would grace the front rows. However, following a streak of 5 consecutive victories, the Nets arena also witnessed the presence of a few notable figures. In the first half, Luo Feng was so engrossed in the match that he failed to notice the presence of Tom Cruise, the boxing champion Tyson, and Lady Gaga at the venue. However, Luo Feng was not acquainted with them and merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction. To his surprise, Tom Cruise and Tyson approached him with enthusiasm. "Hello, Luo Feng. We are your fans," they exclaimed, embracing him in a warm greeting. Luo Feng was somewhat taken aback, yet he warmly engaged in conversation with them. Previously, he had only encountered these two individuals on screen, but seeing them in person was quite a different experience. Tom Cruise was indeed shorter than expected, yet undeniably charming. Despite the passage of time, his facial features remained captivating. Tyson, on the other hand, had visibly aged. His hair and beard were now white, yet the fierce expression on his face was still quite evident. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Luo Feng returned to the locker room. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by the cheerful laughter of his teammates. A victorious match served as the finest adhesive, fostering camaraderie among the players. "Brothers, did you enjoy the game today?" Luo Feng inquired with a smile. "Absolutely," the players replied in unison. At this moment, Luo Feng held immense respect among the players and felt no pressure. "Brothers, do not show mercy. Continue to deliver fierce blows in the second half. If we do not lead by 50 points by the end of the match, I will make you all run 50 laps." Luo Feng half-jokingly threatened, having already established a 37-point lead in the first half. A 50-point margin seemed rather reasonable. The players raised their hands enthusiastically, exclaiming, "We aim for a 60-point lead." "Very well," Luo declared. "Should we achieve a 60-point advantage, I shall treat you all to a grand feast." "Wow, Coach Luo is treating us to a feast? Surely this is no jest. What shall we eat? Chinese cuisine, perhaps? It is my absolute favorite." If the Raptors coach were to witness this scene, he would likely be furious enough to spit blood. The match was far from over, yet they were already discussing their meal. As the halftime intermission concluded, the main players returned to the court. the Raptors made some adjustments, opting for a smaller lineup in hopes of increasing their pace. However, this strategy proved of little consequence to the Nets, as the formidable duo of James and Durant remained unfazed by a faster game. In fact, James and Durant even managed to add a few more blocks to their tally. The gap widened further, and before the end of the third quarter, the lead had swelled to 54 points. Luo Feng cast a sidelong glance at Nash and noticed that his face had turned a shade of green. 60 points. Make it 60, he bellowed with intention, urging Nash to push harder. Nash felt as though he were seeing stars. Chapter 22. A date with Aisha. With 3 quarters completed, the score stood at 97-41, a staggering deficit of 56 points. The Raptors had crumbled, their coach and players alike wearing expressions of utter desolation. Losing is not inherently dreadful, but to lose in such a manner is truly humiliating. Paul had once faced a defeat by 58 points, a jest that fans have continued to mock him with. Should the Raptors surpass that 58-point margin, one can only imagine how long they would be subjected to ridicule. It appeared that Luo Feng had no intention of relenting. As the fourth quarter commenced, the bench players remained fully committed, each athlete demonstrating remarkable effort. This left Raptors coach Nurse utterly perplexed. Was there such a deep-seated rivalry? If the Nets had been led by a renowned coach, Nurse would undoubtedly have sought mercy on their behalf. It reminded him of a regular season match from the previous year, where the Raptors mercilessly defeated the Warriors by over 50 points, prompting Warriors coach Kerr to plead for clemency from Nurse. Subsequently, both teams fielded their third-string lineups, and the score differential became less embarrassing. However, it was utterly inconceivable for Nurse to concede to a novice coach. Thus, he remained steadfast. The gap widened to 58 points, 59 points, 60 points, 62 points. With just 4 minutes and 27 seconds left in the game, the disparity reached a staggering 63 points. This was utterly terrifying. Nurse could no longer endure it. He simply sat there in silence, refraining from calling a timeout, embodying the spirit of a pig that fears not the scalding water. Luo Feng remained relentless, urging the players to strike with fervor. He paid no heed to the ethics of the arena or the intricacies of human relations. This was a competition, and naturally, every effort was to be exerted. Moreover, prior to the match, Nash had made a bold statement, declaring that should he lose, he would run 3 laps around the Barclays Center in a Brooklyn Nets jersey. Such a spectacular performance was simply unmissable. Luo Feng must fulfill his destiny. Each passing second on the court is a torment for Nick Nurse and the Raptors players. There is an old saying in Longwa, a day feels like a year. Now, for the Raptors, every second feels like an eternity. At last, the referee's whistle sounded, bringing an end to this massacre. The Nets triumphed over the Raptors with a staggering score of 138-77, marking the most lopsided game of the season. After the match, Nurse did not approach Luo Feng to exchange pleasantries, and Luo Feng, in turn, was indifferent to him. The media reporters were ecstatic, for this record provided ample material to write about. Mr. Luo Feng, your team played exceptionally well today. Could you elaborate on the primary reasons behind this victory? Luo Feng, showing no signs of arrogance, shrugged and replied, it is undoubtedly the players who excelled. Perhaps in the face of previous consecutive defeats, they had been holding their breath, and now they can finally unleash their pent-up energy. The Raptors, too, seemed to be plagued by misfortune today. Although his words lacked any venom, they still resonated with a certain sharpness. I have heard whispers that Coach Nurse stated before the game that if he were to lose, he would don a Brooklyn Nets jersey and run 3 laps around the Barclays Center. Is this true? Luo Feng understood that the journalist was deliberately provoking a situation. Nash had indeed made such a statement, but the journalist should have been the first to know. I would like to inquire, however, whether this statement is true or not. It was not I who conducted the interview, was it? Luo Feng's eccentric demeanor elicited uproarious laughter from the reporters. In the midst of the interview, a journalist suddenly rushed over, exclaiming loudly, "Hurry to interview Coach Nash. He has borrowed a Brooklyn Nets jersey and has gone for a run." The reporters, in a flurry, swiftly departed en masse to capture footage of Nash. Luo Feng stifled a laugh and inquired, "Aren't you going to take photographs?" The journalist chuckled in response, "No need. We shall reprint them later." This resounding victory catapulted the Nets to become the most talked-about team in the league. Since Luo Feng took office, he has achieved an impressive 6 consecutive victories. It is noteworthy that these 6 teams are not mere pushovers. Among them are the reigning champions, the Milwaukee Bucks. as well as the playoff contenders, the Toronto Raptors and the Boston Celtics. Luo Feng's coaching career has only just commenced, yet he has dazzled the world with an impressive 6 consecutive victories, akin to a meteoric rise to prominence. However, these triumphs occur within the regular season and do not entirely encapsulate the broader picture. While the media extols Luo Feng's prowess, dissenting voices also emerge. For instance, Stephen Smith, often dubbed the American Yang Yi, has publicly remarked that Luo Feng is adept at unearthing the potential of bench players. Nonetheless, he contends that Luo Feng is merely taking shortcuts and will inevitably falter in the playoffs. In response to these comments, Luo Feng has chosen to remain silent. Luo Feng is not one to engage in idle chatter. He believes that actions speak louder than words, and everything should be measured by playoff performance. The time to discuss such matters will come later. After the match, Luo Feng chose not to pander to the barrage of media reporters, but instead discreetly went on a date with Aisha. The resounding victory over the Raptors has increased his points by 75, bringing his total to 190. Now a level 2 coach, he is poised to unlock a plethora of new tools. However, the system has yet to assign him a new task, which leaves Luo Feng somewhat puzzled. The system is attuned to the host's thoughts, and just as Luo Feng contemplated this, the system provided a response. Ding. The abilities currently possessed by the host are sufficient to lead the Nets into the playoffs. Task 4. Guide the Nets into the playoffs and secure a position in the upper half. Luo Feng glanced at the schedule and standings. After a remarkable 6-game winning streak, the Nets currently hold the 8th position in the Eastern Conference, securing a spot in the playoffs. However, they remain 3.5 games behind the 4th-place Celtics. With 21 games remaining, if the Nets can triumph in 18 of them, they should be able to ascend to the upper half of the rankings. Of course, these are merely estimations, but given Luo Feng's current prowess and the assistance of the system, it should not pose a significant challenge. The second date between Luo Feng and Aisha was far from romantic. The two had arranged to meet at the sports field. Standing at an impressive height of 1.87 meters, Luo Feng boasts a well-proportioned physique clad in the training attire of the Brooklyn Nets, exuding an air of charisma. Aisha, adorned in the pink sportswear of her school team and sporting a sleek ponytail, is equally captivating. As this handsome duo strolls together, they undoubtedly turn heads, achieving a remarkable 100% attention rate. Were it not for Luo Feng's baseball cap and sunglasses, there would surely be fans approaching for autographs. The pair arrives at the hallowed grounds of street basketball, Venice Beach, nestled within a quaint town in Los Angeles, where the climate is perpetually spring-like, basked in the warm glow of sunshine. This locale attracts numerous sports enthusiasts, offering a plethora of activities such as weightlifting, surfing, gymnastics, and basketball. However, Luo Feng and Aisha's visit is not solely for the purpose of engaging in a competitive match. It is also a much-needed retreat. It must be acknowledged that the role of a coach is quite demanding. While it may appear effortless, the psychological pressures are indeed substantial. Although Luo Feng benefits from the assistance of a system, he remains deeply engaged in contemplation, observation, and decision-making every single moment. After an intense match, his mind buzzes with activity. Thus, he chose to rendezvous with Aisha at this picturesque locale. Venice Beach boasts several basketball courts, the largest of which primarily serves as a stage for streetball luminaries. Basketball is immensely popular in the United States, drawing substantial crowds not only to the NBA, but also to the NCAA and various urban streetball events. Chapter 23. American One-on-One. Los Angeles' Venice Beach is among the most renowned, often regarded as a sanctuary for streetball enthusiasts. The couple, seeking a quieter experience, opted for a less crowded court nearby. Despite their understated demeanor, their striking appearances inevitably drew the attention of many onlookers. Observers could not help but envy Luo Feng as he skillfully played against Aisha, whose curvaceous figure captivated the gaze of many men, while women's eyes flitted between her and Luo Feng. After a brief period of play, both were slightly perspiring. "Wait for me a moment, my dear. I shall fetch us 2 bottles of water." "All right." Luo Feng asked Aisha to sit beside him and wait for a moment before heading off to purchase some water. Upon his return, he noticed from a distance that 3 or 4 boys had encircled Aisha. Among them were 2 young men of African descent and 1 Caucasian. Although he could not discern their words, the expression on Aisha's face suggested that these individuals were harassing her. In a fit of rage, Luo Feng strode over with swift steps, forcefully pushing aside the 2 boys closest to Aisha. Upon seeing Luo Feng's return, the group displayed no fear, continuing their mocking banter. "Hey, yellow-skinned kid, do you even know where you are? This is the sacred ground of street basketball." One jeered. "With your skills, daring to come here to chase girls? You've got some nerve. Truly, you have no idea of your own limitations." Their crude remarks infuriated Aisha. She affectionately grasped Luo Feng's arm and exclaimed, "What's wrong? I like him. Even if he can't play basketball, I still like him. Does it matter to you?" The boys, faces twisted with jealousy, found themselves powerless. What could they do when the girl had chosen her preference? Yet, their envy morphed their expressions into something unrecognizable, and they resolved to vent their frustrations on Luo Feng. "Hey, yellow-skinned kid, do you dare to challenge me to a duel? Let's see if I can teach you a lesson." One of them taunted. "He won't dare. Huh. He'll just hide behind a woman's embrace, crying like a baby." Another added, "If you lack the skills, why bother chasing girls here? Isn't it better to go home and roll in bed? What a disgrace." In a fit of rage, Luo Feng disregarded Aisha's attempts to restrain him and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Who fears whom? Which of you dares to challenge me?" One of the African-American youths raised his hand, boasting, "I shall take you on. Watch as I dismantle you." At that moment, a throng of onlookers gathered, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. The crowd was a motley assortment of individuals, lacking in refinement, which often led to confrontational incidents. Thus, such occurrences had become a common sight, akin to a theatrical performance. As the young man raised his hand, someone in the audience recognized him and whispered, "Isn't that Douglas, the undrafted player from last year's NBA?" Indeed, it was said that he possessed remarkable talent. Initially projected as the 9th pick, but his qualifications were revoked due to a drunken altercation. Alas, how unfortunate. One's character often dictates their fate. Hearing the murmurs of the onlookers, Luo Feng felt a chill in his heart. As a substitute player for the Michigan State University team, he possessed considerable skill. However, when compared to the 9th overall pick in the NBA draft, it was undeniably a significant disparity. The reason basketball in the United States reigns supreme on the global stage largely stems from the abundance of talent across all levels. Moreover, the gap between each tier is quite pronounced. At Luo Feng's level, there remains a significant gap compared to the 9th pick in the NBA draft. Furthermore, Luo Feng has not played basketball for over 2 years. Although he regularly engages in running and fitness, the intensity of competitive basketball is undoubtedly beyond his expertise. Aisha also sensed the impending trouble and contemplated pulling Luo Feng away, conceding defeat, as ultimately, none of them were acquainted with one another. Just then, an individual behind them unexpectedly reached out and knocked Luo Feng's hat off his head. As Luo Feng tilted his head, his sunglasses slipped down, nearly falling to the ground. At that moment, some onlookers began to recognize him. "Isn't that Luo Feng, the coach of the Nets? Is it really him? I thought he looked quite similar. What brings Luo Feng here? Is he here to flirt? Turns out he's quite the dandy, haha. But alas, in this unfamiliar place, he might just face a tough time. Haha. Now that he had been recognized, if he chose to flee in embarrassment, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among fans, destined to be teased for eternity." Luo Feng found himself in a state of inner turmoil, torn between fleeing and confronting his opponent. "No, regardless of the circumstances, I am a man of honor. Even in defeat, I shall not retreat." Resolving this within himself, Luo Feng pushed aside Aisha's hand and stood tall before Douglas. "Come on, let us engage in single combat." The crowd erupted in excitement, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Douglas, too, was surprised. First, he had not anticipated that it would be Coach Luo Feng. And second, he had not expected Luo Feng to accept the challenge. "Very well, since Coach Luo Feng has issued this challenge, I shall oblige." Douglas cracked his knuckles, eager to relish the opportunity to dominate this novice coach. Ding! The system alerted the host that all items within the system could be utilized on the host, and points could be exchanged, but only for today. As Luo Feng was bracing himself for impending torment, he suddenly heard the voice of the system, causing him to be filled with overwhelming joy, nearly brought to tears. My goodness, the system possesses such a function. Truly, it is a divine assistance. Luo Feng swiftly searched through the system's inventory, seeking a prop that would suit him. Douglas and several companions had driven away the other players on the court, preparing to challenge Luo Feng to a one-on-one match. To their surprise, after Luo Feng spoke, he stood there motionless, seemingly stunned. The onlookers assumed Luo Feng was rendered speechless by fear and erupted into laughter. Luo Feng, if you think you can't handle it, just concede, and we'll forgive you. All we ask is for that girl to join us for a few games. Haha, I want to play with your girl too, hee hee. Despite their incessant taunts, Luo Feng remained unmoved. After searching through the system for a considerable amount of time, Luo Feng finally stumbled upon an item named Beginner Singles Champion, priced at 30 points. A line of fine print elucidated. This item has the potential to assist the host or their subordinate players in achieving the status of a singles champion, with skill levels comparable to those of Nick Young and Russell Westbrook. Luo Feng came to understand that the title of one-on-one king could be subdivided into various tiers. At the pinnacle of the alliance were undoubtedly players like Harden, Irving, Anthony, and Kobe. The next tier likely included talents of the caliber of DeRozan, Lillard, and Beal. Meanwhile, the likes of Nick Young and West, those who served as substitutes in the NBA, represented the novice level of one-on-one players. Presently, he possessed a total of 190 points, sufficient to procure this item. Hey, are you going to play or not? If not, get lost. Douglas shouted impatiently, waving his hand. Of course, I will play. Just state the rules. Luo Feng swiftly clicked the purchase, and with a chime, the item was activated. The rules adhered to the customary practices here, American-style one-on-one, with dribbles limited to 3 and a total of 7 shots, with the higher score emerging victorious. And what are the stakes? Luo Feng inquired coldly. Chapter 24. Who is the one-on-one king? I am Nick Young. Douglas was taken aback by Luo Feng's remarkable composure. You won't win anyway, so why bother asking? Once the game is over, you can leave. Huh, but what if I do win? It's best to lay the groundwork beforehand. Douglas's companions chimed in. If Luo Feng loses, he must leave his girlfriend behind to play a few games with us. Conversely, if Luo Feng triumphs, we will lie on the ground and allow him to dunk over us. Such games were common here, where losing meant enduring the humiliation of passing beneath another's legs. Luo Feng remained indifferent, nodding in agreement. Very well, it is settled then. You may go first. The onlookers erupted into a chorus of jeers, fully aware that Luo Feng stood little chance of victory. Douglas was the most formidable basketball star in the vicinity, having vanquished numerous challengers who dared to face him. It was said that during Kobe's last visit, he too had faced Douglas in a one-on-one encounter, ultimately suffering a narrow defeat. Of course, Kobe undoubtedly held back his full prowess, as the local fans held him in high esteem. Standing at an impressive height of 198 meters, Douglas towered over Luo Feng, his robust physique accentuated by his bare, muscular torso, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. Luo Feng tossed the ball to him with a smile, saying, "You go first." "Me first? Haha, then you won't have a chance." According to the rules, the attacking side can continue to score and thus maintain their offense, leaving the defending side with no opportunity to respond. However, Luo Feng felt assured. Although Nick Young was of mediocre standing in the NBA, on this court, he was undoubtedly a formidable force. "No worries. If you're capable, keep scoring," Luo Feng declared with confidence. Aisha watched from the sidelines, her heart racing. She had played a bit with Luo Feng earlier and was aware of his skill level, which was merely a slight notch above that of an average basketball enthusiast. How could he possibly compete with Douglas? Yet, since Luo Feng insisted on a one-on-one challenge, she could not thwart him entirely. Thus, Aisha could only cheer him on from behind. "Luo Feng, go for it. Victory is yours." Despite the encouraging words, her tone betrayed a lack of confidence. Quivering as she spoke, the onlookers, hearing Aisha's trembling encouragement, erupted in laughter, shaking their heads in disbelief. Douglas, possessing the ball, faced Luo Feng's defense with a casual demeanor. He made no serious effort, swiftly driving towards the left, intending to execute a slam dunk and humiliate Luo Feng. Judging by his physique, his strength was capable of overpowering Luo Feng. Little did he know, Luo Feng's basic one-on-one prowess allowed him to elevate his strength, speed, shooting, and other attributes to the level of Nick Young. In essence, aside from his height, everything else would be significantly enhanced. Douglas was undeniably impressive, but compared to Nick Young, he was still a tier below. Boom. As Luo Feng swiftly maneuvered, he effectively obstructed Douglas's path of advancement, simultaneously colliding with him using his chest. Douglas, under the impression that he could easily send Luo Feng sprawling, was taken aback when their clash caused him to stumble instead. The ball slipped from his grasp and rolled out of bounds. In contrast, Luo Feng merely took a small step back, maintaining a steady and poised stance. What an astonishing sight! Douglas failed to budge Luo Feng? Surely, this cannot be true. The disparity in their physiques is considerable. Could it be that Luo Feng possesses such remarkable strength? Truly remarkable. Luo Feng maintained a smile as he gazed at the bewildered Douglas. That was indeed your mistake. Wasn't he it? Now it's my turn to attack. After a brief moment of contemplation, Douglas realized that he had been overly complacent. Yes, it was undoubtedly a lapse in judgment. However, Luo Feng did not appear as feeble as he seemed. Caution was imperative. Resolute. Douglas decided to pass the ball to Luo Feng, saying, "Now it's your turn, but do not get too arrogant. I let you have that one just now." Luo Feng chuckled. "All right, then I extend my gratitude to you." Luo Feng held the ball, his left foot poised in a feigned step. Douglas was far more attentive than before, his legs slightly bent and arms outstretched, keenly observing Luo Feng's movements. Suddenly, Luo Feng dribbled to the right, and Douglas swiftly moved to block him. Unexpectedly, Luo Feng executed a deft pullback with his right hand, followed by a half-turn that left Douglas trailing by more than a meter. This was Nick Young's signature move, a spinning maneuver to evade his opponent, culminating in a graceful jump shot. While this action appeared elegant, the number of individuals capable of executing it with such fluidity is exceedingly rare. Moreover, those who can complete the move and still achieve accurate shots are even fewer. The standard mid-range shooting technique of Luo Feng executed flawlessly, swoosh. A perfect swish. Oh my god. Such an impressive display. Is it possible that Luo Feng is merely a coach? I find it hard to believe. Could it be that his absence from the NBA has led him to this coaching role out of necessity? His skill level appears comparable to that of Irving. Well, perhaps not quite at Irving's caliber, but certainly superior to Douglas. 2-0. Someone shouted excitedly from the sidelines. Douglas's expression was one of deep dismay. He sensed that things were not looking good. That maneuver by Luo Feng was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary amateur player. Yet, he found himself in a precarious situation. Yielding now would mean the end of his reputation here. One more time. I refuse to back down. Douglas shouted defiantly. Luo Feng stood beyond the three-point line, once again in possession of the ball. Aisha, beside him, covered her mouth, nearly gasping in astonishment. She perceived Luo Feng as nothing short of miraculous. Could it be that he had been concealing his true prowess? This time, Luo Feng noticed Douglas retreating a step, seemingly intent on staunchly defending against Luo Feng's penetration. Defend against my drive? Does he not realize that my long-range shooting is equally formidable? Nick Young boasted a commendable three-point shooting percentage and had previously delivered a memorable moment for fans, an instance where he flaunted his skills only to be met with unexpected consequences. However, that was on an NBA court. If he were to play in this environment, his three-point shooting percentage would undoubtedly soar above 80%. Luo Feng executed a direct three-point shot. The onlookers were left in astonishment. A three-pointer indeed? How audacious. Remarkably, it went in. The ball swished through the net effortlessly. Douglas's expression began to pale. The score stood at 5 o'clock. Luo Feng raised his hands with a smile and inquired, "Are you coming back? Was that an ambush?" Douglas exclaimed with a sense of grievance. The spectators erupted in laughter, questioning if this could truly be labeled as an ambush. Douglas's companions exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Aisha ceased her trembling and began to cheer loudly, "Luo Feng, you are amazing." The crowd soon rallied around Luo Feng, joining in the chant, "Coach Luo Feng. Incredible!" Luo Feng once again seized the ball, while Douglas gritted his teeth and advanced to apply pressure. He had made up his mind. This time, even if it meant committing a foul, he would bring Luo Feng down. Otherwise, he would truly find himself at a disadvantage in the future. Luo Feng first nudged with his left shoulder, then broke to the right. In that fleeting moment of Luo Feng's breakthrough, Douglas exerted a forceful push with his right hand. Chapter 25. The dominance of the one-on-one king on the street court. This was a cunning maneuver, employing the opponent's strength against them to send the attacking players sprawling to the ground. Simultaneously, Douglas feigned nonchalance as he stepped on Luo Feng's shoe. With a firm grip below and a gentle push above, no matter how robust one may be, they would inevitably find themselves tumbling to the ground. Luo Feng was no exception. His equipment was the single combat king, not a superhero. Thus, when Luo Feng fell victim to this underhanded scheme, he tumbled to the ground. Aisha, witnessing Douglas's treachery, was filled with indignation and was about to cry out when an astonishing scene unfolded. Just as Luo Feng was on the verge of hitting the ground, he hurled the ball into the air with his right hand. The basketball soared in a peculiar arc, landing on the rim. Thud, thud, thud. The ball precariously bounced on the rim several times before rolling into the net. My goodness, how could that shot go in? The finesse displayed was extraordinary. Such a shot could only be witnessed in the NBA. Truly invincible. What luck to have it bounce in. That should be a 2-1. It was a foul. It must be counted as 2-1. Ha. Douglas was left dumbfounded. His cronies were equally astonished. The gathered fans were overjoyed, feeling their attendance was well worth it, as they had just witnessed such a spectacular basket. A shot like this could easily make the top plays in the NBA. Luo Feng rolled on the ground before rising to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Fouls are permissible, but do not be overly harsh. I fear for your well-being, Luo Feng cautioned Douglas. Given the cunning nature of a seasoned player like Nick Young, it would be all too simple to ambush Douglas. Eventually, Douglas, succumbing to pressure, raised his hand and admitted, I have committed a foul. Please take your free throw. He added, let us not waste time. You take a shot. If you score, I concede. Luo Feng replied nonchalantly. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, for it was a blatant affront to Douglas's pride. At that moment, Douglas's expression was one of utter dismay, akin to tasting something repugnant. Yet, this was his final glimmer of hope, and he did not wish to let it slip away. Gritting his teeth, Douglas declared, all right, Luo Feng, you have my word. Indeed, it is I who spoke. Now proceed. Luo Feng tossed the ball to Douglas, inviting him to make his move. Taking a deep breath, Douglas held the ball and began to execute his tentative steps. Luo Feng did not let his guard down. His defense was resolute. Though boasting may be the order of the day, seriousness is paramount when it matters. Douglas attempted to maneuver with agility, yet he could not shake off Luo Feng's tenacious defense. In both strength and speed, he could not match Luo Feng. It was evident that he was outclassed. Left with no alternatives, Douglas resorted to a desperate three-point shot. However, Luo Feng denied him even that chance. At the very moment Douglas released the ball, Luo Feng leapt high, swatting the ball out of bounds. Laughter erupted among the spectators. Shall we continue? Luo Feng inquired coolly. Douglas uttered 3 words. I concede. He then departed with a few companions, their tails between their legs, likely not to return for several days. Aisha, brimming with excitement, rushed forward and enveloped Luo Feng in a tight embrace. You were incredible. I never expected this, she exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek. The audience erupted in cheers once more, though this time their applause was filled with goodwill. This unexpected turn of events brought the two closer together. The Nets' next adversary would be the Heat, currently ranked first in the Eastern Conference, boasting 5 more wins than the Nets. Furthermore, the Heat's lineup was stable, making them a formidable opponent. Luo Feng undertook meticulous preparations before the game, guiding his team through numerous tactical drills. As a level 2 coach, he has access to the illustrious second-string star cards, along with a novice shot-blocking champion. With the capability to purchase additional items, Luo Feng felt a sense of assurance. On March 4th, the Nets hosted the Eastern Conference leaders, the Miami Heat. What initially seemed to be an ordinary regular season match garnered the attention of countless fans. For under Luo Feng's leadership, the Nets had achieved a remarkable 6-game winning streak. It is noteworthy that these victories were accomplished without Durant, and Irving participated in only 1 game. The Heat, being the top team in the East, presented a formidable challenge. A victory over them would undeniably validate Luo Feng's coaching prowess. No one dared to question his capabilities any longer. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Barclays Center was abuzz. The Nets' starting lineup featured Curry, Mills, Drummond, Claxton, and Edwards. The Heat's formidable 5 included Adebayo, Robinson, Struss, Vincent, and Yurtseven. Butler was sidelined due to a knee injury, which was favorable news for the Nets. However, even in Butler's absence, few believed the Nets could secure a victory. With both Durant and Irving unavailable, the strength of the Eastern Conference leaders was formidable. The tip-off between Drummond and Adebayo marked the beginning, with the Nets claiming the initial possession. Luo Feng has transferred Embiid's skills from the second-tier star card onto Claxton, while bestowing the title of primary shot blocker upon Drummond. With these two formidable forces in the paint, complemented by the perimeter offensive prowess of Curry and Mills, the Nets should be well-equipped to challenge the Heat. As the Nets advance, Mills crosses half-court and passes to Claxton. Adebayo approaches, determined to defend against Claxton. Coach Spoelstra of the Heat, a meticulous and serious strategist, holds the Nets in high regard, not underestimating them due to the absence of Durant and Irving. Having reviewed the previous game footage, he recognizes Claxton's resurgence post-injury, showcasing a well-rounded skill set, and thus assigns Adebayo to closely mark him. Despite Adebayo's utmost effort, Claxton effortlessly sinks the first basket. 2-0. The Heat players are taken aback. Earlier in the season, the teams had clashed twice, with Claxton proving no match for Adebayo. Yet today, the tables have turned dramatically, as the Heat initiate their offense. Struss passes the ball to Adebayo, a testament to their teamwork. Having just witnessed Claxton score against him, Adebayo feels compelled to retaliate. This is crucial for the morale of the team. Facing Claxton, Adebayo feints left, then pivots to the right, intending to execute a jump shot, his signature move. Unbeknownst to him, although Claxton is momentarily deceived, Drummond suddenly appears on the scene. With a resounding smack, the shot blocker reemerges. The ball is swatted out of bounds, leaving Adebayo momentarily dazed. The ferocity of Drummond's defense is astonishing. Where did he come from? Vincent inbounds the ball, passing it back to Adebayo, urging him to make amends. However, Adebayo, feeling a tinge of uncertainty, believes he cannot penetrate the interior defense. With only a few seconds left on the shot clock, he reluctantly passes to Struss. Struss, who has been in good form lately, attempts a three-pointer. Clang! It ricochets off the rim. Claxton leaps high, snatching the rebound over Adebayo and Yurtseven. The Nets' interior presence is utterly dominating the Heat. Chapter 26. Spoelstra's struggle. Claxton extends his long arm, tossing the ball to the already sprinting Curry near midcourt. Curry barrels forward, igniting a fast break. Robinson exhibited remarkable speed, closely pursuing with intentions of a chase-down block. At this juncture, Mills had crossed half court, positioning himself at a 45-degree angle. A swift lateral pass from Young found its way into Mills' hands. With precision, Mills unleashed a three-pointer. The entire demeanor of the Nets transformed dramatically. Confidence was in abundance. For a shooter, confidence is paramount. Hesitation invariably diminishes accuracy. These NBA players are among the elite in the world of basketball, consistently achieving an impressive three-point shooting percentage in practice. Thus, during a game, two pivotal factors determine shooting success: stamina and confidence. Particularly in the case of an open shot, the shooter must hold steadfast in one belief: it must go in. 5-0. The Nets have once again launched into a spectacular start. Coach Spoelstra of the Heat wore a stern expression. A man of extensive experience, he was once deemed a rookie coach while leading the Big Three in Miami. However, over the years, it has become evident that Spoelstra's tactical acumen is exceptional, often leading to astonishing performances in games. Today presents a true test for him. Facing a Nets team on a 6-game winning streak, will he disrupt their momentum, or will his team become the stepping stone for a 7th consecutive victory? Spoelstra decisively opted to have Adebayo refrain from forcing plays, substituting Yurtseven for Harrow. They must engage the Nets in a fast-paced game, capitalizing on perimeter shooting, as they cannot contend in the paint. This decision proved to be astute. However, he remained unaware that Robinson's hand held more than just Embiid. It also contained Paul, Lillard, and LeBron. Upon witnessing Spoelstra's substitution of Hero for the second-string star, Embiid, Luo Feng followed suit by transferring the technical prowess to Edwards. The moment Hero stepped onto the court, he effortlessly sank a three-pointer, bringing the score to 5-3. This successful shot ignited a spark of hope within the Miami Heat, urging them to unleash a wave of offensive fervor. However, Edwards suddenly emerged as a formidable force. He initiated with a powerful drive to the basket, completing a 2-1 play, followed by an astonishing block that left Hero astounded. With 5 minutes and 24 seconds remaining, the score stood at 17-11, with the Nets leading by 6 points, prompting an official timeout. The Heat players trudged off the court, heads bowed, perplexed by the transformation of these once mediocre benchwarmers, who under Nash's guidance, now appeared to be exceptionally skilled. Could it be that Luo Feng possessed a touch of alchemy? A 6-game winning streak was at stake, and the prospect of the Heat becoming mere spectators to a 7th victory was utterly humiliating. Spoelstra bellowed at his players, "Defense. Our foundation lies in our defensive capabilities. Do not leave anyone open. That Edwards is just an ordinary player. Why can't we contain him?" The players remained silent, their heads downcast, yet internally they were indignant. Edwards had been overwhelmingly dominant. Spoelstra realized that shouting was not the solution, so he suppressed his frustration and instructed, "When we resume, Hero and Vincent will double-team Edwards. Do not allow him to slice through our defense so effortlessly." As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Faced with the double team, Edwards remained unfazed. Was James intimidated by the double coverage? On the contrary, he relished the opportunity to exploit it, showing that he could dismantle their defense without passing the ball. Indeed, Edwards, undeterred by the pressure, swiftly made his pass. Swish. He found Little Curry for a three-pointer. Swish. He connected with Mills, who also sank a three-pointer. Following the timeout, the deficit not only failed to diminish but instead widened. With 8 minutes and 41 seconds left in the first quarter, the score read 28-16. In despair, Spoelstra was compelled to call another timeout, preparing to substitute in the bench players. Luo Feng also sensed that the main players were fatigued, and it was time to substitute in the reserves. With the likes of Zhang Yu, Thomas, Griffin, Aldridge, and Dragic, this lineup could competently contend against the Miami Heat's bench, even without the assistance of a system. However, for the sake of precaution, Luo Feng opted to employ the Paul technique from the second-tier star card for Dragic. It is evident that Paul, even at the venerable age of 37, demonstrated an exemplary performance with the Suns, achieving the top position in the league, earning him the moniker of the god of point guards among fans. His ability to read the game, orchestrate plays, and defend is unparalleled. After a brief intermission, the match resumed with both teams' benches clashing. Under Dragic's adept orchestration, the Nets reserves executed a harmonious blend of offense and defense, flowing seamlessly like a gentle stream. Occasionally, Dragic would sink a few three-pointers, exacerbating the Heat's woes as their starters faltered and the bench followed suit, widening the score gap. Spoelstra was genuinely bewildered. Having faced each other multiple times as Eastern Conference rivals, why had the Nets, under Luo Feng's guidance, undergone such a metamorphosis? Was the Eastern Conference leader destined to become merely a backdrop for the Nets? Spoelstra, unwilling to concede, sat in contemplation, devising strategies. As the second quarter approached the 5:42 mark, both teams reintroduced their starting lineups. Prior to their entrance, Spoelstra leaned in to whisper a few words to Harrow and Adebayo. Once on the court, Harrow suddenly transformed into an aggressive penetrator, engaging in pick-and-roll plays with Adebayo. Upon witnessing the situation, Luo Feng promptly instructed DeLand and Claxton to expand their defensive perimeter while remaining vigilant against the impending delay. However, Hero has exhibited remarkable growth this year. When confronted with a delay, he adeptly chooses to either take the shot or execute a swift pass. The Heat, leveraging the pick-and-roll between these two players, astonishingly surged with a small momentum. The Nets players appeared somewhat bewildered by this onslaught. Luo Feng recognized that while the height of this lineup was adequate, their speed was lacking and their defense was insufficient. Consequently, he substituted Brown and James for Curry and Edwards, respectively, and transferred Paul's star card to Brown. Paul, with his extensive experience in countering pick-and-rolls, enabled Brown to make an immediate impact upon entering the court, stealing the ball from Hero. Enraged by the theft, Hero attempted to reclaim the ball. However, the cunning Paul was not one to be bested. He fell to the ground, prompting the referee to blow the whistle for a foul against Hero. Brown's teammates looked on in astonishment. This young man, once a reckless player, had surprisingly become so astute as to draw a foul. As Brown lay on the ground, he winked at Drummond with a mischievous grin. With the foul count rising, Brown approached the free-throw line and successfully made both shots. The Heat players were infuriated and continued their offensive efforts. With 1 minute and 16 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the score stood at 56-47, with the Nets leading by 9 points. Hero crossed half-court and called for a pick, with Adebayo stepping up to block James. As Hero drove into the paint, Brown suddenly surged forward, but Hero was prepared and aimed to pass to Robinson. Brown shouted to Claxton, who, with his long reach, intercepted the pass. Brown's basketball IQ seemed to soar, leaving the Heat players in despair. At that moment, Mills had already initiated his run, and Claxton promptly passed the ball to him. Mills crossed half-court, just half a meter away from the three-point line, and took a shot. Chapter 27. Battling for the Eastern Conference's first place. Mills was in exceptional form today. To be precise, he had been on fire for the past few games. The confidence Luo Feng instilled in the team was invaluable. Mills, already a proficient three-point shooter, was now buoyed by Luo Feng's encouragement and tactical support, which further bolstered his confidence. Another three-pointer. 59-47 47. Only 58 seconds remained. The Heat launched their offense. Hero, demoralized after the steal, passed the ball as he crossed half-court, unwilling to handle it himself. Struss, having a decent day, received the ball and executed a quick stop-and-pop jumper against James. The shot went in. This basket alleviated the Heat's scoring drought. 59-49. With 37 seconds remaining, the Nets initiated their offense, with Brown dribbling past half-court. Facing Vincent's defense, Brown called for a pick and drove toward the edge of the paint, surveying his options. Just as the Heat players anticipated a pass, Brown unexpectedly took a mid-range shot, scoring. Such a crafty play. This was precisely the type of shot Brown could execute. After scoring, Brown let out a triumphant shout. He was unaware of why he was performing so remarkably today, but his body responded seamlessly to his commands. 61-49. With 15 seconds remaining, the Heat prepared for their final possession. Hero, hesitant to handle the ball, squatted in the corner while Struss dribbled at the top of the arc. Adebayo set a screen, and Struss drove toward the basket. Just as he was about to leap for a dunk, Drummond jumped up to deliver a formidable block. During the second quarter, the Heat avoided driving inside, which left Drummond eager for an opportunity to showcase his skills. Struss provided that chance. His block was so powerful that it struck a spectator at the sideline. This spectator was none other than the famous actor Brad Pitt. Staff rushed over to assess his condition. Fortunately, Pitt only sustained a minor red mark on his face. Fans joked that it was fortunate Pitt had not undergone any cosmetic surgery. Otherwise, a blow like that could have disfigured him. With just 3 seconds remaining in the game, the Heat were running out of time. Hero received an inbounds pass and hurriedly threw up a shot, which missed. The first half concluded with a score of 61-49. During halftime, Luo Feng refrained from excessive discussion with his players, not even entering the locker room. He felt the team performed admirably today, aside from the system's support. The players' mental and physical states were at their peak. In contrast, the Heat's locker room was tense, with Spoelstra delivering a stern lecture to his players. What is going on? Can't you execute the tactics? You must coordinate better. Can't you manage a pick and roll? The players lowered their heads, hesitant to speak, but their expressions revealed their frustration. In the TNT broadcast room, Shaquille O'Neal could no longer dismiss Luo Feng. The 6-game winning streak had transformed O'Neal from a critic of Luo Feng into a supporter. How could the Eastern Conference leaders be so thoroughly outplayed by the Nets? Luo Feng was truly remarkable. It was reported that Durant had recovered, yet he remained sidelined. Choosing to rest further to avoid disrupting the team's chemistry, Barkley was immediately informed of Durant's condition. My goodness, Durant is too afraid to play? This is a rarity. It shouldn't be the case. I believe it is Luo Feng's strategy. Against the Eastern Conference leaders, winning without Durant would send a positive message to the entire team. Indeed, the players would develop a mindset of we can win even without you. Thus, Durant found himself in an awkward position, yet this was a testament to his generosity, not wanting to impose undue pressure on his teammates. After all, the team was on a winning streak, so he let his teammates take charge. Smith concurred, stating, Durant, known as the Grim Reaper, will give his all when he steps on the court. His absence today is not due to fear, but rather a display of magnanimity. Barkley echoed this sentiment, noting that Durant had faced countless high-pressure situations, so there was no reason for him to shy away. As the second half commenced, the Heat made adjustments. The team shifted to a defensive counterattack, with Adebayo fiercely contesting every rebound against Drummond. Through relentless effort, the Heat managed a few fast breaks. Just as the Heat players glimpsed a flicker of hope, Claxton emerged once more. Equipped with Embiid's skills, coupled with his own tenacious spirit, he quickly seized control of the game's tempo. Mid-range shots, dunks, three-pointers, Claxton was capable of it all. Under his leadership, the Nets continued to widen their lead. At the end of the third quarter, the score was 87-66, with the Nets ahead by 21 points. The game had lost its suspense. Durant, standing on the sidelines, despite his animated cheers for his teammates, could not mask his disappointment. He felt a twinge of sadness knowing that the team could triumph over the formidable Heat without him. Luo Feng observed Durant's expression and recognized that Durant was a sensitive and kind-hearted individual, necessitating careful psychological support. Thus, he approached Durant, gently patting him on the shoulder, and remarked with a smile, "The team cannot thrive without you, especially in the playoffs. You must prepare yourself. We are poised to make a significant impact." Durant held great admiration for Luo Feng, marveling at how someone could orchestrate such a chaotic situation so brilliantly. Rest assured, Coach Luo, I will exert every effort to assist the team. I believe in you. You are the Grim Reaper, and you shall wield your scythe to reap the honors that rightfully belong to you. Durant felt a surge of passion. Luo Feng truly was a remarkable coach, inspiring him thoroughly. The fourth quarter devolved into mere garbage time, and Luo Feng refrained from deploying star cards, instead allowing the seldom used substitutes to take the court. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 117 to 106. After the game, Spoelstra approached Luo Feng, embracing him in a gesture of respect. Despite his frustrations during the game, where he made various adjustments and countered Luo Feng's strategies, Spoelstra acknowledged the defeat. Nevertheless, he was left with significant questions. How could Luo Feng utilize those substitutes so effectively? Coach Spoelstra, I have learned a great deal from you. I held you in high regard during your tenure with the Heat and the Big Three, Luo Feng expressed. Spoelstra felt a wave of emotion. The pressure he faced while coaching the trio was immense, as fans often claimed that with such talent, even a dog could win a championship from the sidelines. In truth, that Heat team had numerous weaknesses, and Spoelstra had to exert considerable effort to secure back-to-back championships. You are far too modest, Luo Feng. Now, it is my turn to learn from you. I accept this defeat wholeheartedly. I hope we can face each other again in the future. Our Nets will undoubtedly secure a playoff spot. Let us meet in the playoffs. Luo Feng reiterated his determination for the postseason. Chapter 28. Battling the Celtics. Although the Nets easily triumphed over the Heat, Luo Feng felt no sense of ease. The schedule remained intensely packed, and a moment's negligence could lead to player injuries. Although Luo Feng's formidable coaching system serves as an exceptional advantage, it cannot be utilized when the players are unable to take the court. The upcoming adversary is the Celtics, a formidable team indeed, with their dynamic duo posing a serious challenge. He is determined to avoid any setbacks and to maintain an unbroken winning streak. Luo Feng meticulously scrutinized the player profiles of the Boston Celtics. In 3 days, the Brooklyn Nets would embark on an away game to face the formidable Celtics. Given the Celtics' robust overall strength, Luo Feng was preparing for a fierce confrontation. Winning in the playoffs cannot solely rely on the starting players. It also demands a profound depth on the bench. He had already instructed individuals like Drummond and Griffin to focus on shedding weight. After a thorough analysis, Luo Feng has concluded that the primary factors hindering these two players are injuries and weight issues. In this era of smaller basketball, traditional centers have become less relevant, necessitating a transformation in their playing style. As a head coach, it is imperative not only to lead the team to victory, but also to harness each player's strengths and facilitate their integration within the team. Fortunately, both Drummond and Griffin are acutely aware of their awkward positioning within the league. Thus, they have been quite cooperative with Luo Feng's directives. Their weight loss efforts have begun to yield results, and today's match serves as a critical test. The starting lineup for the Nets, as deployed by Luo Feng, consists of point guard Mills, shooting guard Curry, small forward Brown, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. Meanwhile, Celtics head coach Udoka has deployed his lineup featuring point guard Pritchard, shooting guard Jay, Brown, small forward Tatum, power forward Williams, and center Horford. As the game commences, Luo Feng has prepared the team with the Princeton offense, but this time, the entire squad revolves around Griffin as the focal point. Given Griffin's commendable ability to read the game, Luo Feng has assigned him the role of a point forward. Durant remains sidelined, as Luo Feng intends for him to rest and conserve energy for the playoffs. Drummond wins the tip-off, passing to Mills, who orchestrates the offense. As Mills crosses half court, he delivers the ball to Griffin, stationed beyond the three-point line. Williams, tasked with defending Griffin, feels confident despite not being a star player. He believes he can handle the matchup. The league is well aware of Griffin's current condition. Griffin feigns a drive to the right, prompting Jackson to step in. Yet with a graceful pivot, Griffin brushes past Williams, leaving him momentarily stunned. As Williams falters, Horford swiftly moves to provide help defense. Griffin executes a deft bounce pass to Drummond, who completes a smooth layup. Luo Feng is quite pleased with the initial play. Griffin's weight loss is evident, showcasing a marked improvement in his agility. Pritchard initiates the Celtics' offensive play. Upon crossing half court, he passes to Tatum, who engages in a one-on-one against Brown. Under Luo Feng's guidance, Brown's skill set has notably improved. If they were to underestimate him as they did in the past, they would surely face significant repercussions. Luo Feng stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of effortless ease. Tatum attempted to overpower Brown, only to find himself stymied after several attempts, much to his astonishment. As he became momentarily distracted by his surprise, Brown seized the opportunity to intercept the ball. With the ball now in his possession, Brown swiftly initiated a fast break. Mills darted into the Pacers' paint, executing a layup with remarkable ease. In less than a minute of play, the Nets had established a 4-point lead over the Pacers. However, it was evident that Udoka remained unfazed, viewing a mere 4-point deficit as inconsequential. Luo Feng continued to observe the players on the court. After 2 minutes elapsed, the score reached 8 o'clock. Udoka promptly called a timeout. The Celtics initially appeared out of sorts, prompting the coach to adjust the players' performance. Although the Nets were currently riding a wave of momentum, the Celtics were not to be underestimated. The coach was clearly becoming somewhat agitated, while Luo Feng exuded a sense of calm confidence. Udoka, feeling a hint of frustration, wondered how the Nets could become so arrogant after a string of victories. Yet, at this moment, a mere 2 minutes into the game, they had fallen victim to an 8 o'clock run. Luo Feng did not devise any specific tactics but instead encouraged his team, saying, "Well done, everyone. You played excellently in the first 2 minutes. Let's maintain this momentum." As the timeout concluded, Luo Feng anticipated that Griffin would be closely monitored by the opposing team. However, he chose to remain silent and continued to observe the game. Under the intense scrutiny of the adversaries, Griffin quickly made 2 errors and cast a sheepish glance toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng gestured to Griffin not to panic and continued playing. He then accessed the system menu in his mind and spent 30 points to redeem a Master Organizer card. The Master Organizer, KID, enhances a player's passing ability by 20, organizational skills by 20, and game reading capability by 20 during 2 quarters of play. The card was subsequently applied to Griffin. Luo Feng cast a glance at Udoka, contemplating their strategy to double-team Griffin. Thus, "I shall exploit this opportunity to render your defense utterly porous." This card bears the design of KID. The TNT commentary team remains unchanged. And the host inquires, "Which team do you believe will prevail in today's match?" The Nets' Shaquille O'Neal responds, "Come on, is there any doubt? It's undoubtedly the Nets." However, Barkley chooses to counter O'Neal's assertion, stating, "Brother, you must see clearly." The Nets' roster pales in comparison to that of the Celtics. Yet, this does not deter them from securing victory. I must mention that the Celtics have begun to intensify their efforts. Following the timeout, the Celtics indeed regained their composure and commenced scoring. As the first quarter concluded, the Nets led the Celtics 28-19, maintaining a 9-point advantage as they entered the second quarter. Luo Feng naturally received a reward of points. After all, Griffin, being older, and Drummond, somewhat cumbersome, could not sustain continuous movement. Once they ceased their running and their stamina began to falter, the Pacers would seize the opportunity to close the gap. However, in the first quarter, Griffin exhibited a remarkable performance, delivering 5 assists. With another quarter remaining, Luo Feng harbored no concerns. Griffin continued to orchestrate the Nets' offense. Drummond had already enjoyed several easy scoring opportunities, marking this as his most comfortable game since joining the Nets. The head coach was truly a remarkable figure. As the second chapter commenced, Luo Feng simply urged Griffin to trust in himself. After all, he had bestowed upon him the card of a master facilitator. If he could not believe in himself now, Griffin would indeed be beyond redemption. Pritchard advanced the ball past half-court, immediately setting up a pick-and-roll with Tatum. Tatum received the ball and drove into the paint, executing a fadeaway jumper over Mills, which swished through the net. It must be said that over the past 2 seasons, Tatum and Jay Brown had truly blossomed, collectively shouldering the burden of the Celtics. Nevertheless, everything remained within manageable bounds. The Nets initiated their play. Mills dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Griffin at the arc. Griffin took charge of the offensive setup. Drummond stepped in to set a screen, and Griffin maneuvered past the Celtics' defensive switch, with Horford stepping up to defend. At that moment, Mills rushed in closely behind Drummond, who subtly adjusted his position to effectively block Jay Brown. Griffin executed a precise bounce pass, the ball landing smoothly in Mills' hands. Mills effortlessly scored with a layup. Tatum and Jay Brown, feeling a sense of indignation, thought, "We are lottery picks. How can we allow them to score so easily?" Thus, they found themselves ensnared in an endless loop of isolation plays. At this juncture, no words could sway them. They were determined to respond with a score of their own. Luo Feng stood at the sidelines, addressing Mills. "Implement the C strategy." Mills, with the ball in hand, called out on the court, The coach has instructed us to execute the C strategy. The Nets players on the court immediately grasped the implication. This tactic was devised by Luo Feng after meticulous study of the Celtics' data. One must acknowledge the exuberance of youth. A mere nudge can ignite their fervor. A realization Luo Feng has keenly observed. On the court, the defensive matchup between the young Curry and Brown had already begun to employ psychological tactics against each other. According to head coach Luo Feng, this could be classified as another form of trash talk. Young Curry, shadowing Jay Brown, remarked, "Hey, lottery pick. Why didn't I see you score in the first quarter?" Jay Brown, his expression darkened, retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Although his countenance was perpetually grim, young Curry feigned enlightenment, saying, "So this is the level of a lottery pick? If I had been in your draft class, I might have been the #1 overall pick." A classic display of bravado. Meanwhile, Brown greeted Tatum, "Hello, softy. Who would have thought I'd be the one guarding you?" Defending a softy is simply a walk in the park. Tatum's demeanor instantly soured. "Is this how you engage in trash talk?" "Just wait," he replied. "I'll show you whether I'm soft." Thus, a series of one-on-one encounters unfolded between Jay Brown and Tatum. This was merely a minor tactical arrangement. As these two lottery picks engaged in their duels, it was inevitable that defenders would converge upon them. Remarkably, these two stubborn players, even when faced with double teams, refused to pass the ball and opted instead to shoot. A subtle smile, indicative of a cunning plan's success, graced Luo Feng's lips. Udoka cast a glance at Luo Feng, then at Jay Brown and Tatum, quickly discerning Luo Feng's intentions. Acknowledging the effectiveness of Luo Feng's strategy, Udoka conceded that the young man indeed possessed certain flaws. He called for a timeout, with 5 minutes remaining in the second quarter. The score stood at 45-29, a 16-point deficit. Undoubtedly, Griffin's organizational skills astounded the Celtics. Udoka reassured his duo of stars, urging them not to be swayed by external influences. Following the timeout, the performance of the Twin Stars improved significantly, resulting in a more fluid offense for the Celtics. Yet, this was merely a minor trap set by Luo Feng. He did not expect it to remain effective for long, as all coaches of considerable skill would soon discern these ruses. Griffin continued to orchestrate the Nets' offense, leading them to play with vigor and flair. In contrast, although the Celtics duo was striving to close the gap, it was evident they lacked a superstar organizer, allowing the deficit to widen. As the first half concluded, the score was 60-45, with the Celtics trailing by 15 points. The system rewards were promptly credited. Congratulations to the host for earning 20 points, and for assisting the players in regaining their confidence, an additional 50 points. This brought a sense of delight to Luo Feng, as he realized that aiding them yielded unexpected bonuses. However, in the second half, he resolved not to field the two again, primarily due to Griffin's fragile constitution and the heavy training load that both Griffin and Drummond had recently undertaken, focused on weight loss and footwork. Thus, Luo Feng aimed to avoid exhausting them. As the third quarter commenced, Luo Feng substituted Claxton and Aldridge for Griffin and Drummond. This change was timely, coinciding with the activation of the organizational Maestro Kids card. The Nets' offensive strategy in the third quarter centered around Curry and Brown, with Aldridge serving as a third pillar. Following the substitutions, the Nets' tempo escalated once more, a testament to the fruits of Griffin and Drummond's rigorous training. Luo Feng also stated that in order to keep pace with us and secure the championship, one must adhere to the system. Luo Feng is determined to maximize the Princeton system, ensuring that every player is capable of running. The team is ultimately the key to securing the championship. Initially, Griffin, Aldridge, and Drummond felt despondent, as Nash seemed indifferent to them, resulting in limited playing time. However, with the arrival of a new individual, the entire team transformed as if rejuvenated from top to bottom. Consequently, they listened attentively to Luo Feng, who earned their respect through his prowess. As the third quarter commenced, the Nets began to move with purpose. With the support of the system, the team's stamina and fundamental attributes witnessed a significant enhancement. Once the offensive flow became seamless, Luo Feng shifted his focus to a singular concern: how to bolster the team's defensive capabilities. With the offense performing admirably and requiring no further reinforcement, the priority now lies in fortifying the defense to advance further in the playoffs. Additionally, there remains the matter concerning Irving. Luo Feng was quite displeased that he could not utilize a player like Irving. He wondered what was going through that fellow's mind. His professionalism was rather lacking. In addition to Irving, there was another problematic player, Ben Simmons. This Simmons was even more infuriating than Irving, and it seemed time to address both of them. Otherwise, they would be squandering the team's resources. Both players had become untradeable, leaving Luo Feng to rely solely on his own ingenuity to get them on the court. Chapter 30. Irving and Simmons. Irving was experiencing some distress lately as his sneaker contract was nearing expiration, yet no new offers had emerged. Moreover, his contract with the Nets was also set to expire this summer, and he wished to secure a maximum deal, 5 years for $250 million. However, it appeared he had managed to complicate matters significantly. Since the appointment of the new head coach, he had not once reached out, nor had the coach made any effort to contact him. It appeared he would need to force himself to make some connection for the sake of his lucrative contract. As the fourth quarter concluded, the Nets triumphed with a score of 110-92. With 8 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Celtics had substituted their bench, signaling their concession of the game. After the match, a TNT host remarked humorously, "Shaquille, it seems you have become a steadfast supporter of Luo Feng." The Nets had indeed advanced closer to the upper half of the Eastern Conference standings. In anticipation of the next game, which was to take place just a day later, Luo Feng hurriedly led the team to New Orleans, where the Nets were set to face the Hornets. Before the game, Luo Feng received a call from Irving. "Irving, is this Coach Luo Feng?" "Luo Feng, I am." Then a moment of silence ensued, during which Luo Feng contemplated his forthcoming training regimen. Unable to contain himself, Owen spoke up first. "Coach, I am Carey." Luo Feng responded with a slight acknowledgement. "Do you have something to discuss?" Owen, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "I have been in excellent form lately, and I believe I can lead the team to victory." Luo Feng, "Oh, Owen, what does the coach mean by this? Having already taken the initiative to show goodwill, shouldn't this person be grateful?" Owen continued, "Coach, I am ready to take the field and play." Luo Feng coldly stated, "We will discuss this matter upon our return from New Orleans." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Owen was left bewildered, questioning the circumstances. Consequently, he reached out to his close friend Durant. Durant, too, expressed his ignorance regarding Coach Luo Feng's behavior, yet acknowledged his exceptional capabilities. Luo Feng was undoubtedly aware of what Irving intended to do, yet he chose to temporarily set him aside. Moreover, with his contract expiring this year, it is only natural for him to seek a lucrative deal. Should negotiations with the Nets prove fruitless, it would be inevitable for Irving to be traded. Throughout his journey from the Cavaliers to the Celtics and then to the Nets, Irving has not garnered much admiration from others. Furthermore, during his time with the Nets, he has certainly caused his fair share of disturbances. In truth, Luo Feng felt a deep sense of anger regarding such a lackadaisical attitude towards his profession, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Durant. How unfortunate it was to have found such a brother. Luo Feng placed a call to Durant, inviting him to join the team in New Orleans the following day. Although Durant was unaware of the exact nature of Luo Feng's intentions, he chose to trust him and decided to go, regardless of the purpose. On March 9th, the Nets arrived at the Spectrum Center to face the Hornets. To be candid, Luo Feng did not regard the Hornets with much seriousness. They continued to employ the same strategy as in their previous game against the Celtics. The Nets starting lineup featured point guard Mills, shooting guard Curry, small forward Brown, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. The Hornets starting lineup included point guard Ball, shooting guard Rozier, small forward Bridges, power forward McDaniels, and center Richards. As the game commenced, Drummond won the tip-off, and Mills seized the ball, leading the Nets in their initial offensive play. After closely observing the first match, Luo Feng relaxed. The players exhibited remarkable consistency, and victory in this game seemed assured. He then turned to Durant behind him and inquired, "What do you think? Do you now believe that our team has a solid chance at contending for the championship?" Durant nodded in agreement, replying, "Coach Luo Feng, you are truly remarkable. I genuinely believe we have a real opportunity to pursue the championship." Luo Feng continued, "Whom do you believe this team cannot afford to lose?" Durant's heart sank, realizing that this matter was far from straightforward. The second quarter resumed, with the Nets having already established a 10-point lead of 30-20 in the first quarter. Luo Feng's 10 points have already been credited. Durant appeared somewhat bewildered, prompting Luo Feng to continue. "Kevin, I believe it is essential for you, as the leader of the team, to unite all the players, is it not?" Durant felt a sense of relief wash over him, realizing that there was no trouble directed at him. He then responded, "Coach, please speak your mind. What is it that you need me to do?" Luo Feng chuckled and remarked, "Mills has been performing quite well lately. I am inclined to focus on nurturing his talent. However, I believe if we could enhance this aspect even further, it would be quite advantageous. For instance, with Irving. Durant, puzzled, inquired, "Coach, didn't Kyrie mention that he is ready to return to the court? If he is indeed available to play, then this facet of our game could become significantly stronger." Luo Feng continued with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "If it were the former Irving, I would have no use for him. What I require is an obedient Irving." It was then that Durant comprehended Luo Feng's intention, to have himself persuade Irving. On Luo Feng's face lingered a smile, yet his words concealed a deadly intent. "In truth, you are aware that I have consistently emphasized the importance of team basketball. For instance, Kyrie's absence does not significantly affect the current roster. Therefore, this summer's offseason marks the day he departs from the Nets." Luo Feng's words were quite candid. "You should convey to Owen that if he complies, he may continue to play, but should he defy, then come summer, it will be farewell." Durant hastily interjected, "Coach, in truth, Kyrie is an exceptionally gifted player. He is truly remarkable." Luo Feng smiled at Durant and remarked, "Indeed, you possess remarkable talent and a distinctive character, yet there is a lack of professionalism. Kevin, as the leader of the team, your innate pursuit should be the championship title. You often refer to him as your brother. But isn't it evident that he is holding you back? Are you not aware of the troublesome actions he engages in?" Luo Feng's words left Durant speechless. "And Irving has indeed behaved quite absurdly over the past 2 years." Luo Feng continued, stating, "I understand that you all have a fondness for American-style heroism. Yet such an inclination only fosters tragic heroes who can never ascend to true success. Basketball is inherently a collective endeavor, where no individual can single-handedly lead a team to a championship title. Just as you witnessed with Harden's departure, which brought in Ben Simmons, a fellow who is hardly exemplary. I shall take it upon myself to address him appropriately. You may ponder this matter for now." Durant recognized that it was indeed time to engage in a conversation with his good friend, Irving. Chapter 31, A Warning to Others. Meanwhile, the Nets triumphed over the Hornets with a decisive score of 123-101, securing a 22-point lead. After the match, Borrego extended his hand to Luo Feng and remarked, "I truly did not anticipate that the Nets would perform so impressively under your leadership." Luo Feng politely remarked, "You are too kind. I merely unearthed the potential within these players. The victories we achieve are not solely my endeavor, but a collective triumph of our Nets team." The next match is set to take place 3 days hence, as the Nets prepare to challenge the 76ers on their home turf. Upon returning to the Barclays Center, Luo Feng conducted a relaxation training session the following day, primarily aimed at aiding the players in recovering from fatigue. All members of the Nets were present today. In the previous match, Simmons had appeared fit during the pregame training, yet on the day of the match, he claimed to be incapacitated due to stomach pains. Subsequently, he was spotted by paparazzi on a date with a model. Such behavior is intolerable, and Luo Feng felt compelled to address the presence of such individuals within the team. Following the relaxation session, Luo Feng gathered all the players together. "Next, I wish to discuss some recent issues concerning our team. We have successfully secured victories in our recent games, and it is certain that we will qualify for the playoffs. However, I believe we can achieve a higher ranking. As I trust none of you desire to enter the playoffs merely as the 8th seed," he stated, to which the players nodded in agreement. Luo Feng continued, "Since we all share a common goal, it is essential for us to work collaboratively towards its achievement. Next, I would like to address Simmons. Considering that Simmons often experiences discomfort, my recommendation is that he refrain from participating in matches for the time being and also take a break from training. It would be prudent for him to undergo a thorough medical examination." Everyone turned their gaze towards Simmons, who awkwardly replied, "Coach, I assure you that my health is fine." Luo Feng cast a cold glance at Simmons and inquired, "Is there any issue with your body? Your opinion lacks professionalism. Only a doctor's assessment holds weight. Whether you can participate in the match is not for you to decide. That authority lies with me." The intention of Luo Feng is quite clear. If you prefer to make excuses to avoid participating in the matches, then by all means, take a break and do not bother to come. Even if you wish to play, I regret to inform you that your words carry no weight in this matter. Luo Feng continued, "Allow me to elaborate on the management's decision. Simmons will not receive a single penny in wages for the matches he does not participate in. This is the essence of the matter. Do not presume that by being sidelined, you are entitled to such a hefty salary annually. Should you refrain from playing, you shall not earn a single cent. Moreover, even if you desire to take the field, it must be with my consent." Simmons, incensed, retorted, "You cannot treat me this way. You cannot withhold my wages. My physical discomfort is not my fault. Luo Feng scoffed, saying, "What does it matter to me? With an attitude like yours, you should promptly take your leave. Do you really consider yourself a superstar? Do you believe that Summer 1T bid you farewell?" Simmons retorted angrily, "How dare you?" Luo Feng disdainfully remarked, "Give it a try. As long as I remain in this team, you shall never grace the court. When you come to realize your error, that is when you may seek me out." Simmons, unable to endure such humiliation, promptly departed. He intended to lodge a complaint with the owner of the Nets. Little did he know, on this very day, Boss Kai had made a call to Luo Feng. Engaging in conversation for over an hour, Boss Kai naturally expressed his approval of Luo Feng's efforts. He had not felt such elation in quite some time. A series of resounding victories had allowed him to hold his head high among his peers in the ownership circle. Additionally, Luo Feng discussed the issues concerning Simmons and Irving with Boss Kai. The owner, too, had reached his limit with the two. Matters pertaining to contracts and other concerns were theirs to handle, while Luo Feng would be entirely responsible for team affairs. Should he wish to retain or dismiss anyone, he need only convey his desires directly. Luo Feng naturally conveyed his thoughts to Boss Kai, who readily agreed without a second thought. It is worth noting that Boss Kai had been subjected to ridicule from various quarters due to the antics of Irving and Simmons, and he had long desired to address their behavior. Consequently, Simmons stormed out of the arena in a fit of anger. This incident indeed provided some players with a sense of relief, as they perceived that Simmons had never approached the game with the seriousness it deserved since joining the Nets. After Simmons' departure, Luo Feng remarked to the other players, "Such individuals exhibit a profound lack of professional attitude. Therefore, our team is numerous, and his presence is neither a burden nor an asset." Luo Feng desires nothing less than absolute authority within the team, eschewing the presence of any individuals who might seek to exploit privileges. Let us bear in mind that our ambition is the championship. We cannot afford to retain those who lack a commendable professional attitude and the fervor for victory. Thus, I shall conclude my remarks for today. Everyone is dismissed. Luo Feng returned to his office to begin formulating a defensive training regimen when Durant entered. "Coach, Curry has arrived," he announced. "He expressed a desire to speak with you." Luo Feng gestured, indicating for them to enter. "Kevin, you may stay as well. You are aware of my desires, and should the outcome be unfavorable, do not hold it against me." Durant, having contemplated the matter, nodded in agreement. Irving casually stepped into the office, greeting, "Hello, Coach Luo Feng." Without any preamble, Luo Feng directly inquired, "Have you made up your mind?" Owen nodded, affirming his decision. "I have made up my mind. I wish to take the field." Luo Feng remarked, "Very well, since you have made up your mind, I shall grant you the opportunity. I hope you do not disappoint me." Owen confidently replied, "Of course," while inwardly reflecting, "This is for the sake of my contract." Luo Feng remained uncertain whether Owen's intentions were genuine or feigned. Nevertheless, he possessed an array of methods to deal with him. His reputation within the team, coupled with the unwavering support of owner Kai, afforded him the power to wield considerable influence over the Brooklyn Nets. Meanwhile, Simmons, upon leaving the arena, instructed his agent to approach the management and lament his grievances, asserting that Luo Feng was a tyrant who mercilessly oppressed the players. In response, the Nets management merely offered a curt acknowledgement, stating, "Noted." This left Simmons and his agent utterly astonished. Yet, unwilling to accept this outcome, they intentionally broached the subject in the presence of reporters. Naturally, these journalists, ever eager for a sensational story, embellished the tale and disseminated it widely, igniting a tempest of public opinion. Luo Feng, of course, did not concern himself with such matters. His focus was on securing victory in every match and enhancing the defensive prowess of his players. Soon, the date of March 11th arrived, when the Nets traveled to Philadelphia to face the 76ers in an away game. This encounter was particularly captivating, as the media heralded it as Harden's quest for vengeance and Simmons' inaugural clash against his former team. Chapter 32, Ominous Signs. The journalists, in fact, were eager to interview Luo Feng, especially after Simmons had recently caused quite a stir with his revelations before the press. Luo Feng is inherently a reclusive individual, making it quite challenging for journalists to encounter him. Fortunately, during the warm-up session, a reporter seized the opportunity to interview Luo Feng. "May I inquire, Coach Luo Feng, is what Simmons stated true?" Confused, Luo Feng inquired, "What is the matter?" The reporter replied, "He claims that you have withheld his salary and that you exercise tyrannical control over the team, bullying the players." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but think that this Simmons truly is quite foolish. Luo Feng had no intention of sparing him any dignity. A player lacking professional ethics was hardly in a position to discuss salary matters. Upon hearing this, the reporter exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this just another breaking news?" and promptly pressed for further details. "Coach Luo Feng, could you elaborate on this?" Luo Feng coldly explained. The day before the match, he claimed to be unwell. Yet he was photographed by paparazzi on a date with a model. Is further explanation truly necessary? When it came time to compete, he suddenly exhibited various ailments, leading us to suspect he may be harboring an underlying illness. We advise him to seek a thorough examination at a hospital. Furthermore, our Nets team is not a charitable organization. We will not compensate players who are unable to participate in the game. I shall refrain from further remarks. We must focus on the match. As for you, I suggest diverting your attention from these sensational tales and instead concentrating on our performance. The words of Luo Feng exude an undeniable charisma, thrusting Simmons into the epicenter of public discourse. In the recent encounter with the 76ers, Irving found himself included in the starting lineup, while Durant continued to rest. The Brooklyn Nets starting lineup consisted of point guard Irving, shooting guard Curry, small forward Brown, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. The Philadelphia 76ers starting lineup featured point guard Maxey, shooting guard Harden, small forward Green, power forward Harris, and center Embiid. Facing the 76ers was bound to be a formidable challenge. Each player on their roster was formidable, and Luo Feng was certainly not one to underestimate them. As the first quarter commenced, the tip-off saw Embiid gaining possession, swiftly passing the ball to Harden, who dribbled past half-court. Embiid established his position in the paint, prompting Harden to deliver the ball his way. Embiid, known for his agility despite his imposing size, faked a spin move to penetrate before rising for a jump shot. However, Drummond was unfazed. Having shed weight, Drummond's reflexes had markedly improved. The former Defensive Player of the Year was no easy opponent. He leapt to contest the shot, effectively thwarting all of Embiid's shooting angles. Left with no options, Embiid was forced to hurriedly pass the ball toward the midcourt. At that moment, Brown swiftly intercepted the pass and initiated a fast break. Curry had already sprinted ahead, and Brown quickly delivered the ball to him. Curry seized the opportunity, executing a successful dunk in the paint. Meanwhile, Irving orchestrated the Nets' offense. Upon crossing half-court, he refrained from passing to Griffin, instead signaling for space. Intent on executing a one-on-one play, Luo Feng said nothing, merely observing Owen. Owen effortlessly maneuvered past Maxey, penetrating into the paint. Green stepped up to provide support, but Owen, undeterred, launched a strong jump shot over Green, only for the basketball to ricochet off the rim, allowing Embiid to secure the rebound. Maxey continued orchestrating the 76ers' offense. Upon crossing half-court, he passed the ball to Harden, who, from a 45-degree angle at the three-point line, executed a swift step back and immediately released a three-pointer, which found its mark. The score stood at 3-2, granting the 76ers an early lead. Luo Feng observed that Little Curry's defensive capabilities were still somewhat lacking. Although his scoring ability had consistently improved, his progress in defense remained minimal. When faced with a formidable scorer like Harden, vulnerabilities became apparent. Fortunately, Little Curry was still quite young, and Luo Feng intended to create a specialized training regimen to enhance his defensive skills. Meanwhile, Irving continued to orchestrate the Nets' offense. After crossing half-court, he still refrained from passing the ball to Griffin, instead signaling for spacing as he sought to isolate for a one-on-one play. At that moment, Luo Feng's expression darkened. It was clear that Irving had disregarded the pre-game strategy, opting instead to pursue his own agenda. From the top of the arc, Irving focused on Maxey and launched a three-point shot, which naturally bounced off the rim, allowing Embiid to secure the rebound. Luo Feng stood up, visibly displeased, and exclaimed, "Owen, what are you doing? I need you to unify the entire team right now." Luo Feng's words were rather pleasing to the ear. It remains uncertain whether Irving heard them. Nonetheless, Luo Feng chose to assume that he did. Subsequently, Embiid executed a perfectly timed fadeaway jumper. On the other hand, Irving once again took control of the ball for an isolation play. Luo Feng exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it." Irving completely disregarded his words, continuing to play as he always had, relentlessly engaging in isolation plays. Even Durant managed to secure more assists than him. It was evident that the shot did not find its mark. Some Nets fans, watching from their screens, vociferously lamented the return of Irving, as the team once again took on a familiar, disheartening form. With a somber expression, Luo Feng called for a timeout. He then addressed Mills, instructing him to take the court and replace Irving. He also communicated the substitution to the referee, stating that Irving was to be replaced by Mills. This unexpected maneuver left the 76ers momentarily stunned, questioning the rationale behind it. However, it was Shaquille O'Neal in the TNT commentary booth who discerned the situation. O'Neal chuckled heartily, remarking that it seemed Irving had managed to irritate Luo Feng. When the host inquired about the reasoning, O'Neal elaborated, "We have observed throughout the preceding matches that the Nets are currently executing a cohesive team strategy, employing the Princeton system, which emphasizes off-ball movement and player positioning. Yet, upon Irving's entrance, the first 3 attempts were all isolation plays. This starkly contradicted the Nets' current game plan, leading me to suspect that Irving is not adhering to the coach's directives. The fundamental offensive thrust of this lineup actually originates with Griffin." The host nodded in understanding, realizing why Irving had been benched. Puzzled, Irving questioned, "Coach, why was I taken out? I merely experienced a rough start. Once I find my rhythm, the points will naturally follow." Luo Feng stated coldly, "How did I arrange the strategy before the match? Did you follow my instructions? If you do not wish to execute the tactics I have devised, then you need not take the field. I have made it clear. I do not require a player who disobeys." Luo Feng spoke candidly. Chapter 33, The Forceful Coach. Irving felt both embarrassed and angry. "I am the star player of the team. How dare you treat me this way?" Irving protested vehemently. "Coach, I am performing well, and I have always played this way. We have won numerous games." However, his words unsettled the other Nets players. Indeed, Irving was not entirely incorrect. In the past, victories often hinged on either his solo efforts or those of Durant. Yet, at least Durant would share the ball, whereas Irving seldom passed. During this period, the team had grown accustomed to the strategies laid out by Luo Feng, with each player having a clear role. Basketball is fundamentally a team sport, and every victory was a collective achievement. Consequently, when Irving reverted to his isolation plays, it left a lingering discomfort among his teammates. Luo Feng, with a stern expression, inquired, "And then what? You merely fell in the first round of the playoffs, and now you're unable to perform at home? Furthermore, you disregard my strategies. Who has indulged your dreadful habit? Forgive me, but I am not like those coaches who would pamper you. I expect you to demonstrate your professional attitude in my presence. Otherwise, I would be indifferent to your fate, much like Simmons." Naturally, this confrontation provoked Kyrie's temper. "Luo Feng, you are merely a temporary head coach. Do not presume that you will remain in this position for long. When you fail to qualify for the playoffs, you too shall be dismissed." This remark truly ignited Luo Feng's anger. Does he really believe that the Nets cannot secure victories without him? Luo Feng let out a cold snort, stating, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. For now, you may take a seat on the bench. If you wish to leave, that is also permissible." The fierce argument between Luo Feng and Irving undoubtedly captured the attention of the entire arena. Rivers couldn't help but chuckle, sensing that this time the Philadelphia 76ers had the upper hand. The Nets, engulfed in such serious internal strife, were destined to face defeat in this match. Naturally, Irving harbored this very intention. His audacity to confront Luo Feng stemmed from a desire to destabilize the team. How could a team win when the morale was so shaken? The fans in Philadelphia erupted in jubilant cheers, signaling that victory was all but assured. The 3 commentators from TNT furrowed their brows in concern, with O'Neal expressing worry about the dire situation facing the Nets. Although Barkley often opposed O'Neal, he too acknowledged the gravity of the situation, remarking that Irving must have stirred up yet another controversy. Journalists on the sidelines diligently documented the unfolding drama, anticipating even more explosive news in the aftermath. However, Luo Feng remained unfazed. After all, Irving hardly qualified as a team leader, so what right did he have to disrupt the unity of the squad? Luo Feng, disinterested, chose to disregard Owen, who, in turn, remained silent, awaiting the Nets' inevitable defeat in this match. Luo Feng clapped his hands and declared, "Gentlemen, this is merely a minor interlude. Our focus must remain on securing victory today. Do you understand?" The players nodded in agreement. "Do you recall my strategy from before the match? Let us execute it flawlessly. As long as you perform to your capabilities, we shall emerge as the victors in this contest." The second quarter commenced. To some extent, the players of the Nets were affected, as they were swiftly overwhelmed by an 8-0 surge. However, Luo Feng remained composed, signaling the players to steady themselves. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had already accessed the system shop, seeking items to bolster their morale. Luo Feng was acutely aware that the commotion caused by Owen was undeniably influential, though to claim otherwise would be disingenuous. As the head coach and the cornerstone of the team, he knew he must remain composed. Soon, Luo Feng discovered the card he sought, a powerful boost that could elevate the team's morale by 10. Applicable solely for this match and requiring the exchange of 100 points. Luo Feng was at a loss for words. The expenses were rather steep. Nonetheless, the confidence of the players was of utmost importance, and he could not allow the hard-earned self-assurance to dissipate so easily. Gritting his teeth, Luo Feng proceeded with the exchange. For as long as they continued to secure victories, points would inevitably follow. Once the card was exchanged, he utilized it immediately. This card was a collective one, marking Luo Feng's first encounter with such a card in the store. Although it was somewhat pricey, its value in the present moment was undeniable. Upon activation, he sensed an immediate transformation in the team's morale. However, the 76ers had already gained momentum, and it was imperative to disrupt their current rhythm. Luo Feng called for a brief timeout. "Gentlemen, this state of affairs does not reflect your true selves. Go forth, and do not allow the people of Philadelphia to underestimate us." The team sensed a shift within themselves. Their restlessness dissipated, and confidence surged anew. As the timeout concluded, the Nets players returned to the court. In an instant, the atmosphere surrounding the Nets transformed dramatically. Each player exuded remarkable confidence, leaving the 76ers astounded. Initially, it seemed that the Nets were doomed in this match, yet unexpectedly, they managed to regain their composure. At the TNT commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "I told you, Luo Feng possesses true talent. Just look at how the Nets have returned to form." Charles Barkley, unusually in agreement with O'Neal, acknowledged the commendable skill of Luo Feng, noting that even in challenging circumstances, he has managed to assert control over the Nets. As the first quarter drew to a close, the Nets trailed by 5 points. This marked the first time during the match that the Nets found themselves behind at the end of a quarter. However, by the end of the second quarter, the Nets had not only caught up but surged ahead by 3 points, with the score now standing at 43-40. As the first half concluded, Luo Feng contemplated his points, having spotted a rare exchange card in the system's marketplace. This card required 300 points, and Luo Feng found himself in dire need of it. It was an experience card, its effects unmistakably aimed at elevating Luo Feng's coaching level. Coach Luo Feng has ascended to a higher level, and it is anticipated that new effects will emerge. At this moment, Luo Feng possesses precisely 312 points, which is just sufficient to exchange for this experience card. Gritting his teeth, he decided to make the exchange and utilized it immediately. The system's notification echoed, "Congratulations to the host for upgrading to a level 3 coach." The player management panel is now accessible, allowing real-time inquiries into player dynamic capabilities and various psychological states. Luo Feng was astounded. This golden finger truly seemed to be a bug. However, the more extraordinary it was, the more I adored it. The system is remarkable. I hope it continues to deliver exceptional results in the future. Luo Feng eagerly activated the player management panel. He could clearly observe the status of all players from both the Nets and the 76ers. The 10 starters were distinctly highlighted. Luo Feng felt that this ability was truly formidable. Chapter 34. Overcoming 76 individuals. The system panel displayed the items that Luo Feng currently possessed, which could be directly utilized for the players through this management interface. Moreover, the system thoughtfully provided 3 bottles of mineral water as items. The energy drink could replenish a player's stamina by 20 points, usable both on and off the court. It appeared that there was no need to worry too much about the second half of the match. As the third quarter commenced, Griffin and Drummond had been substituted, making way for Claxton and Aldridge. The strategy remained unchanged, employing the Princeton system alongside standard off-ball movement tactics. Mills emerged as the orchestrator for the latter half. Young talents like Curry, Brown, Mills, and Claxton displayed abundant energy and an eagerness to move. It wasn't long before the 76ers' defense was breached, with James Harden being the chink in their armor. One cannot fault Luo Feng for his lack of loyalty. The management panel indicated that Harden was in a state of intense rage. He was eager to showcase his abilities to the Nets, to demonstrate that trading him was a grievous error. This was clearly displayed on the system. Given this, it was an opportune moment for Luo Feng to capitalize on the situation. In truth, Harden's performance had waned significantly since his injury, and he had struggled to establish himself within the 76ers. Both fans and players seemed indifferent towards him, making his tenure with the 76ers quite challenging. At this moment, he was desperate to prove his worth, which presented an opportunity for Luo Feng. The offense was still flowing smoothly, and Luo Feng chose to remain patient. Knowing that Harden would eventually reveal vulnerabilities, particularly as his defensive awareness was notoriously lacking. The situation on the court mirrored this reality. Harden gradually began to isolate himself for one-on-one plays. Having spent the first half assisting Embiid, he now found himself restless in the second half. He was aware that Embiid was the primary star, but he hoped that his former teammates on the 76ers would understand his predicament. Standing on the sidelines, Luo Feng took advantage of the defensive transition to communicate with Mills, instructing him to convey to the team that they should apply tight pressure on the other players while easing off slightly on Harden. The offensive strategy would revolve around taking turns utilizing Harden as the focal point for breakthroughs. "Do you understand?" Mills nodded, affirming, "Coach, I comprehend." He then relayed Luo Feng's message to the other players on the court, who naturally complied with the coach's directive. As the third quarter unfolded, it became evident that the remaining 4 players of the 76ers were all under intense scrutiny, with only Harden left unguarded. Dribbling past half court, Harden found himself without any defensive pressure. Consequently, he attempted a shot, which ricocheted off the rim. Drummond leapt high to seize the rebound and promptly passed the ball to Mills. Mills, advancing past half court, signaled for Curry Jr. to set a screen. Upon the screen's execution, Harden stepped up to defend, allowing Mills to deftly maneuver past him for a layup. With such a player management dynamic on the court, vanquishing any team appeared to be a rather effortless endeavor. Luo Feng can discern the weaknesses of any team from above. Subsequently, Mills scored against Harden, followed by Curry and Brown, who also found success against him. In contrast, Harden suffered a series of missed shots. In a state of panic, he attempted to prove his worth, only to become a source of frustration. Consequently, Rivers was compelled to call a timeout and substitute Harden. The situation had become untenable, as Harden was thoroughly exploited. Following his removal, the 76ers displayed a semblance of normalcy, albeit largely due to Embiid's efforts. Indeed, Embiid, with his youthful vigor and nimble footwork, found it relatively effortless to contend with Aldridge. Within the paint, Embiid wreaked havoc. However, Aldridge's extensive experience made scoring against him no simple task. As the third quarter concluded, the Nets led the 76ers by 18 points, with a score of 88-71. Although Embiid performed admirably, the rest of the 76ers faltered significantly. As the fourth quarter commenced, Rivers, recognizing the futility of a comeback, opted to field his substitutes early. Ultimately, only Embiid managed to score over 20 points, while Harris contributed 11 points, and Harden only 10, with the contributions from other role players being negligible. Luo Feng is also keen on nurturing the capabilities of his bench players, and when they take to the court, he adopts a markedly different demeanor, actively directing them with enthusiasm. This is indeed a preparation for the playoffs. The bench players of the Nets have exhibited remarkable tenacity, managing to restrict the 76ers substitutes to single-digit scoring during the fourth quarter's garbage time, much to the frustration of Rivers and Embiid, who found themselves at a loss. Ultimately, the score concluded at 102-80, securing victory for the Nets. Naturally, a press conference followed the game, which Luo Feng attended alone. However, the focus of the media was not on the Nets' performance or their victory, but rather on the altercation that erupted within the team. A reporter inquired, "Coach Luo Feng, did you have a conflict with Irving?" Luo Feng nodded and said, "Certainly." The reporter continued to inquire, "May I ask what the reason for your conflict was? Will this affect the Nets' future games?" Luo Feng, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, "When a player's performance fails to align with the expectations of their profession, you will understand the source of my frustration." A journalist inquired, "Coach Luo Feng, are you deliberately undermining Irving? After all, he is an exceptionally talented athlete." Luo Feng chuckled. Regardless of how exceptional this individual's talent may be, if he disregards the coach's strategy and stubbornly pursues his own style of play, he will ultimately find himself without a game to participate in. Luo Feng's words effectively encapsulated the entire conflict between the two individuals. Well, I prefer not to elaborate further. It is best for everyone to focus on matters pertaining to the court, such as the team's performance. Naturally, after the game, Irving participated in an interview, describing the newly appointed head coach as a tyrant who seeks to exert unilateral control over the team. All players must placate and flatter him to earn the opportunity to play. Otherwise, they risk being relegated to the bench. The ever-inquisitive media, of course, seized upon Irving's remarks. The following day, the news of the Nets' victory occupied only a small section of the headlines, while the lead story revolved around the clash between Luo Feng and Irving. The reports suggested an impending collapse of the Nets, predicting their swift exit from playoff contention. Aisha promptly visited Luo Feng's residence, fully aware of his true character. He could never be the tyrant Irving depicted. 3 days later, the Nets were set to host the New York Knicks. The next day, Luo Feng granted the team a day off, understanding that a balanced approach would help prevent player injuries. As Luo Feng groggily opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Aisha standing before him. "Good morning, Aisha. What brings you here so early?" Chapter 35, Public Opinion. Aisha, with an expression of disbelief, remarked, "Are you still asleep? How can you possibly be sleeping at this hour?" Luo Feng, with bleary eyes, remarked, "The team's schedule has been exceedingly tight lately. Since we have a brief respite these days, I decided to grant the team a short break." Aisha promptly interjected, "Hurry and change into another outfit. I have already informed my father, and we shall go together to speak with Manager Marks to clarify this matter." Luo Feng inquired, "What is there to explain?" Aisha took out her phone and turned the news article for Luo Feng to see. Luo Feng chuckled and remarked, "I never imagined such a trivial matter would make the headlines." Aisha, in a state of panic, responded, "This is no longer a trivial issue. We must swiftly clarify the situation with the Nets management. This way, you may still preserve your position as coach." Luo Feng gestured for Aisha to remain calm. "Allow me to share some insights with you. The management of the Nets has long harbored dissatisfaction with Irving's conduct. As you are well aware, Irving has engaged in numerous reckless behaviors both on and off the court. Chairman Tsai has entrusted me with full authority to address matters concerning both Irving and Simmons. Therefore, there is no need for excessive concern. I reported yesterday's incident to Manager Marks and Chairman Tsai, and they expressed their unwavering support for my actions." Aisha, placing her hand upon her chest, exclaimed, "You startled me. I thought you might lose your position as head coach." Luo Feng felt deeply moved by the fact that someone could care for him so profoundly. He embraced Aisha tightly, saying, "Thank you for your unwavering concern for me." In that moment, Aisha found Luo Feng's embrace to be incredibly warm, and shyly replied, while holding him, "Aren't we more than just friends?" After embracing for a while, Luo Feng remarked, "Since you are here, let us go on a date today." Thus, the two took advantage of Luo Feng's day off to enjoy their outing. At that moment, Durant was inside Irving's residence. Irving expressed to Durant, "Kevin, I can no longer tolerate this place, nor the head coach. I am seriously considering leaving. Will you accompany me?" Durant found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he yearned to prove himself as the pivotal contributor to the Warriors' championship aspirations. On the other hand, he felt a strong sense of loyalty to his brotherhood with Irving. "Kyrie, is there truly no room for reconciliation? We have a significant chance of clinching the championship this year. Do you not also wish to demonstrate that you can win without LeBron by your side?" Irving scoffed, "I have already secured a championship. I have never endured such humiliation. There is no turning back now. It is either he goes or I do. Kevin, you should discuss this with the management. Remember, he was the one who begged us to join, yet look at how they treat us now." Durant nodded, acknowledging, "This matter indeed warrants a thorough conversation." After dinner, upon escorting Aisha back home, Luo Feng discovered Durant waiting at his doorstep. Luo Feng inquired with a smile, "Kevin, what brings you here?" Durant, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Coach, I came primarily to discuss a matter with you." Luo Feng, fully aware of Durant's intentions, suggested, "Come, let us step inside my home for a moment. I am well aware of what you wish to discuss." With that, Durant accompanied Luo Feng into his residence. Luo Feng accessed the player management panel within the system and observed its silence. He realized that outside the match hours, he could not monitor the emotional fluctuations of these players. Luo Feng poured a glass of water for Durant. Just as Durant was about to speak, Luo Feng preemptively said, "Kevin, allow me to share my thoughts with you first. Our team has always functioned as a cohesive unit, for it is only through unity that we can collaborate effectively to triumph in every match. Am I not correct? You know best in your heart what transpired in last season's playoffs. Was it due to Irving, or was it the synergy between the two of you?" After a moment of contemplation, Durant nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Luo Feng's words. "Furthermore, considering that Irving, as your brother, has stirred up so many issues both on and off the court, do you genuinely believe he acts in your best interest, or is he causing you harm? Kevin, upon joining the Nets, are you striving to prove your worth, or do you merely wish to play alongside your brother? To me, having star players is undoubtedly advantageous. Yet, even in their absence, I am unfazed. I can still lead the team to commendable achievements. Perhaps I may have only advanced past the first round in the playoffs, but based on my leadership capabilities, we remain formidable contenders for the championship in our second year. However, if you and your brother choose to tread the same path, and you find yourselves here this year, where will you be next year? At that moment, Durant's expression darkened, for what Luo Feng articulated was indeed the truth. As for the opinions of the media, I am indifferent. As a head coach, results are the most compelling evidence of one's worth. Kevin, I urge you to reflect deeply on this. Durant had initially intended to persuade Luo Feng, yet he found himself somewhat swayed by Luo Feng's reasoning. Ultimately, Durant's heart still yearned for the championship. Luo Feng, in truth, remains largely indifferent. While Irving possesses remarkable talent and skill, should he push me too far, I would simply cultivate a new star guard from scratch. With the support of the system, Luo Feng feels emboldened to express such sentiments. In fact, following the altercation with Irving, he began contemplating the development of a new playmaker. Both Mills and Dragic have solid foundations and are players worth nurturing. If Irving refuses to yield, Luo Feng will promptly embark on the journey of training a new point guard. Ultimately, Irving is merely stubborn despite his precarious situation. Presently, his shoe brand has explicitly chosen not to renew their contract with him, and no new manufacturers have expressed interest. Quietly, he has instructed his agent to engage with other teams in search of potential suitors, preferably a strong contender. However, feedback from his agent suggests that no teams are keen on acquiring him, with the exception of the Knicks. Teams with championship aspirations seem to avoid him entirely. After Durant left Luo Feng's residence, he appeared to have reached a profound realization, leading him to resolve firmly on a course of action. Consequently, his demeanor became notably more buoyant. The following morning, Luo Feng arrived at the gym, where Humphreys inquired, "Luo Feng, is everything truly all right with this matter?" Luo Feng felt deeply touched by Humphreys' concern for him and smiled as he replied, "Rest assured, it's absolutely fine. Any reasonable employer would find it intolerable to have such players who collect a salary without contributing." All the Brooklyn Nets players were present, except for Irving and Simmons. Chapter 36, Training Plan. Before the commencement of training, Luo Feng delivered a customary briefing. "Ladies and gentlemen, our recent performance has been commendable, and we are not far from clinching the top position in the Eastern Conference. Therefore, it is imperative that everyone exerts their utmost effort in the upcoming matches. Additionally, Durant will begin integrating into the team for practice today. Should he demonstrate satisfactory form, arrangements will be made for him to participate in the game. Of course, our system and tactics will remain unchanged for the time being." Luo Feng's words relieved the majority of the players, as they feared that upon Durant's return, he would revert to his heroic style of play, rendering them superfluous. Durant arrived early at the arena and sought out Luo Feng. Since assuming the role of head coach, Luo Feng had consistently been the first to arrive at the gym. Thus, Durant made his way to Luo Feng's office early in the morning. Upon encountering Durant, Luo Feng was not particularly taken aback. He calmly inquired, "Have you thought it through?" Durant nodded affirmatively, having indeed made his decision. "Coach, I aspire for a championship." Luo Feng patted Durant on the shoulder and said, "What I wish to convey to you is that when we unite with a common purpose, we become invincible in this world. Your foremost task now is to maintain your health. Only with good health can you lead the team to victory. The team cannot thrive without you." Durant, stirred by Luo Feng's impassioned words, envisioned the moment of clinching the championship. "I have devised a special training regimen for both of you, and of course, your daily training schedule will require some adjustments. I am quite dissatisfied with your current defense. You are conceding too many points in each game. If we aim to progress further in the playoffs, defense must be our top priority. Shortly, the assistant coach will distribute each of your training plans, and today's routine training will proceed as usual." Subsequently, Luo Feng approached Mills and Dragic for an in-depth discussion. Both were naturally elated. Mills had finally secured his position as the starting point guard, while Dragic would serve as the backup point guard. Luo Feng refrained from mentioning Irving, and neither of the two inquired about him. Mills and Dragic primarily focused on enhancing their court vision and game comprehension. Within the arena, Luo Feng attempted to access the player management panel and discovered that the Nets players' icons were illuminated, indicating that this panel could be manipulated during training. He began to meticulously record the detailed capabilities of Mills and Dragic in his notebook. Currently, Mills possessed a skill level of 80. with room for improvement in his playmaking abilities. Dragic, on the other hand, had a skill level of 69, exhibiting a clear strength in offense but a weakness in defense, with his playmaking skills rated at a moderate level. Thus, both players had significant potential for enhancement. As for Drummond and Griffin, they had been steadily losing weight, resulting in improved mobility. Following today's training, Mills and Dragic's playmaking abilities saw a slight increase. This panel provided precise insights into each player's training progress, allowing for the development of focused and tailored training strategies. On March 14th, the Nets hosted the Knicks in a challenging match. Prior to the game, Thibodeau naturally made grandiose proclamations, asserting that they would seize victory on enemy territory. Luo Feng responded with a smile, "Let the Knicks give it a try." The Nets fear no challenge. Today's starting lineup for the Nets includes point guard Mills, shooting guard Curry, small forward Durant, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. The Knicks starting lineup comprises point guard Barrett, shooting guard Fournier, small forward Reddish, power forward Randall, and center Robinson. The TNT commentary team remains unchanged, featuring hosts Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley. O'Neal has grown fond of commenting on the Nets games, as they consistently emerge victorious and exhibit a commendable balance of inside and outside play. O'Neal remarked with a grin, "It seems the Nets are poised to win again today, especially with Durant back in action." Barkley shook his head in dissent, stating, "I am not optimistic. Durant has just returned, and it remains uncertain whether he can adapt to Luo Feng's newly established system. It is essential to recall how the Nets previously played, primarily relying on Irving and Durant's scoring, with Nash often assigning Durant a role as a facilitating forward." O'Neal chuckled, "Which game are you referring to when you mention Irving? I believe you are aware that he hasn't even made the roster." According to the established strategy, Griffin serves as the facilitating forward, Durant as the primary scoring option, and Curry as the secondary option, with Mills, Griffin, and Drummond on a comparable level. A proficient scorer naturally requires a tailored system to maximize their impact. However, Luo Feng does not intend for Durant to dominate the ball. Instead, he emphasizes off-ball movement. Durant's presence on the court is to execute Luo Feng's directives, even though he finds it somewhat unfamiliar. Luo Feng nodded with satisfaction, realizing that Durant had grasped how to play for the Nets. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 30-19, with the Nets leading by 11 points. As the first quarter came to a close, Luo Feng decided to substitute Durant, allowing him to gradually acclimate to the intensity of the game. This was evident from the data he had observed. Durant's health status indicated that recovery was still necessary. Throughout the second, third, and fourth quarters, the point differential remained in the double digits. With 3 minutes left in the game, the Knicks substituted their bench players, signaling their concession. After the game, Thibodeau shook hands with Luo Feng and remarked, "I didn't expect you to be such a person of character." Thibodeau was alluding to the Kyrie situation. Luo Feng chuckled and remarked, "Players lacking professional attitude are unworthy of playing the game." Thibodeau gave Luo Feng a thumbs up. Regardless of everyone's stance in this matter, Thibodeau undoubtedly sided with Luo Feng. No coach desires to encounter such players. 2 days later, on March 16th, the Nets faced off against the Magic on their home court. The Magic had been languishing in a state of mediocrity for years, while the Nets enjoyed a resounding victory, winning 150-80, a staggering 70-point lead. This marked the largest margin of victory in recent years. Durant felt as if he had been rejuvenated, no longer bearing the burden of carrying the team alone, but rather advancing with remarkable ease. After playing for 20 minutes, he amassed 35 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists. In this match, Curry Jr. exploded onto the scene, achieving a career-high score of 44 points, along with 6 rebounds and 4 assists. Following the game, the media interviewed Curry Jr., inquiring about his feelings after scoring 44 points that evening. Chapter 37. Humility. Curry Jr. excitedly exclaimed, "Tonight was truly a magical evening. I never imagined I could score 44 points. I am grateful to Coach Luo Feng, to Kevin, and to Griffin. It is because of them that I achieved this score." The media continued to probe, "How do you perceive Coach Luo Feng?" Without hesitation, Curry Jr. responded, "I cannot speak for others' opinions of Coach Luo Feng, but he has taught me how to score better and play the game more effectively. I simply adhered to Coach Luo Feng's guidance, and before I knew it, I had reached 44 points. Post-game headlines proclaimed, "Magical Coach Luo Feng." Just from these 2 games, Luo Feng's reputation transformed from mixed reviews to a consensus of his remarkable prowess. Naturally, the most steadfast supporters were the Nets fans. Initially, as the Nets' performance declined, suffering a 10-game losing streak, the fans were heartbroken. Yet, They were taken aback by the resurrection brought forth by a previously unknown head coach. The fans are refreshingly simple. As long as the team's performance excels, they will support it wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Irving's situation became increasingly dire. He had presumed that his outburst would lead to a further decline in the Nets' performance, yet the team continued its winning streak. Even his close friend Durant no longer mentioned the incident. Irving realized it was time to make a decision, whether for his contract or other matters. Prior to this, he had expressed some rather foolish remarks in front of the media. He wished to offer the Nets an opportunity with a 5-year, $250 million maximum contract. However, the Nets did not respond in kind. A journalist, eager to understand the Nets' stance, sought an interview with Luo Feng. Luo Feng, with a hint of resignation, remarked that matters concerning contract renewals are solely determined by the team's general manager, Mr. Marks. However, he divulged a morsel of gossip, suggesting that the contract is virtually unattainable. Luo Feng then expressed his displeasure, questioning the audacity of such statements. Consequently, Irving found himself in an increasingly awkward predicament. Thus, Irving resolved to take a conciliatory approach. For no one truly wishes to be at odds with me, Yuan, does he? Luo Feng was in his office, reviewing the training achievements of the players for the day, along with their various physical report analyses. Examining these details aids Luo Feng in judiciously allocating each player's playing time, thereby averting a potential wave of injuries. At that moment, Irving knocked quietly rapped on Luo Feng's office door. Luo Feng said, "Please come in." Owen awkwardly greeted, "Hello, Coach Luo Feng." Luo Feng, without lifting his head, remarked, "You've arrived," while continuing to peruse the player's medical examination reports. Irving felt a sense of awkwardness, yet he found himself compelled to speak. Thus, mustering his courage, he stated, "Coach Luo Feng, I have given it considerable thought, and I wish to play the game earnestly." Luo Feng responded with a gentle acknowledgement before stating, "I am uncertain if you have truly contemplated this, but since you wish to contribute to the team, I shall not impede you. Whether your motivation stems from your impending contract expiration this summer or a lack of a new endorsement deal with a sneaker brand, all I require is a compliant player. Do you understand?" Although Irving felt considerable displeasure, he recognized that he could not confront the situation head-on at this moment. Coach Luo Feng seemed entirely indifferent to media scrutiny, and the Nets management was unwaveringly supportive of him, which left Irving feeling quite helpless. The Nets appeared to regard him as somewhat superfluous. He recalled Luo Feng's words, "Even without you, Irving, our team can still clinch the championship. Your presence or absence makes no difference." At this juncture, Irving's options had dwindled to a single choice. He awkwardly replied, "I will strive to play well." Luo Feng continued, "Come for training tomorrow morning." The following day, Irving appeared in the gym, much to everyone's astonishment. Durant was undoubtedly the most delighted, joyfully patting Irving on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Buddy, you finally came to your senses." Irving awkwardly nodded in response. However, upon his return, Irving did not receive any special treatment from Luo Feng. He underwent the same daily training as the other players. On March 17th, the Nets hosted the Mavericks. Irving was included in the game roster, although he did not make the starting lineup. The Nets starting five consisted of point guard Mills, shooting guard Curry, small forward Durant, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. The Mavericks starting lineup featured point guard Dinwiddie, shooting guard Josh Green, small forward Donich, power forward Smith, and center Kleber. As the opening tip commenced, Drummond passed the ball to Mills, and the game began. The TNT commentary team remained the same trio: host Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, and Charles Barkley. Barkley expressed his surprise, stating, "I can't believe Irving made the roster. Keep in mind, this is the Nets' home court. Did he get vaccinated?" O'Neal confidently replied, "He must have. Otherwise, with Luo Feng's temperament, Irving wouldn't be on the roster." Indeed, Luo Feng's first requirement for Irving was to get vaccinated. If he were unable to play at home, he surely wouldn't be expected to travel for away games in the future. Irving felt utterly frustrated, yet he had no choice. He needed to honor his contract and comply. However, he was taken aback by not being included in the starting lineup and felt he lacked the confidence to approach Luo Feng regarding this matter. Luo Feng's formidable presence has already instilled a sense of trepidation in Irving. Mills, upon crossing the halfway line, delivered the ball to Griffin. Under Luo Feng's guidance, Griffin has long since transformed his playing style. He now resembles a playmaking forward, akin to a point guard. One must wonder, does Smith feel apprehensive? Griffin probed cautiously before making a decisive move to break left, with Smith in pursuit. Durant executed a backdoor cut, positioning himself at the original 45-degree angle beyond the arc where Griffin had been. With a flick of his wrist, Griffin sent the basketball soaring behind him. Durant, receiving the pass, unleashed a shot that swished through the net with precision. The game commenced with Durant's three-pointer, putting the Nets ahead 3-0. This movement was orchestrated by Griffin, igniting the entire Nets team into action. Indeed, any pass Griffin makes holds the promise of an opportunity. As for Irving, he may as well remain seated on the bench, perhaps to stretch his legs during garbage time. If this fellow does not hone his skills diligently, the Nets may find themselves unraveling in the future due to his lackadaisical approach. Luo Feng's assessment of Owen is that he relies on his innate talent, exhibiting a blend of capriciousness and folly. Rather than indulging in such trivialities, he would be better served by dedicating time to rigorous training. In the midst of this, the Mavericks' Doncic orchestrates the offense. Doncic is a rising star that Luo Feng holds in high regard, possessing the potential of a true superstar. In Chapter 38, titled The Ferocious Mavericks, Doncic passes the ball to Dinwiddie and swiftly drives into the paint. Durant immediately steps up to defend, obstructing Doncic's path. Dinwiddie adeptly delivers the ball back to Doncic's hands, signaling the much-anticipated showdown between Durant and Doncic. Durant, of course, does not shy away from taunting. "Kid, after 2 years, you think you're impressive? Allow me to enlighten you. You have a long way to go." Unfazed, Doncic retorts, "You're getting old. It's time for you to make way for us youngsters." With that, he accelerates toward the right side, attempting a breakthrough. However, Durant's defense proves formidable, swiftly intercepting Doncic's route. With a deft pullback, Doncic leans against Durant and executes a smooth pivot to the left, evading him. Doncic advances towards the basket and effortlessly scores. Durant, still recovering his physical prowess, struggles to keep pace with Doncic's movements. Nevertheless, Luo Feng remains unfazed. Basketball is never a solitary endeavor. Doncic's impressive statistics stem from the fact that he possesses unparalleled freedom to shoot within the Mavericks. Luo Feng emphasizes the importance of teamwork. Every player's actions must be judicious, and sharing the ball is paramount. Should anyone act recklessly on the court, they can expect a stern reprimand from Luo Feng, which may jeopardize their participation in the next game. In the current Nets roster, any player may be absent, but the absence of head coach Luo Feng is simply intolerable. The Nets press forward with their offense. Griffin orchestrates the attack, prompting all the Nets players to spring into action, and Drummond finds himself in an excellent position. Without hesitation, Griffin delivers a bounce pass, and Drummond secures the ball for a thunderous dunk. Drummond has been honing his close-range and mid-range shots, yet on the court, he still relishes the opportunity to capitalize on easy baskets. At this moment, Doncic takes control of the ball, directing everyone to spread out, preparing for a one-on-one against Durant. Luo Feng is aware that Durant's footwork has slowed, and he remains a formidable defender against Doncic. Doncic, undeterred, takes a contested shot over Durant. The ball ricocheting off the rim, and Drummond seizes the rebound. With his recent weight loss, Drummond can dominate on the boards against any team, with only Jokic capable of slightly surpassing him in this regard. Nevertheless, as long as Drummond adheres strictly to his training regimen and guidance, he will undoubtedly excel in rebounding, surpassing Jokic. After securing the rebound, Drummond passes the ball to Mills, while Curry and Durant sprint forward. Doncic and Dinwiddie immediately pursue them. Curry receives the ball and, without a glance, launches it toward the hoop. Meanwhile, Durant soars through the paint to catch the ball and emphatically slams it into the net. At this moment, Luo Feng generously offers his applause, rising to cheer. "Well done, gentlemen. This is how we play." Durant's dunk elevates the entire team's morale. However, a young talent like Doncic is not one to concede easily. He promptly leads the Mavericks in retaliation, first assisting Dinwiddie for a score and then nailing a three-pointer himself. Doncic's abilities are indeed commendable, but it is Dinwiddie, the star who returned from the CBA to the NBA, who particularly impresses Luo Feng. His journey from scoring mere points to solidifying his position as a starter for the Mavericks is a testament to his relentless dedication. Luo Feng, too, has a fondness for such players. However, at this moment, he has chosen to deploy the card of the novice rebounding champion on Drummond. There is no need to worry about rebounding. Furthermore, the basic transmutation skill is now available for use, should the situation in the match take a turn for the worse. It will be employed without hesitation. As the first quarter concludes, the Nets lead 30-25, holding a 5-point advantage. With Durant expending considerable energy, Luo Feng decided to substitute him. When Luo Feng replaced Durant, he advised him to adapt to the intensity of the game. Noting that his performance in the first quarter was commendable, he remarked that Durant's physical recovery was still insufficient, emphasizing that if he wished to shoulder more responsibilities for the team, he must expedite his recuperation. Durant nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Coach, I will remember this. I will ensure I recover well." As the second quarter commenced, Brown took Durant's place. His primary task upon entering the court was to contain Doncic's scoring. Brown initiated tight defense against Dončić, a skill the Nets had recognized in him from the outset. He clung to Dončić like a persistent shadow, following him everywhere, which visibly agitated Dončić. Moreover, Brown's subtle disruptions were incessant, continually bothering Dončić. After 2 consecutive possessions without receiving the ball, Dončić, in a moment of frustration, shoved Brown and began to curse under his breath. The referee promptly blew the whistle, calling a foul on Dončić. Brown, feigning innocence, spread his hands and declared, "I did nothing." Luo Feng was quite cooperative in expressing his grievances to the referee at the sidelines, questioning, how can a superstar of the Mavericks not withstand close defense? "I simply wish to inquire, are we playing basketball or engaging in physical altercations?" The referee replied, "Coach Luo Feng, please remain calm." After reviewing the footage, the referee issued a technical foul against Dončić. Brown's subtle infractions were all executed in areas beyond the camera's view. Dončić, filled with indignation, shouted, "Are you blind to the fear?" He initiated the contact. His actions are utterly reprehensible. The referee coldly regarded Dončić, implying, "Are you challenging my current judgment?" Aware that further remarks would likely incur another technical foul, Dončić returned to the bench in a fit of anger, prompting Coach Kidd to substitute him out. Believing it was prudent for Dončić to take a moment to compose himself, Coach Kidd then cast a glance at Luo Feng, acknowledging his impressive acumen. Luo Feng coincidentally glanced at Kidd and offered a friendly nod. He possessed not merely one strategy, but an abundance of them. These young players often share a common flaw, youthful exuberance. By merging this insight with the player management panel, one could swiftly devise methods to address the tendencies of these burgeoning talents. On the panel, Dinwiddie's situation appeared exceedingly promising. It consistently reflected his thoughts centered on scoring and securing victory. It was unexpected to realize that Dinwiddie was indeed an exceptionally remarkable player. Luo Feng has increasingly yearned for him. However, as the trading period has yet to commence, the only course of action is to continue monitoring him closely. Luo Feng seeks stable and enduring players, as he has no desire to recruit fragile individuals. Even if he possesses the means to field such players, it would ultimately jeopardize their careers, a course of action Luo Feng cannot condone. As the second quarter concluded, the score stood at 62-48, with the Nets leading by 14 points at halftime. In Chapter 39, once again prevailing, the Nets maintained their lead into the second half, while apart from Dinwiddie, the scoring of the Mavericks was limited to single digits. In the locker room, Kidd addressed Dončić, reminding him, "Remember, you are the leader, the head of this team. No matter the circumstance, maintain your composure. Do not allow minor provocations from the opposition to unsettle your judgment." Dončić, possessing a keen basketball IQ, recognized that these tactics were merely aimed at him. In the Nets locker room, Luo Feng expressed satisfaction with the first half, not merely due to their point advantage, but because they executed the strategies he had devised. "Well done, gentlemen, particularly commendations to Brown. His performance today could earn him an Oscar." Laughter erupted among the Nets players, as Brown, with a touch of mischief, had inadvertently sent Dončić to the bench with a casual maneuver, even incurring a technical foul. However, the strategy targeting Dončić in the second half might not yield the same success, thus I require you to apply double coverage against him. Brown and Curry, you two will closely guard Dončić. Once he penetrates the paint, initiate the double team. At all other times, Brown will handle him one-on-one. Brown, your task today is straightforward. Stay attached to Dončić. If he is silenced, the Mavericks will pose little threat. As the third quarter commenced, the Mavericks once again brought Dončić onto the court. Upon his return, Dončić exuded an intense energy, immediately showcasing his formidable offensive prowess. He executed 3-pointers, 2-pointers, and dunks, leading to a quick 10-0 run against the Nets. Luo Feng called for a brief timeout to interrupt Dončić's fiery performance. Upon resuming play, Dončić's prowess seemed to wane. The score remained a seesaw battle, with the point differential hovering around a mere 6 points. Nevertheless, Luo Feng was determined to secure victory. He employed a rudimentary transmutation technique on Durant, enhancing any player's shooting accuracy by 15 within a 10-minute window. The third quarter concluded with the teams locked in a tense contest, the Nets leading 87-83, a slender 4-point margin as they entered the final quarter. At this juncture, Luo Feng devised a strategy centered around young Curry. The team focused on creating shooting opportunities for him, entrusting all final shots to his capable hands. As the fourth quarter commenced, Curry effortlessly drained a shot from beyond half-court. Throughout the period, he achieved an astonishing 8 out of 9 from three-point range and a perfect 3 for 3 on two-pointers, decisively taking control of the game. Could attempted to call a timeout, yet he could not disrupt Curry's rhythm. With the support of Luo Feng's elementary transmutation technique, the Nets clinched yet another victory. Following this triumph, the Nets celebrated their 12th consecutive win. The fans of the Nets reveled in this period, akin to a festive celebration, as the team's performance soared to unprecedented heights. A 12-game winning streak was something they had never dared to dream of before. The next day, as Luo Feng stepped out, he was greeted by a throng of admirers, predominantly Nets fans. "Good morning, Coach Luo Feng." "Hey, the miraculous coach. Coach Luo Feng, will we make the playoffs this season? Surely we can claim the championship this year." The fervor of the fans nearly overwhelmed him as he graciously acknowledged each enthusiastic supporter. Upon arriving at the arena, Luo Feng gathered the players for some relaxation training. Despite his reluctance, Irving showed up at the training facility. Durant, unable to contain his frustration, approached Luo Feng after practice. "Coach, why don't you start Kyrie?" Luo Feng smiled and remarked, "Originally, I had no obligation to explain my personnel arrangements to you. However, since you harbor some doubts, allow me to elaborate. The team's chemistry is currently thriving. There is no necessity for me to disrupt it by substituting in Curry. Furthermore, he must face the consequences of his own actions. Why should we bear the repercussions of his behavior? What justification do Mills and Dragic have to shoulder his burdens? If I were to take such actions, would that be fair to the two of them? You might argue that Curry is immensely talented and that his presence on the court would facilitate our victories. However, I must clarify that I do not advocate for a hero-centric approach to basketball. Kevin, you can be a leader or the star of the team, but we only require one leader. Should he perform well, he will gradually earn his opportunities on the court. Though this naturally entails competing for playing time with Dragic and Mills, to whom I will treat equally." Durant was taken aback by this response, yet found it quite reasonable. Upon seeing Durant exit Luo Feng's office, Irving hurriedly inquired, "How did it go with Kevin?" Durant sighed and replied, "Brother, just keep pushing. I believe you can reclaim your starting position." Irving felt as though he had been dealt a bitter blow. With Durant stepping in, he found himself relegated to a bench role once more, leaving him at a loss for what to do next. Luo Feng was hardly concerned about Irving's predicament, as he had numerous tasks to attend to. Mills' condition had already raised a red flag, so it would be prudent to allow him to rest for the upcoming game. Dragic would take the starting position, while Irving would assume a role off the bench. Today, Luo Feng received a call from Simmons' agent. The fact that Irving, known for his erratic behavior, was no longer causing disturbances was a testament to the support Luo Feng, as a coach, and the Brooklyn Nets management had extended towards him. Yet, he felt a twinge of anxiety. If Irving were to become sidelined and reduced to a mere role player, he was uncertain how to navigate the situation with Simmons. The agent inquired, "Is this Coach Luo Feng?" "Luo Feng, it is I, Simmons' agent. I am the agent of Ben Simmons. This young man has already realized his mistakes, however. As you know, young people often find it difficult to swallow their pride. Therefore, I would like to convey my sincerest apologies on his behalf. I hope you will not hold his youthful indiscretions against him, as he is genuinely eager to return to the game." Luo Feng coldly remarked. "Does he lack intelligence or merely the ability to speak? Must he be the one to convey his words? If Shinner wishes to return to play ball, let him seek me out himself. Therefore, there is no need for you to maintain contact with me. If you must, go directly to Max's experiences or to Boss Kai." With that, Luo Feng hung up the phone, muttering to himself, "What nonsense is this? Afraid to call me directly, yet resorting to a manager? Who granted you such airs? You may not have become a superstar, yet your temperament is most certainly that of one." Chapter 40. Luo Feng is not to be provoked naturally. Simmons' agent relayed the situation truthfully to him. Hearing this, Simmons felt quite disgruntled. Despite his humble demeanor, why was the coach still unwilling to relent? The agent advised, however, "If we are to speak of excessive behavior, I dare say that Irving's actions surpass yours. Yet he has already bowed to Coach Luo Feng. In comparison to Irving, you truly appear insignificant. Thus, I believe it would be wise for you to acknowledge your fault and apologize. Given the current situation, it seems that as long as this coach remains with the Nets, should you continue in this manner, you might find yourself benched. Do not antagonize me, Yuen. You are still young, and your professional career stretches far ahead. Do not jeopardize your future." After some counsel from his agent, Simmons reflected and realized that it was indeed unnecessary for him to clash with Miyuan. The following day, Simmons arrived at the gym, declaring that he had fully recovered and was ready to take the court. With him in the playoffs, victory and a championship title were surely within reach. Luo Feng chuckled. So your ailment has been cured, hasn't it? I presume you wish to join the team for the upcoming matches? Simmons eagerly nodded in affirmation. In that case, you shall commence training with the team. Oh, and by the way, you are now in contention with Irving for the position of second-string point guard. Simmons was taken aback, exclaiming, what do you mean by second-string point guard? I am Simmons, the top pick. Why should I settle for a backup role? Coach, my skills are far too elevated to serve as a substitute for anyone. Luo Feng remarked coldly, do you truly believe you possess exceptional skills? I have yet to witness any remarkable passes from you. Your three-point shooting leaves much to be desired. What level of proficiency can you possibly claim? Today is the day of our match, and you merely sit on the bench in your suit, offering support to the team. If you wish to leave, I shall not hinder you, but know that you will be unable to participate in my future games. Luo Feng made his intentions clear from the outset. Do not boast about your innate talent or extraordinary abilities in my presence. I can discern your true capabilities at a glance. If you aspire to play on my team, compliance and cooperation are paramount. Disobedience and lack of synergy will lead to expulsion. After all, the trade deadline is still far off, and I would not hesitate to bench any of you, ultimately packaging you all away if necessary. Luo Feng's philosophy regarding destabilizing elements within the team is straightforward. Eliminate them entirely. On March 19th, the Nets hosted the Trail Blazers. Kyrie Irving was included in the roster but did not start. The Nets starting lineup comprised point guard Mills, shooting guard Curry, small forward Durant, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. The Trail Blazers starting five included point guard Williams, shooting guard Hart, small forward Blevins, power forward Eubanks, and center Nurkic. Their star player, Lillard, was sidelined due to injury. For Luo Feng, this version of the Trail Blazers posed no challenge. The Nets practically clocked out during the first three quarters. In the fourth quarter, during garbage time, Luo Feng opted to field Irving. The TNT commentators were taken aback, completely unprepared for Luo Feng's approach to Irving. Shaquille O'Neal chuckled heartily, exclaiming, Luo Feng is truly to my liking as a coach. Had I still been in my prime, I would have undoubtedly formed a strong friendship with him. Charles Barkley immediately countered, oh please, back when you were a player, you were a real jerk. Do you think this young coach will coddle you? Certainly not. O'Neal remained unfazed, expressing his admiration for the coach and emphasizing that Irving indeed needed a firm hand. It was a shame for such talent to be squandered. Barkley voiced his concerns, remarking, but isn't such treatment overly humiliating for Irving? He hasn't played off the bench since joining the NBA. Before sending the bench unit onto the court, Luo Feng reiterated, do not assume that this is merely garbage time. If you execute the strategies I have laid out during this period, we remain a cohesive unit. This statement was directed not only at the bench players but also at Irving, making it abundantly clear that they should not treat this as an opportunity for careless play, but rather as a chance for tactical practice. Luo Feng's words indeed came at a most opportune moment. Irving was already discontented about being sent onto the court during garbage time, merely intending to enhance his statistics. The coach's admonition struck him like a thunderclap. You dare to act recklessly? The feeling of frustration washed over Irving, yet he felt compelled to comply for the sake of his contract. Thus, he begrudgingly completed the fourth quarter of meaningless play, while the Nets celebrated their 13th consecutive victory. Naturally, after the game, some enterprising journalists sought to interview Irving. One reporter inquired, Irving, what are your thoughts on only playing during garbage time in the fourth quarter? Just as he prepared to voice his grievances, his agent tugged at him from the side. Irving was on the verge of lamenting his situation when he recalled that he must tread carefully with his words. The coach had ample means to deal with any indiscretion. Consequently, with a stoic expression, he replied, I have no particular opinion. I respect all of the coach's arrangements. The reporter, undeterred, pressed on, Irving, what are your thoughts on the possibility of an extension this summer? Irving responded, I am thoroughly enjoying my time with the Nets, and I believe the organization feels the same. This summer promises to be a delightful one, and I trust it will be a wonderful experience for both myself and the Nets. For Irving, it would indeed be a splendid affair, a 5-year, $250 million maximum contract. However, irrespective of his current performance, the Nets had reached their limit of patience with him. 3 days later, the Nets were set to host the Jazz. As per routine, Luo Feng granted the team a day off, indulging in a leisurely sleep at home. Now, every time the Nets played at home, Aisha made it a point to be present at the sidelines, cheering for the team. After all, this was her boyfriend's team, and she was determined to support him in every match. Aisha calculated that it was nearly time and made her way to Luo Feng's doorstep. Luo Feng had already entrusted the keys to his home to Aisha. Upon her arrival, Luo Feng was still peacefully slumbering. Aisha prepared a sumptuous breakfast for him, after which she proceeded to rouse him from his sleep. Upon awakening, Luo Feng's first sight was of Aisha, prompting him to envelop her in a warm embrace. To open one's eyes and behold the visage of a beloved is indeed a profoundly joyous experience. Chapter 41. Seizing moments amidst busyness. Luo Feng joyfully remarked, "To awaken and behold the person I cherish is indeed a profound blessing." Aisha blushed and replied, "Such flattery. I have prepared breakfast for you, so rise and enjoy it." The pair had resolved to embark on a date, albeit not to the typical haunts frequented by couples. Today, they ventured to St. John's University in New York, where Aisha intended to immerse Luo Feng in the experience of student life. St. John's University is also a distinguished institution within the NCAA. When Luo Feng appeared here, he made no deliberate effort to disguise himself, thus he was immediately recognized by the crowd. "Look, it's the head coach of the Nets. It's the remarkable coach. Hurry and inform my brother. Perhaps he will catch Coach Luo Feng SI. Come and witness this." Luo Feng and Aisha have been encircled by layers upon layers of individuals. With a wry smile, Luo Feng addressed Aisha, "Is this part of your plan for today, Aisha?" Aisha, equally perplexed, remarked, "I have no idea why there are so many people here. After all, it is Sunday, the most leisurely day at the university. Given the circumstances." Luo Feng felt he had no choice but to speak up. "I apologize, everyone. Today is a private time for my girlfriend and me. I will make a formal visit to your esteemed university on another occasion." The Americans present were quite understanding of the situation, and the crowd quickly dispersed. However, a few individuals lingered, reluctant to leave, though Luo Feng chose to disregard their presence. The couple meandered through St. John's University for a while before heading to the cafeteria for a meal. As they indulged in their intimate dining experience, a robust Caucasian man approached them. He seized Luo Feng's arm and exclaimed, "You are the renowned coach, aren't you? Come watch me play and see if I have what it takes for the NBA." At this moment, Luo Feng's anger flared. How rude. This was his private time, and such impudence was utterly uncalled for. Aisha gasped in surprise. Luo Feng spoke with a grave expression, "Sir, I kindly ask you to release my hand. This is my personal time, and I do not wish to discuss work. As for your eligibility to play in the NBA, that is beyond my concern." The Caucasian man, eyes wide with indignation, retorted, "I merely want you to come watch me play. Why must you be so difficult?" Luo Feng replied coldly, "You are not my employer, and you have not compensated me. Why should I watch you play? This is my personal time. Please do not disturb me." The young white man insisted that Luo Feng attend, refusing to relent if he did not comply. Aisha quietly urged from the side, "Luo Feng, just go and watch him. He seems a bit unhinged." Upon receiving a reminder from Aisha, Luo Feng began to observe intently. This scrutiny revealed that the Caucasian man indeed seemed somewhat lacking in mental acuity. How shall I articulate this? It appeared as though his intelligence was somewhat deficient. A comparable example can be found in the NBA, specifically in the figure of JaVale McGee. A saying has long circulated within the league: when it comes to physical prowess below the neck, McGee possesses top-tier talent. However, his cognitive faculties seem to fall short, making him a frequent contender for the league's most notorious blunders. As the adage goes, the weak fear the strong, and the strong fear those who are reckless. Luo Feng must not wager his own life against such a character. Moreover, those around him swiftly recognized who this individual was. Was it not Constant? How did this fellow dare to provoke Coach Luo Feng? It remains a mystery which person incited him to confront Coach Luo Feng and observe his gameplay. Well, this certainly places Coach Luo Feng in a difficult predicament. Luo Feng's keen ears naturally detected the discussions of these individuals, leading him to reluctantly acknowledge that this must be the work of their mischievous antics. Luo Feng and Aisha followed Constantine to the basketball court. This event immediately sparked fervent discussions at St. John's, drawing numerous students to the court to witness the spectacle. Since Luo Feng has agreed to watch Constant play, he will undoubtedly approach it with sincerity, as this reflects his professional demeanor. Luo Feng acquired a notebook and a pen from a classmate to document the training results of Constant. The first assessment was to gauge Constant's speed. He sprinted back from the baseline, demonstrating commendable velocity. Next came the evaluation of his ball handling skills, where Constant also excelled. His vertical leap and reach were impressive as well. However, when it came to passing and initiating his own offensive plays, Constant's performance fell short of expectations. To put it succinctly, Constant's style in the NBA resembles that of JaVale McGee. After the tests were completed, Constant gazed at Luo Feng with eager anticipation. Luo Feng glanced at the notes and stated, "As a coach, I prefer to be straightforward. I shall speak plainly. Your physical attributes are indeed suitable for the NBA. Yet your playing style resembles that of McGee." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. However, Constant did not dwell on the reactions. Instead, he felt elated. For he could aspire to play in the NBA. With enthusiasm, Constant exclaimed, "I can play in the NBA now. I must return to share this news with my mother." Luo Feng and Aisha quietly departed from the gymnasium. The following day, Luo Feng's presence at St. John's University made headlines, and naturally, the appraisal of that young boy was also featured in the news. Humphreys inquired with a smile, "Luo, is this matter true?" Luo Feng nodded and said, "Of course it is true. I never jest about my profession." Humphreys, stifling a laugh with his hand over his mouth, inquired, "I mean, is there really someone whose template is McGee?" Luo Feng sighed helplessly and remarked, "It is indeed true. His physical data is remarkably impressive. Though this is merely an initial assessment. However, based on the test results and my evaluation of his other attributes, his prototype in the NBA is none other than JaVale McGee." Humphreys could hardly contain his laughter, to the point of causing himself discomfort. "Ah, what a curious occurrence it is. Who would have thought that someone as prototype could actually be McGee?" Luo Feng gently patted Humphreys on the shoulder, saying, "All right. Enough with the laughter. We ought to commence today's training." The routine practice resumed. Simmons had been notably more compliant lately. As he was eager to secure his salary for the season, the Nets had ceased dispersing his wages due to his persistent excuses for not participating in games. At present, all he desired was to receive his paycheck, and the experience of being sidelined was quite unpleasant. Simmons now trained diligently and exhibited remarkable obedience. Even Luo Feng felt as though he were dealing with a different individual. Given this transformation, it seemed reasonable to grant him a modicum of playing time. Chapter 42. The streak continues. On March 22nd. The Nets hosted the Jazz at their home arena. This match attracted the presence of owner Tsai and team manager Marks, who came to witness the game in person. Tsai was basking in recent success. With the team performing well, he naturally enjoyed an influx of flattery from those around him. Regardless of who it was, he relished the sweet sounds of praise. Before the game, Tsai and Marks approached Luo Feng. Tsai warmly grasped Luo Feng's hand. Not only because he was of Chinese descent, but also due to the fact that Luo Feng had truly salvaged the team. "I cannot thank you enough, Luo Feng. You have guided this team out of the mire. I was genuinely at my wit's end before your arrival." Luo Feng smiled and said, "Boss Kai, please do not say that. I am merely fulfilling my duties. The team's success is the result of everyone's hard work, not solely my achievement." Boss Kai responded with delight. "Rest assured, Luo Feng. I am already well aware of the capabilities you have demonstrated. If anyone in the team does not heed your words, feel free to inform me, and I will replace them without hesitation. Alternatively, if there is a player you desire, just let me know, and we shall secure them for the next season." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng truly felt inclined to commend Boss Kai. Indeed, he is a formidable entrepreneur, exuding undeniable confidence. Boss Kai's passion for basketball is quite evident, as he has long played the role of the unsuspecting benefactor. However, this time, even he could no longer tolerate the situation. Despite his wealth, he is certainly not one to be taken advantage of. Luo Feng politely replied, "I must express my gratitude to Boss Kai. Should the need arise, I will certainly inform you." Boss Kai continued to inquire, "Do you feel confident about tonight's competition?" Luo Feng nodded, reassuring Boss Kai that he need not worry, as victory in the evening's match was assured. Boss Kai felt at ease, considering the current momentum of the team left little room for defeat. Though the Jazz were indeed a formidable adversary, they paled in comparison to the present strength of the Nets. As the match commenced, the starting lineup for the Nets featured point guard Mills, shooting guard Curry, small forward Durant, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. The Jazz's starting lineup included point guard Conley, shooting guard Mitchell, small forward Gay, power forward O'Neal, and center Gobert. The game unfolded smoothly, with the Nets claiming victory. Simmons received 5 minutes of play time, as did Irving. The TNT commentary team, led by O'Neal, couldn't help but just about the two former number 1 draft picks making their appearances in this match. Barkley joined in the laughter, noting the ironic coincidence of their identical 5-minute playtime. O'Neal chimed in, humorously asserting that had it been up to him, he would have kept both players off the court entirely. Barkley, ever the instigator, quipped that having the two of them as substitutes could prove advantageous, at least for the sake of scoring. The following day, in front of everyone, Luo Feng addressed Simmons, stating, "Let us discuss your new training regimen. Until you develop your three-point shooting ability, you shall not be included in the main roster nor participate in the games with the team." Luo Feng truly finds Simmons' three-point shooting ability utterly disappointing. After spending such a significant time with the 76ers, it is astonishing that he has yet to master the art of shooting from beyond the arc. Even upon joining the Nets, his performance remains lackluster. One must wonder if anyone will truly hold him accountable. Luo Feng would not show any deference to Simmons, dismissing the notion of him being a top draft pick, especially given his lack of proficiency in three-point shooting. Simmons found himself at a loss for words, as Luo Feng's assertion was rooted in undeniable truth. He indeed struggled with shooting from beyond the arc and appeared to have made little effort to improve in this regard. Luo Feng meticulously examined Simmons' three-point shooting ability, which is a mere 5. This rating is nothing short of a disgrace within the realm of guards. One could easily find a center whose three-point shooting prowess surpasses his, despite centers typically lacking shooting finesse. At this moment, Simmons would gladly seek refuge in a crevice in the earth. Luo Feng continued, "What I require is your professional attitude. As a defender of the organization, if you lack the ability to even make a three-point shot, you will inevitably become a liability for the team. If you are a liability, then there is little reason for you to remain with us. Do you understand? Our Nets have but one objective, which is the championship title. If you do not diligently implement the training regimen I have provided and master the art of three-point shooting, then you shall not be a part of our championship puzzle." Luo Feng's words were remarkably direct and cutting, offering no semblance of leniency to the top draft pick. Meanwhile, Irving stood by, seemingly indifferent, even suppressing a chuckle at the absurdity of a guard who couldn't shoot a three-pointer, truly a source of embarrassment. Luo Feng continued, addressing Irving, "If you choose not to defend, then you might as well refrain from stepping onto the court in the future. My team has no need for a player who neglects defense. This is your training regimen. I implore you to adhere strictly to it and enhance your defensive skills. Should I witness your lackadaisical defense again in the next game, rest assured there will be no place for you on the bench." This is the confidence that Luo Feng currently possesses. He no longer relies on these star players to secure victory in each match. Ironically, their existence and hefty salaries have become impediments to the team's advancement. Yet, Luo Feng does not intend to relinquish them willingly. He still envisions them as integral pieces of the championship puzzle. There must be a reason these players have attained stardom, possessing exceptional talents that set them apart. As long as they heed Luo Feng's directives and execute the tactical plans he lays out, the team is destined to grow ever stronger. Luo Feng is currently tempering their dispositions, refining their once unruly nature. In the NBA, there exists an abundance of players who are exceedingly headstrong. Luo Feng has never opposed a player possessing individuality. However, he detests the absence of professionalism and attitude. Irving and Simmons epitomize this notion. Throughout the years in the NBA, these two have undoubtedly manifested a lack of professional demeanor. Having acquired them and garnered the support of the management, it is only natural for him to address their shortcomings. Irving is taken aback, yet he finds himself unable to refute the situation. In the last 2 games, while coming off the bench, his sole focus has been on amassing points, disregarding defensive responsibilities, which he believes should be handled by the bench players, whose names he can hardly recall. Nevertheless, in Luo Feng's realm, such behavior is intolerable. In team basketball, every individual must prioritize the collective, with no exceptions made for star players or benchwarmers alike. Following the announcement, Humphreys presented their training regimen. Chapter 43. Tactical adjustments. Regardless of their dissatisfaction, Irving and Simmons must acquiesce. Whether or not Luo Feng publicly embarrassed them is inconsequential. He is currently in the process of refining them. Should they continue to be unmanageable, a trade will be inevitable. On March 24th, the Brooklyn Nets faced the Memphis Grizzlies in a formidable away game. The Grizzlies, comprised of youthful talent, have shown promising momentum this season. The Nets starting lineup includes point guard Dragic, shooting guard Curry, small forward Durant, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. The Grizzlies start with point guard Jones, shooting guard Bane, small forward Brooks, power forward Jackson, and center Tillman. Before the game, Jenkins rallied his players, stating, "Look at the opposing team, they are frail and vulnerable. Their winning streak is merely a stroke of luck. Today, let your youthful vigor impart a lesson to these Brooklynites. This is Memphis, after all." Prior to the match, Luo Feng invigorated the players, expressing that their approach need not be reiterated. They should maintain their customary rhythm, ensuring that victory would surely be theirs. As the game commenced, Drummond was the first to make contact with the ball, and Dragic seized it to orchestrate the offense. Upon crossing half-court, Dragic engaged in a pick-and-roll with Curry. Following the screen, Dragic promptly passed the ball to Curry. Positioned beyond the three-point line, Curry took an immediate shot, yet his touch was lacking, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Jackson of the Grizzlies secured the defensive rebound. Jones then initiated the offensive play for the Grizzlies. Bane made a swift cut to receive the ball and launched a three-point attempt, which found its mark, granting the Grizzlies an early lead. Meanwhile, Curry was caught off guard, allowing Bane the opportunity to score. Luo Feng, however, was not particularly anxious. He continued to instill confidence in his players. Subsequently, Bane scored consecutively in front of Little Curry, whether through three-pointers or drives, leaving Little Curry unable to defend. In this manner, Bane swiftly accumulated 8 points. On the other hand, Little Curry's side was plagued by a series of missed shots and turnovers. From the outset, the Nets were caught off guard by the Grizzlies. Luo Feng called for a timeout and opened the player management panel in his mind. He soon discovered that the player, Little Curry, were a label indicating a state of underperformance, and his morale was notably low. It seemed that, as the head coach, it was imperative to pay appropriate attention to the mental well-being of the players. Clearly, Little Curry was not suited to be on the court in this game. Luo Feng replaced Little Curry with Brown. Durant is now playing the shooting guard position, while Little Brown assumes the small forward role. Little Curry, fully aware of the reason for his substitution, expressed his embarrassment, saying, "Coach, I apologize. My performance today has been subpar." Luo Feng consoled, "It's all right. Not every player can maintain an enduring state of excellence. Fluctuations in performance are a natural occurrence. I do not hold you accountable. In the next 2 days, focus on training to regain your form." As for Bane, Luo Feng had made arrangements for Brown to deal with him. Now, Luo Feng had provided Brown with a clear role as a defensive sentinel. The moment Brown entered the court, he commenced a tenacious, sticky defense against Bane. Remarkably, this strategy proved effective. Brown immediately applied pressure on Bane, resulting in several consecutive errors from him. With Little Curry substituted out, the offensive responsibilities for this match rested entirely on Dragic, Durant, and Griffin. Drummond concentrated on securing rebounds, for it is said that the team that controls the boards controls the game. Although the league is predominantly composed of sharpshooters, Brown's presence on the court effectively curtailed Bane's impact, significantly diminishing the Grizzlies' offensive prowess. At this moment, Luo Feng stood by the sidelines, offering guidance to the players on the court. Defend. Ensure your defense is solid. Move, all of you, get moving. The first quarter concluded with a score of 25-32, the Nets trailing by 7 points. At the TNT commentary booth, Barkley shook his head, remarking, "It appears the Nets are destined to lose today. This is the first time in a long while that they've found themselves behind at the end of the first quarter." O'Neal, however, remained unperturbed. "What are you worried about? Who is this? A miraculous coach, indeed." During the intermission after the first quarter, Luo Feng encouraged his players. "Gentlemen, your performance in the first quarter was commendable. The Grizzlies' lead is only temporary. As the second quarter commenced," he urged, "I need you to create more offensive opportunities for Durant. Kevin, after such a long break, this is your moment to shine. Brown must closely monitor the opposing team's core players, so Dragic, Griffin, and Drummond. You must provide ample support for Durant. Of course, mindless isolation plays are absolutely forbidden." Once the strategies were laid out, the second quarter began. Dragic passed the ball to Griffin, who, despite shedding considerable weight, still possessed significant strength, driving directly towards Jackson in the paint. Luo Feng let out a cold snort, indicating that they were evidently unfamiliar with the management panel utilized by players on the court. It was a unique characteristic that Luo Feng had discovered, namely, that when the team played as visitors, the attributes of all Nets players were augmented by a factor of 5. Naturally, Griffin benefited from this attribute enhancement, allowing him to effortlessly push Jackson towards the paint. Subsequently, Griffin utilized his strength to shove Jackson aside and executed a powerful dunk. After completing the dunk, he fiercely clenched his fist and waved it, relishing a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time, exhilarating. However, he soon noticed Luo Feng signaling him to temper his desire for further dunks. Following this was Drummond, who today exhibited exceptional vigor in securing rebounds. This was, of course, due to Luo Feng employing the basic rebounding ability suction hands for Drummond, rendering him nearly unstoppable in his quest for rebounds. Yet, the most formidable player on the court was undeniably Durant. Today, the Grim Reaper began to unleash his prowess. Luo Feng's ongoing tactical direction had always been to encourage his teammates to feed Durant, thereby alleviating the burden of offensive pressure. A team should never rely solely on one individual to advance. Nevertheless, it was indeed imperative for Durant to step up today. Luo Feng restrained his desire to exchange points for items in the store. Upgrading to a level 3 coach had nearly depleted all of his points. Now, he needed to conserve his points in order to redeem various items during the playoffs, which would help him navigate unexpected situations. At this moment, Luo Feng aimed to maximize the potential of his players. Each of these players benefited from a system enhancement of 5 abilities, which bolstered Luo Feng's confidence in facing the Grizzlies. There were times when Luo Feng contemplated allowing the team to lose a game, as this could alleviate some of the players' pressure. However, losing was not an option now, with the playoffs fast approaching and system tasks at hand. Luo Feng could not afford to relax in any match. Chapter 44. Fans consider it a dream. Previously, Luo Feng had achieved a remarkable 15 consecutive victories, at which point the system issued a new task. Congratulations to the host for leading the Nets to a 15-game winning streak, surpassing the franchise's historical record. This achievement activated a side quest, lead the team to a 20-game winning streak. Task reward, Coach Experience card. Luo Feng is in dire need of this card, as it has the potential to elevate the coach's level. The higher the level ascends, the more new elements can be unlocked, thereby enhancing the prowess of his team. In the second quarter, Durant unleashed a flurry of offensive prowess, showcasing an array of dunks, layups, three-pointers, and two-pointers. Remarkably, he amassed 30 points solely in the second quarter. The score stood at 59-55, with the Nets finishing the first half with a 4-point lead. From the TNT commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal exclaimed with excitement, "See, I told you he is a remarkable coach. The Nets have regained a lead." Charles Barkley echoed his astonishment, remarking on the improbability of the Nets' adjustment, though he acknowledged that Durant's explosive performance played a significant role. During the halftime break, Luo Feng expressed his concern to Durant. "Kevin, are you feeling all right?" Durant nodded and reassured him, saying, "Coach, rest assured, I can play the entire game. I feel fantastic today." Luo Feng inquired about this matter after observing Durant's health status, which appeared to be quite commendable. However, many players struggle with their internal barriers, prompting Luo Feng to seek clarification. Durant's professional demeanor has always been praiseworthy. Otherwise, he would not have risked his career interruption while contributing to the Warriors. Regrettably, the Warriors ultimately succumbed, and Durant became the tragic hero of that narrative. Luo Feng, having traversed through time, harbored no desire for Durant to become a tragic hero. He believed that Durant deserved to clinch another championship title. Luo Feng continued to discuss the strategy for the second half. "We will maintain our current approach, but Kevin, you must conserve your energy, understood? Dragic, Griffin, and Drummond are all reliable teammates." As the third quarter commenced, it was no longer solely Durant's brilliance. Rather, the Nets began to flourish with contributions from multiple players. The young Grizzlies were thoroughly overwhelmed, their physicality, strength, and shooting accuracy falling short in comparison to the Nets, leaving them at a loss for how to compete. Moreover, the resilience of these youngsters paled in comparison to that of the Nets. Once they were shaken, they could not regain their composure. Following the conclusion of the third quarter, the Nets essentially clocked out. During the fourth quarter's garbage time, Luo Feng once again substituted in Irving and Simmons to nurture the bench players. Having been disciplined by Luo Feng, the two exhibited much improved behavior, adhering strictly to tactical execution even in such unimportant moments. Initially, Simmons had thought it preferable to collect his salary without playing. However, with the Nets halting salary payments and his inability to take the court, he found himself in quite a predicament. Most significantly, the team did not particularly require his presence. The Nets had achieved an impressive 16-game winning streak. Recently, their fans felt as if they were celebrating Christmas, reveling in the broken winning record and the ongoing streak. Each victory felt surreal, akin to a dream. Steven, a devoted Nets fan, had followed the team from New Jersey to Brooklyn, witnessing the era of the Big Three, when the team came closest to capturing a championship. Regrettably, even that formidable trio faltered in their pursuit. The Nets experienced a roller coaster of ups and downs in the ensuing years, including a relocation to Brooklyn and a change in ownership. The new owner, upon arrival, made a trade that left everyone bewildered, sacrificing the team's future for a collection of aging veterans. With players like Garnett, Pierce, and Terry, alongside the existing Darren, the team had little championship potential. After another ownership change and new acquisitions, there was a flicker of hope, yet the Nets' performance over the past 2 years remained disappointing. That was until Luo Feng appeared, leading the team to an astonishing 16 consecutive victories, igniting a glimmer of hope in Steven's heart. Although this hope might not ultimately materialize, it was still something to hold on to, wasn't it? Today, Stephen accompanied the team to Memphis, where their initial performance was lackluster, leaving him feeling uncertain. Would the Nets revert to their former struggles? Nevertheless, the remarkable coach remained composed on the sidelines, exuding an air of calm. Stephen could only place his faith in the head coach's ability to guide the team to victory. Amidst the Memphis crowd, Stephen's cheers nearly led to him being confronted. Luo Feng observed a confrontation between a fan clad in a Brooklyn Nets jersey and a supporter of the Memphis team. While the latter was surrounded by a throng of individuals, he stood alone. As a steadfast fan of the Nets, Luo Feng intervened to defuse the situation. He then escorted Stephen back to New York. Stephen was brimming with excitement on the bus, as it was truly a rare opportunity to encounter so many Brooklyn Nets players in such close proximity. Luo Feng invited Stephen to sit beside him and smiled as he inquired, "You, with such audacity, dare to venture alone to Memphis to watch a game? You may watch as you please, but such ostentation, aren't you afraid you won't be able to return?" Stephen replied, brimming with confidence, "I fear them not. What can these softies from Memphis do to me? I merely wish to support the team." Luo Feng then began to engage in casual conversation with Stephen. "It is indeed rare to see fans like you traveling to away games. The team is truly fortunate to have supporters like you." Stephen replied slowly, "I have followed the Nets through thick and thin. Whether in triumph or adversity, we remain devoted to the Nets. For fans like us, all we desire is for the team to flourish. Your presence has instilled in us a profound sense of hope." Luo Feng smiled as he expressed his gratitude for their support. Stephen posed a question he had previously dared not to consider. "Will we make it to the finals this year?" "Of course. I am aware that I am not referring to the championship match. I mean, reaching the Eastern Conference Finals will suffice. I understand that you inherited the team midway, and there are many aspects beyond your control. Therefore, I believe that making it to the Eastern Conference Finals would already be a dreamlike achievement." Luo Feng furrowed his brow as he addressed Stephen, saying, "Stephen, could you perhaps instill a bit more confidence in us? From the very beginning, our aspiration has always been the championship." Chapter 45, 20 consecutive victories. Stephen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, while I acknowledge your exceptional leadership skills, this year, merely reaching the playoffs would be a significant achievement for us. Given our performance, qualifying for the postseason should not pose a problem. I never contemplated how far you all could progress in the playoffs. As long as you secure a commendable position and do not perform poorly, we, the fans, would be thoroughly satisfied. To expect you to lead the team to the Eastern Conference Finals or the Finals this year might be overly demanding. My hope is that you can effectively guide the team this year, and then we can aim for that goal next year." Luo Feng patted Stephen on the shoulder and said, "Stephen, from the very first day I took over the team, I made it clear that my ambition is to secure the championship. Now, we, the members of the Nets, are diligently striving towards that very goal." Luo Feng adjusted his neck and said, "Give us more confidence and think a little further ahead. Let us return to New York together and continue to support us. We promise not to disappoint you." Perhaps Stephen was moved by Luo Feng's words, or perhaps he envisioned what it would be like if the Nets were to indeed claim the championship. He expressed with anticipation, "All right, I hope you can achieve that. I'll be waiting for you to bring the championship back to New York, back to Brooklyn." On March 27th, the Nets traveled to Miami to challenge the Heat. The Heat featured a player Luo Feng greatly admired, Jimmy Butler. It was not solely due to Butler's scoring prowess or strength, but rather his professional attitude and indomitable spirit. This player exuded toughness, and any team he joined seemed to acquire a renewed vigor. The last encounter between the two teams ended in victory for the Nets, yet this did not diminish Luo Feng's admiration for Butler. The Nets starting lineup comprised point guard Mills, shooting guard Durant, small forward Brown, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. The Heat starting five included point guard Harrow, shooting guard Robinson, small forward Butler, power forward Tucker, and center Adebayo. Unsurprisingly, the Nets secured a decisive victory in this match, extending their winning streak to 17 games. On March 28th, the Nets welcomed the Hornets to their home court. In a previous encounter during a past season, the Hornets had surprisingly triumphed, a result that had left many astonished. The Hornets were indeed perceived as a weaker team, yet they had managed to snatch a win from the Nets, illustrating the latter's complacency. However, Luo Feng was not one to underestimate his opponents. His winning streak was not to be compromised. The Nets starting lineup for this game featured Dragic, shooting guard Durant, small forward Brown, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. The Hornets lineup included point guard Ball, shooting guard Rozier, small forward Bridges, power forward Washington, and center Richards. Due to Luo Feng's refusal to take the Hornets lightly, He directed the game from the sidelines right from the outset. Consequently, none of the Nets players dared to be complacent. Whenever Luo Feng offered guidance from the sidelines, the players understood that their head coach was not jesting. Under his vigilant oversight, the Nets successfully claimed victory in this match, marking their 18th consecutive win. With each victory, the fans celebrated exuberantly, hardly able to believe that the Nets had reached an astonishing 18-game winning streak. On March 30th, the Nets hosted the Pistons. The current Pistons were no longer the formidable team of yesteryear. Since the departure of the Bad Boys, the Pistons had been in a state of rebuilding. Even this year, they had yet to regain their status among the Eastern Conference powerhouses. The Nets starting lineup continued to feature point guard Mills, shooting guard Curry, small forward Durant, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. The Pistons presented a young lineup including point guard Cunningham, shooting guard Diallo, small forward Bay, power forward Bagley, and center Stewart. Given this youthful roster, they were no match for the Nets, and head coach Casey was not particularly adept at navigating tumultuous situations. Thus, it was no surprise that the Nets emerged victorious once again. The Pistons remained focused on nurturing new talent, with a long road ahead in their rebuilding efforts. Next, the Nets prepared to face the Bucks at home, a match that could be considered a quest for vengeance. The Bucks had eliminated the Nets in the previous season's playoffs with a narrow 4-3 victory, aided by Giannis's questionable tactics. The players were particularly excited at the prospect of facing the Bucks again, especially Durant, who was still incensed by Giannis's antics and the subsequent ridicule he endured after the game. This time, with the opportunity to face the Bucks on their home court. The entire Nets roster was primed to deliver a formidable performance. Luo Feng was undoubtedly well prepared. Facing the Milwaukee Bucks marked the 20th consecutive victory, a pivotal match for Luo Feng to accomplish his mission. Prior to the game, Giannis Antetokounmpo made a bold statement, asserting that the Brooklyn Nets had fallen to them last year and would once again succumb this year. The Nets also had their share of interviews. However, Luo Feng intervened, preventing the players from engaging in any media interactions. Luo Feng addressed the players, particularly Durant, stating that any words spoken now would be futile, as evidenced by last year's defeat at the hands of the Bucks. Even if Giannis were to utter egregious remarks, there would be no means to retaliate. However, Luo Feng understood their dissatisfaction, asserting that the most effective form of retaliation would manifest through their performance in the game. Following a victory, no matter the taunts they directed at Giannis, he would remain unperturbed, as success ultimately speaks for itself and distinguishes the victors from the vanquished. Consequently, only Luo Feng granted an interview prior to the match. He remarked that Giannis's verbal prowess was lacking. Had he already triumphed over them, such words might hold weight. Regrettably, he had yet to secure a victory, and uttering such statements only underscored his arrogance. Luo Feng chose to say no more, inviting all to witness the outcome on the court. This match garnered significant attention as the public eagerly anticipated whether the Nets could exact their revenge. The Nets were on a formidable streak, while the Bucks stood at the pinnacle of the Eastern Conference. The clash between the two was akin to a collision of celestial bodies. Although Giannis mocked the Nets, he was not one to underestimate their momentum. Chapter 46, Bucks vs. Nets. As the game between the Bucks and the Nets was about to commence, the TNT commentary team prepared to offer their predictions. Shaquille O'Neal immediately asserted that the Nets would undoubtedly emerge victorious, without a second thought. Charles Barkley, however, vehemently disagreed, suggesting that the Nets faced an uphill battle. Given that the Bucks were the Eastern Conference leaders and Giannis continued to exhibit formidable prowess this season, O'Neal chuckled dismissively, insisting that regardless of the Bucks' strength or individual performances, they were up against the Nets and coach Luo Feng, ensuring their defeat. The Nets starting lineup featured point guard Mills, shooting guard Curry, small forward Durant, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. The Bucks starting lineup included point guard Holiday, shooting guard Connaughton, small forward Middleton, power forward Antetokounmpo, and center Lopez. After sitting out 2 games, Curry gradually regained his form, prompting Luo Feng to place him in the starting lineup, while Irving and Simmons remained effective substitutes. As the first quarter commenced, Drummond secured the tip-off and Mills initiated the offense. Due to the small ball lineup, Giannis transitioned from small forward to power forward. Although Durant typically played power forward, Luo Feng preferred utilizing him in the small forward position to maximize his capabilities. Mills executed a pick-and-roll with Curry, allowing Durant to cut to the basket. Mills promptly delivered the ball, while Giannis abandoned Griffin to contest the shot. Durant swiftly passed to Griffin at the three-point line, who immediately released a shot, successfully sinking the three-pointer. The Nets struck first, securing the initial points of the game. Holiday orchestrated the Bucks' offense, crossing half-court before passing to Giannis, who aggressively attacked Griffin. He powered through Griffin, making a two-point shot. Shortly thereafter, Durant challenged Middleton, effortlessly driving past him for a two-point layup. The score began to rise as both teams exchanged points. Luo Feng exchanged 3 wave cards from the system shop. These cards are remarkably effective, capable of inciting a surge of momentum. With 3 wave cards in hand, the team need not worry excessively when facing the Bucks. The player management panel clearly indicates that every member of the Nets is in a state of exhilaration, while the morale of the Bucks is gradually diminishing. As the first quarter concludes, Curry Jr. has scored 5 points, showing a satisfactory recovery in form. The score stands at 36-30, with the Nets leading at the end of the first quarter. Although the Nets are performing admirably, the Bucks are not to be underestimated. Giannis and Middleton continue to score relentlessly. It is now imperative to employ strategies to curtail the Bucks' performance. Luo Feng began to elaborate on tactics. In the first quarter, the team performed commendably, yet the opponents exhibited a formidable scoring momentum. As little Curry exited the court, Brown took his place, tasked with the straightforward assignment of closely marking Middleton. At present, Middleton is the most significant support for Giannis on the Bucks. Thus, it is imperative that I suffocate Middleton's influence from the perimeter. As for Giannis, when he receives the ball in the paint, you must constrict the defensive circle. Aside from the primary defender, others should aim to disrupt Giannis's play. Budenholzer, the head coach of the Bucks and last season's championship coach, presents a formidable challenge if we aspire to secure victory at home. Middleton, I need you to establish a connection with Giannis, integrating inside and outside plays. Regrettably, Luo Feng has already discerned his strategy and has deployed the diligent Brown to tightly guard Middleton. As the second quarter commenced, Brown lunged towards Middleton, focusing solely on shadowing him like a relentless adhesive. This maneuver effectively disrupted the Bucks' offensive rhythm. With Middleton closely guarded, Holiday was left with no choice but to pass to Giannis in the paint. Confronted by Griffin, Giannis was compelled to rely on brute strength, revealing some technical shortcomings in his game. Yet, in terms of physicality, Griffin was not intimidated by Giannis. Moreover, with Drummond providing supplementary defense, Giannis found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament. In this moment, his frustration was palpable. Last season, the Nets' interior defense was not nearly as challenging. Focusing solely on physical play, Giannis's shooting percentage began to plummet. Each time he drifted to the three-point line, Luo Feng remained unconcerned, for Giannis lacked the shooting prowess from beyond the arc. His three-point accuracy was indeed dismal. Middleton, however, is a crucial component of the Bucks. A thorough examination of their games reveals that while Giannis wreaks havoc inside, Middleton offers vital firepower from the perimeter. The key to defeating the Bucks lies in curtailing the performance of their key players. Allow Giannis to dominate the paint. I possess ample interior players to contend with him. The effectiveness of this strategy became strikingly evident as Middleton quickly fell silent from the outside. Meanwhile, Giannis, deprived of his teammates' support in the paint, found his capacity to inflict damage severely limited. As for the other players on the Bucks, it is not that I underestimate them. They are, in fact, rather underwhelming. Among them, the most competent is Holiday. However, Holiday is known for his inconsistency, while he can perform exceptionally well at times. He often delivers rather mediocre performances. Furthermore, his previous playing style was notably unique, as he preferred to engage in isolation plays. Luo Feng's tactical design has effectively ensnared the Bucks' Holiday within a one-on-one situation. As the second quarter concluded, the score stood at 60-45, with the Nets leading by 15 points. Griffin and Drummond exited the court for a respite, making way for Claxton and Aldridge to engage with Antetokounmpo. Their primary objective was to defend vigorously, exhausting Antetokounmpo's stamina. Regarding the other role players on the Bucks, Luo Feng had meticulously analyzed their three-point shooting percentages, deeming them rather inconsequential. O'Neal chuckled heartily, proclaiming, "See? I told you the Bucks stand no chance in this game." Barkley retorted, "Hey, buddy, it's only halftime. Don't celebrate too soon. If the Bucks regain their form in the second half, they could easily overturn the score." O'Neal shook his head, asserting that the Bucks had no opportunity, convinced that the Nets would undoubtedly secure the win, as they had never lost a game while in the lead. Chapter 47. Securing the victory. O'Neal continued, "They cannot thwart the Nets from achieving a 20-game winning streak. I have immense faith in Coach Luo Feng." Barkley laughed, teasingly calling him a sycophant. As the halftime break unfolded, Antetokounmpo found himself feeling quite awkward in the Bucks' locker room, having played uncomfortably throughout the day. The constant pressure from the net's interior defense had led to an abundance of turnovers for him. Covering his face, Antetokounmpo implored, "Coach, please devise a strategy. If we continue like this, we are bound to lose." Budenholzer, equally vexed, recognized that the tactical essence of the Bucks revolved around these two players. Without this approach, the team's offensive capability would diminish by at least half. Many observers could discern the Bucks' offensive focal points and core players. The crux lay in whether they could effectively defend against these two offensive linchpins in the Bucks' strategy. Should they succeed in their defense, the Bucks' offense would face significant challenges. Conversely, failure to defend would lead to a Bucks victory. This requirement imposes a high demand on the team, necessitating comprehensive personnel support. Defense had already been a focal point during recent training sessions orchestrated by Luo Feng, so he felt no apprehension in this regard. Currently, scoring assets Durant and Mills remained remarkably stable, allowing other players to focus on fulfilling their roles. Of course, they needed to provide occasional bursts of support. In the Nets locker room, Luo Feng encouraged, "Gentlemen, securing today's victory will mark our 20th consecutive win. Though today is April Fool's Day, I trust you wouldn't want to jest with a victory." All the Nets players erupted in laughter. Durant remarked with a hint of malice, "I can hardly wait for the game to conclude so I can mock Antetokounmpo and see his reaction." Little Curry chimed in, "Exactly. Let us witness his dismay." Mills added, "Antetokounmpo is merely displaying a petty demeanor." Luo Feng clapped his hands and said, "All right, gentlemen, if you wish to witness a jest from the Greek freak, we must first secure victory in this match. Let us not become the subject of ridicule ourselves." Durant thumped his chest confidently, stating, "Rest assured, Coach. We shall not allow them to seize this game. Victory must be ours." At that moment, Irving and Simmons felt a twinge of envy towards the camaraderie within the team, as they appeared to be mere outsiders, as if the unfolding events bore no relevance to them. As the third quarter commenced, the two teams engaged in a fierce contest. The Nets consistently found the net, yet the Bucks refused to concede, as their role players suddenly exhibited remarkable shooting prowess, scoring consecutively. This unexpected surge from the supporting players caught the Nets off guard. Durant and Mills could not convert every shot, leading to a gradual narrowing of the score gap. Just before the conclusion of the third quarter, the margin dwindled to a mere 3 points, with 3 minutes remaining in the period. Luo Feng, without a moment's hesitation, deployed a wave of cards in his hand, selecting the one with the least points, enabling him to score against his opponent with a resounding 10-0. In the final 3 minutes, the players of the Nets suddenly erupted with fervor. First, Aldridge delivered a resounding block on Giannis, followed by Durant executing a fast break with a powerful dunk, securing 2 points. As Holiday dribbled past half-court for the Bucks, Mills swiftly intercepted, passing the ball to Brown. Positioned at the three-point line, Brown launched a shot that found its mark. Shortly thereafter, Mills again disrupted Holiday's passing route, leading to a quick counterattack and an effortless layup, adding another 2 points. In the last 10 seconds, Brown forced Middleton into a blunder as Middleton fell. Brown seized the opportunity, tossing the ball to Durant. In a dramatic moment, Durant, receiving the pass with but 1 second remaining, released a shot from beyond the arc, the ball swishing through the net. In those final 3 minutes, the Nets orchestrated a remarkable 10-0 surge, extending their lead to a double-digit margin of 13 points. As the fourth quarter commenced, following Luo Feng's instructions, the Nets' interior players intensified their efforts to constrict Giannis's movement. With the ball outside the three-point line, Giannis charged toward the paint, only to be met by the re-entering Griffin, who thwarted his advance. Giannis, relying on his strength, barreled into the lane. However, Griffin did not engage in a brute contest but had already established his position. As Giannis exerted his force, Griffin fell to the ground. And the referee's whistle pierced the air. Giannis was called for a foul. Having accrued 6 fouls, he was consequently disqualified from the game. Giannis seethed with anger, yet found himself devoid of better options. His exit signified that the Bucks' hopes for this match had begun to fade. Luo Feng chuckled, realizing that he could secure victory without needing the other 2 cards from his hand. His spirits were high, the mission accomplished. He could now elevate his coaching level with ease. As the fourth quarter concluded, the Nets triumphed with a commanding lead of 18 points, finishing the game at 110-92. Luo Feng, in a moment of natural beauty, received a notification from the system, congratulating him for leading his team to an impressive 20 consecutive victories, earning a reward in the form of a coaching experience card. The host then activated the next phase of the task, which requires leading the team to achieve 30 consecutive wins, including playoff matches, with the reward being a playoff injury immunity card. The prospect of the coaching experience card would be addressed later. But the allure of the new task's reward was undeniably exhilarating, an injury immunity card for the playoffs. It is crucial to note that injuries pose the greatest obstacle to Luo Feng's team at this juncture. The mere thought of an injury immunity card for the playoffs brings immense satisfaction. After the match, Durant promptly engaged with the press. "You secured a victory against the Bucks. Do you have any comments regarding Giannis's pregame remarks?" Durant, feeling as refreshed as one would after a cold drink on a sweltering summer day, responded, "How do I perceive it? Giannis resembled a jester. Was he the one claiming victory before the game? Yet, the outcome was ours. Those who resort to underhanded tactics to defeat us in the playoffs are hardly worthy of making such claims. Just wait. This season's playoffs will witness our resurgence. Giannis, I hope you don't falter along the way." Luo Feng declined to accept interviews, allowing the players to relish this moment of triumph. After all, they had been holding their breath for nearly a year, and it was necessary for them to find an outlet for their emotions. The Nets have achieved an astounding 20 consecutive victories, and both owner Tsai and team manager Marks were elated. They both called Luo Feng that day to extend their congratulations. Furthermore, owner Tsai mentioned that he was already aware of the contract signed between him and Marks. However, he asserted that regardless of how far they advance in the playoffs, Luo Feng would remain the head coach of the Nets for the next season. Chapter 48. New functions. Luo Feng felt quite reassured by owner Tsai's commitment. Nevertheless, having signed the agreement, he was determined to uphold his end of the bargain. Aisha accompanied Luo Feng back to his home, where she had prepared a candlelit dinner in advance. She was confident that Luo Feng would emerge victorious that evening, which is why she had made these arrangements ahead of time. Upon entering, Luo Feng was taken aback. "Did you prepare all of this?" Aisha joyfully nodded. "I knew you would undoubtedly lead the Nets to victory today." Luo Feng embraced Aisha, expressing his gratitude for her unwavering support. After enjoying a delightful dinner together, he escorted her back to her home. Following a refreshing shower, Luo Feng utilized the coach experience card. A chime sounded, announcing, "Congratulations. The host coaching level has reached level 4. Please explore and discover the new features at your leisure." Luo Feng eagerly entered the system to explore the newly added features. Naturally, the points and item shop showcased an array of new items, while other aspects remained unchanged. Subsequently, he accessed the player management panel and discovered a new tactical interface beneath each team. This panel had become increasingly detailed, now allowing for an in-depth examination of tactics. With this enhancement, Luo Feng could better comprehend the opposing team's strategies and devise ways to outmaneuver them. In addition to these advancements, the system rewarded him with several superstar cards, which temporarily elevated players to the status of superstars. Alongside the superstar cards, there were also tactical cards, which enabled teams to instantaneously adopt alternative strategies. These tactical cards possessed a significant advantage. If utilized appropriately during the playoffs, they could serve as a formidable weapon. Luo Feng was eager to test the effectiveness of this detailed tactical panel in a real match, as it was only functional during training sessions and could not be used otherwise. The media headlines over the past few days had been dominated by the Brooklyn Nets' remarkable 20-game winning streak, leading to thorough investigations of the entire team. From the head coach down to the players, the majority of the coverage focused on Luo Feng, particularly highlighting his extraordinary journey from a modest assistant coach to the head coach. Insiders disclosed that Luo Feng had signed an agreement with the management. Should he lead the team to the playoffs, he would become the permanent head coach of the Brooklyn Nets. This revelation attracted the attention of various teams, curious about how such a capable leader could still be an interim coach for the Nets. Scouts began to inquire about him, and it was only natural that some teams would express interest in Luo Feng. Given the Nets' stellar performance, it was evident that Luo Feng had orchestrated an impressive 20-game winning streak, with stars like Irving and Simmons relegated to the bench. This underscored the remarkable effectiveness of Luo Feng's coaching methods, as he swiftly united the players under his leadership, showcasing an extraordinary level of coaching prowess. The details of his strategies, however, remained undisclosed to outsiders. On the following day during practice, Luo Feng eagerly opened the panel, discovering that the tactics section displayed the Brooklyn Nets' Princeton offense, with a focus on positions 3 and 2. Moreover, he noted the tactical index, which stood at a dynamic 92, continuously fluctuating in real time. This new feature would undoubtedly enhance Luo Feng's coaching career. On April 3rd, the Nets faced off against the Hawks in an away game. As he stretched on the bus en route to the agricultural arena, he embraced the promise of a new day, resolutely pushing forward in pursuit of victory. With 5 games remaining before the playoffs, the Nets had ascended to second place in the Eastern Conference, thanks to their remarkable winning streak. Should they secure victories in the upcoming matches, they might very well surpass the Heat to claim the top spot in the East. The starting lineup for the Nets included point guard Dragic, shooting guard Curry, small forward Durant, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. The Hawks starting lineup featured point guard Young, shooting guard Reddish, small forward Hunter, power forward Gallinari, and center Capella. As the game commenced, Drummond won the tip-off, and Dragic initiated the offensive play. Drummond had transformed into a robust center, having significantly improved his jumping ability after shedding excess weight, reminiscent of a post-weight loss Howard. Dragic opted for a right-side drive, with Young closely guarding him. However, one could question the effectiveness of Young's defensive capabilities. Slightly better than Harden, yet still disappointingly inadequate. Dragic, a player of considerable offensive prowess, effortlessly maneuvered past Trae Young. As Capella provided defensive cover beneath the basket, Dragic executed a low pass, enabling Drummond to catch the ball and deliver a powerful two-handed dunk. Subsequently, Trae Young orchestrated the Hawks' offense, swiftly penetrating past Dragic and successfully sinking a two-point jumper in the paint. The contest showcased a back-and-forth exchange between the teams. However, the visiting Nets benefited from a 5-point attribute boost, compounded by the fact that much of the Hawks' ball control rested in Trae Young's hands. A modicum of pressure on Young disrupted the Hawks' offensive flow. The Nets secured a comfortable victory, with Luo Feng triumphing before even utilizing the remaining functionalities of the system. It appears the Hawks' rebuilding journey remains long and arduous. The Nets extended their winning streak to 21 games. On April 6th, the Nets hosted the Rockets, who have entered a rebuilding phase since parting ways with Harden. Moreover, the Rockets' popularity has plummeted since their significant trade. The Nets starting lineup featured point guard Mills, shooting guard Curry, small forward Durant, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. The Rockets' starting five included point guard Schroeder, shooting guard Porter, small forward Nwaba, power forward Garuba, and center Sengun. Unsurprisingly, the Nets dominated the match, securing yet another victory. Following this, on April 7th, the Nets faced their old rivals, the Knicks, in an away game. The Knicks, notorious for their lack of ambition, were never truly contenders. Predictably, the Nets emerged victorious once more, marking their 23rd consecutive win. Shortly thereafter, on April 9th, the Nets returned home to challenge the Cavaliers, a team that has faltered since LeBron's departure and still faces a lengthy path to rebuild. The Nets continued their winning streak, reaching their 24th consecutive victory. Each win further solidifies their new franchise record. While Luo Feng's name increasingly graces the headlines of various basketball media outlets. Chapter 49, the playoffs commence in the final game of the regular season. The Nets hosted the Pacers. As the concluding match of the regular season, it was a fitting finale. Having previously faced the Pacers, victory was anticipated, and the outcome was indeed favorable. The Nets prevailed. Thus, they concluded the season with an impressive 25-game winning streak, securing the top seed in the Eastern Conference. Media outlets clamored to cover the Nets' remarkable performance, leaving little doubt about their dominance. Owner Kai was beaming with joy, his spirits soaring. Since taking over the Nets, many had deemed him a fool, yet now he reveled in the team's ascent to the pinnacle of the Eastern standings. Kai believed the wisest decision he made was hiring Luo Feng as head coach. Although he hadn't personally sought him out, Kai had already recognized Luo Feng as the future leader of the Nets. As a compatriot, he was indeed a reassuring presence. A week later, the playoffs commenced, and the matchups were revealed. The Nets were set to face the 8th-seeded Hawks. On the first day, Luo Feng granted the entire team a day of rest, allowing them to recuperate from the intense schedule. The following day, the team reconvened for practice. Before training, Luo Feng delivered his customary address. "Gentlemen, your performances have been commendable, and through our collective efforts, we have secured the top seed in the Eastern Conference, thus earning our place in these playoffs. Now that we have reached this pivotal juncture, I trust you understand our objective, the championship." All players nodded in agreement. When I first took the helm of this team, if I had proclaimed our goal to be the championship, many of you would have thought me overly ambitious, believing it unattainable. Yet now, there is no need for doubt. Our ambition is indeed the championship. However, achieving this title will not be a simple endeavor. Numerous formidable challenges await us, and we must confront each one decisively. With just a few days remaining, let us maintain our form and prepare for the trials of the playoffs. During this week, the Nets refrained from engaging with the media, dedicating themselves wholly to playoff preparation. On April 18th, the Nets entered the playoffs, hosting the Hawks. Luo Feng sat confidently in his chair, not because of arrogance, but rather a genuine lack of concern for any threat. Moreover, after ascending to the level of a fourth-tier coach, The Nets enjoyed a 5-point attribute boost when playing at home. Thus, Luo Feng was entirely unfazed by the prospect of the Hawks overcoming the Nets. The Nets' entry into the playoffs was a significant event for every fan of the team. Naturally, Aisha also arrived at the Nets' home ground to support Luo Feng. Aisha had an excellent vantage point, positioned directly behind him. She whispered encouragingly to Luo Feng, "Go for it, Luo Feng." Luo Feng turned his head and smiled, saying, "Rest assured, we will undoubtedly secure victory in the first round of the playoffs." The match commenced swiftly. In this game, Luo Feng chose to keep Irving and Simmons on the bench, as they were not yet deserving of a place in the starting lineup. However, facing a weaker team like the Hawks, it was permissible to grant them some playing time. During this interval, both players had been quite obedient, adhering to training regimens and following directives while on the bench. Given this, allowing them more court time against the Hawks seemed entirely reasonable. The starting lineup for the Nets consisted of point guard Mills, shooting guard Curry, small forward Durant, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. The Hawks starting lineup featured point guard Young, shooting guard Rawawu, small forward Hunter, power forward Gallinari, and center Capella. As the game began, Drummond of the Nets was the first to touch the ball, with Mills orchestrating the offense. By the end of the third quarter, the Nets led by a staggering 30 points, with a score of 90-60, effectively signaling an early end to their workday. In the fourth quarter, Luo Feng had completely substituted in the bench players, whose lineup was remarkably formidable, led by 2 former first overall picks. No other team in the league boasted such a lavish bench. During this quarter, Irving and Simmons unleashed their full potential, driving the score up to 130. Ultimately, the match concluded with the Nets triumphing over the Hawks with a resounding score of 130-72. In the TNT commentary booth, Barkley exclaimed in disbelief, remarking on the outrageous nature of such a significant point differential in the playoffs. O'Neal laughed heartily, asserting that this was a testament to the Nets' genuine strength, affirming that his judgment had not been in vain. On April 21st, the Nets hosted the Hawks for a second encounter, the outcome of which was predictably lopsided, as the Nets once again dominated. On April 24th, the Nets traveled to Atlanta for their third clash against the Hawks. Luo Feng, devoid of superfluous commands, merely focused on the players' well-being, ensuring they remained unscathed. Across various cities, the outcome remained consistent, as the Nets triumphantly secured a decisive victory. On April 26th, the Nets faced off against the Hawks in their final encounter. The Nets effortlessly dispatched the Hawks, sweeping the playoffs with a resounding 4-0. In an instant, Brooklyn transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration. It had been an eternity since the Nets fans experienced such elation. Numerous basketball media outlets clamored to report that the Nets had entered the playoffs undefeated, boasting an astonishing 29 consecutive victories. For the Nets, this season had indeed been a dreamlike saga. Head coach Luo Feng graciously accepted an interview with local Brooklyn media. A reporter inquired, "Coach Luo Feng, congratulations on leading the Nets to yet another victory. May I ask, what is the goal for the playoffs?" Luo Feng replied with a smile, "Is there any need to inquire about the goal for the playoffs? Undoubtedly, it is the championship. I believe no one aspires to anything less than the title." The reporter nodded in agreement and continued, "What do you anticipate our record will be in the second round?" Luo Feng confidently remarked, "Of course, it will be a continued sweep at 4-0. Although his words were undeniably bold, they also reflected the truth. The reporter inquired, "Coach Luo Feng, your statement exudes remarkable confidence." Luo Feng nodded, exuding confidence, a sentiment instilled in him by his formidable team. Their current strength fuels their belief that they will triumph in the next round with a resounding score of 4-0. Naturally, Luo Feng's remarks incited displeasure among many. The NBA playoffs have a long-standing tradition of bravado, yet Luo Feng's words seemed excessively audacious, dismissing his opponents entirely. Chapter 50, second round of the playoffs. Particularly irked was Erik Spoelstra, head coach of the Miami Heat. The Heat had secured a 4-2 victory over the Raptors. While it was a clean sweep, the score was still a significant advantage. Luo Feng's remarks suggested a blatant disregard for both Spoelstra and the Heat. In response, Spoelstra declared before the game that if Luo Feng believed he could sweep the Heat 4-0, they would eagerly await the challenge. On May 3rd, the Nets hosted the second round of the playoffs. The Nets had enjoyed ample rest, while the Heat were also in good form. At the Barclays Center, the Nets had arrived early to prepare. The stands were packed with enthusiastic fans eager to witness their team's performance, and of course, their remarkable coach. Nets starting lineup: point guard Mills, shooting guard Curry, small forward Durant, power forward Griffin, center Drummond. Heat starting lineup: point guard Harrow, shooting guard Oladipo, small forward Butler. Power forward Tucker, center Adebayo. As the first quarter commenced, both teams engaged in a jump ball. Drummond was the first to touch the ball, leading Mills to orchestrate the Nets' offense. The initial play was a familiar strategy, with Griffin as the focal point. Upon crossing half-court, Mills passed the ball to Griffin, who faced Tucker's defense. Tucker, known for his gritty play, was nonetheless limited by his physical attributes. Griffin aggressively pushed Tucker into the paint. Despite Tucker's valiant efforts to defend, Griffin executed a deft spin, evading Tucker and driving towards the basket. At that moment, Adebayo, the nearest defender, stepped in, but Griffin swiftly delivered a bounce pass to Drummond. Receiving the ball, Drummond soared and executed a powerful two-handed dunk. Following the dunk, Drummond let out a fierce roar, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. The Nets fans erupted in cheers. Go Nets. Well done, Drummond. Charge forth, vanquish the Miami squad. Sweep them 4-0. Harrow initiated the Heat's offense, passing to Butler after crossing half-court. Butler, undeterred, aggressively challenged Durant and successfully scored despite the defensive pressure. Butler's tenacity was commendable as he managed to score against Durant. Griffin then continued the offensive push, driving forward with a screen from Durant before quickly passing the ball to him. Durant seized the moment, scoring effortlessly against Tucker. Harrow passed to Butler, who then fed Adebayo. Drummond closed in, applying tight pressure. Adebayo struggled to maintain control and, after a moment, attempted to pass out, but Drummond recalled Luo Feng's pregame strategy. Adebayo may appear robust, but in my eyes, he is a softie. Drummond, I need you to be relentless. Whether on offense or defense, be assertive. Toughness is the antidote to such softness. Do you understand? Drummond began to assert his physical presence, applying pressure on Adebayo. Adebayo, momentarily losing possession, had the ball slip from his grasp and roll out of bounds. Mills continued to direct the Nets' offense. Griffin made a quick cut to receive the ball. Mills swiftly passed to Griffin, who, without a glance, delivered a behind-the-back pass to Curry. Curry caught the ball and effortlessly finished with a layup. Harrow passed to Butler, who once again attacked Durant, with Durant slightly off balance. Butler broke past him for a dunk, securing another 2 points. The score now stood at 6-4, with the Nets leading by 2. Durant's consecutive defensive lapses left Luo Feng visibly displeased. Luo Feng stood at the sidelines, shouting, "Kevin, toughen up. Do not allow others to breach your defenses so easily. Show him what you're made of." Durant, feeling the irritation of having been scored on twice by Butler, was determined to make a strong impression. However, Luo Feng had strictly prohibited mindless isolation plays, thus it was imperative for him to showcase his off-ball movement capabilities at this moment. Luo Feng once remarked that he is a premier off-ball mover. To counter Butler, he must fully harness this innate talent. Griffin orchestrates the offense, prompting the entire team to spring into action. Durant moves, Mills darts, Curry scurries, and Drummond begins to shift. The team collectively employs their bodies to set screens for one another. At this juncture, Durant finds himself in an open position, momentarily obstructed by Drummond's presence on Butler. Swiftly, Griffin delivers the ball to Durant at the top of the three-point arc. Durant releases a three-pointer. The basketball gracefully arcs through the air, finding its mark flawlessly. The score reads 9-4. Durant casts a provocative glance at Butler, who grits his teeth in response. As the face of the Heat, Butler is not one to concede easily. Hero hands the ball to Butler, who continues to assertively challenge Durant. Remembering Luo Feng's words, Durant stands his ground firmly against Butler. Seeing little opportunity, Butler passes to Hero, who accelerates past Mills and executes a delicate floater in the paint. The score now stands at 9-6. Luo Feng opened the panel and noticed that his Princeton System's tactical index was continuously rising, now reaching 97. This indicated that the players had honed their tactics to near perfection, with a potential peak of 100 signifying the full power of their strategies. In contrast, the Miami Heat's tactical index fluctuated around 80, suggesting that this match would indeed be a formidable challenge for them. Winning at home was imperative, not only for their own careers but also for the fans. As the first quarter concluded, the Nets led with a score of 30-23. A 7-point advantage. Butler of the Heat managed to score 4 points at the outset but failed to contribute further throughout the remainder of the quarter. Once Butler loses his touch, his shooting can be remarkably off-target. With the starters fatigued after the first quarter, the second quarter saw a substitution of the bench lineup, featuring Irving, Dragic, Brown, Claxton, and Aldridge. The offensive focal points for the second unit were Dragic and Claxton, while Irving assumed the role of orchestrator. The Heat also opted for a bench rotation to provide their starters a moment of respite. The Heat struggled significantly during the first quarter, with Spoelstra frequently directing from the sidelines, clearly anxious about the proceedings. In stark contrast, Luo Feng remained composed, having only shouted at Durant's defense at the beginning. Thereafter sitting calmly in his position. At the TNT commentary booth, O'Neal began his familiar boasts, now praising Luo Feng. He remarked on the Nets' formidable performance and Luo Feng's calm demeanor, noting that he hadn't even called a timeout in the first quarter. Meanwhile, the Heat appeared to be stumbling. Barkley jested, "Enough of that. Stop embellishing your own legacy, will you?" After you left the Heat, they entered the era of the Big Three, a period far more dominant than your time. Yet, it was true that the Heat faced considerable difficulty during the first quarter. While the Nets executed their offense with remarkable fluidity, O'Neal mysteriously suggested, with coach Luo Feng's evident confidence, "I am certain he has a few tricks up his sleeve," though he chooses not to reveal them just yet. Indeed, O'Neal was correct. At that moment, Luo Feng had yet to enforce a rigorous pressing defense. As such tactics would be physically taxing, and given the current circumstances, it was unnecessary. As the second quarter approached its midpoint, the Heat's head coach called a timeout. Reintroducing the starting lineup, Luo Feng naturally assumed a position in the starting lineup. However, Little Curry did not take the court, while Brown remained on the field. Luo Feng assigned a task to Brown, which was to neutralize Hero. Heat head coach Spoelstra was quite anxious, for the substitutes had failed to close the gap, allowing the deficit to widen instead. As soon as Brown entered the court, he exerted himself with relentless defense against Hero. The TNT commentary team, led by O'Neal, burst into laughter, exclaiming that they had foreseen Luo Feng's strategic brilliance as the relentless Brown began his ferocious pursuit of Hero. The nickname Mad Dog Brown had only recently been bestowed upon him, and it fittingly encapsulated his playing style. This moniker was also a reflection of the assignment Luo Feng had given him. Brown was acutely aware of his deficiencies in shooting, despite having dedicated considerable time to practice. He had made little progress in that regard. He felt a profound sense of disappointment, as he seemed to lack the qualities of a scoring player. However, Luo Feng recognized Brown's potential, particularly his defensive prowess. He excelled in close-marking an opponent, reminiscent of the former Beverly. After each training session, Luo Feng could discern Brown's despondency. On one occasion, he deliberately kept Brown back, indicating he wanted to have a serious discussion. Brown's heart sank at the thought. Had the coach begun to lose faith in him? With a mix of apprehension and hope, Brown awaited his head coach, Luo Feng. Luo Feng, not overly serious, chuckled as he spoke to Brown, "My friend. What seems to be the matter? Why do you wear such a troubled expression after each training session?" Brown, feeling dejected, replied, "I have not met your expectations here. My shooting skills are indeed still somewhat lacking." Luo Feng consoled with a smile. "In truth, regardless of how formidable your scoring ability may be, you are an indispensable member of our team. Each individual possesses a unique talent within their respective domain, and your gift lies not in shooting, but in defense. A team cannot solely rely on offense to secure victory in every match. Defense is the backbone that supports the collective. It is merely that defensive players often do not bask in the limelight during the course of a game. Are you willing to be that person for our team? One who may not steal the spotlight, yet undertakes all the arduous and unsung tasks?" Brown hesitated, for every player dreams of being the one in the limelight. "The scoring maestro," Luo Feng continued, stating, "Others may not know you, but as long as I remain with the Nets, there will undoubtedly be a place for you on the team. You need not worry about securing a favorable contract once your current one expires. While I cannot promise you an exceedingly high contract, I can certainly offer you a suitable one, provided that you genuinely wish to play under my guidance." Upon hearing this, Brown ceased his hesitation and promptly replied, "Thank you, coach. I will certainly give my best on the court, and I appreciate your investment in our development." Brown relentlessly pressured Hero, leaving him no option but to pass the ball to Butler. The Heat could not solely rely on Butler to orchestrate the entire team, despite his ability to assist. As the second quarter concluded, the Nets led 65-40, finishing the first half with a 25-point advantage. In the TNT commentary booth, O'Neal clapped his hands and remarked, "The Nets have established such a significant lead at halftime that I doubt the Heat will have any capacity to retaliate in the second half. I must admit, under coach Luo Feng's guidance, the Nets are genuinely formidable and, in my view, a strong contender for the championship." Barkley countered, "Shaquille, the playoffs consist of a 7-game series. Even if the Heat lose today, there are still 6 more games to play. The Nets may not necessarily sweep the Heat 4-0. Furthermore, there are plenty of strong teams in the West this year. It's premature to declare the Nets champions." With the first half having unfolded in such a manner, the Heat faced an uphill battle in the second half, By the end of the third quarter, the gap continued to widen, prompting Spoelstra to concede the game and substitute in the entire bench. Following the game, Spoelstra was, of course, surrounded by reporters for an interview. With a stoic expression, he stated, "This is merely the first game. One match does not determine the outcome of the playoffs. Let us wait and see." After the game, the Nets also participated in interviews, with Luo Feng and Durant addressing the media. A reporter inquired, "Coach Luo Feng, do you still have confidence in securing victory in the next game?" Luo Feng casually remarked, "Given our effortless victory in the first match, it is evident that we will similarly triumph in the second." Coach Spoelstra may indulge in bravado, but let him be. The truth will unfold on the court. It is not arrogance on Luo Feng's part. The current roster of the Heat certainly cannot compete with that of the Nets, regardless of the starting lineup or bench strength. Moreover, Luo Feng still possesses a formidable set of special cards yet to be deployed. The fans of the Nets, having secured victory in the first match of the second round, were in high spirits, with Steven, present at the scene, nearly leaping for joy. He continuously exclaimed, "Coach Luo Feng is truly remarkable. The Nets are destined to clinch the championship this year." Steven remained a steadfast supporter of the Nets, unwavering in his belief that this time the team would finally seize the coveted title. Chapter 52. A forceful strike. The most frightening aspect is that the Nets have maintained an undefeated streak to this point, with their consecutive wins now reaching 30. Upon achieving this milestone, the system emitted another notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of winning 30 consecutive games. Reward: Player Injury Immunity Card. This card allows for the designation of one player to receive immunity from injuries during the playoffs this season. Luo Feng had already made up his mind regarding its recipient, the soul of the team, Durant. While some may argue that Durant has passed his prime, Luo Feng does not concur. He believes Durant remains at his peak, albeit with fluctuating form, as long as Durant can withstand injuries. Securing the championship this season is undoubtedly a more assured prospect. Without hesitation, Luo Feng utilized the player injury immunity card on Durant. The system indicated that Durant had acquired playoff injury immunity. Of course, this immunity did not imply that Luo Feng would necessarily exhaust Durant's capabilities. Durant, being human, also experiences fatigue. This immunity does not equate to infinite stamina. Subsequently, the system naturally issued the next phase of the task, to achieve a consecutive winning streak of 40 games, including playoff matches, with the reward being a player skill duplication card. This card allows the replication of a specific skill from a player for use by either another player or a host. Upon observation, Luo Feng discerned yet another remarkable object, one that seemingly imposed no restrictions upon him. Might it be possible for him to play with carefree abandon? This thought ignited a flicker of excitement within him. On May 5th, the Nets hosted the second game of the second round against the Heat. The starting lineup remained unchanged from the initial match. Butler continued to struggle with his performance, while Hero found himself closely guarded by Brown. Today, Coach Luo Feng's tactical arrangement featured Brown as a starter, closely guarding Hero from the outset, effectively restraining the Heat and denying them any opportunities. The analysts at the TNT commentary booth scrutinized today's lineup. O'Neal remarked that Coach Luo Feng's initial move was a masterstroke, indicating his intent to offer no chances to the Heat, and indeed, the Nets secured another victory. Barkley unexpectedly concurred with O'Neal, affirming that deploying the tenacious Brown to contain Hero from the very beginning was a wise decision. Butler's performance was markedly subpar. Should he fail to step up, the Heat would find the game devoid of suspense. The commentary provided an astute analysis of the match. Coach Luo Feng's defensive strategy was evident. With Butler struggling, the Heat relied on Hero to orchestrate their offense. The Heat's supporting players lacked offensive prowess, and had Butler been surrounded by a different cast, his performance would undoubtedly have been less arduous. Despite the Heat's status as the second-best team in the East, it was clear that Butler was single-handedly propelling the team forward. Even with Hero alleviating some pressure, once he was contained, the Heat's offensive efforts sputtered. As for Adebayo, can one truly expect a soft player to salvage the Heat's fortunes? To be fair, the Heat's defensive attitude and capabilities were commendable, as they prevented the Nets from executing their game plan unchallenged, exerting a modicum of offensive pressure. However, it was merely a slight pressure. The enhancement of a player's attributes is no trivial matter, especially concerning superstars. The higher a superstar's capabilities, the greater the benefits they accrue. As the game commenced, both teams initiated their offensive strategies. Approximately 5 minutes into the first quarter, the scoring gap began to widen. The Nets displayed remarkable precision, seemingly making every shot. Although the Heat exerted effort on defense, they could not suppress the Nets' firepower, particularly Durant, who appeared unstoppable, achieving an astonishing shooting percentage exceeding 70%. By the end of the first quarter, the Nets led 36-20, a 16-point advantage. The second quarter concluded with the Nets leading 72-42, a 30-point margin. The third quarter ended with the Nets up 108-67, a commanding 41-point lead. As the third quarter concluded, Spoelstra sighed and substituted his starters, signaling his resignation from the contest. The Nets played with an intensity reminiscent of players under the influence of performance enhancers, given that his team ranked second in the East. It was disheartening to witness their inability to compete against the Nets. Is the disparity truly this vast? This situation hardly seems scientifically plausible. Moreover, the Nets had struggled significantly at the season's outset. Could it be that the current Nets are indeed the same team from the beginning of the season? Does coach Luo Feng truly possess such formidable capabilities? Luo Feng has once again ascended to the pinnacle of sports news headlines. Analysts from various sectors are scrutinizing the transformative impact he has had on the Brooklyn Nets. With each victory, Luo Feng's wallet swells a little more, marking a significant shift in his financial status. Meanwhile, Max remains unfazed by the bonuses Luo Feng has accrued. The better the team's performance, the more elated Max becomes. Upon reading the news, Luo Feng could only chuckle. If the existence of a system were so easily discernible, how could he possibly navigate his path? On May 7th, the third match between the Brooklyn Nets and the Miami Heat took place at the American Airlines Arena. The Heat's head coach had already made a bold proclamation for this game, vowing to put an end to the Nets' winning streak. Luo Feng nonchalantly remarked, "If one possesses such abilities, then let them come forth. I am eager to witness who can ultimately bring an end to our triumph. Perhaps no one is capable of undermining our victory." The starting lineups for both teams remained unchanged, with Luo Feng continuing to employ Brown to contain Hero's performance. Upon returning to his home court, Butler's form began to improve. Although Durant was tasked with defending Butler, he found it challenging to counter the latter's rather peculiar scoring methods, which seemed to manifest effortlessly. During the halftime break, Durant, feeling somewhat sheepish, admitted, "Coach, I must confess that my defense against Butler today has not been up to par." Luo Feng waved his hand, nonchalantly stating, "This is not your concern." Upon returning to the home court, Butler's form has indeed shown signs of revival. Yet, can a basketball game be won solely by the prowess of one individual? While Butler is commendable, he has yet to reach a level where he alone can alter the outcome of the match. There is no need for concern. We currently hold a 12-point lead. Let us maintain our focus, and victory in this game shall be ours. Chapter 53. Continuing the winning streak as Luo Feng was devising strategies for the players, Irving sat on the bench, preoccupied with other matters, which were only advantageous to himself. However, what this fellow intended to do remained undisclosed for the time being. Once the strategies were laid out, the third quarter commenced. Butler continued his fiery performance. Yet relying solely on him made scoring for the Heat quite arduous. Prior to the game, Luo Feng had already established a plan and immediately intensified the defensive pressure upon entering the court. Isn't Butler in great form? Can the Heat depend entirely on him for scoring? The objective was to isolate Butler, ultimately exhausting him. Although this approach may not seem entirely honorable, Luo Feng's strategy was solely aimed at securing victory, without any unnecessary pleasantries. Before long, the Heat began to feel the weight of the pressure, as the others were unable to provide any support for Butler. Moreover, the Nets players intentionally guided the passes towards Butler, allowing for a relaxed approach when the ball was directed his way. Durant did not apply excessive pressure on Butler. Rather, he permitted him to receive the ball. As Hero caught the pass, Brown clung to him like a mad dog, while the others were ensnared by the Nets' relentless full-court press. Helpless, Hero could only pass the ball to Butler. Upon receiving the ball and crossing half-court, Butler was met by Durant's defense. Do not be misled into thinking that Durant is solely a formidable offensive player. His defensive skills are equally impressive. Furthermore, Durant and the other Nets players had been specifically trained by Luo Feng for defensive prowess, placing considerable pressure on Butler. As Luo Feng gazed at the panel, he noted that the Miami Heat's tactical execution had plummeted to 40, leading him to conclude that today's match was firmly in their grasp. At the TNT commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal remarked, "You see, Luo Feng has devised a new strategy. Their relentless defense has left the Heat gasping for breath. The level of proficiency displayed indicates extensive training." Charles Barkley echoed his sentiments, stating, "Today, I stand with you. The Nets have indeed come well prepared, while the Heat find themselves in a precarious situation." Spoelstra recognized the Nets' malevolent intent, but found himself devoid of effective countermeasures, resigning to the hope that Butler would find a way to break the deadlock. Ultimately, the dearth of viable options in his arsenal became glaringly apparent. Had he a few more capable players at his disposal, the present predicament would not be so dire. This moment underscores the significance of star players, as it is their individual prowess that can penetrate such formidable defenses. Unfortunately, the Heat currently rely solely on Butler. With the rest of the roster, save for Harrow, resembling mere journeymen, Tucker is a formidable defender, and Adebayo can hold his own against the less tenacious. However, should he face someone tougher, he is rendered ineffective. On the Nets side, only Dragic and Irving are on the bench. Occasionally, Luo Feng wishes to send Simmons onto the court, but her management team intervenes. This signifies impending complications, thus, she is relegated to the sidelines. Luo Feng has no intention of coddling Simmons. Meanwhile, Irving is eager for more playing time, so if Simmons is unwilling, she may as well remain on the bench. As for the salary, it is of no concern. Luo Feng had also heard rumors that Simmons sought to reclaim his withheld salary from the 76ers. His refusal to participate stemmed from this matter. Luo Feng's intention to field him primarily stemmed from his defensive prowess and organizational skills. Even before the match commenced, Simmons' team approached Luo Feng to inform him that Simmons would decline to participate in this game due to some unforeseen psychological distress. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng replied, "Oh, so you wish to stir things up, do you? Very well, let us see it through to the end. Since you have no desire to compete in this match, you need not participate in any future events either. This summer, you may begin to pack your belongings, as the Nets have no room for such a player. Should any matters arise, allow Simmons to approach me directly. As for the rest of you, I hold little fondness for your presence." Luo Feng could discern that most matters were orchestrated by his management team. Consequently, he harbored no fondness for them, and naturally, Simmons' influence played a part in this sentiment. Neither of these individuals brought any comfort to Luo Feng. As the third quarter concluded, the Nets led the game 78-50, a staggering 28-point advantage. Spoelstra recognized that the match was slipping away and turned his gaze towards Butler. Butler, with a serious demeanor, declared, "I still wish to play, until the final whistle. The outcome remains uncertain, and I refuse to live with regret." Spoelstra understood the intent of his star player and waved his hand to allow them to take the court. At this juncture, he was at a loss for strategy, as victory appeared utterly unattainable. Could it be that the disparity in coaching prowess was this pronounced? As the fourth quarter concluded, the Nets triumphed with a score of 112-80, a 32-point margin, securing their victory in the third game. The Nets' unbeaten streak had now reached 32 matches. The Heat found themselves cornered, facing a 3-0 deficit. Another loss would spell their exit. On May 9th, the Nets would challenge the Heat on their home court for the second game of the playoffs. The Nets had already secured a match point. Winning this game would propel them into the Eastern Conference Finals. Should the Heat falter in this contest, it would signify their farewell. The lineups for both teams remained unchanged. The Nets starting five comprised point guard Dragic, shooting guard Brown, small forward Durant, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. Meanwhile, the Heat starters included point guard Harrow, shooting guard Oladipo, small forward Butler, power forward Tucker, and center Adebayo. As the Nets players took the court, the Heat's fans erupted in a cacophony of boos. A sound so thunderous that it felt as though it might lift the ceiling. Humphries nudged Luo Feng, remarking on the intensity of the jeers. Could the young players withstand such a barrage? Of course, Humphries referred to the younger athletes, for seasoned players like Durant and Griffin. The louder the boos, the more invigorated they became. Luo Feng chuckled, deeming this situation a mere trifle. Every endeavor has its inaugural moment. It is only through acclimatization to such experiences that they may flourish in the future. After all, one cannot simply exclude them from participation. Although Luo Feng articulated this sentiment, he nonetheless accessed the players' panel to assess their current states. To his surprise, he discovered that several newcomers exhibited signs of anxiety. Consequently, while strategizing before the match, Luo Feng remarked, "Gentlemen, have you heard the jeers surrounding us?" The players nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Feng remarked with a smile, "This merely attests to their fear of us. For we are formidable, we are powerful. They dread that we might once again seize victory from this very place." Chapter 54. 4-0. Luo Feng continued, stating that our objective is to relentlessly achieve victory. There is no need to show leniency simply because the adversary is feeble. Rather, we must exert every ounce of our strength to conquer each opponent. This, in itself, is the utmost form of respect for our rivals. As for the jeers, they merely stem from envy of our prowess, envy of our ability to sweep them aside. Should you doubt this, feel free to consult Kevin. He undoubtedly possesses ample experience regarding such matters. Durant nodded, affirming the coach's insight. Their fear of us compels them to resort to such tactics in an attempt to thwart our triumph. Let us proceed, comrades, and demonstrate who the true champions are. As the match commenced, Drummond was the first to make contact with the ball. Dragic brought it across half-court and passed it to Griffin, who began orchestrating the offense. Tucker immediately engaged in close defense against Griffin. In truth, Griffin's basketball IQ is exceptionally high, as evidenced by Luo Feng's decision to assign him the role of a playmaking forward. With the ball in hand, Griffin executed a retreating step to evade Tucker, then pulled forward slightly, causing Tucker to stumble and leap in an attempt to block. Griffin effortlessly sank a jump shot, scoring 2 points and marking the Nets' first score of the game. Hero received the ball, with Brown closely guarding him. After 3 prior matches, Hero had grown increasingly vexed with Brown's relentless defense. In this critical game, Brown's behavior provoked Hero's ire. In a fit of frustration, he flung the ball away and shoved Brown, exclaiming, "Is this how you play the game?" Brown, having been pushed, refrained from retaliating and simply fell to the ground, clutching his face. The referee promptly blew the whistle. Luo Feng expressed his frustration vehemently, exclaiming, "Referee, look closely. This fellow has no intention of playing. He is committing a foul. Expel him at once." The assistant referee reassured Luo Feng, saying, "Coach Luo, we are fully aware of what to do. You needn't worry. Just remain composed on the sidelines." The referee promptly issued a technical foul against Hero. Subsequently, Spoelstra swiftly substituted Hero to allow him a moment to regain his composure. The young man still lacked the means to counter such provocations. In truth, he was simply too young and too impetuous. Such defensive intensity was commonplace in the playoffs. Once Brown realized he had gained an advantage, he rose from the floor. Meanwhile, Hero continued to shout from the sidelines, "Referees, look, he is nothing but a fraud. A complete charlatan. He's merely acting." Brown cast a disdainful glance at Hero, thinking to himself how true the leader's words were. These rookies were indeed easy to manipulate. After the conclusion of the regular season, Luo Feng had provided Brown with specialized training, focusing on how to exploit the psychological weaknesses of opponents on the court. Notably, he had emphasized the peculiarities of rookie players. These newcomers often arrived brimming with arrogance, believing themselves to be the future of the team. Their noses lifted high in the air. However, they had never truly experienced the NBA, oblivious to its intricacies. Hence, it was imperative to subdue these rookies through personal defense. Typically, they would only respect those who outscored them. They looked down upon ordinary players. This also presented an ideal opportunity to provoke them. Once riled, their performance would falter. The majority of rookies possess fragile mentalities, with few capable of overcoming such adverse situations. Brown adeptly employed the court psychology that Luo Feng had imparted to him, skillfully manipulating the young rookie, Hero. Noticing Hero's intense gaze fixed upon him from the sidelines, Brown merely mouthed the word rookie. This infuriated Hero, who could only seethe and retort, "Just you wait." Luo Feng naturally observed everything with a discerning eye. A novice is merely a novice, exceedingly easy to handle. Hero was substituted shortly after the game commenced, leaving the Heat to rely solely on Butler to orchestrate their offense. Luo Feng casually glanced at the player panel, noting that Hero's morale had plummeted to a mere 20. Should the Heat dare to substitute him back in? Luo Feng was confident he could ensure his exit from the game. The youth remained oblivious to the harsh realities of society. In the TNT commentary booth, O'Neal shook his head, expressing a sense of melancholy as he remarked on how easily the Heat were being dispatched. Barkley, with a dismissive air, retorted, "I don't believe it. You secretly wish for the Nets to win, don't you?" O'Neal feigned sorrow, countering, "One mustn't say such things. I once played for the Heat. However, the player they are currently facing is truly formidable, and it is entirely reasonable for them to struggle." Barkley gazed at O'Neal in disbelief. In this match, Butler was performing reasonably well, having scored 10 points by the end of the first quarter. Yet, that solitary achievement was overshadowed by the fact that the other Heat players collectively managed only 8 points, resulting in an average of merely 2 points per individual. Meanwhile, the Nets' offense flowed seamlessly, with Dragic, Durant, Griffin, and Drummond consistently scoring. By the end of the first quarter, the Nets led by 12 points, 30-18. The second quarter unfolded in a similar fashion. Butler netted 12 points, while his teammates contributed a total of 10 points. In stark contrast, the Nets continued to score with stable efficiency, accumulating another 30 points in the second quarter. The score ballooned to 60-40, with the Nets leading by 20 points. In the Heat's locker room, Butler fervently urged his teammates, "Guys, we cannot concede defeat. If we do, our postseason ends here. I refuse to accept such failure. It is better to die standing than to kneel." Meanwhile, in the Nets locker room, Luo Feng joyfully patted each player's shoulder, proclaiming, "Well done, gentlemen, your performance has been outstanding." Yet, the game is far from over. Any lapse in focus could lead to dire consequences, so I need you to remain concentrated until the final whistle. They are desperate to snatch a victory from us. It must be said that Luo Feng's motivational abilities were notably strong. For the players on the Nets were akin to wolves, ready to dominate the Heat in the second half. Butler, oh Butler, do not blame my ruthlessness. While I hold you in high regard, our Nets must prevail. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Nets led 90-75, maintaining a 15-point advantage. Yet, Butler had not surrendered hope. As the fourth quarter ended, the Nets triumphed with a score of 120-90, finishing 30 points ahead. Post-match, Luo Feng approached Spoelstra for a handshake. Spoelstra, with a resigned demeanor, stated, "Your abilities are truly remarkable. This time, the Heat have lost. But we shall certainly triumph next time." At this moment, Luo Feng naturally refrained from being aggressive, courteously stating, "Your Heat team is formidable. I look forward to our next encounter." Chapter 55. Reactions from all sides. Tears streamed down Butler's face. He felt utterly exhausted. Carrying the team forward was indeed a tremendous burden. The players of the Nets embraced Butler, for he had earned their respect. After the game, Luo Feng accompanied Durant to the press conference. A reporter posed a question. "Congratulations to the Nets on yet another victory, sweeping the Heat 4-0. With this win, the Nets have extended their winning streak to 33 games. May I ask, will the Nets continue to maintain this winning momentum?" Luo Feng nodded and remarked, "Indeed. The Nets will continue to triumph." The reporter pressed on, "So, Coach Luo Feng, what is your perspective on the upcoming opponent?" Luo Feng confidently declared, "Regardless of who our next opponent may be, we shall triumph in the match. Whether it be the Celtics or the Bucks, they shall all fall before our Nets." Such words are undeniably imposing. The reporter continued to inquire, "Coach Luo Feng, your next adversary is also a formidable team. Are you truly this confident?" Luo Feng replied with a smile, "Why should I lack confidence? Our team has already secured so many victories. Our objective is the championship, therefore, why should I not feel assured?" After winning this match, Boss Kai's call promptly reached Luo Feng's mobile phone. Luo Feng shook his head. Indeed, Boss Kai is quite an impatient individual. However, this also reflects his genuine passion for basketball from another perspective. Luo Feng answered the phone. "Is there something you need?" "Boss Kai?" Boss Kai replied with enthusiasm. "Luo Feng, I have already received the news. Our team has triumphed. Am I correct? We have advanced to the Eastern-Western Finals." Luo Feng nodded, affirming, "Boss Kai, we have indeed triumphed. We have reached the Eastern Conference Finals." Boss Kai exclaimed in delight, "I knew you would not disappoint me. It is truly a pleasure to have you as the head coach." Luo Feng, it is indeed an honor to serve as the head coach of the Nets. Boss Kai, does Luo Feng possess the confidence to secure victory in the Eastern Conference Finals? Luo Feng let out a sigh, causing Boss Kai to become anxious. "Boss Kai, why do you only think about the Eastern Conference Finals? Is our goal not the championship?" Boss Kai chuckled, a carefree smile gracing his face for the first time in years. "Very well, let it be the championship. Do you have confidence in securing the title?" Luo Feng confidently declared, "Boss Kai, rest assured, we shall bring back the championship title this year." In response, Boss Kai promptly promised, "As long as you lead the team to victory, I will personally reward you with $10 million US." Upon hearing such delightful news, Luo Feng was certain that the championship title was destined to be within his grasp. In addition, the team's general manager, Max, was equally elated. With the team's impressive performance, his position was undeniably more secure. He had never anticipated that his initial casual decision to appoint someone to fill the head coach's role would lead to such remarkable outcomes. This situation indeed attested to his extraordinary fortune. Merely selecting an individual at random had resulted in the team achieving such splendid success. However, just a few days prior, Luo Feng had contacted him regarding Simmons. Reflecting on this, Max couldn't help but curse under his breath. It appeared that during the upcoming summer trade, Simmons would also be on his way out. Luo Feng particularly emphasized that regardless of a player's skill level or prowess, should they refuse to comply with the directives of the management or the head coach, such a player should be dismissed. This summer, even if it incurs some losses, it is imperative to part ways with Simmons. Naturally, Marx understands that individuals of this nature are destabilizing forces within the team. Since the head coach has already spoken out, it is best to facilitate this player's departure. Numerous team owners from the outside have already issued commands, seeking ways to recruit this coach for their own teams. The following day, Luo Feng received a multitude of calls, all from team managers, with a singular purpose, to inquire if he would be interested in taking up a coaching position. Calls came from the Lakers, Knicks, Raptors, 76ers, Grizzlies, Timberwolves, and Pelicans. Over half of the teams in the NBA reached out to Luo Feng. Luo Feng's unified response is that he will not consider such matters until the playoffs are concluded. To say that Luo Feng is not tempted would be disingenuous. However, his sole ambition at present is to elevate the Brooklyn Nets to their pinnacle. As for coaching other teams, that can be addressed in due time. For now, the focus is on establishing the Nets as a dynasty. The media is also fervently reporting on Luo Feng. The objective of coach Luo Feng is none other than the championship title. What are the chances of the Brooklyn Nets clinching the championship? Durant expressed, "The coach I admire the most is Luo Feng." Brown stated, "He is undoubtedly the most formidable coach in the NBA." Naturally, Luo Feng has garnered significant attention domestically. The Hoopu forum is abuzz with discussions as various netizens comment. Where did this Luo Feng emerge from? Is it possible that coach Luo Feng is truly exceptional? Maintaining an undefeated record, what kind of prodigy is this? Crucially, he indeed hails from Rabbit Country. How come we have never heard of him before? We should invite him to assist our team. Chen Lin, a reporter for CC5 from Rabbit Country, primarily covers basketball. Ever since the fallout between the domestic scene and the NBA, there has been no broadcasting of NBA games. Consequently, the crew has found themselves with ample free time. Finally, the broadcasts have resumed, albeit now at the playoff stage. Recently, CC5 has begun airing NBA games again, leading to the discovery of this remarkable figure. Chen Lin, not one to miss such a significant news story, promptly booked a flight to the United States to gather first-hand information. Before long, Chen Lin arrived in New York City and made his way to Brooklyn. However, he found himself blocked at the arena entrance. Realizing he should have contacted Luo Feng prior to arriving, he felt rather awkward standing outside. Fortunately, the collaboration between the domestic scene and the Nets is relatively strong, given that Boss Kai is also from Rabbit Country, thus providing a means of contact. After a short while, Chen Lin received a call from Boss Kai, and they established communication. Soon after, a Caucasian man came out to greet Chen Lin, introducing himself. Chen Lin stated, "Hello, I am Chen Lin, a reporter from Rabbit Country." The man replied, "I am Humphreys, the chief assistant coach. I hear you're here to interview Luo Feng?" Chen Lin nodded in affirmation. "Well, I wish you the best of luck," Humphreys remarked. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin wondered if interviewing coach Luo Feng would be particularly challenging. Humphreys chuckled and replied, "Not at all. Luo Feng is quite approachable. However, I can't say when you will be able to interview him, as he is incredibly busy." Chapter 56, The Arrival from Rabbit Country. Chen Lin understood. The Nets are already in the Eastern Conference Finals. It is only natural that the head coach is preoccupied. Humphreys then led Chen Lin to the training facility, saying, "Please wait here for a moment while I report to coach Luo Feng." At this moment, Luo Feng is instructing the players during their training session. Humphreys then reported the situation to Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned his head to glance at Chen Lin, then addressed Humphreys, saying, "Perhaps you could ask him to leave a contact number. I could reach out to him after my training, and then we can discuss the subsequent matters." Humphreys shook his head and replied, "I believe if he doesn't conduct the interview today, he is unlikely to leave." Luo Feng was rendered speechless. "You are aware of this. We often lose track of time during training, and it feels quite embarrassing to keep others waiting for so long." Humphreys then remarked, "I bet he will wait for you, no matter how long it takes today." With a sense of resignation, Luo Feng remarked, "Well, you may as well speak to him. I can spare 20 minutes for an interview at noon. I wouldn't want him to wait too long." Humphreys conveyed Luo Feng's message. Upon hearing that an interview is possible, Chen Lin immediately expressed his willingness, his admiration for Luo Feng swelling, for he felt it somewhat improper to keep someone waiting for too long, especially when he was unaware of the extent of the training. During the flight, Chen Lin had already conducted thorough research, gathering extensive information about Luo Feng. One could say that Luo Feng's journey as a head coach is nothing short of a novel, truly fantastical. Moreover, as a citizen of the Rabbit Nation, he has reached heights previously unattainable by anyone from his homeland. At lunchtime, Luo Feng approached Chen Lin, inviting him to dine at the cafeteria, suggesting they converse over the meal. As they ate, Chen Lin began, "Coach Luo, I glanced over your resume and found your rise to prominence to be extraordinary. May I inquire how you became the head coach of the Nets?" As Luo Feng ate, he remarked, The process of my ascension to the position of head coach was rather straightforward. One day, the original coach, Nash, and the team manager had a heated argument, leading to a complete fallout between the two. In that moment of need for a head coach, I volunteered myself, and thus, I was appointed as the interim head coach. Fortuitously, the team's performance improved significantly under my guidance, which ultimately led to my confirmation as the official head coach. Naturally, there are numerous intricate details that I have chosen not to disclose, primarily to save time. Upon hearing this, Qianlin discerned that Luo Feng had merely provided a broad overview, with many nuances yet to be explored. However, noticing Luo Feng's apparent urgency, he continued to inquire. Coach Luo, your ability to lead the team to such impressive results is commendable. May I ask, what is your coaching philosophy? Luo Feng replied. I have come to understand each player in our team. I am aware of their optimal positions and what tasks suit them best. My role is merely to place each individual in the position where they can thrive, to amplify their strengths while concealing their weaknesses, and to refine our tactics until they are second nature. Consequently, the team's performance will naturally improve. Qianlin chuckled and remarked, Coach Luo Feng, you have yet to tell the whole story. I firmly believe that leading a team is far from a simple endeavor. Luo Feng smiled, remarking that indeed, it was quite a busy time. He wished to briefly discuss a few matters with you first. Once the playoffs concluded, he could find some time for a more in-depth interview. Qianlin nodded in agreement. By the way, Coach Luo Feng, may I inquire about your team's objectives for this season? Luo Feng confidently asserted, naturally, it is the championship. Qianlin contemplated this and concurred. Having reached the Eastern Conference Finals, aspiring for the championship seemed entirely reasonable. Qianlin continued, that is indeed a natural expectation. Coach Luo Feng, you have successfully reached the finals of the Eastern Palace. Therefore, aiming for the championship is entirely attainable. Luo Feng confidently declared, the championship title is undoubtedly ours. It is not merely a desire but a certainty. Upon hearing this, Qianlin couldn't help but wonder if Coach Luo Feng's tone was excessively audacious. Luo Feng, perceiving the reporter's expression, intuitively understood their thoughts and thus elaborated. At present, our entire team possesses the prowess to secure the championship title, and so far, we have maintained an undefeated record. He then inquired, do you believe the championship could be ours? Qianlin nodded, giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, Coach Luo Feng, you are remarkable. Subsequently, Qianlin recalled a question. Has Coach Luo Feng ever contemplated returning to coach domestically or perhaps taking the helm of the national team? Luo Feng, slightly embarrassed, remarked, I indeed have a desire to coach the national team. However, I have already entered into a formal 5-year contract with the Nets. There may be potential conflicts between my commitments to the national team and my coaching role with the Nets. If there is a feasible way to manage my time, I would be willing to give it a try. If not, I can still offer my assistance. Upon hearing this, Qianlin felt a glimmer of hope. Securing such a formidable coach for the national team would undoubtedly enhance its performance. It is worth noting that Luo Feng possesses the caliber of an NBA-level coach. Yet, we shall discuss this matter further at a later time. For now, my foremost priority is to clinch the championship title. Last night, under the direction of owner Kai, the Nets hastily approached Luo Feng to finalize the formal contract, fearing that any delay might result in him being snatched away by another team. Without a doubt, his remarkable achievement of leading the team to an undefeated record while advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals warrants his retention. After finishing his meal, Qianlin inquired whether he could linger for a while longer, as he wished to capture some photographs of Luo Feng. Luo Feng expressed that there would be no issues within the training hall, advising against wandering around to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Luo Feng, on the other hand, has immersed himself once again in rigorous training. Luo Feng continues to enhance the player's physical fitness, which is a key focus of his strategy. Each day's training naturally includes a segment dedicated to physical conditioning. Qianlin, having taken several sets of photographs of Luo Feng, returned to the hotel without disturbing him, recognizing the latter's busy schedule. Upon returning to the hotel, Qianlin promptly organized all the materials and sent them back to the domestic scene. In fact, news of Luo Feng's appointment to the Nets had circulated long before, yet the lack of detailed information and personal encounters had prevented any significant stir. However, Qianlin's report was different. It ignited a fervor in the domestic sphere, sparking widespread discussions about Luo Feng. The situation was indeed surreal. A rabbit man ascended to the position of head coach of the Nets, leading the team to an unbeaten record and a spot in the Eastern Conference Finals, marking a historic achievement for the Rabbits. Chapter 57. The Eastern Conference Finals commenced. Numerous voices online called for Luo Feng to return and coach the Rabbits. The Rabbits basketball team had seen a decline in performance over recent years, leaving fans frustrated after each game. With the emergence of an NBA-caliber coach, there was a glimmer of hope for the Rabbits to soar. Of course, amidst the praise, there were also critics. Some argued that he merely capitalized on Nash's legacy, attributing the team's success to its inherent strength. With stars like Irving, Durant, and Simmons, wasn't it a given that the Nets would excel? The presence of the three superstars made coaching a trivial matter, igniting a heated division online. On May 18th, the Eastern Conference Finals commenced. The Nets, hosting the Celtics at Barclays Center, faced formidable challengers. The Celtics had triumphed over the Bucks in a thrilling 7-game series, leaving Durant lamenting his inability to avenge last year's defeat. The Nets were poised to capitalize on their well-rested status. In attendance were team owner Tsai and general manager Marks, along with other high-ranking officials from the Nets. The TNT commentary booth featured two familiar faces, Garnett and Pierce, both of whom had played for the Celtics and the Nets. Their careers peaked with the Celtics, while they concluded their journeys with the Nets, grateful for the substantial contracts they received. The hosts, O'Neal and Barkley, naturally joined the commentary team, forming a quintet. O'Neal initiated the discussion, asking, "Fellows, who do you think will seize victory in this opening game?" Barkley, with a hint of disdain for O'Neal, conceded, "Though I am not fond of you, Shaq, I must agree, the Nets will prevail." As always, O'Neal was an ardent supporter of Luo Feng and the Nets. Pierce countered, asserting, "I firmly believe the Celtics will emerge victorious. I need not elaborate on their current strength, though they do fall short compared to our era." Garnett concurred, stating, "I believe the Celtics will triumph as well. The strength of veteran teams lies in their foundation. The Celtics embody that tradition." O'Neal, amused, retorted, "What do you mean by a team with foundation? Can the Celtics really rely on legacy to win? If that were the case, what role would coaches like Ocean and stars like us play?" The commentary booth erupted into lively banter as the Celtics were introduced. Nets fans responded with loud boos. Steven, filled with excitement, shouted, "Boston Softies, taste the grit of Brooklyn." The Nets were then introduced, and before a single player was named, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Mills, Mills, let Little Curry rain threes on them. Durant, obliterate them. Griffin, we want to see you dunk. Rebound King Drummond." Finally, Luo Feng emerged from the tunnel, greeted by a specially arranged introduction ceremony. The MC announced, "And now, our head coach of the Nets, Luo Feng." Luo Feng received a more fervent cheer than the teams themselves. In the stands, Chen Lin was utterly astonished. Completely unprepared for how beloved Luo Feng was among the Nets fans, it was truly remarkable. The starting lineups for both teams were as follows. For the Nets, the starting lineup included point guard Dragic, shooting guard Brown, small forward Durant, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. For the Celtics, the starting lineup featured point guard Pritchard, shooting guard Jay, Brown, small forward Tatum, power forward Williams, and center Horford. As the first quarter commenced, Drummond and Horford faced off for the jump ball. Drummond was the first to make contact, directing the ball to Dragic. Dragic dribbled past half court and passed it to Griffin, who orchestrated the Nets' offense. Durant set a screen, and Griffin deftly delivered the ball to Durant. With ease, Durant executed a layup, scoring for the team. Meanwhile, Pritchard initiated the Celtics' offensive play, passing the ball to Tatum as they crossed half court. Tatum, with the ball in hand, prepared to make a breakthrough. Luo Feng had prepared a sumptuous feast for Tatum, while Brown swiftly positioned himself for close defense. Tatum, with remarkable agility, attempted a rapid drive to the basket, leaping for a layup. Yet, he was thwarted by Brown, who, with a deft swat, sent the ball flying from behind. This moment ignited the fervor of the fans. As Brown descended, he taunted Tatum, calling him soft. Clearly irked, Tatum despised such a label. After all, he was far from being soft. Dragic passed the ball to Griffin, who maneuvered past Williams. Horford provided supplementary defense, compelling Griffin to dish the ball to Drummond. Drummond, upon receiving the pass, executed a thunderous dunk. Pritchard then handed the ball to Jay, Brown, who swiftly penetrated the defense. After executing a pick-and-roll with Horford, he delivered the ball to Horford, who, in a classic case of size advantage, effortlessly secured 2 points. Brown relentlessly shadowed Tatum, intent on making him uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the Nets began orchestrating their movements around Griffin. Drummond was poised to crash the boards at any moment. Spotting Durant unguarded at the top of the three-point arc, Griffin immediately passed the ball to him. Without hesitation, Durant launched a three-pointer, which swished through the net flawlessly. For the Celtics, Brown engaged in an isolation play. Having studied Durant's vulnerabilities, he recognized that the star's agility and bounce had waned from previous seasons. Thus, he opted to drive past Durant. Had this been early in the season, he might have succeeded. However, the now rejuvenated Durant, having overcome past injuries, showcased his restored leaping ability and speed. In an instant, Durant intercepted Brown's ball, igniting a fast break. He executed a seamless steal-to-dunk maneuver. As the first quarter concluded, the Nets led with a score of 32-25. The Celtics, meanwhile, were intently strategizing for the next phase of the game. Luo Feng encouraged his team, expressing that he desired the same offensive zeal they exhibited in the first quarter, yet he emphasized the necessity of enhancing their defensive efforts. He hoped the opposing team would score fewer points in the second quarter than they had in the first. Upon returning to the court, Brown prepared for a one-on-one against Durant, signaling Horford to set a pick, and immediately executed a play with him. However, Drummond's strength proved formidable, preventing Horford from advancing. Brown, left with no option, attempted a forced shot in the paint, and fortune smiled upon him as the ball found its mark. Griffin, dribbling with intent to penetrate, was met by Dragic, whose presence was as swift as lightning as he dashed into the paint. Griffin adeptly passed the ball, and in a timely manner, Dragic received it, executing a rapid layup that resulted in a score. Dragic had finally begun to contribute points. In truth, Luo Feng had always regarded Dragic as a player of remarkable potential, and he had intentionally nurtured his development. Dragic's speed was astounding. The Celtics players barely reacted as he surged into the paint for a layup. He was one of the few players with a scoring rating in the 80s yet possessing a speed rating of 90. When Dragic was at full throttle, few could keep pace with him. With the ball in hand, Brown launched an offensive, charging towards Durant and quickly executing a pick with Horford. Horford returned the ball to Brown, who, in a moment of audacity, attempted a jump shot over the towering Drummond. It was evident that he held Drummond in contempt. Drummond leaped high, swatting the ball out of bounds with great force, expressing his displeasure with a retort, "Who do you think you're looking down on?" In the post-center era, Drummond had indeed made a name for himself with his shot-blocking prowess. Brown's audacity to take off right in front of Drummond was a clear act of disdain, and he was promptly met with a reality check. Although Drummond's scoring ability was limited, under Luo Feng's guidance, his defensive skills, rim protection, and shot-blocking capabilities were exceptionally formidable. Furthermore, he had no trouble capitalizing on offensive rebounds and putbacks. Brown was momentarily stunned, realizing that Drummond possessed such impressive athleticism. This revelation tempered his previously brazen demeanor. As for Tatum, he was incessantly shadowed by an unyielding defender who seemed impossible to shake off, accompanied by an array of subtle tactics. As Luo Feng would say, if you are going to defend him, why not employ a more aggressive approach? The more subtle antics, the better, provided they remained discreet enough to evade the referee's notice. Luo Feng imparted numerous subtle techniques to Brown, and now it is Tatum who reaps the benefits of these insights. Currently, Tatum finds himself in a challenging predicament. Utterly devoid of assistance, he cannot afford to be a mere spectator in this match. After all, he is the leader of the Celtics. Thus, Tatum calls for the ball from Brown. With no other option, Brown passes it to Tatum, who initiates a one-on-one against him. Brown closes in on Tatum, who struggles to dribble effectively. Tatum, undeterred, forcefully pushes forward against Brown. Utilizing his strength, Brown holds Tatum in place. Seizing the moment, Tatum executes a swift pivot, evading Brown and driving towards the basket. Brown swiftly pursues, yet Tatum has already gained a half-step advantage. He then ascends for a layup, scoring effortlessly. Following his successful shot, Tatum taunts Brown, declaring, "You can't guard me." Brown chuckles in response, "Is that so? Rookie, you will soon learn that my defense encompasses much more than this." Luo Feng gazed at the panel, noting Tatum's fluctuating performance, which did not warrant excessive concern. Moreover, Brown had yet to exert himself and needed time to acclimate to Tatum's various playing habits. Thus, after 3 more rounds of back-and-forth scoring, Luo Feng called for a timeout. Luo Feng began to emphasize the importance of tactics. It appears that their approach remains unchanged, still relying heavily on the performances of Brown and Tatum. Consequently, the overall defensive intensity has begun to rise, applying pressure to force their opponents into mistakes. In addition to closely marking Tatum with Brown, the rest of the team implemented a half-court defensive strategy. As for the offensive end, it suffices to say that we will proceed as we have in the past. After the timeout concluded, they returned to the court. Although Brown exerted himself in defense, Luo Feng recognized that there was still a slight gap between Brown and Tatum. Luo Feng sought out a superstar card to bestow upon Brown. After a thorough search, he discovered a card perfectly suited for the current scenario, the card of Ben Wallace. This card could be utilized by a player or host, but only for a single game. Once activated, it endowed the user with Ben Wallace's defensive prowess, enhancing defensive capabilities. Shot blocking ability, jumping, interception skills, strength, and reaction time by 20 points each. Ben Wallace, one of the legendary bad boys of the Pistons, was renowned as an exemplary defensive stalwart. While his scoring ability was rather lackluster, his other skills and athleticism were nothing short of explosive. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Ben Wallace was capable of defending against players across all 5 positions on the court. Upon employing the superstar card, Luo Feng felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Once Tatum was effectively neutralized, only J. Brown remained. If the Nets, with their multitude of talents, could not manage J. Brown, it would indeed be a grievous oversight. As Tatum stepped onto the court, he immediately sensed a palpable change in Brown, who radiated an intense ferocity. Brown felt empowered, as if he could easily dominate Tatum. Having previously scored with a forceful shot, Tatum believed he had deciphered a strategy to counter Brown, relying on footwork. He attempted to pivot away from Brown with a spin, driving toward the basket. As he leaped for a layup, Brown, having appeared by Tatum's side without notice, deftly poked the ball away. Dragic seized the opportunity, embarking on a rapid counterattack, showcasing his remarkable speed as he evaded defenders and scored effortlessly. Brown cast a disdainful glance at Tatum, remarking, "You still have a long way to go." Tatum, indignant and unaccustomed to such humiliation, was determined to score, eager to demonstrate the vast difference in their respective talents. As J. Brown dribbled past half-court, Tatum persistently demanded the ball. Upon receiving the pass, Tatum attempted to back down Brown. Recognizing he could not overpower him, he executed a feigned right pivot, swiftly turning left to break through. He managed to shake off Brown and charged into the paint once more, resolved to emphatically dunk the basketball and illustrate their disparity. As Tatum leaped, raising the ball with one hand, Brown had already positioned himself before Tatum, mirroring his elevation. Tatum felt a surge of excitement, thinking, "Are you allowing me to dunk on you?" Unfortunately, the situation unfolded differently as Tatum realized that Brown was soaring higher than he. With his hand firmly on the basketball, Brown roared, "Get down." Tatum, along with the ball, was forcefully shoved to the ground. The sheer strength of the encounter sent the basketball sailing out of bounds. With an icy demeanor, Brown declared, "I still think you're a softie. You can't even finish a dunk." Chapter 59. Securing the first game, Tatum was utterly astonished. Why was Brown so formidable? How could his defense be so exceptional? At that moment, Tatum hesitated to meet Brown's gaze, fearing that a moment's inattention would lead to his own destruction. Brown's block ignited a fervor among the Nets fans, erupting in admiration. "Incredible, Brown. Show them you're not to be trifled with." This emphatic rejection should serve as a lesson to the Celtics. This is Brooklyn. Just look at Tatum, that softie. As the Celtics regained possession, J. Brown took control of the ball, while Tatum hesitated to request it. He was apprehensive, fearing yet another block or humiliation. Moreover, he sensed that Brown's defensive pressure was intensifying with each passing moment. Luo Feng glanced at the panel and noted that Tatum's performance metrics had plummeted to a mere 30. This revelation did not surprise him in the slightest, for one must consider that Ben Wallace's defense is no trivial matter. It is essential to acknowledge that the Detroit Pistons' 5 stalwarts secured 2 championships primarily due to their formidable defensive prowess. The intensity of their defense in those days is incomparable to the current standards. Thus, it becomes evident why Tatum is struggling to catch his breath. J. Brown now finds himself compelled to take matters into his own hands. The team urgently needs someone to step up and score, and J. Brown realizes that the responsibility falls solely upon him. Consequently, he embarks on a series of isolation plays. However, facing Durant is no simple task. Every time J. Brown attempts to score, he must employ all his skills to succeed. Luo Feng remained utterly unperturbed. If Tatum could not mount an offense, it signified that the entire Celtics team would be rendered ineffectual. Within the realm of player capabilities, J. Brown's playmaking ability was rated at a mere 67. A figure far from adequate for a competent orchestrator, thus Luo Feng harbored no concerns regarding the Celtics' resurgence. Udoka, on the other hand, was beset by anxiety. During their initial encounter, the Nets had proven less formidable, with both teams exchanging blows in a competitive manner. However, this latest confrontation revealed the Nets to be a genuinely challenging adversary. Initially, it was presumed that the Nets' ability to sweep the competition stemmed from mere fortune, aided by the misfortunes of other teams. Yet, Through direct engagement, Udoka came to comprehend the true ferocity of the Nets. In the very first quarter, they had effectively stifled the Celtics' offensive linchpin. The operational nucleus of the Celtics hinged entirely upon Tatum, akin to how the Warriors rely on Curry. To restrain Curry diminishes the Warriors' offensive potency by half, a reality that also encompasses the contributions of both teams' bench players. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 38-22, with the Nets leading by 16 points. Luo Feng expressed his appreciation for the team's performance in the first quarter, particularly commending Brown. Brown's performance was exceptional, effectively neutralizing Tatum. The team is encouraged to maintain this strategy. Tatum serves as the engine for the Celtics and is their primary offensive initiator. By containing him, the Celtics would be significantly hampered. It is essential for everyone to support Brown's defense, allowing Tatum some leeway with the ball, only to then decisively overpower him. The team members found themselves swallowing hard in anticipation. The coach's tactics were undeniably audacious. Luo Feng chuckled and said, "Do not perceive me as ruthless. This is merely a commonplace tactical arrangement. Always remember, our ultimate goal is the championship." Luo Feng was indeed correct. This was merely a conventional tactic aimed at exploiting the weaknesses of the opponent. As the second quarter commenced, the Brooklyn Nets significantly intensified their overall defense. It was not just Tatum who felt the pressure. The other players from the Celtics were also under strain. In the TNT commentary booth, O'Neal chuckled at Pierce, asking, "So, do you still believe the Celtics will emerge victorious?" Pierce retorted defiantly, "The Nets are being utterly despicable, targeting Tatum like that. Are they too afraid to confront him head-on?" At this moment, Barkley stood alongside O'Neal. "What foolishness are you spouting? This is playoff season. Right now, it's war. It's not about fair play. Whoever clinches the victory is crowned champion." The Nets exerted tremendous defensive pressure on the Celtics in the second quarter, and Brown's performance was notably subpar. By the end of the second quarter, the Nets had amassed 76 points, while the Celtics lagged behind with only 42, resulting in a staggering 34-point lead for Brooklyn. Chen Lin, as an audience member, watched the game in awe of Luo Feng. One could argue that while the Nets were formidable, their dominance was astonishingly exaggerated. Under Nash's leadership, everyone was aware of the team's capabilities. However, following a change in personnel, the Nets appeared terrifyingly potent. It was hard to believe that Luo Feng did not play a significant role in this transformation. This thought stirred excitement within Chen Lin. If Luo Feng could indeed return to coach the national men's basketball team, could they not aspire to achieve even better results? However, he also considered the complexities of the domestic situation. Perhaps Coach Luo could indeed secure a position upon his return. The Basketball Association had undergone reforms, and Chairman Ye was highly supportive of various policies. He resolved to contribute his utmost efforts, as all actions were solely for the benefit of the nation. As the third quarter began, Udoka still struggled to devise a strategy to counter the current predicament. Consequently, by the end of the third quarter, the Nets effectively clocked out. Chen Lin was once again left in a state of shock. Their prowess was even more formidable than when the Warriors clinched their championship. This was the Eastern Conference Finals. And to see the Nets so effortlessly conclude the third quarter was unprecedented. In the fourth quarter, the Celtics conceded entirely, the point differential proving insurmountable. With no viable solutions at hand, Udoka chose not to continue the struggle. The Nets fans erupted in exuberant cheers, celebrating a victory that was nothing short of exhilarating. Stephen was equally thrilled, believing that they were genuinely on the path to the finals, and with continued performance like this, winning the championship was a real possibility. Post-game, Luo Feng accompanied Durant and Brown for interviews. Naturally, the media clamored to speak with Brown and Durant, who had scored a team high of 42 points. While Brown's defensive performance was widely acknowledged. However, there was a particular interest in interviewing Brown today. Reporter, "Brown, how do you feel about your performance today?" Brown scratched his head and replied, "I think it was decent. I accomplished the tasks assigned by the coach." Reporter, "Do you believe you can be selected for this year's all-defensive team?" Brown contemplated before responding, "Perhaps, but personal accolades don't matter much to me. As long as we win and fulfill the coach's directives, that's what counts. Of course, it would be nice to receive such recognition, but if not, that's all right too." Reporter, "Your performance today was truly remarkable. Tatum managed to score only in single digits against your defense." Brown replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I was merely following the coach's instructions." The reporter turned to Luo Feng, asking, "Coach Luo, your team decisively won the first game. Could you share your expectations for how many games it will take to secure victory in the Eastern Conference Finals?" Luo Feng, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "Naturally. We shall secure the victory with a resounding 4-0. The reporters were taken aback, left pondering whether Coach Luo truly possessed such confidence or was merely displaying arrogance. Even the most boastful of coaches would typically suggest a score of 4-1 or 4-2, demonstrating at least a modicum of respect for their opponents. One reporter inquired, "Coach Luo, are you serious? A 4-0 sweep?" Luo Feng, rendered speechless, remarked, "How many times must I reiterate this? I have already stated that it is 4-0. And it remains 4-0. Have I not upheld my word? I am merely conveying the facts to you. There is no need to doubt my statements." The following day, sports media disseminated the news, with headlines varying widely. The local Brooklyn media proclaimed, "4-0, our aspiration is the championship. Coach Luo Feng will lead the Nets to victory." As for the Boston media, they proclaim, "Arrogance. The Nets head coach speaks with audacity. The Celtics are destined to reach the finals. The Nets will face utter defeat." There are various provocations and dissenting voices. The Hoopoo Forum is abuzz with activity. Is this still the Nets I once knew? It seems others have formed formidable trios, while the Nets boast a quintet, each player exceptionally skilled and capable of scoring. I find Brown's defense to be truly formidable. Tatum managed only single-digit points. Tatum certainly lives up to the label of being soft. I believe that with just a touch more tenacity, Tatum would falter. The championship will not belong to the Nets, will it? The Nets winning the championship is not out of the question. On May 20th, the second game commenced. Both teams retained the same lineup. With Udoka yet to discover an effective strategy to break the deadlock, for now, it must remain as is. We'll play on and see how it unfolds. If all else fails, conceding this game to the Nets could be acceptable, as we can reclaim victory upon returning to our home court. As the match began, Luo Feng glanced at the player's stats. It appears Tatum was intimidated by Brown in the previous game, as his current form stands at a mere 40. Luo Feng shook his head, pondering the fragility of this individual. Was it truly necessary to be so affected by a mere greeting on the court? These rookies, it seems, lack sufficient experience and require further honing of their skills. Were Tatum in Luo Feng's hands, a dynasty would undoubtedly follow. As it stands, the Nets still have much to cultivate in order to establish themselves as a dynasty. The team's foundation remains inadequate at present. After achieving a championship, many players' mindsets tend to shift dramatically. Currently, it is anticipated that Griffin and Aldridge will depart following a championship victory, as their arrival here was fueled by the pursuit of a title. Other members of the team are now poised for lucrative contracts. Luo Feng believes it is essential to streamline the team's substantial contracts to create a more balanced roster. However, such considerations can wait until after securing the championship. As the first quarter commenced, the Nets swiftly took the lead, outpacing their opponents by 9 points with a score of 29-20. Durant quickly found his rhythm, contributing significantly to the team's advantage. Tatum continued to struggle, while Brown performed somewhat better, serving as the linchpin for the team's offensive plays and scoring. Without Brown's efforts, the Celtics would likely have faced a severe deficit by the end of the first quarter. The Nets' recent impressive performance can be attributed to Luo Feng's utilization of the momentum card. This card can only be employed once per game and lasts for half a period. In the last 2 matches, Luo Feng has activated it during the first half. Furthermore, the momentum card is particularly costly, priced at 500 points each. During this period, Luo Feng accumulated a significant number of points, all of which were expended on acquiring the formidable momentum card. The effects were remarkably pronounced, leaving the Celtics somewhat disoriented. There is a saying that goes, with the first surge, energy peaks, with the second, it wanes, and with the third, it diminishes. In the first half, the Nets, propelled by their soaring morale, widened the score gap, effectively extinguishing the Celtics' fighting spirit. In the second half, as long as the Nets maintained their usual performance, the Celtics would inevitably be vanquished. Prior to the commencement of the second match, Simmons' management team approached Luo Feng. Luo Feng was uncertain about what mischief they were up to this time. However, out of courtesy, he decided to meet them. As soon as his manager arrived, he addressed Luo Feng, saying, "Coach Luo Feng, Simmons has fully recovered from his illness. We have also consulted a psychologist, and there are no issues whatsoever. He is ready to take the field." Luo Feng merely responded with a casual, "Oh," as if to say, "Are you causing a stir here? If you wish to participate in the match, then do so. If you prefer not to, then refrain. But do you think this is merely a hotel?" Seeing Luo Feng's lack of reaction, Simmons' agent continued, "Coach Luo Feng, what are your thoughts? You can send Simmons onto the court, can't you? I'm aware that with Simmons in play, your tactical options will undoubtedly expand, thereby ensuring a solid victory in the second match." Luo Feng gazed at Simmons' agent with an expression of incredulity, questioning, "How do you propose I orchestrate the game, and when do you believe it is appropriate for you to interject? Who exactly holds the position of head coach of this team, you or I?" The agent of Simmons responded with a forced smile, "Of course, you are the head coach." Luo Feng remarked nonchalantly, "Although I am the head coach, what gives you the right to make decisions for me? As for those of you who wish to play when it suits you and refrain when it does not, I have always held one attitude: get lost. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to file a complaint. However, if you think a new company can take the court, think again." As Simmons' agent turned to leave, Luo Feng added, "By the way, let me mention this. If he fails to meet my expectations this summer, he will either languish on the bench indefinitely or be traded." In the second game, the Celtics lacked the necessary tenacity, allowing the Nets to secure an easy victory. In the series, the Nets have already established a 2-0 lead. Chapter 61. Irving's cunning thoughts. On May 21st, the team was engaged in their routine training. However, one individual was conspicuously absent: Irving. Regardless of whether this player is Irving or not, Luo Feng is primarily focused on training. Naturally, he must ascertain the whereabouts and activities of his players, particularly why they have not attended practice. Consequently, Luo Feng instructed Durant to reach out to Irving. After approximately half an hour, Durant finally succeeded in contacting Irving. "Brother, what are you up to? Why haven't you shown up for training? The head coach is inquiring about your absence." Irving, shrouded in mystery, replied over the phone, "I have something of great importance today. Perhaps you'll understand soon. This matter pertains to my future career." Durant furrowed his brow, sensing that something ominous might be unfolding. Yet he remained unaware of the specifics. However, it was evident that this situation was closely tied to his brother, Irving. Durant was genuinely enjoying his time with the Nets and hoped that Irving would not jeopardize the team's current unity. It was crucial to remember that they were at a pivotal moment in the Eastern Conference Finals, and a successful performance could lead them to the championship series. At such a critical juncture, Durant wished for no disruptions within the team. He conveyed Irving's exact words to Luo Feng. Luo Feng furrowed his brow, pondering what schemes that troublesome lad, Owen, was concocting. His mind certainly seemed unhinged during such a critical juncture. Did he truly believe that the management would grant him any further leniency? Luo Feng sought out Humphries, saying, "Could you keep an eye on the training for a while? I anticipate that a minor issue may arise." Humphries nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring, "Is this matter related to Irving?" Luo Feng nodded slightly. Humphries, visibly irked, remarked, "I believe that Irving is nothing but a malignancy. Just as the team was beginning to stabilize, he seeks to stir up trouble once more. I truly fail to comprehend why such an individual was signed in the first place. His professional demeanor is deplorable, and his mindset seems rather erratic. After all the effort it took to achieve such commendable results, he now desires to undermine the unity of the team." Luo Feng patted Humphries reassuringly and said, "Rest assured. With me here, whatever schemes this fellow intends to pursue, I can handle them. For now, you need to ensure these individuals stay focused on their training." After approximately an hour, a staff member approached Luo Feng. "Coach Luo Feng, General Manager Max requests your presence in his office. He has matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng immediately sensed that trouble was brewing. He said to Humphries, "Ensure these fellows train diligently. We cannot allow them to slack off. I shall return shortly." Luo Feng then proceeded to Max's office, and upon entering, he discovered Owen along with his agent already present inside. Luo Feng spoke. "What matter does Manager Max wish to discuss with me?" At that moment, Max's expression was far from pleasant, yet upon seeing Luo Feng, he managed to muster a smile. "Coach Luo Feng, your arrival is most fortuitous. I apologize for interrupting your training, but there is an urgent matter I wish to discuss with you. Your perspective is of utmost importance." Luo Feng remarked, "Manager Max, please go ahead." Max then responded, "Today, Irving and his agent approached me, expressing that he has been disheartened by the team's performance and feels he cannot secure sufficient playing time, hence he has requested a trade. However, if we can guarantee him ample playing time and establish his position as a starter, he would be inclined to remain with our team. Naturally, should we consider a renewal in the summer, it would be appropriate to offer him a base salary contract." Irving's agent interjected, "Owen is currently in his prime. His abilities are evident to all. Regardless of which team he joins, he is highly sought after. If the Nets do not wish to retain him, several teams have already reached out to me. As you are aware, Chairman Kai holds me in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have invested such a substantial sum to bring us on board." Luo Feng realized that Owen and his agent had come to exert pressure. Evidently unable to tolerate his current status within the team any longer, he could no longer endure the indignity of being relegated to a substitute role. Nor could he bear the sight of others taking the spotlight at press conferences. The player on the field was not him. And this was a torment he could no longer withstand. Thus, he arrived with his agent to demand a starting position, ensuring his time on the court. Or he would have no choice but to depart. Luo Feng was utterly speechless regarding Irving's antics. One must ponder, what position does this place Durant in? After all, you two are still brothers. Max continued, I would like to inquire of Coach Luo Feng, is Irving not an indispensable component of our team? Max, having reached his limit, was prepared to confront him directly. Luo Feng truly detests such players, who exhibit no sense of decorum. Given this, he has decided not to indulge him any longer. It seems that the last time he dealt with him was insufficient. Luo Feng stated directly, Manager Marks, you need not worry about this matter. The player Irving has never been an indispensable part of our team. In fact, we can thrive without any single individual. Given the current circumstances, he is not suited for the starting lineup, and it appears he cannot even secure a place in the bench lineup. I was initially troubled about how to allocate playing time among several guards, but now it seems that Mills and Dragic can adequately share the court time. Both of them have performed exceptionally well this season, and with further development, they could very well become the face of the team in the future. As for the player Irving, should he desire a trade, that is perfectly acceptable. Manager Marks, you might as well engage with other teams. There are a few players I am quite interested in, and you could explore the possibility of trading Irving for them. Regarding his request for a maximum salary contract, Boss Kai is hardly a fool. Why would he feel compelled to grant such a contract? In my opinion, he no longer merits a maximum salary. The words spoken by Luo Feng were directed at Owen and his agent, a rather resounding slap in the face. Manager Max, equally as refreshing as sipping ice water on a summer's day, responded with ease. You two dare to exert pressure on us? Do you truly believe our team is feeble? Fortunately, with Luo Feng as the coach, even if Owen is not a starting player, the team's performance remains impressively formidable. Max cheerfully remarked, Coach Luo Feng, your meaning has been articulated with utmost clarity, and I fully comprehend. I shall greatly respect your opinions, as you are undoubtedly well aware of the team's circumstances. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he departed without casting a glance at Irving. Such a character elicited nothing but disdain from Luo Feng. It had been many years since the NBA had seen someone like him. Superstars like Iverson and Kobe, while flamboyant off the court, maintained an impeccable professional attitude. Chapter 62, Thunderous Methods. Irving's countenance was dark, completely taken aback by the utter lack of respect shown by the team's head coach. Max, with a smile, addressed Irving and his agent, saying, You have heard Coach Luo Feng's words. It's not that I am unwilling to negotiate an early extension with you, nor am I averse to granting ample playing time. The circumstances regarding requests are solely at Coach Luo Feng's discretion, a privilege granted to him by owner Kai. Irving, you have been with the Nets for a considerable time. We will respect your opinions. Should you wish to leave this summer, we will not obstruct you. After all, it is better to part amicably. Irving's agent interjected hastily, When has a coach ever dictated a team's personnel decisions? I believe it is crucial for us to reach out to owner Kai. Max's expression soured immediately. You are merely a player. Do not presume to think I cannot handle your affairs. Moreover, on what grounds do you believe Irving is irreplaceable in owner Kai's eyes? He is quite weary of such individuals. Max coldly remarked, If you wish to contact owner Kai, I strongly advise against bringing humiliation upon yourselves. In truth, my words have been quite diplomatic. Since you remain unconvinced, allow me to present the facts. Irving, do you know your attendance rate this season? It is below 50%. Do you think our Nets invest so much in you merely for you to play 30 or 40 games? Furthermore, your off-court antics have created numerous issues, and our leniency should be seen as a favor. Are you aware that owner Kai has reached his limit with you? If you continue to be ungrateful, he will have but one word for you. Leave. Regarding your desire for an early extension, we can indeed discuss it. If you wish for an early contract, we can offer you a 1-1 agreement contingent upon your attendance. Should you fail to meet your attendance commitments, we will deduct from your salary. Now, ponder this carefully. I have other matters to attend to. Irving and his agent left Max's office, despondent. Irving felt he could not concede defeat. He could not accept being a secondary player rather than a starter. That evening, he called Durant. Kevin, the team has only offered me a 1-1 contract for an early extension. Durant was taken aback. How could they insult you like this? Your talent is evident to all. Irving lamented. The head coach still intends for me to come off the bench. You know my capabilities. I'm not merely a substitute. I can lead the team to victory. Durant reassured him, Of course, I recognize your talent. You are a starter and a star guard, a superstar in any team. However, As Durant's thoughts turned to Luo Feng, his tone shifted dramatically. The head coach, Luo Feng, commands immense respect. His current strategies have propelled the team to the Eastern Conference Finals. As for his brother, he is acutely aware of his own capabilities, yet finds himself in a rather precarious position. Irving continued, Kevin, this summer I wish to depart. I no longer see a place for myself within the Nets. Would you consider leaving with me? With our combined talents, any team we join would instantly become a formidable contender for the championship. Durant fell silent. Having reached the Eastern Conference Finals, he pondered the significance of such a conversation at this juncture. Now, urging him to leave, Irving truly exemplified the essence of brotherhood. In that moment, Durant began to comprehend the words Luo Feng had once shared with him. Luo Feng once remarked that if he were to act in such a manner, it would indicate that he never truly regarded you as a brother. You would merely serve as a pawn to facilitate his negotiations with any team. Durant fell into contemplative silence for a moment before responding, Kyrie, you know that we are currently in the midst of a season that shows no signs of dissolution. For me, the pursuit of the championship remains paramount. Regardless of any circumstances, we shall complete the playoffs before deliberating further. Irving nodded in agreement. All right, Kevin, in that case, let us await the conclusion of the playoffs, and then we can discuss our future endeavors together. After ending the call, Durant inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, I apologize, Kyrie. Regardless of the time or place, my aspiration remains the championship. I am to demonstrate to everyone that I can attain this title without relying on them. Concerning his departure, all he could offer was a heartfelt apology. Durant had made his choice, yet he wished to avoid allowing this matter to affect his performance on the court. The memory of his heated altercation with Draymond Green lingered vividly in his mind. Green had retorted, we were champions even before you arrived. Your presence neither adds nor detracts from the team. Thus, amidst the Warriors' significant injury woes, Durant persevered through his own physical ailments. Ultimately, he became a tragic hero rather than the savior of the Golden State Warriors. Consequently, he departed from the Warriors to join the Nets. His objective was not solely to prove a point to Draymond Green, but to demonstrate to all his skeptics that he, Durant, could lead a team to victory. He sought to validate that his Finals MVP award was well-deserved. Durant placed great value on the bond he shared with Irving. However, in this context, he opted to prioritize a more profound impact on his professional career. This embodies the attitude befitting a dedicated athlete. Durant proceeded to make a call to Luo Feng. Luo Feng answered the phone. Kevin, what brings you to call at such a late hour? Durant replied earnestly, Coach, my aspirations extend beyond merely securing a singular championship. I yearn to acquire numerous championships. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng immediately discerned that Durant had made his decision. He chose to remain with the Nets in pursuit of a championship. Luo Feng smiled and said, Kevin, I am delighted that you have made your choice. I must tell you, it is indeed the wisest decision. Together, we shall conquer one championship after another. In due course, you will emerge as a remarkable NBA player. Chapter 63. The third game thus. The simple turmoil instigated by Irving has passed. It is not to say that the Nets are entirely devoid of the need for a superstar. Rather, a superstar often holds a significant tactical position. The individual prowess of a superstar can frequently break through stalemates. This is precisely why Luo Feng advocates for retaining Durant, whose professional demeanor far surpasses that of Irving. At present, Durant is focused on stabilizing Irving, for he lacks the inclination to discuss such matters with him. All energy must be devoted to the Eastern Conference Finals. On May 22nd, the Nets traveled to Boston to challenge the Celtics in the third matchup of their playoff series. The starting lineups remained unchanged, continuing with the configurations from the previous two games. The only alteration on Luo Feng's side is the absence of Irving from the roster, which has ignited a plethora of speculations prior to the game. Charles Barkley at the TNT commentary booth is currently dissecting the situation. The question arises as to why Irving is not on the list. In my view, he must have committed some egregious act, for it is inconceivable that he would be excluded at such a pivotal moment. Shaquille O'Neal dismissively remarked, I suspect this is indeed the case. In all my years in the NBA, I have never witnessed such a lack of professionalism from a player. It is truly astonishing. Paul Pierce, rarely in agreement, concurred, stating, I have heard of Irving's antics, and I can only say that players of his caliber pale in comparison to those from our era. Kevin Garnett, a paragon of dedication within the industry, expressed his disdain for someone like Irving, asserting, had we been in our time, I would unequivocally recommend the team to cut this individual, and no other NBA teams would desire a player of such character. The commentators engaged in a fervent discussion regarding this matter. Luo Feng conducted the pre-match tactical arrangement, adhering to the familiar protocol, Dragic, Durant. and Griffin were assigned to spearhead the offensive efforts, while Brown continued to focus his defensive prowess on Tatum. Drummond was tasked with safeguarding the rim. Udoka, wearing a serious expression, proclaimed, "Gentlemen, we have returned to our home court, and it is imperative that you perform admirably. This is Boston. Let us show those Brooklynites the strength of our resolve. We have suffered a defeat in the previous match. Thus it is essential that we reclaim victory in these 2 home games." In his quest to fulfill the mission, Luo Feng understood that he could not afford a single defeat. Naturally, Udoka was equally determined to reclaim his honor. As the match commenced, Drummond made the first contact with the ball, leading Dragic to dribble across half-court. Griffin quickly positioned himself, receiving the pass from Dragic. Faced with Williams, Griffin exhibited remarkable composure. With a deft pivot, he effortlessly maneuvered past Williams. Al Horford promptly rushed in to provide assistance, but Griffin executed a bounce pass to Drummond. Capitalizing on an opportunity was Drummond's forte, and upon receiving the ball, he unleashed a powerful dunk. The audience erupted as Steven shouted, "Well done, Drummond." That was spectacular. The initial collaboration between Griffin and Drummond was nothing short of exquisite. Steven, displaying remarkable audacity as a Nets fan, cheered passionately in the opposing arena, leaving one to wonder if he would successfully navigate his way out of Boston. Luo Feng greeted the staff, instructing them to keep a watchful eye on our fan, ensuring he does not leave the arena after the game, for he is our supporter and deserves our protection. Brown initiated the offensive play, while Tatum, having been restricted in the previous 2 games, was pondering ways to break free. Tatum's strategy now involved incessant movement to find opportunities for receiving the ball. And upon catching it, he would immediately shoot, for under Brown's defense, he found it nearly impossible to orchestrate a proper offensive play. Consequently, the entire offensive focus of the Celtics was centered on Brown. With Tatum being closely guarded, he found little opportunity to facilitate the team's offense. Recently, Brown had been diligently learning how to organize the team's attacks, and his efforts were proving fruitful. Under Tatum's constraints, he led the team to closely maintain the score without allowing a significant gap to widen. Tatum seized the moment to break free a few times, receiving the ball and taking shots. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Nets led the game with a score of 30-25, holding a 5-point advantage. However, Luo Feng was dissatisfied with the first quarter's performance. "Guys, I am not pleased with your display in the first quarter. Although our offense was fluid, our defense was exceedingly lax. From the start of the second quarter, I want the overall defensive intensity elevated. Let these Bostonians see that if we can win the first and second games, we can surely win the third and fourth. This is the Celtics' home court, and their noise is overwhelming. Who among you can silence them?" As the second quarter commenced, the Nets began to intensify their efforts, and the Celtics started to feel the pressure. Right from the start of the second quarter, Luo Feng switched to an aggressive defensive strategy, implementing full-court pressure. Soon, even Brown began to feel the strain, as Durant also ramped up the pressure. By the end of the second quarter, the Nets led 63-51, maintaining a 12-point advantage at halftime. At this moment, Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. Such performance was deemed normal, as the first quarter had merely been an exchange of offenses. During the halftime break, Luo Feng continued to strategize. Everyone's performance in the second quarter was commendable. This is the desired effect. In the second half, Mills will take the court, Dragic will move to the 2-guard position, Durant to the 4, and Drummond will remain at the 5. Griffin, being older and burdened with injuries, cannot endure the rigors of so many games. Mills will serve as the offensive initiator, with Durant as the primary offensive option, followed by Dragic. The rest will be at your discretion. Brown, your focus remains on Tatum. He has begun to run without the ball, but the Celtics are novices in off-ball movement. We are far more adept at it. Tatum can catch and shoot, but he lacks the ability to link the Celtics' offense cohesively. He is merely a soft player. Brown must be more aggressive in the second half, rendering Tatum completely ineffective. As the third quarter commenced, Tatum found an opportunity, shaking off Brown and driving towards the basket. He leapt for a layup but was forcefully pulled down from behind by Brown. Although the referee promptly issued a foul against Brown, deeming it a technical foul, Luo Feng was pleased with the outcome, as Tatum's morale took another hit. Chapter 64, Securing the Third Game, demonstrated that Brown's defensive actions had indeed imposed psychological pressure on Tatum. This was the desired effect. If you are a formidable dual star, then I shall incapacitate one of your shining stars. Otherwise, that foul was undeniably harsh, as it yanked Tatum from midair. The Celtics were awarded 2 free throws. Brown glared menacingly at Tatum, who averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of fear at the sight of Brown. Subsequently, the Nets initiated their offensive play. Mills orchestrated the attack, while Dragic executed a pick-and-roll with Mills, cutting towards the basket. Mills swiftly passed the ball, and Dragic easily scored with a layup. Brown attempted to organize the offense, while Tatum lingered beyond the three-point line, devoid of any desire to receive the ball. Brown found himself unable to penetrate and passed the ball back to Tatum. Faced with Brown, Tatum hesitated to drive, the memory of Brown's earlier foul weighing heavily on his mind. Upon observing the situation, Luo Feng realized that victory in this match was all but secured. Udoka, noticing Tatum's distressing performance, promptly called a timeout to substitute him out. Udoka was visibly frustrated, questioning why Tatum was performing so poorly. "Tatum, wake up. What are you doing in this match? Do you even grasp the significance of this game? It's the Eastern Conference Finals. Does your performance reflect the honor of being a team leader?" Tatum, filled with shame, lowered his head. However, Udoka could somewhat empathize. After all, they were young players with limited playoff experience, unsure of how to navigate such challenging circumstances. Udoka decided it best for Tatum to take a breather and reflect, as there was still a game to be played. If he could not find clarity, then this match would indeed slip away from him. Once Tatum was off the court, Brown turned his focus towards Brown. The duel between the two Browns was quite compelling. It was now Brown's turn to experience the struggles that Tatum had faced. Brown defended Brown with relentless intensity, limiting him to just 6 points in the third quarter. In stark contrast, the Nets flourished offensively, with even Drummond achieving a double-double. As the third quarter concluded, the Celtics found themselves overwhelmed, trailing 91-69, a deficit of 22 points. The fourth quarter commenced, and the Celtics displayed a lack of fighting spirit. The Nets triumphed with a score of 121-101. Post-game, Luo Feng addressed reporters on the court. "Coach Luo Feng, you have secured victory in the third game. Do you feel confident about the fourth?" Luo Feng said with a cheerful smile, "My friends, we must have confidence. We have prepared for so long for this grand final. Whether the Mavericks or the Warriors emerge victorious, the championship shall undoubtedly be ours." Luo Feng's words were undeniably arrogant, showing a complete disregard for the Celtics. He was acutely aware that they would undoubtedly secure victory in the fourth match as well. The following day, his remarks naturally made headlines in the sports media, with the title reading, "Nets head coach disdains Celtics, certain to sweep them out." The Celtics, from the team owner down to the staff, were understandably incensed. While the Nets have indeed performed admirably, such disdain is unwarranted. The Celtics are also a formidable Eastern Conference team. Why should they be looked down upon? Udoka addressed the media, stating, "I am unsure where this arrogance originates, but we, the Celtics, will certainly triumph in the fourth game." History is replete with instances of comebacks. Many overconfident teams, having won 3 games, mistakenly believe victory is assured. Yet, it is often these presumptuous teams that face defeat. Only the resilient can influence the pivotal game. Udoka expressed hope that the Celtics could extend the series to a 3-3 tie, ultimately leading to their victory in the decisive match. He aimed to inspire the young players on his team, hoping they could create a miraculous turnaround. However, he was also cognizant of the formidable nature of the Nets, who have demonstrated exceptional strength under their young coach. The likelihood of the Celtics winning the fourth match was indeed slim, yet perhaps a miracle could unfold. On May 24th, the Nets faced the Celtics in the fourth game of the Eastern Conference Finals. The TNT commentary team remained unchanged. O'Neal boldly proclaimed, "It seems that after tonight, the Celtics can start contemplating summer reinforcements." Pierce countered, "The game isn't over until the final moment. How can you be certain the Celtics will lose?" Garnett chimed in, "That's precisely it. The Celtics are a strong team, not one of those mediocre squads." Barkley, chuckling, remarked, "The chances of the Celtics winning this game are exceedingly slim. Given the current state of the Nets, perhaps only the Warriors could contend with them." Pierce, refusing to back down, asserted, "I firmly believe the Celtics can clinch the Eastern Conference Finals 4-3. If you disagree, let us wager." Barkley, intrigued, noted it was the first time someone had challenged him to a bet. The surrounding hosts, along with O'Neal and Garnett, quickly joined in the ruckus. "All right. Betting is my forte. Since you wish to wager, let us do it." Barkley immediately asked, "What are your terms?" After a moment's thought, Pierce replied, "You go first." Barkley then declared, "Let us not complicate things. Back in the day, I kissed a donkey's rear end, so the loser must kiss the donkey's mouth." These fellows were certainly raising the stakes. Naturally, Pierce could not back down and agree to the terms. Luo Feng approached the players and said, "Gentlemen, this is the fourth game of the Eastern Conference Finals, and it may well be our final match. I urge you to channel your focus and secure this victory. Should we triumph in this game, we shall possess the vigor to prepare for the championship. Enough said, let us ready ourselves for the game. In the Celtics locker room, Udoka spoke with grave seriousness. Boys, we are down 0-3. If you wish to avoid this game becoming your last of the season, I implore you to exert every ounce of energy and strength to win. If we emerge victorious today, we will have the opportunity to advance to the next match. Chapter 65. Game 4. Udoka continued. However, do not let this burden weigh heavily on your minds. Our sole objective is to play our best game. The worst outcome is merely to start anew next year. As the game commenced, Drummond was the first to touch the ball, with Dragic orchestrating the Nets' offense. Griffin positioned himself directly, and Dragic passed the ball to him. Griffin received the pass and aggressively attacked Williams. The Celtics were taken aback by the Nets' tactical shift, as they had previously relied on Griffin as their facilitating forward. Udoka remained composed, recognizing that employing a conventional defensive guard as the core of the strategy was not unheard of. He shouted, "Execute strategy A." Pritchard understood the coach's intent and promptly communicated the tactical arrangement. Today, Tatum was in a state of exhilaration, a mindset he had cultivated himself. He realized that if he did not take risks and defend fiercely, the entire postseason would come to an end. He was determined not to allow his playoff journey to conclude so easily. He yearned for the championship. Pritchard distributed the ball to Tatum, who began to drive towards the basket against Brown. Luo Feng opened the player panel and was pleasantly surprised to discover that Tatum's status rating had reached an impressive 90 today. Quite remarkable, indeed. He has swiftly managed to recalibrate his performance. It appears that as long as Tatum avoids any reckless actions and serious injuries, he is destined to become a superstar in the future. Tatum deftly maneuvered past Brown and executed a successful floater in the paint. At this moment, Luo Feng's assessment reveals that he has indeed adjusted his state swiftly and is now bold enough to take action. However, he still refrains from engaging in more robust physical confrontations, rendering him somewhat ineffectual. Tatum has managed to score consecutively over several rounds, and the current situation on the court is rather precarious. Nevertheless, Luo Feng possesses a remarkable composure, which alleviates his concerns. As the first quarter concludes, the Celtics surprisingly lead the Nets by 4 points, with a score of 29-25, an unprecedented occurrence. Luo Feng observed the players' demeanor and noted an air of disdain towards their opponents. This is unacceptable. Underestimating the enemy is a grave mistake. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. During the players' rest period, Luo Feng's expression had darkened considerably. What were you doing in the first quarter, gentlemen? Were you in a stupor? To be overtaken in the first quarter is something I never anticipated. Where are we? This is the Eastern Conference Finals. Do not lose your focus. As the second quarter commenced, the players of the Nets showed slight improvement under Luo Feng's guidance, yet their overall performance remained lacking. Luo Feng shook his head, realizing that these individuals had indeed become somewhat arrogant. In the second quarter, Luo Feng deliberately refrained from adjusting tactics, allowing the Nets players to experience the repercussions of arrogance and underestimation on the court. The formidable prowess of the dual stars was indeed not to be underestimated. Their scoring abilities were remarkably potent. For a moment, the Nets found themselves disoriented, perhaps too accustomed to favorable circumstances, rendering them incapable of navigating such adverse conditions. As the second quarter concluded, the Nets trailed 50-62, falling behind by 12 points. At the TNT commentary booth, Pierce expressed his delight, stating, "The Celtics are undeniably a strong team. I've said it before, what does it matter if they won the first 3 games? As long as the Celtics maintain their composure, victory is assured." Shaquille O'Neal retorted in bewilderment, "Isn't it just the halftime score? Why are you so jubilant?" Pierce, brimming with excitement, replied, "Barkley, you're finished. You might as well go kiss a donkey's backside." Barkley countered, "The Nets' performance is quite off. I sense a shift. Perhaps Coach Luo Feng is conducting some sort of experiment." Within the Nets' locker room, Luo Feng gazed sternly at his players, many of whom lowered their heads in shame. Luo Feng began, "At the conclusion of the first quarter, I cautioned you not to underestimate our opponents, yet it appears my words have fallen on deaf ears. As you continue to exhibit the same complacency, observe, we are now trailing our rivals by 12 points. Should we persist in this manner, defeat is inevitable." Durant, aware of his role as the team's leader, understood that silence was no longer an option. He rose and declared, "Coach, the first half was indeed our shortcoming. We have been overly arrogant. Rest assured, we will adjust our mindset in the second half, for our ultimate goal is to secure the championship." The other players also stood up, affirming, "Coach, you need not worry. we will certainly alter our approach. Luo Feng observed that these players had all expressed their sentiments. It appears they have come to recognize their missteps. Given that they have acknowledged their errors, the deficit in the score at halftime may well be deemed worthwhile. Luo Feng, with an expressionless demeanor, gazed at everyone and declared, "Now that you have recognized your mistakes, let us strive with all our might in the second half to reclaim victory." Luo Feng also opened the player management panel and activated the Momentum of Glory card. Instantly, the team's morale reached a perfect score of 100. He then utilized the Superstar card of Bruce Bowen, which bestowed the abilities of Bowen upon any chosen player or host. This enhancement included a 20-point increase in defensive capability, vision, basketball IQ, interception ability, stealing ability, and blocking ability. This Superstar card was directly assigned to Brown. When the second half of the match commenced, the Nets exhibited a fierce demeanor that startled the Celtics. From a side angle, one could discern a subtle smile gracing Luo Feng's lips. Barkley naturally noticed this detail. "Did you see that? Coach Luo Feng is smiling," he remarked. Pierce muttered, "Could it be that he can't handle being behind in the score?" Shaquille O'Neal, at a loss for words, interjected, "Use your brain a little. Coach Luo Feng is already well prepared for this game." As the match began, Brown unleashed his aggressive style, immediately marking Tatum closely. However, Tatum, undeterred, sought to break through after receiving the ball. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his tailbone, causing him to lose possession of the ball. Enraged, Tatum accused Brown of foul play and promptly lodged a complaint with the referee. Unfortunately, by that time, Brown had already passed the ball, and Durant seized the opportunity to execute a dunk. The referee merely informed Tatum that he had seen no foul play from Brown, infuriating Tatum further. "That damn Brown," he fumed. Chapter 66, Eastern Conference champions Pritchard controlled the ball as Mills initiated aggressive defense. Pritchard once again felt the defensive intensity of the Nets, reminiscent of the previous 3 matches. Bruce Bowen, the most distinctive defensive player in the NBA, lacked remarkable physical attributes. However, his basketball IQ, vision, and defensive prowess were unparalleled. His defensive tactics, though somewhat unscrupulous, earned him a reputation that few would dare contest. No one could claim that Bowen was not a top-tier defensive player. He was a prized asset for the Spurs. Now, Brown embodied the essence of Bowen. Luo Feng, having imparted lessons to the Nets players in the first half, would never relinquish victory lightly, even if their performance faltered in the latter half. Luo Feng would undoubtedly resort to strategic tools to ensure a more secure outcome. A hard-won victory is not something to be surrendered to anyone. However, it is inevitable that a significant overhaul will occur following the playoffs. Fortunately, the players have awakened to this reality and altered their attitudes. Frankly, even if Luo Feng, utilizing his system, leads this group to a championship, it would be of no benefit to the players. Relying solely on the system would stifle their growth. For a basketball dynasty to flourish, player development is essential. If the sole aim were to secure a championship, Luo Feng could achieve that with any team. Thanks to his system, his current ambition is to transform the Nets into a dynasty. As the third quarter resumed, within approximately 5 minutes, the gap between the two teams had narrowed to a mere 2 points. Udoka had already called 2 timeouts. "What's wrong with Tatum? The team needs your help. Yet you seem to have vanished," he remarked. Breathing heavily, Tatum replied, "Brown is simply too difficult to shake off. I can't seem to elude him with all his tricks." With no other options, Udoka had to adjust the strategy to provide Tatum with more screens. After the timeout, the Celtics players relentlessly set screens for Tatum, attempting to free him from Brown's grip. However, Luo Feng had anticipated this strategy and had trained his players on how to counter such screens, particularly against the full-court and half-court pressing tactics he favored. Despite the continuous screens, Tatum was unable to shake off Brown, who remained closely tethered to him. Consequently, Brown had to bear the offensive burden, but the pressure was immense, facing none other than Durant. Unfortunately, Brown found himself outmatched against Durant. As the third quarter concluded, the Nets had widened their lead, finishing at 86-78, an 8-point advantage. At the TNT commentary booth, O'Neal boasted, "See? I knew the Nets would not concede easily. Look at that, just a slight adjustment from Coach Luo, and the Celtics are left disoriented." Pierce retorted, "There's still another quarter to play. It's premature to draw conclusions now." With the start of the fourth quarter, the Celtics recognized that this was their final chance. Failure to fight would result in the end of their playoff journey. Thus, they entered the fourth quarter with fervent defensive efforts. However, Durant erupted in an unexpected display of prowess. The death god began to exert his influence. Whenever he found space, the ball was invariably directed to him. Durant, upon receiving the ball, scored effortlessly, whether from three-point range or two-point territory, achieving a remarkable 10 for 10 shooting performance in the fourth quarter, resulting in a staggering 100 accuracy. In light of Durant's fiery performance, the Celtics succumbed. The fourth quarter concluded with the Nets triumphing 126-100, a commanding 26-point victory that sealed a 4-0 series sweep. After the game, a ceremony was held at the Garden to honor the Eastern Conference champions. Following the match, all Nets players were interviewed, with the spotlight remaining on Durant. A reporter inquired, "Durant, do you have anything to say about clinching the Eastern Conference Finals?" Durant, both exhausted and elated, responded, "Ever since our new coach arrived, I knew we could reach this point. The support from our coach has been pivotal in achieving such a score today." The reporter pressed on, "What are your thoughts on Coach Luo Feng's remarks?" Durant enthusiastically replied, "What our head coach said is undoubtedly true. We will certainly claim the championship." The reporter then asked, "And what about your personal goals, Durant?" He answered, "Of course, my aspirations are the championship and the MVP." Brooklyn fans were overjoyed that night, as their team had finally advanced to the finals and secured the Eastern Conference title, a feat once deemed unimaginable. Just last year, hopes of reaching the finals were dashed by the Bucks. Initially, this year's playoff entry seemed precarious, yet they astonishingly progressed as the top seed in the East. Naturally, Nets fans began to dream of the championship, having come this far. That night, Luo Feng returned with the Nets to the Barclays Center, where a throng of fans awaited. Each player was greeted with enthusiastic cheers as they disembarked. Brown, Mills, Curry, Griffin, Durant, and, of course, our most beloved coach, Luo Feng. The appearance of Luo Feng was met with an uproarious welcome from the fans, whose cheers were so thunderous that they seemed capable of uprooting the very ground beneath them. Luo Feng addressed the players, saying, "Look, these are the fans who have consistently supported you. Let us all express our gratitude to them." The players naturally greeted the fans, signing autographs and the like. However, this enthusiastic group of supporters clearly had no intention of letting them go easily. Luo Feng had no choice but to stand up and say, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have merely secured the Eastern Conference championship. The ultimate championship still eludes us." After today's match, the players are quite fatigued. "Once we claim the overall championship, we shall celebrate in earnest, and I appreciate everyone's unwavering support." The fans, naturally, were very obedient, responding, "No problem, Coach Luo Feng. We are all awaiting the championship. Once we secure it, we will celebrate together. Please rest well." Upon returning to the Barclays Center, Luo Feng did not immediately allow the players to disperse. "Tomorrow, you may rest thoroughly, but the day after, we must resume training. Do you remember our goal? It is the championship." Chapter 67. A domestic sensation, of course. This news, accompanied by Chen Lin's commentary on the match, was swiftly relayed back to the homeland. The domestic broadcasts had also covered the match. The Hoopu Forum was abuzz with excitement. "Wow, why is the Nets team so formidable? I've become a fan. Coach Rabbit is invincible. Durant is firing on all cylinders. Where's Irving? If he were here, the victory would have been even more effortless. I nearly thought the Celtics were going to win. It terrified me." Early the next morning, Chen Lin received a call from his editor. "Chen Lin, regarding the matter you mentioned, there seems to be some progress." Chen Lin perked up immediately. "Please, tell me more, editor." The editor continued, "Through my connections, I managed to obtain Chairman Yao's phone number. Although I cannot divulge the specifics yet, you may reach out to Chairman Yao to discuss." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Lin felt it prudent to verify the feasibility before informing Coach Luo Feng. "All right, please provide me with the number, and I will contact Chairman Yao soon." Chen Lin received the number from his editor. With a heart full of trepidation, he dialed the number. The call connected. "Hello, is this Chairman Yao?" "Yes, it is. How may I assist you?" Chen Lin began, "Chairman Yao, I hope you have been following this year's NBA season. I have been keeping an eye on it." "Though I haven't followed the latter half of the schedule closely," Chairman Yao replied. Since taking over the Basketball Association, he had indeed been overwhelmed with responsibilities, but had managed to follow some matches earlier in the season. Chen Lin continued, "In this season's playoffs, the Nets have clinched the Eastern Championship and advanced to the finals." Upon hearing this, Chairman Yao realized that Durant and Irving had indeed performed exceptionally. "Is that all you wanted to tell me?" Chairman Yao inquired. "Not quite," Chen Lin quickly responded. "I primarily wanted to inform you that the head coach of the Nets is our compatriot, and he has led the team to the finals." Chairman Yao was taken aback. "What is this? A coach from our homeland has brought the Nets to the finals? I haven't followed the NBA for 3 to 4 months, and such a dramatic change has occurred. But isn't the Nets head coach Nash? How did it become a coach from our country? We don't seem to have any renowned coaches in America, he pondered. Lin hastily explained, it's a long story. But let me summarize Luo Feng's journey in the Nets' previous and current records. The most astonishing aspect for Chairman Yao was that this coach from their homeland had maintained an undefeated record since he took the helm midway through the season. His coaching prowess is indeed remarkable, Chairman Yao acknowledged. Lin pressed on, Chairman Yao, I was wondering if it would be possible to invite him to coach our national team. At this suggestion, Chairman Yao's interest was piqued. Would he be willing? Coaching in the NBA and coaching domestically are vastly different environments. Furthermore, regarding salary, it will undoubtedly be lower than what he earns in the NBA. Lin replied. When I spoke with Coach Luo Feng, he mentioned that he would be open to the opportunity if it arose. I also inquired about his coaching conditions. He requires absolute authority over the team and dislikes interference from others. Chairman Yao wholeheartedly agreed with this stance, remarking, people who lack understanding often meddle unnecessarily. The men's football team is a prime example. The governing body has no real grasp of the game, yet continues to meddle, resulting in their current state. Under Chairman Yao's leadership, the Basketball Association had undergone significant reforms, greatly improving the domestic basketball environment. However, he was still beholden to the Sports Bureau, a hurdle that could not be bypassed. Nevertheless, he was keen on attracting a championship coach with NBA experience back to the homeland, even if it were just for a few months of training. After all, if a contract were already signed, it would be inappropriate to impose on him. I will look into this matter and keep you updated, Chairman Yao concluded. Lin, filled with excitement, replied, I will await your news, Chairman Yao. If you receive any positive updates, please inform me so that I can notify Coach Luo Feng. After hanging up the phone, Lin clenched his fist in determination, envisioning the immense potential for the national team if Coach Luo Feng were to take the helm. Even if he could only provide training for a few months, the improvement would be significant. Lin was fully aware of the Nets' previous performance and could only marvel at the transformation that had taken place under Luo Feng's guidance. Meanwhile, Luo Feng promptly received a call from Boss Kai. Luo Feng, you performed admirably. I look forward to you taking home 10 million. Luo Feng chuckled, then Boss Kai, you must be prepared, for I am a man of my word. Luo Feng suddenly had a thought and said, Boss Kai, may I present a request? At that moment, Boss Kai was in exceptionally good spirits and replied, go ahead. Luo Feng began to speak. Boss Kai, after we secure the championship, many teams are likely to see players depart, and we will need to make some roster adjustments as well. May I offer my suggestions regarding which players to retain? Upon hearing this, Boss Kai responded with a sense of ease. This is a minor matter. No problem, Luo Feng. Given your remarkable leadership, feel free to communicate directly with Max regarding any players you wish to keep, and I shall ensure he is informed. Their conversation seemed as if they had already clinched the championship. Luo Feng possesses a profound self-confidence, while Boss Kai harbors unwavering faith in Luo Feng, for he has already bestowed upon him numerous delightful surprises. Luo Feng said with great enthusiasm, allow me to express my gratitude in advance, Boss Kai. After all, my ambition is to cultivate a dynasty team, and thus, the selection of players is of paramount importance. This is why I sought this authority from you. Boss Kai replied cheerfully, no problem at all. If you succeed in establishing a Nets dynasty, I shall grant you a share of the Nets ownership. Luo Feng quickly expressed, Boss Kai, I appreciate your trust. However, I prefer to solely assume the role of head coach. If I were to hold shares, the responsibilities would multiply, diverting my focus away from the entire team. Chapter 68. The finals commenced. The Brooklyn Nets enjoyed approximately a week of respite, while the Western Conference Finals concluded on May 27th. The Golden State Warriors triumphed over the Dallas Mavericks with a decisive 4-1 victory, advancing effortlessly to the finals. Currently, Luo Feng's playing style bears some resemblance to that of the Warriors, emphasizing off-ball movement. Indeed, the small ball era was pioneered by the Golden State Warriors, whose death lineup has dominated every team in the league. In facing the Warriors, Griffin would inevitably have to assume a role off the bench, as his footwork cannot keep pace with the Warriors' dynamic play. Therefore, the focus of training in recent days has been on robust defense and securing rebounds, particularly those by Draymond. It is imperative to adequately protect the defensive boards while also making aggressive plays for offensive rebounds. Without any strategic means and relying solely on the current roster against the Warriors, one would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. While the system serves as a powerful asset, facing a formidable opponent like the Warriors necessitates thorough preparation. Defense remains paramount. According to Luo Feng's analysis, the Golden State Warriors did not secure victories solely through offensive prowess. Rather, their triumphs were predominantly rooted in their defensive capabilities. During the previous regular season, the Warriors achieved an impressive opponent shooting percentage of only 42.8, the lowest in the league, while forcing an average of 15.5 turnovers per game, ranking fourth in the league, with an average point differential of 10.1. They led the league in this category, boasting a shooting percentage that exceeded their opponents by 5 points, and a three-point shooting percentage that surpassed theirs by 6 points. As the playoffs commenced, the Warriors further limited their opponents' shooting percentage to 41.7, with their three-point shooting percentage restricted to a mere 30.4, the lowest among the 16 playoff teams. Their average point differential in the playoffs stood at 7.8, once again placing them at the top among playoff teams. These statistics vividly illustrate that the Warriors' victories were indeed built upon a solid defensive foundation. At the heart of the Warriors' strategy is Stephen Curry. Complemented by the formidable offensive presence of Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins serves as a premier 3 and D player, while Draymond Green offers versatility, defending positions 1 through 4, alongside Kevin Looney, who specializes in rebounding. To compete against the Warriors, one must ensure stability in rebounding and shooting, lest one be swept away by their relentless momentum. On June 3rd, the first game of the NBA Finals commenced at the Barclays Center. As expected, there were pre-game interviews. Durant expressed his excitement about facing the Warriors in the finals, acknowledging the greatness of Curry and Thompson. However, he asserted that the Brooklyn Nets would not concede victory to the Warriors. The championship was destined to be theirs. Notably, Durant refrained from mentioning Green, harboring lingering resentment towards him from their time together in the Warriors. The memories of Green's words still haunted Durant, keeping him awake at night. Thus, his comments were implicitly directed at Green, questioning his significance. The Warriors, naturally, relied on Green's outspoken nature for their psychological advantage. As for Durant, he was merely a former player who had once donned their jersey, yet the Warriors had already claimed a championship prior to his arrival. Chen Lin also received an invitation from Luo Feng to witness the finals in person. The electric atmosphere resonated with Chen Lin, marking the Nets' inaugural appearance in the finals, eliciting fervent support from Brooklyn fans. In the locker room, Luo Feng laid out the tactical plan. Addressing the players, "Do you remember how we trained over the past few days? Brown, your sole focus is to shadow Curry. Nothing else matters." Brown immediately affirmed, "Understood, coach. I will execute." Durant, "You need to step up. Expect Wiggins and Green to alternate in defending you. I need not elaborate on how to handle them. But remember to keep your composure and play intelligently." Durant nodded, "No problem. Coach, watch me." Drummond, "Take charge of the boards. We cannot afford to lose a single defensive rebound. As for Looney, overpower him." Brown will be defended in turns by Dragic and Mills. Mills and Dragic confidently assured, "Leave it to us, coach." Kerr did not underestimate the current Nets, recognizing the similarity in their gameplay. He even noted that the Nets held an advantage at the 3, 4, and 5 positions. The performance of Curry and Thompson in the 1 and 2 slots would be critical, but Kerr believed the Warriors' bench outshone that of the Nets. If the Nets had Kyrie Irving and Ben Simmons available, Kerr would have been more cautious, but without them, the Warriors still stood a chance to win. At the TNT commentary booth, the host inquired about predictions for the opening game. Barkley, having faced embarrassment in the past, became a staunch supporter of the Nets, declaring confidently, "I believe the Nets will undoubtedly win this match." O'Neal laughed. "It seems you recognize the Nets' strength. Coach Luo Feng is formidable, and the Warriors will surely not be a match for them." In the realm of commercial interests, the Nets' approach did not align with Silver's preferences. As a shrewd businessman, Silver hoped for a playoff scenario filled with 7-game series to maximize profits. The Nets' performance, however, disrupted his plans, as they swept through opponents with 4-0 results. The emergence of both the Warriors and the Nets as formidable teams posed a dilemma for Silver, who found himself unable to exert control over these two financially robust franchises. As the game commenced, Drummond and Looney faced off for the tip-off. Drummond secured the initial touch, and Mills orchestrated the Nets' offense. Durant maneuvered, with Brown setting a screen, allowing Mills to swiftly deliver the ball to Durant, who promptly scored with a jump shot, signaling his readiness for the contest. On the other end, Curry controlled the ball, closely guarded by Brown, who had evidently learned much from Wallace and Bowen. Utilizing his superstar card, Brown absorbed defensive wisdom, despite not fully comprehending the mechanics of it. In just a few days, Luo Feng noted a 5-point increase in Brown's comprehensive defensive capabilities. This remarkable improvement underscored the power of the superstar card. If one is willing to learn, they can glean invaluable insights at any moment, provided Luo Feng activates the card for them. Although Luo Feng could transform Brown into a prolific scorer, it was unnecessary. Every team requires players who are willing to undertake the less glamorous tasks, and presently, Brown filled that role. Such players are indispensable, and while their value may be overlooked by many, they are cherished by the team and the coaching staff. Championship teams often feature one or two such players. Brown's tenacious defense posed challenges for Curry, who sought to find his rhythm. After attempting a pick-and-roll with Wiggins and failing to shake Brown, Curry passed the ball to Wiggins. Confronted by Dragic, Wiggins wasted no time in taking a shot, successfully making a two-point basket. Wiggins demonstrated stability against Dragic, who found it difficult to contain him. Fortunately, the Warriors were unlikely to center their strategy around Wiggins. Luo Feng immediately discerned the embarrassing predicament of Dragic on the court. Luo Feng addressed Mills, who happened to pass by. Let Durant guard Wiggins. As for Green, that clumsy player allowed Dragic to take him on. Mills swiftly relayed Luo Feng's directive on the court. Dribbling past defenders, Mills encountered Curry, who stepped up to defend. Mills quickly passed the ball back to Durant. After setting a screen for Curry, Durant promptly returned the ball to Mills. With a decisive move, Mills drove into the paint, where Green attempted to provide support. Mills then passed to Drummond, who faced Looney head-on. In terms of strength, the advantage was overwhelmingly in Drummond's favor. Looney stood no chance against him. Drummond muscled past Looney for a thunderous dunk, securing 2 points. The Nets fans erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "What a magnificent dunk! Take that, Warriors!" The home court atmosphere for the Nets resembled that of a hostile arena, with fans exhibiting remarkable solidarity. Each time a Nets player seized the ball, a chorus of boos resonated throughout the venue. Although the Warriors players were somewhat accustomed to such scenes, the younger athletes appeared somewhat taken aback. Their limited experience rendered them slightly intimidated in such an environment. Curry continued to orchestrate the offense. Brown applied close defense, initiating some subtle tactics during the tight marking. Curry, seasoned and perceptive, quickly passed the ball to Thompson. Positioned at a 45-degree angle beyond the arc, Thompson took a swift shot. However, his rhythm was yet to find its stride, and the ball ricocheted off the rim. Luo Feng harbored no concerns regarding rebounds. The basic rebound magnet skill had already been activated for Drummond. Now, no rebound could elude Drummond's grasp. Both Looney and Drummond leapt simultaneously, yet Drummond snatched the ball with ease. Beyond Drummond's superior rebounding ability, the system's skill played a crucial role. Looney had initially established better positioning, and the ball's bounce landed directly before him. Yet, in a surprising turn, Drummond claimed it from behind. Drummond soared higher and exerted greater force. Seizing the rebound, he immediately passed to Dragic. The head coach had previously stated that Dragic was the fastest among the players. He was the go-to for quick breaks. Dragic, upon receiving the ball, dashed past half-court and executed a straightforward layup. As the first quarter came to a close, the Nets led 33-21, enjoying a 12-point advantage. Luo Feng was quite pleased. That individual performed exceptionally well in the first quarter. We thoroughly suppressed the Warriors, and it is imperative that we maintain this momentum. Durant, you must keep a vigilant eye on Wiggins. Remember, defense is the sole key to securing victory. Draymond, you must seize those rebounds. If you sustain this momentum, the game is undoubtedly ours to claim. Luo Feng glanced into his backpack, surveying the items within, including an energy potion capable of replenishing the stamina of players on the field. He then proceeded to explore the system's marketplace. To his delight, he discovered 2 items that were particularly fitting. The first card, Flame Defense, empowered players to unleash a torrent of fiery defense upon their opponents, rendering them utterly breathless, while enhancing their overall defensive capability by 20 for the duration of a half. The second card, Ice Defense, ensured that the opponent's shooting touch remained perpetually frigid, augmenting the overall defensive ability by 10, also for a half's duration. Both cards, however, were exorbitantly priced, with each costing 200 points. It was fortuitous that he had accrued nearly this amount during the Eastern Conference Finals. Yet now it seemed his hard-earned points would be entirely expended. Luo Feng could only let out a sigh. Although he earned points in every match, the expenditures were indeed substantial. Yet, for the sake of victory, what harm could there be in spending all those points? As the second quarter commenced, Luo Feng felt no urgency to utilize his items, given that the first quarter ended with a lead. After all, the Nets enjoyed a system attribute boost of 5 on their home ground. One should never underestimate this attribute of 5, as it could significantly alter the course of events. Durant, now immune to injuries, felt as if he had returned to his prime, embodying the indomitable Durant of yore. Meanwhile, Kerr found himself in a challenging predicament, for the Nets were performing exceptionally well. Their defense imposing. Although Green and Wiggins took turns guarding Durant, they were utterly ineffective, allowing Durant to score freely. Looney had yet to secure a single rebound in the first quarter. All boards were claimed by Drummond. As the second quarter began, Curry continued orchestrating the offense. Green received the ball at the arc, engaging in a one-on-one with Dragic, having identified the Nets' vulnerabilities. While Green could attempt a three-pointer, penetrating the paint was an impossibility, as Dragic exerted all his effort to keep Green at bay. Unable to push Dragic back, Green opted for a shot from beyond the arc, but alas, he was as unreliable as a blacksmith, the ball ricocheting off the rim. Drummond seized the rebound and passed it to Mills, who advanced past half-court and executed a pick-and-roll with Dragic, allowing Durant to move to the arc. The ball swiftly found its way into Durant's hands, and without hesitation, he launched a three-pointer, the ball swishing through the net. Chapter 70. Nets 1, Warriors 0. It was evident that Green had arrived too late. By the time he attempted to contest, Durant had already released the ball. Following the basket, Durant taunted Green, proclaiming, "What now? The championship will be ours." Frustration washed over Green. Indeed, the Nets had dominated in the first quarter. He retorted, "What are you boasting about, Durant? It's merely the first quarter." Their rivalry was palpable, a long-standing grudge known to all. Wiggins appeared somewhat inconspicuous in this match, as Durant's defense remained formidable. Curry passed to Wiggins, who immediately relayed it to Green, who was poised to dunk. At that moment, Drummond leapt, delivering a thunderous block. Green was momentarily bewildered. Was the Nets' defense truly this formidable? Their robust performance left the Warriors at a loss, a stark contrast to their previous playoff encounters when the Nets had not displayed such prowess. Kerr glanced at Luo Feng, who sat confidently in his chair. This man had brought a transformative change to the Nets. In Kerr's eyes, the Nets had once been a second-tier team. But under this man's leadership, they had ascended to elite status. At this juncture, Kerr found no effective strategy to counter the situation, hoping instead that Curry would regain his shooting touch. If Curry could find his rhythm, there would still be a chance to fight back. Brown continued to apply tight defense on Curry, who was feeling the pressure, unaccustomed to such relentless guarding. It was not entirely Curry's fault when he was at his peak. Ben Wallace was far from his prime, and Bruce Bowen was not the unparalleled defender he once was. However, the use of superstar cards granted Brown the capabilities of his prime. Curry was now being tormented by this peak-level intensity, finding it difficult even to break through, let alone shoot from three-point range. Persistent minor fouls disrupted his rhythm. Curry had weathered many storms, but he had never encountered such a vexatious opponent. The defensive intensity he faced seemed reminiscent of a bygone era. Ultimately, Curry could bear it no longer. In frustration, he slammed the ball down and shoved Brown. Brown fell theatrically, prompting the referee to issue Curry a technical foul. Curry quickly protested, "He has been constantly using dirty tactics against me. His play is excessively foul." Brown, feigning innocence, spread his hands in a gesture of denial. Luo Feng stood up to voice his grievances, questioning whether this was still the star player of the Warriors. What was happening now? Could he not even endure the relentless defense of others? As soon as Curry exhibited such behavior, Green immediately rushed over to confront Brown, while Durant hastily pointed at Green, admonishing him for seeking trouble. The scene on the court descended into a bit of chaos. The referee swiftly intervened, separating the players and promptly reviewing the footage. However, the replay revealed no evidence of any underhanded tactics from Brown. This exemplifies the prowess of Bruce Bowen. His subtle maneuvers and cunning tricks elude the watchful eyes of the cameras. The referee had just issued a technical foul against Curry. Kerr quickly called a timeout to allow Curry to regain his composure, while Luo Feng naturally substituted Brown to preserve his stamina. Encouragingly, he said, "Well done, mate. You've rendered Curry unable to play normally. Keep it up." Brown nodded, affirming, "No problem, coach. I will certainly exert my utmost to make Curry uncomfortable." As the second quarter concluded, the Nets led 69-42, a 27-point advantage at halftime. Kerr felt somewhat helpless, realizing he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the opposing team. Neither Looney nor Green had made any significant impact. Looney had not secured a single rebound, and Green and Wiggins had failed to contain Durant. It seemed as though Durant had reclaimed his former glory, once again embodying the unstoppable scorer he had once been. Kerr decided to adjust the lineup for the third quarter, opting to introduce a dual scoring guard formation with Poole and Thompson to see how it would fare. Iguodala replaced Wiggins, as he was the sort of player who could serve as a pivotal asset in critical moments. Luo Feng has also substituted some reserve players in this match. Griffin has taken the court as the linchpin of the second unit. Luo Feng made it clear that while he did not demand a specific scoring performance, he insisted on elevating their defensive efforts. The focus for the bench players during the Nets training was predominantly on defense. These substitutes executed their commands effectively, maintaining an intense defensive pressure that made scoring exceedingly difficult for the Warriors. Under such defensive duress, Poole's presence proved futile as his shooting percentage plummeted. Admittedly, the Nets struggled to score as their energy was entirely devoted to defense. In the third quarter, both teams fielded their reserves, allowing the starters to recuperate for the decisive fourth quarter. At that moment, the score stood at 84-64, with the Nets leading by 20 points. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams returned to their starting lineups. Before Kerr entered the game, he reiterated to Curry, "Steven, remember to stay calm. You are the leader of this team. If you lose your composure, we are certain to lose this game." Curry orchestrated the offense while Brown, like an unyielding shadow, applied pressure on him. The Warriors continuously set screens for Curry, aiming to liberate him from defensive constraints. Unfortunately, the Nets were not easily outmaneuvered, maintaining a strategic distance that thwarted the Warriors' attempts. As 6 minutes elapsed, the deficit continued to widen, with Durant exhibiting an extraordinary performance, having already amassed 60 points. Kerr subsequently substituted in the bench players, signaling his decision to concede the match. The final score settled at 112-88, with the Nets triumphing by a margin of 24 points. The exuberant cheers of Nets fans erupted in the arena, celebrating their victory in the first game. Championship. Here we come. Let us keep winning. Durant is phenomenal. Coach Luo Feng is impressive. After the game, Durant continued to engage with the media. A reporter inquired, "Durant, congratulations on winning the first game. What fueled your remarkable performance today?" Durant replied joyfully, "I knew I had to step up. The Warriors are a formidable team, and I needed to score." The reporter noted, "Your contribution was pivotal in securing the win." Durant quickly interjected, "I cannot accept sole credit for this victory. I owe thanks to my teammates and coach." He gestured towards Brown, stating, "I believe Brown was instrumental in our victory, as he completely restricted Curry's performance. And of course, our head coach's strategic planning and personnel decisions were key to our success." Brown, slightly bashful, shook his head. "It was a collective effort. We won because of everyone's contributions. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities." Durant sought out Luo Feng, who had already retreated to the locker room. Typically, Luo Feng was not fond of post-game interviews. He would consider participating only after securing the championship. Chun Lin was profoundly impressed by the game, noting that although the Warriors were not as formidable as in previous years, their ability to reach the finals indicated they were not to be underestimated. Coach Luo Feng's prowess has elevated Chun Lin's understanding to a higher echelon. During the first match of the finals, Chairman Yao was naturally watching the game from home. The Nets' substantial victory made Yao aware of the necessity to promote this matter. Some things are far better understood through personal experience than through mere observation on television. Only by engaging directly can one truly grasp the extent of Coach Luo Feng's exceptional capabilities. After watching the match, Chairman Yao promptly called Chun Lin. "Chun Lin, is there something you need?" Yao inquired. "Chairman Yao, how may I assist you?" Chun Lin responded, "You might want to inquire about the terms of Coach Luo Feng's contract with the Nets. Is he permitted to assist other teams during the off-season?" Yao advised. Chun Lin nodded. "I will contact the Nets general manager, Marks, immediately. Then I shall await your good news," Yao replied. Seizing the moment right after the match, Chun Lin made his way to the office of the Nets general manager. Marks had not yet departed, though he was preparing to leave. Chun Lin knocked on Marks' office door. "Come in," Marks said. Upon seeing Chun Lin, he recognized him as a reporter from the Rabbit Country's national sports channel. Marks had been contemplating ways to amplify the Nets' commercial influence. With the team's recent success, it was indeed time to expand their commercial footprint, particularly in Rabbit Country, which offered significant potential. Given the substantial losses the NBA had incurred due to Xiaohua's maneuvers in previous years, the Nets possessed a unique advantage with their owner being from Rabbit Country. An excellent business opportunity now lay before Marks, and as the team manager, how could he let it slip away? "I remember you. You're Chun from Rabbit Country's CC5, Marks said with a smile. "Thank you for remembering me. Chun Lin replied earnestly. What brings you here today, Chun? Marks inquired. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chun Lin explained. Well, Mr. Marks, I realize this may be a bit abrupt, but this matter is of great importance to our country, so I would like to discuss it with you. Go ahead, Chun, Marks encouraged. I understand that Coach Luo Feng has signed a contract with your team, but I would like to request if he could come to our country to provide guidance during the off-season. Of course, we would also welcome the Nets players to participate in events in our country, and we can take the lead in facilitating this. Marks understood that Chin's request was primarily about Coach Luo Feng. However, he recognized that Luo had become a hot commodity for the Nets. Yet, Chin's proposal could potentially enhance the Nets' commercial value, making it a matter worth considering. I will need to report this to owner Kai, but if you wish for Coach Luo to instruct your national team, I suspect he may not have the time. However, he could certainly engage with you on his own accord, which would not pose a problem, Marks contemplated. Chun Lin nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your candor. I will keep in touch regarding the Nets players' visit to Rabbit Country. After exiting, Chun Lin called Chairman Yao. I have spoken with manager Marks of the Nets. Unfortunately, Coach Luo cannot coach due to his contract obligations, Chun Lin relayed. Chairman Yao expressed some regret. Indeed, we cannot impose too much on others. Chun Lin continued. However, the Nets indicated that if Coach Luo is willing, he can come to our country for discussions. Upon hearing this, Chairman Yao exclaimed, that is quite a favorable outcome. As long as Coach Luo is willing to engage with us, I am confident that our players' skills will see significant improvement. The viewers watching the live broadcast were astounded. The Nets are incredible. Durant has returned to form. Brown's defense is phenomenal. It seems the coach is truly exceptional. I have witnessed the Nets' previous performances, which were quite lackluster. Our Rabbit Country coach is indeed remarkable. Is there a chance to bring him back to coach the men's national team? Wouldn't that propel our team to new heights? The following day, Luo Feng continued his analysis of the Warriors. Until the Warriors could devise a solution to their current predicament, there was no urgency for him to alter his strategy. However, for the second game, Luo Feng intended to modify his tactics. He aimed to fully exploit his advantages in the paint. He possessed a tactical card for special plays, which would allow his players to implement a twin tower strategy. This strategy revolves around two imposing interior players who dominate the boards and the area beneath the basket. Nonetheless, this twin towers approach required some adjustments, particularly concerning the movement range of the power forward. It was imperative that both players did not confine themselves entirely to the key, otherwise, they would fall prey to the Warriors' cunning tactics. The power forward needed the freedom to maneuver between the key and the paint, alleviating any concerns regarding rebounding. This way, when securing offensive boards, the power forward could swiftly respond, whether by shooting or passing to the perimeter, thus providing a plethora of options. Of course, this strategy was uniquely suited to Luo Feng, as it hinged on the power forward's organizational skills and basketball intelligence. This was one of the trump cards Luo Feng had prepared against the Warriors. During these 2 days, in addition to training his players in defensive capabilities and stamina, he familiarized them with the twin tower strategy. Meanwhile, Kerr was also deep in thought, pondering how to unravel the predicament facing the Warriors. Failure to do so would inevitably lead to defeat. Chapter 72. Simmons's Dilemma. However, Luo Feng found himself troubled by a lack of depth on the bench, particularly among the guards. With Mills and Dragic elevated to starting positions, the substitutes appeared rather inadequate. In this match, he could only emphasize their defensive prowess to mask their offensive deficiencies. During today's practice, Simmons made an unusually rare appearance, notably without his agent. He approached Luo Feng, awkwardly stating, "Coach, I wish to return to the court." Luo Feng mockingly remarked, "Oh, have you recovered from your illness?" Simmons, feeling a sense of shame, replied, "Coach, I have truly reflected on my actions. I should not have been so willful." Luo Feng cast a glance at Simmons and said, "Please do not delay my training. If you have something to discuss, kindly wait for me in my office. I shall come to find you shortly." Simmons obediently proceeded to the office. After completing his training, Luo Feng returned to the office, where Simmons was patiently awaiting his arrival. Upon entering, Luo Feng immediately said, "Speak your mind. What exactly brings you to me? I must admit, I find it hard to believe your claim of wanting to play basketball." Simmons took a deep breath and replied, "Coach, the truth is, I have been excessively arrogant. After securing a contract, I became somewhat complacent. I convinced myself that I had become a great player and an indispensable part of the NBA. However, after observing the team play recently, I have come to realize many things. I should not be so self-absorbed. A player must possess a professional attitude. Simmons continued, Coach, I do not demand a starting position. I am entirely comfortable coming off the bench, as long as you allow me to return to the court. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but wonder if this fellow had truly come to a sudden realization. Why hasn't your management team intervened to stop you? Simmons replied awkwardly. I sincerely apologize. The coaches initially intended to reach out to you, but I failed to manage them properly. I am genuinely sorry for that. Luo Feng nodded and said, Since you have come to a realization, I shall grant you this opportunity. I am not one to sever ties completely. Moreover, as long as you dedicate yourself to training diligently, you undoubtedly possess the potential to become a future superstar. I genuinely believe in your capabilities. However, you must understand my stipulations. I do not tolerate any form of favoritism within my team. The strategies I devise must be executed without question. Are you capable of this? Simmons nodded in affirmation. I can do it. Luo Feng expressed his satisfaction, stating, Since you are capable of this, I shall grant you this opportunity. Simmons replied with enthusiasm. Thank you, Coach. I will certainly give it my all. In truth, this was a reluctant decision on Luo Feng's part, as the bench was dreadfully lacking in depth. Nevertheless, having Simmons on the team was a positive development, as it would bolster the bench's strength. As for Irving, he could go wherever he pleased. Luo Feng was utterly disillusioned with him. Today, Simmons arrived early at the training facility, prompting curiosity among the others. Wasn't he at odds with the team? What brought him to practice today? Could it be related to his visit to the head coach yesterday? Luo Feng appeared on the training ground, summoning everyone to gather. Today, he had an important announcement. Simmons would be rejoining the team for training. Although we secured victory in the first match, there are still 3 more games ahead, and we must not let our guard down. Let the training commence. The players responded in unison. Understood, Coach. Last night, Luo Feng placed a call to the team's manager. Manager Max inquired, Is there something on Coach Luo Feng's mind? Luo Feng, the situation with the beauty is as follows. Wasn't there someone who approached me yesterday, expressing a willingness to abandon his previous notions and return to the team to play? Max, filled with perplexity, inquired, Is he planning to stir up trouble again? Max harbored significant concerns. These 2 first-round picks, one being Irving and the other Simmons, have proven to be quite a source of anxiety. Their presence has indeed brought misfortune to the Nets. Fortunately, there is an exceptionally talented head coach at the helm. Otherwise, this year would have resulted in yet another fruitless endeavor for the Nets. Luo Feng, the primary concern is that our current bench players are somewhat insufficient. If he returns to the court, he could certainly contribute from the sidelines. However, I would certainly not consider him for the starting lineup. As for other matters, we shall observe further. If we secure the championship, he can share in that victory, and I have no significant objections to that. Max, and what about Irving? Luo Feng, this individual appears beyond redemption. I propose we seek an opportunity during the summer to trade him. Should the team require a playmaker in the future, we could either trade for one or cultivate a promising new talent. Do you not trust in my ability to develop players, dear manager? Upon hearing that Luo Feng already had a comprehensive plan, Max found no grounds for dissent. Since Coach Luo Feng has a vision, let us proceed accordingly. By the way, a journalist from your country approached me yesterday, expressing a desire to engage with you during the off-season, as well as with our Nets players. I have already conferred with Boss Kai, and there are no objections. Our Nets team also seeks to broaden its commercial horizons. Luo Feng understood that this was yet another way for Boss Kai to give back to the motherland. Luo Feng nodded, indicating his agreement. Certainly, we can discuss the details further during the off-season. Lin also briefed Luo Feng on the matter. For Luo Feng, contributing to his homeland with his own abilities was an undeniable obligation. Just like at the beginning, had his child been an assistant coach for the Nets, he would have been unable to assist his country in any meaningful way. The nation certainly did not require the assistance of an obscure individual. This is a rather pragmatic issue. Now, with Luo Feng's reputation having been established through the Nets, he has garnered greater attention, and naturally, the nation will seek his involvement. Achievements and capabilities speak volumes. Lin also conveyed the good news to Chairman Yao, who planned to travel to New York during this period to meet with Luo Feng. It can be said that Chairman Yao arrived with utmost sincerity. On June 6th, the Nets hosted the second game of the finals against the Warriors. The arena was filled to capacity with enthusiastic Nets fans. After a long wait, the Nets finally recorded a profitable outcome, much to the delight of owner Kai, who was relieved that it was no longer a losing venture. Chapter 73, the second game of the finals. The revenue from ticket sales had significantly improved owner Kai's financial situation. Now was the opportune moment to enhance the commercial value of the Nets. The second game of the playoff finals series commenced on June 6th, featuring the Nets against the Warriors. At the TNT commentary booth, the host inquired, "What are your thoughts on today's match? Who do you believe will emerge victorious?" Shaquille O'Neal confidently replied, "Undoubtedly, the Nets will win. It is beyond question. If Kerr cannot overcome the obstacles set by Luo Feng, victory will still belong to him." Charles Barkley concurred, stating, "Indeed, if the Warriors lack a better strategy, then the Nets will surely claim this game." In truth, both teams employed similar strategies, each possessing their own advantages. The current focus was on which team could effectively leverage their strengths. In this match, Luo Feng made adjustments to the Nets starting lineup: point guard Mills, shooting guard Brown, small forward Durant, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. The Nets maintained their lineup without changes. Luo Feng has discerned the most vulnerable aspect of the Warriors lineup, which is none other than Draymond Green. In the inaugural match, Green was thoroughly overwhelmed by Durant. At this juncture, Green's current form would render even Blake Griffin a significant advantage in the matchup. When Coach Kerr witnessed Griffin's entry onto the court, he was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for such a development. From the TNT commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh? Coach Luo Feng has once again concocted an intriguing strategy for the Warriors. It appears today will be a challenging one for them." If Charles Barkley were to pinpoint the player most irked on the court, it would undoubtedly be Draymond Green. Griffin's presence on the court is specifically aimed at countering Green. This individual has now become the Achilles heel of the Warriors, and Coach Luo Feng's instincts are remarkably astute. After the conclusion of the first match, Luo Feng scrutinized the scoring statistics and discerned that although Draymond Green of the Warriors projected a strong presence, his actual contribution was nearly negligible. Additionally, he failed to make a single three-point shot. This observation marked the inception of Luo Feng's strategy to exploit this weakness. Green is an indispensable component of the Warriors' system. His absence could potentially lead to the collapse of their framework. However, if Luo Feng were in his place, Green would have long been relegated to the bench, his performance having significantly declined. As the game commenced, Draymond was the first to touch the ball. While Mills orchestrated the Nets' offense, Griffin swiftly positioned himself, and Mills promptly passed the ball to him. Griffin received the pass and immediately executed a back-to-the-basket move against Green. Green's defensive prowess appeared to diminish rapidly, as Griffin easily pushed him into the paint. Logically, Green's physicality should pose a challenge even for a power forward. Yet the emergence of the death lineup has elevated Green to a role ill-suited for him. Thus, it was time for him to confront this reality. He had clung to Curry for far too long. Griffin entered the key and effortlessly turned to make a shot, scoring with ease. Curry took control of the ball to initiate the offense, prompting Brown to apply tight defense. While Curry is undeniably formidable, Luo Feng refrained from deploying double teams against him, as this would leave the team's defense vulnerable to being shredded by Curry. Should Curry find his rhythm, Luo Feng was prepared to allow him to shoot, confident in his arsenal of strategies to stifle Curry's effectiveness. Even if Curry remained productive, numerous tactics could be employed to prevent other Warriors players from scoring. Curry passed the ball to Green at the top of the arc, who then took charge of the play. Thompson dashed to find an open shot and released the ball immediately. Unfortunately, Thompson's form was also lackluster, and his three-point attempt ricocheted off the rim. Both Draymond and Looney leaped for the rebound, with Draymond ultimately securing it. Luo Feng has been watching the game with an air of calmness. Curry is closely guarded. Thompson is struggling with his shots, Green is out of form, and Looney is unable to secure rebounds. Cole, what strategy will you employ to overcome this predicament? At this moment, Luo Feng resembles a formidable overlord, leading the Nets as they command the Barclays Center. Cole finds himself at a loss, resorting to incessantly orchestrating pick and rolls to create space for Curry. Once Curry finds his rhythm with that space, the Warriors will regain their fighting chance. Presently, Cole is perplexed by the Nets lineup, as their defensive prowess exceeds that of the Warriors. The majority of rebounds are claimed by the Nets. The focus now shifts to the Warriors' shooting consistency. With just over 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Curry finally sinks his first three-pointer, a remarkable long-range shot. However, the Warriors continue to struggle with their shooting, and their accuracy leaves much to be desired. As the first quarter concludes, the Nets lead 29-20, a 9-point advantage. Luo Feng felt relatively satisfied with the current situation. However, As the second quarter commenced, he emphasized the necessity of intensifying the pressure on the Warriors. The Warriors are a team that heavily relies on their shooting rhythm, and should they find their groove, it could swiftly turn the tide of the game. Luo Feng was determined not to make such a mistake. During the intermission at the end of the first quarter, he began to speak. The performance in the first quarter was commendable, but starting from the second quarter, you must elevate the intensity. Let us reduce their score a bit more. The players responded in unison, "No problem, coach." Luo Feng continued, stating that from this moment onward, they would implement a dual tower strategy. He utilized a tactical change card, instantly elevating the Brooklyn Nets' proficiency in the dual tower strategy to a remarkable 100. As the second quarter commenced, the Golden State Warriors initiated their offensive. Brown began to closely guard Curry, persistently employing subtle maneuvers. At that moment, Curry felt even more encumbered than in the first quarter. Warriors players incessantly moved forward to set screens for Curry, yet the Nets defended adeptly, leaving Curry utterly unable to shake off Brown. The other Warriors players were similarly stifled by the Nets' bolstered defense, resulting in the ball being passed only 2 or 3 times before a shot was taken. The rhythm reminiscent of their encounter with the Mavericks was entirely absent. Time slipped away, and the Warriors remained ensnared in a quagmire. This quarter proved to be a significant struggle for the Warriors. As the second quarter concluded, the Nets led 60-38, finishing the half with a 22-point advantage. At the TNT commentary booth, Barkley lamented, "The Warriors have undeniably struggled in this first half. If Kerr does not devise a more effective strategy to alter this situation, the Warriors may find themselves out of the game." On the side, O'Neal remarked, "Coach Luo Feng has undoubtedly prepared extensively. It will be exceedingly difficult for Kerr to break this deadlock. Do you think the Nets' dominance is merely a jest?" Chapter 74. Securing victory in Game 2 of the Finals. During halftime in the Warriors' locker room, head coach Kerr, with a serious expression, addressed his players. "Gentlemen, you cannot continue in this manner. If this farce persists, we are bound to lose the game. Curry, as the leader of this team, you must maintain your composure." Curry nodded solemnly, fully aware that he needed to rise to the occasion. Otherwise, the Warriors would drift further away from victory. Meanwhile, in the Nets' locker room, Luo Feng expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Gentlemen, our performance in the second quarter was commendable, yet I require you to sustain this momentum. Blake, in the second half, you shall continue to shadow Green's offensive plays until he is utterly exasperated." Upon hearing this, Durant promptly reassured Griffin, "Rest assured, my friend, I shall provide you with ample support. You need only focus on confronting him." Durant was particularly fired up to face Green, determined to confront him thoroughly. However, this match was not solely about him versus Green. Had it been, his enthusiasm would have been even greater. Just like in the first game, the more Green defended him, the more invigorated he became. He was eager to demonstrate to Green the caliber of player he truly was. Griffin, upon realizing the reason behind Durant's fervor, recalled how this incident had once stirred the entire league. He nodded and replied, "Coach, you can rest assured, I will ensure that Green experiences a living nightmare." As the third quarter commenced, the game quickly witnessed a brief explosion of energy from Curry, who swiftly netted 8 points, including 2 three-pointers and a jump shot. Nevertheless, this was still within Luo Feng's acceptable limits, for in the realm of basketball, it is impossible to prevent the opposing team from scoring entirely. Luo Feng gestured to the players to remain composed. Durant, meanwhile, shouted on the court, urging his teammates to stay calm, assuring them that this was merely a momentary lapse from Curry and there was no need for concern. Durant fulfilled his role as the leader of the team admirably. He continued to shine, scoring through three-pointers, mid-range shots, and layups, leaving the Warriors struggling to keep up. Before long, the third quarter concluded with the Nets leading 92-77, a 15-point advantage. Luo Feng continued to strategize on defense, while the offensive tactics needed no further adjustment. The Twin Towers strategy proved exceptionally effective, leaving Green and Looney nearly bewildered. With no other recourse, Kerr had to substitute the 2 players. Subsequently, he brought in his bench teammates. As for Curry, Thompson, and Wiggins, they struggled to close the gap, aside from Wiggins performing somewhat adequately. The others continued to miss shots abysmally. Thus, Kerr had no choice but to concede the match. He replaced his players with substitutes, and Luo Feng did the same. However, the Nets bench players were formidable, featuring Simmons, Dragic, and Aldridge. Kerr's intention to rely on his bench to score was swiftly thwarted by Luo Feng's tactics, effectively nipping any hope in the bud. The game concluded with the Nets triumphing 115-93, a margin of 22 points. After the match, Griffin participated in an interview. The reporter inquired, "Griffin, your performance has fluctuated over the past few seasons, yet today you excelled. Moreover, your performance in the latter half of this season has been commendable. What are your thoughts on this situation?" Griffin, his voice somewhat choked, replied, "I acknowledge that my previous performances were not up to par, but since meeting Coach Luo Feng, I have rediscovered a new way to play. I am immensely grateful to him. The achievements I garnered today are entirely due to Coach Luo Feng. I merely showcased the results of my training. I also wish to express my gratitude to my family, for their support has enabled me to persevere. And to the fans, their presence allows me to pursue my dreams in Brooklyn." Domestic fans watching the live broadcast inundated the screen with comments. "Griffin truly represents my youth. Remember when he was a regular in the top 5 place? Watching Griffin's dunks is simply a delight. The key is that the Nets have won again, and decisively at that, which is quite remarkable. My Warriors are about to be taken down by the Nets. Our coach Rabbit is indeed impressive. It seems Luo Feng is on the verge of becoming the first Chinese coach in the NBA. If that happens, it would be a sensational event back home. Has the Basketball Association not reacted yet?" Upon returning home, Luo Feng soon heard a knock at his bedroom door. When he opened it, he found Chen Lin, a reporter from CC5, standing before him. Luo Feng, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What brings Chen Lin here?" Chen Lin, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest. Coach Luo Feng, the situation is as follows. Chairman Yao has arrived in New York. Would it be convenient for you to meet with him? If you prefer not to venture out, I could arrange for Chairman Yao to come here directly, or we could find a nearby CAF to converse." Upon hearing that Chairman Yao had arrived in New York, Luo Feng felt it was only appropriate to pay a visit. He held a profound respect for this predecessor who had ventured into the NBA alone. After all, they were merely a player and a coach, respectively. Luo Feng nodded and replied, "All right, that sounds good. Let us find a nearby CAF to sit down." His demeanor was marked by a balanced composure, neither servile nor arrogant, reflecting his distaste for the prevailing attitude of fawning over authority figures, even one as esteemed as Chairman Yao. Chen Lin immediately chimed in, "Sure, Coach Luo. Let us head to the CAF nearby, as Chairman Yao happens to be in the vicinity as well." Consequently, Luo Feng followed Chen Lin to a nearby CAF. Upon entering, Luo Feng encountered Chairman Yao, who stood to greet him with a handshake, saying, "Hello, I am Chairman Yao." Luo Feng immediately replied, "Hello, I am Luo Feng." Chairman Yao chuckled and said, "The esteemed name of Coach Luo resonates profoundly." Luo Feng promptly clasped his hands and replied, "Chairman Yao, you are being too courteous." Chairman Yao took a sip of his coffee and said, "Coach Luo, I am not one for beating around the bush. I prefer to speak plainly." Luo Feng nodded and said, "Chairman Yao, I am one who appreciates candidness, so please feel free to speak your mind. It makes our conversation more comfortable." Chairman Yao then replied, "Since you are straightforward, I will be equally direct. I have come to seek your assistance during the off-season. I would like you to return to our country to help train our basketball players. As you are aware, the current situation of domestic male basketball players is quite troubling, and I would greatly appreciate it if you could impart your advanced experience to elevate their skills. Of course, I am aware of your contract with the Nets, so we are merely asking for your help in training." Chapter 75, the commencement of Game 3 of the Finals. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng found that it largely echoed what Chen Lin had conveyed to him. There seemed to be no issue with the matter. Engaging in communication was perfectly acceptable. Moreover, if it could indeed elevate the standard of the domestic men's basketball team, Luo Feng was quite willing to contribute. Luo Feng also expressed his concerns. "Chairman Yao, I have no objections to the training aimed at enhancing their skills. However, if the responsibility for training is entrusted to me, then regardless of the player's performance, the final decision must rest with me. If there are any interventions in my training methods or if the players do not adhere to my directives, I will unequivocally resign." Luo Feng's words were quite candid. He asserted that if he were to take charge, then the decision-making would rest solely with him. Should anyone interfere with his work, he would unhesitatingly walk away. He harbored a profound disdain for certain detrimental practices prevalent in the country. However, he had previously communicated with Chairman Yao to ensure that potential conflicts and awkwardness could be avoided. Chairman Yao, being a straightforward individual, agreed to the terms, stating that he would consult with their team manager to discuss matters of mutual interest. After Luo Feng concluded discussions with Chairman Yao, he returned to rest. Meanwhile, Chun Lin excitedly exclaimed, "Chairman Yao has succeeded." Chairman Yao nodded in agreement, expressing, "It is indeed wonderful. Though it is regrettable that such an exceptional coach cannot take the helm domestically. I yearn for talents of this caliber to lead our national teams." Chun Lin interjected, "There will always be opportunities in the future." On June 9th, the Brooklyn Nets ventured to the Chase Center in Oakland to challenge the Golden State Warriors, marking the third confrontation of the playoff finals. The lineups for both teams remained unchanged from the previous match. In the TNT commentary booth, the host inquired, "Returning to the Warriors' home court, what are your thoughts on this game?" Shaquille O'Neal chuckled heartily, stating, "Isn't it obvious? The Nets will win this game." However, Charles Barkley shook his head and remarked, "I see it differently. The Warriors have the home court advantage, and I believe they will prevail in this match." The host continued, "I recall that prior to the finals, everyone made predictions. What were your respective forecasts for the total score?" O'Neal confidently declared, 4-0, do I even need to say more? Barkley, slightly embarrassed, responded, "I predicted 4-3 in favor of the Nets." The host noted, "It seems you two have similar predictions, only differing in the scoreline." O'Neal immediately countered, "Of course they are different. A 4-0 is a complete domination, do you understand?" The host quickly intervened, "Why must you two be at odds?" Upon entering the Chase Center, one was greeted by a sea of golden hues, the proud home of the Warriors. Nevertheless, the Nets were not without their supporters. Stephen had paid a hefty price for a ticket to this playoff game. Clad in a Nets jersey, Stephen stood out as an anomaly among the crowd. Luo Feng, upon entering the players' tunnel, immediately spotted Stephen. With a hint of exasperation, he rubbed his forehead, pondering that having such fervent supporters might not always be a blessing. Luo Feng addressed the Brooklyn Nets staff beside him, urging, "Please promptly arrange for the fans seated behind us to be moved to our bench." The Nets staff member looked on, bewildered. Luo Feng elucidated, "Hurry and make the arrangements. With him donning our Nets jersey amidst those Warriors fans, it would be a miracle if he escapes unscathed." The Nets staff promptly set to work on this matter. As the game commenced, Drummond and Looney faced off for the jump ball. Unsurprisingly, it was Drummond who made contact with the ball first. Subsequently, Mills orchestrated the Nets' offense. Mills dribbled past half court, with Griffin seeking the ball at the arc. Upon receiving it, Griffin initiated a forceful drive to the basket. Green defended against Griffin, yet his performance remained subpar. This was precisely why Luo Feng opted not to alter the lineup. Luo Feng had already observed from the sidelines the dismal state of Green. Griffin made a direct breakthrough, forcefully driving to the basket to score. During this maneuver, Green attempted to impede Griffin's progress, resulting in the referee calling a 2-1 foul against him. Indignant, Green approached the referee to contest the decision, but the official paid him no heed. Meanwhile, Curry orchestrated the Warriors' offense, and as he crossed half court, he swiftly launched a three-point shot. Fortune favored him, as the ball swished through the net effortlessly. Luo Feng glanced at the panel and observed that Curry's current performance rating stood at an impressive 95. This was indeed a remarkably high status value. Presently, Luo Feng held only one card radiating with potential, yet he possessed two recently acquired defensive cards. There remained one superstar card, one stamina card, and two tactical cards. This constituted the entirety of Luo Feng's current arsenal. Provided that he executed his strategy with finesse, securing victory in the final two matches would be entirely feasible. However, given the prevailing circumstances, it appeared that another card would be necessary. Luo Feng promptly utilized the formidable momentum card, maintaining an unwavering state of full morale for an entire half. However, the Nets were not inclined to concede. Durant, positioning himself at the arc, swiftly received the ball and launched an immediate three-point shot, which found its mark. In the first quarter, both teams displayed an equally matched contest, ending with a score of 30-30. As Luo Feng swiftly organized his tactical maneuvers, he addressed Brown in the second quarter. "I do not wish to see Curry operating with such ease. Keep a close watch on him." The Warriors exuded an air of desperation. Yet our Nets would not back down, applying defensive pressure to subdue them. On the offensive front, I instructed them to relentlessly target Green, to dismantle him. After all, Coach Kerr has yet to learn his lesson. As the second quarter commenced, Luo Feng decisively implemented the card flame defense. This relentless half-court pressure would constrict the Warriors, rendering them breathless. The players of the Nets exhibited a transformation, their expressions brimming with aggression and intensity, leading to numerous turnovers by the Warriors. By the end of the half, the Nets held a commendable lead of 72-55, a 17-point advantage. At the TNT commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal chuckled. See, I knew Coach Luo had something up his sleeve. Just when you think the Nets are predictable, he surprises you with the unexpected. Charles Barkley, covering his face, conceded, all right. I must admit it's quite challenging for the Warriors to secure a victory. He continued, now I have to acknowledge that Luo Feng is indeed a remarkable coach. The Nets' success under his guidance is truly commendable. O'Neal retorted, buddy, I've always supported Coach Luo, right from the very beginning. As the third quarter began, Curry continued to orchestrate the Warriors' offense, while Brown closely guarded him. He relentlessly constricted Curry's dribbling space, maintaining a distance that thwarted easy breakthroughs. Naturally, minor fouls were a regular occurrence, preventing Curry from dribbling effectively. With no other option, Curry passed the ball to Thompson, who then relayed it to Wiggins. Wiggins prepared for a one-on-one play, but Durant, defending him, ensured it wouldn't be a walk in the park. Durant applied constant pressure on Wiggins, making even a simple turn a challenge. Wiggins attempted a forceful layup but was met with a resounding rejection from Durant. Tom slipped by, and the Warriors gradually fell silent while the Nets seized the upper hand. Curry's shooting touch seemed extinguished. He missed, Thompson followed suit. And then Green took his turn, each player failing to find the net in succession. The bench players mirrored this struggle, with Poole also misfiring. Coach Kerr felt a wave of despair wash over him. In truth, Curry fared slightly better, as his constant movement and screens occasionally afforded him opportunities. However, his teammates, even when presented with chances, were unable to convert. The shooting consistency that Kerr often emphasized seemed to vanish for these players during this match. As the third quarter concluded, the Nets led 96-60, a staggering 36-point margin. Ordinarily, such a significant lead would spell the end of the contest. Yet, Kerr was not ready to concede. And neither were the Warriors, for defeat would corner them into a dire situation. Curry had logged 30 minutes on the court, his pace noticeably slowing. Brown, too, was nearing exhaustion. He had remained on the court as long as Curry. Defense, after all, is far more taxing than offense. However, the Warriors were now operating on sheer willpower, as the battle came down to endurance. Luo Feng inquired with concern, can Brown endure? Brown, gasping for breath, replied, yes. As long as Curry is on the court, I can successfully defend against him. Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. Brown was akin to a cherished disciple. Every training regimen he outlined was executed with meticulous attention, and at times, he even engaged in additional practice. Luo Feng once privately conveyed to him that if a basketball player lacks innate talent, the sole avenue to enhance their abilities lies in relentless training. Only by training more rigorously and extensively than others can one hope to catch up to their peers. Brown exemplified this approach. Luo Feng patted Brown on the shoulder and remarked, Curry can no longer withstand the pressure. His physical condition is evidently waning. Now, what remains is a contest of unwavering willpower. Only the one with the strongest resolve can attain victory. As the fourth quarter commenced, Mills dribbled past half-court while Griffin continued to assertively position himself against Green. The Nets employed a twin tower strategy with Griffin on the court, transitioning to a Princeton offense when he took a breather. In the first 3 quarters, Griffin played nearly 20 minutes, yet in that span, he nearly rendered Green ineffective. In terms of strength, Green was no match for Griffin. With the ball, Griffin forcefully advanced, pushing Green back. Reluctantly, Looney stepped in to provide help defense. Griffin swiftly passed the ball to Drummond, who effortlessly scored with a bank shot. Curry dribbled, but his steps had noticeably slowed. Brown persistently harried Curry, preventing him from maneuvering effectively. With his mobility compromised, Curry could only pass the ball to Thompson. Thompson excelled without the ball, but struggled somewhat when in possession. Mills' defense further complicated matters for Thompson, who found it challenging to penetrate the paint. Upon attempting to pass out, the open man was Green. Griffin's defense focused on thwarting Green's incursions into the key. Remarkably, when not closely guarded, Green was audacious enough to attempt a three-pointer, which ricocheted off the rim. Drummond secured the rebound and quickly dispatched the ball to Mills, who advanced it to the Warriors' half and distributed it to Durant, stationed in the corner. Durant rose and decisively sank a three-pointer. With 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Nets had expanded their lead to 41 points. At this juncture, Kerr called a timeout and substituted in the bench players, effectively conceding the game. Kerr, feeling exasperated, realized his players were simply not in form, making it impossible to secure a win. Ultimately, the Nets triumphed with a score of 125-95, achieving a 30-point victory. In the TNT commentary booth, Barkley exclaimed in disbelief, "This is utterly outrageous. I've never witnessed the Warriors perform so poorly. Are they even trying?" Aside from Stephen Curry, No other player appeared to be in the game. O'Neal chuckled. Buddy, you've missed the point. It's due to the Nets' defensive intensity. The Nets' pressure has left the Warriors gasping for breath. They rely heavily on consistency and shooting accuracy, and once the defensive intensity escalated, their shooting became erratic. Post-game, Durant participated in a press interview. A reporter inquired, "Congratulations on your third-game victory. Durant, how do you feel at this moment?" Though fatigued, Durant expressed his joy, stating, "While I feel immensely tired, I am incredibly pleased to have won the game. However, this is not the final match, so I have yet to fully relax. I must maintain my current focus as we approach the last game." Regarding the final game, Coach Luo Feng, "What are your plans?" Durant replied, somewhat bemused, "I am unaware of the coach's specific strategies, but I will execute each tactic and command flawlessly." The live chat erupted with excitement. Nets are phenomenal. Durant, forever a legend. Nets are destined for the championship. Irving can still snag a title with this team? What does that have to do with him? Indeed. Winning this match had nothing to do with him. Coach Luo Feng was on the cusp of receiving his crown. I truly hope he leads the national team. As the game concluded, Boss Kai's call reached Luo Feng's phone. Boss Kai stated, "Luo Feng, your performance today was exceptional. You've dismantled the Warriors in such a manner." Luo Feng humbly remarked, "Boss Kai is merely acknowledging the remarkable prowess of our team." Chapter 77, Commercial Collaboration. Boss Kai laughed heartily. "Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You are the most suitable coach for the Nets. My 10 million is already prepared, awaiting your triumph in the match, at which point I shall transfer it to your account without delay." Luo Feng, naturally, did not hold back, expressing his gratitude to Boss Kai in advance. Boss Kai continued, "However, this summer may require a bit more effort on your part. Chairman Yao reached out to me, and I believe our Nets team can certainly collaborate with the Rabbit Basketball Association. Of course, this also stems from my modest personal desire to utilize the limited influence I possess to give back to my homeland, which I find rather commendable." Luo Feng responded, "Boss Kai, there is no issue. I am entirely amenable to utilizing the off-season for this purpose. Like you, I am quite willing to contribute my modest strengths in service to our homeland." Boss Kai then shifted the conversation, stating, "That is acceptable. But it must not impede our Brooklyn Nets upcoming season matches, as our team has become increasingly reliant on you. Matters of business will be handled by Marks. Your focus should solely be on managing the players." Luo Feng hesitated and said, "Boss Kai, I fear that training them alone may pose quite a challenge." Boss Kai teased, "Come now, just speak plainly. Why beat around the bush with me?" Luo Feng hesitated before speaking. "Boss Kai, I have grown quite accustomed to our Nets coaching staff." Boss Kai immediately grasped Luo Feng's intent and jestingly retorted, "All right, I understand your point. Just take the entire coaching team with you. Besides, aren't you romantically involved with Humphrey's daughter? Can't you manage even this small matter? As for the expenses, fret not. The Rabbit Basketball Association will generously cover a substantial sum for the salaries of your coaching staff." Since everything is already arranged, Luo Feng had no objections. Meanwhile, Aisha sat with her close friend, engrossed in the match. Upon the Nets securing victory, she was nearly leaping with joy. With a triumphant grin, she declared to her friend, "My boyfriend is the head coach of the Nets. This remarkable achievement is entirely due to him." Her friend chuckled and replied, "You cheeky girl. Regardless of his actual contribution, you would claim it as his, wouldn't you?" Aisha promptly countered, "Of course, it absolutely is his credit." Luo Feng returned to New York with his team. As he dragged his weary body home, he discovered that Aisha was there. Upon seeing Luo Feng, Aisha greeted him with a long kiss and then embraced him, saying, "Luo, I always knew you could do it." Luo Feng confidently proclaimed, "In this regard, I have truly never feared anyone. I am determined to lead the Nets to victory in the championship." He then added, "By the way, Aisha, during the break, I shall make a trip to the land of rabbits, and your father will accompany me." Aisha inquired with curiosity, "Why?" Luo Feng remarked, "Our Nets team has embarked on a collaboration with the Rabbit Basketball Association. If you're inclined, you may accompany me. You are aware that I am a citizen of Rabbit Nation, and it has been quite some time since I last returned to my homeland. Should you wish, you could join me on this journey, as I am quite familiar with the place. Of course, you could also perceive it as an opportunity for travel and broadening your horizons." Aisha pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat disheartened, and replied, "Luo, I would dearly love to accompany you, but your purpose is work, and I do not wish to intrude. Furthermore, I must also work during the summer to earn some money." Luo Feng embraced Aisha and said, "Aisha, there is no need for concern. The prize money I have received is quite substantial, and once I secure the championship title in the finals, there will be an even larger sum awaiting me. Therefore, you need not worry." Aisha, with a resolute demeanor, replied, "Luo, we are not yet married. I cannot simply rely on your finances." Luo Feng genuinely yearns to embark on the journey alongside Aisha. Luo Feng then said, "How about this, Aisha? Consider the money from the rabbit as a loan from me. In return, you can repay it by serving as my assistant coach." After contemplating for a moment, Aisha nodded in agreement, not wishing to part ways with Luo Feng. The next morning, Humphreys cast a discontented glance at Luo Feng. Luo Feng inquired with a hint of confusion, "Hung Fullis, is there something on my face?" Hung Fullis retorted with a touch of irritation, "Luo, Aisha did not return last night. I would like to ask you what the situation is regarding this matter." Luo Feng experienced a sensation akin to being caught red-handed by his father-in-law. Luo Feng hastily clarified, "Aisha merely spent the night at my place. We slept in separate rooms." Humphreys snorted dismissively, asserting that cohabitation was acceptable, yet she must prioritize her studies. He added, "Furthermore, be mindful not to conceive so early. Luo, you are currently striving for success in your career and have little time to devote to family." Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief, realizing that it was like this. Luo Feng nodded and said, "Rest assured, Humphreys, I shall treat Aisha with utmost care. By the way, regarding the lawyer's break during the merger, you might need to bring our entire coaching team along. We are destined for a trip to Bunny Country." Humphreys inquired with confusion, "Why?" Luo Feng elucidated that our Nets team has collaborated with the Basketball Association of the Rabbit Nation. In the upcoming off-season, we are set to travel there to conduct a unified training program for their men's basketball team lasting 2 to 3 months. Naturally, the players will also be engaged in a series of commercial activities. Humphreys, however, had no objections, though he insisted on clarifying certain matters. Thus, "How shall we determine the remuneration for our personnel?" Luo Feng smiled and said, "Rest assured, the rewards will be substantial." Humphreys replied with satisfaction, "In that case, there should be no issues. I shall consider it a chance to earn some extra income. The main concern is to address any apprehensions the others may have." Today marked yet another day of routine training, and upon its conclusion, Luo Feng gathered everyone together to deliver a motivational speech, essentially a dose of encouragement. "Dear teammates, we are on the brink of our final match. I have consistently asserted to the outside world that we will triumph over our opponents with a score of 4-0. I earnestly hope that each of you will uphold this promise. We must not allow any setbacks to hinder our path to the championship. I am aware that some may choose to depart from the Nets after securing the championship title. When that time comes, I will wish them all the best in their future endeavors. However, our immediate focus must be on winning the match the day after tomorrow. Only then will you possess the leverage to consider your next steps. If we falter, then all will be for naught. For the next couple of days, I expect no disturbances, no venturing into nightclubs or bars. Devote yourselves entirely to preparing for this final contest." Chapter 78. The fourth game of the finals. Luo Feng exchanged the necessary pleasantries, ensuring that these individuals would not falter at critical moments. Should anyone dare to contravene these regulations, Luo Feng would unhesitatingly relegate them to the bench indefinitely. On June 11th, the Nets continued their away challenge against the Warriors, marking the fourth contest of the playoff finals between the two teams. At the TNT commentary booth, the host remarked, "We have reached the fourth game, and it is highly probable that today's match may culminate in the final showdown of the finals. Of course, this is merely a possibility. It could also signify the Warriors' resurgence in the series." Shaquille O'Neal interjected, "This match will undoubtedly be the last." Charles Barkley countered, "I disagree. The Warriors will surely triumph in this game. They cannot afford to be swept away. If they lose, their postseason will conclude. And I believe they will not surrender so easily." In the Warriors' locker room prior to the match, Coach Kerr addressed the players, "Gentlemen, we stand once again on the grand stage of the finals. Are you willing to be swept 4-0 by our opponents?" Players such as Curry, Thompson, and Green clenched their jaws. None wished to be eliminated in such a manner. They not only sought to avoid being swept but aspired to overturn the odds and secure a 4-3 victory. Meanwhile, in the Nets locker room, Luo Feng continued to assume the role of motivational speaker. "Brothers, we have already faced 3 matches, and I hope we can decisively claim this one. Winning 4-1 is a vastly different concept from a 4-0 victory. We must establish our dynasty. A 4-0 sweep signifies our overwhelming dominance. I need not elaborate further. The Warriors will undoubtedly fight with their backs against the wall, presenting us with significant challenges, so I urge everyone to summon their spirit and fight until the final moment. Boss Kai once inquired why we did not return home to clinch the championship. I replied, is there anything more ironic than winning the championship on the opponent's home turf? The game commenced with Draymond and Looney jumping for possession. As the whistle blew, both players leaped simultaneously, but Draymond made contact first, directing the ball to Mills. Mills dribbled past half-court, with Griffin positioning himself in the paint. Mills swiftly passed the ball to Griffin, who immediately began backing down Green. Pushed by Griffin. Green found himself near the paint, and Looney had no choice but to come up for the double team. If left unchecked, Griffin would easily score with a layup. As Looney approached for the double team, Griffin executed a swift behind-the-back pass to Draymond, who caught the ball and delivered a powerful two-handed dunk. The Nets were first to score. Curry orchestrated the Warriors' offense, with Brown quickly closing in on him. Utilizing a pick-and-roll with Thompson, Curry shook off Brown and, with a quick burst of speed, created some space against Mills. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a three-pointer from a considerable distance, which found the net. Curry's performance was electrifying. He opened the game with a long-range three-pointer. Luo Feng remained unperturbed. The Warriors' performance in this match was indeed justified. Had they not approached the game in this manner, the Nets would have effortlessly secured victory. Luo Feng had already anticipated this scenario well in advance. Luo Feng made a gesture, signaling for pressure. Mills advanced to the half-court, while Griffin set a screen for Durant, allowing Mills to deliver the ball into Durant's hands. Green also switched to guard Durant. Facing Green, Durant executed a swift drive, culminating in a resounding dunk. Green was also charged with a foul against Durant. Thus, Durant completed a 2-1 play. Green, feeling frustrated, pondered why the focus seemed to be on him, reflecting that he had not been so aggressive on the defensive end. Luo Feng smiled. If the Warriors could not break the deadlock, this game would undoubtedly be claimed by his Nets. In truth, defeating the Warriors hinged on two pivotal factors, Curry and Green. Regarding Curry, Luo Feng had already assigned a dedicated individual to engage him, relentlessly exhausting his stamina. As for Green, he would soon become a target for the Nets, with Griffin and Durant alternating their assaults against him. On the offensive end, Luo Feng harbored no concerns, for Green posed no threat beyond the three-point line. He had lost his shooting prowess, which only heightened Luo Feng's confidence in this regard. Curry, besieged and feeling the pressure, passed the ball to Green at the top of the arc. Upon receiving the ball, Griffin immediately retreated inside the three-point line, clearly signaling his intent to allow Green to shoot at will. Green, feeling belittled, had never before been treated with such disdain. Refusing to accept this affront, he launched a three-pointer, which resulted in an embarrassing airball. Drummond effortlessly secured the rebound and passed it to Mills, who continued orchestrating the Nets' offense. Wiggins, unfortunately, seemed lackluster today. For minutes into the game, he appeared almost invisible. Meanwhile, Steven cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines, fully embracing his role as a member of the Nets coaching staff. Luo Feng found himself in quite a predicament, surrounded by the fervent fans of the Brooklyn Nets. One could only imagine the consequences had he been amidst the throng of Golden State Warriors supporters. He would undoubtedly have faced a tumultuous reception. Alas, to ensure the safety of the Nets loyalist, Luo Feng felt compelled to endure the situation. Nevertheless, there remained a handful of Nets enthusiasts present, merely a modest fraction within the vast sea of Warriors fans. As the first quarter concluded, the Nets held a slender lead of 33-30, outpacing the Warriors by a mere 3 points. Luo Feng was acutely aware that the Warriors would mount a formidable counterattack in this match. Furthermore, it was the final game, and he had no intention of postponing the resolution of any issues until the next encounter. Following yesterday's victory, Luo Feng had successfully completed his mission, achieving an impressive streak of 40 consecutive wins. He had also received the corresponding rewards for this milestone, including 2 coveted player skill replication cards. The system had not issued any new tasks. It appeared that he could only focus on completing the final objective. The last task presented by the system was to secure the championship title for the season. Attaining this championship would elevate his coaching level, a feat that now required an immense amount of experience. The system's initiative to offer a level upgrade was quite favorable in Luo Feng's eyes, though he remained uncertain about the benefits that such an elevation would entail. Regardless, he eagerly anticipated the outcome. As the second quarter commenced, Luo Feng employed a freezing defense strategy. This tactic would render the opponent's shooting cold, resulting in missed shots while simultaneously enhancing his team's defensive capabilities by 20%. To further bolster his approach, he also utilized the Superstar card for Rodman on Brown. Superstar card, Rodman, This card bestows a selected player on the court with Rodman's abilities, enhancing rebounding, stealing, blocking, defensive skills, and stamina by 20% each. Special skill. It can freeze an opposing player, rendering them incapable of utilizing their abilities. Luo Feng chuckled coldly. Cole, it's not that I refuse to give you a chance. It's simply that you have no way out. You were destined to lose this match. As the second quarter commenced, the Nets ramped up their intensity, applying relentless pressure on the Warriors. Instantly, the Warriors found themselves gasping for breath, with Brown effectively rendering Curry unable to shoot. His defense was impenetrable, leaving Curry unable to even attempt a shot. The Warriors made numerous attempts to free Curry through screens and switches, hoping to liberate him from Brown's grasp. Unfortunately, Rodman's dog defense left the Warriors utterly helpless, unable to extricate Curry from Brown's clutches. With no alternatives, Cole called a timeout to allow Curry a moment's respite. Meanwhile, Brown, full of energy, remained on the court, now targeting Poole. As Poole entered the game, he felt utterly overwhelmed, as Brown's defense stifled any chance of penetration. Consequently, the Warriors had no choice but to hand the ball to Thompson to orchestrate the offense. However, Thompson's playmaking was not on par with Curry's, rendering the Warriors' offense disjointed. The Nets continued to dominate, leaving the Warriors struggling to keep up. Cole decided to reintroduce Curry, but upon his return, he was immediately neutralized by Brown. As the second quarter concluded, the Nets led 69-40, a staggering 29-point advantage, with the Warriors mustering a mere 10 points. The commentators at the TNT booth were left in disbelief. O'Neal exclaimed, "I can't believe this. The Warriors scored only 10 points in the second quarter. This is historic. The lowest scoring in finals history." Barkley chimed in, "I don't know if it's their defensive prowess or if the Warriors have simply surrendered." O'Neal responded, "Is there really any question? It's undoubtedly their defensive strength. We can see how the Nets' defense has disrupted the Warriors' offense, suffocating them." He expressed admiration for Brown, likening him to Rodman, whose defensive style evoked a sense of suffocation. Barkley nodded in agreement, declaring, "I have a strong opinion on this. I know Rodman well, and Brown's current style is remarkably similar. It allows today's players to experience the defensive intensity we faced back in our day." The online broadcast sparked a frenzy. "Is this real? The Warriors only scored 10 points? The Nets' defense is astonishing, leaving the Warriors helpless." Fans lamented, "Why is my Warriors team being humiliated like this? I don't understand. Coach Luo Feng is extraordinary. How did he train these players? I plead for Coach Luo Feng to return to coach in our country." The commentator known as Whale, a staunch Warriors fan, was exasperated. "This Cole is a criminal. Does he even know how to strategize? Green is a liability. If he had any shooting ability, the Warriors wouldn't be struggling so badly. The Nets are playing dirty, and Brown's defense isn't even being called for fouls. It's exhausting carrying such a lackluster team forward. I can't fathom how he's managing." Whale's frustration reached a boiling point. During halftime, Cole felt he had nothing left to say. "Let's accept it as it is. If we can win, great. If not, so be it. It's already this dire, and I have no further plans." He decided to bench Green. On the other side, Luo Feng clapped his hands and said, "Gentlemen, maintain the defensive intensity and scoring ability from the second quarter. Look at how we've rendered them unable to retaliate. Continuing this rhythm, winning the championship in their home arena is the ultimate humiliation." Durant relished this sentiment, as he yearned to prove himself, much like Green and everyone else. If they were to claim the championship today, he would undoubtedly flaunt the trophy in front of Green. Relishing the moment, Luo Feng continued, "There is one more matter I wish to address with all of you, and that is to wholeheartedly assist Kevin in securing the FMVP in the second half. As for the reasons, I trust one need not elaborate further." All the players nodded in understanding, comprehending the coach's intentions. Durant, feeling somewhat moved, remarked, "Coach, there is no need for this. Whether I win the FMVP or not is of little consequence to me." Luo Feng raised his hand to interrupt Durant, asserting, "You may not care, but I certainly do. I am quite eager to witness you holding the FMVP trophy before Green." He continued, "In the second half, the entire team will wholeheartedly support you. Embrace the opportunity. I am the head coach, and I will dictate the arrangements." As the third quarter commenced, Curry continued to orchestrate the offense. Yet, Brown's defensive prowess had not waned. He approached and promptly froze Curry once more. Curry was utterly exasperated, having never experienced such a constricting style of play. However, he found himself powerless against Brown's exceptional defense. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to Poole. Although Poole and a few others were capable of maintaining possession, their shooting was woefully off target. Despite their attempts to create space through incessant passing, they simply could not convert their shots. As the third quarter concluded, the Nets had amassed an impressive 109 points, while the Warriors languished at a mere 55, an outcome most unexpected. The Nets led by a staggering 54 points. Luo Feng felt that there was no longer any need to continue the competition. He had achieved a resounding victory. Luo Feng substituted the entire bench lineup, ensuring that the opponents did not suffer an excessively humiliating defeat. However, others continued to make outrageous remarks, whether from the TNT commentary booth, the spectators present, or the fans watching from their televisions. Ultimately, the match concluded with the Nets triumphing over the Warriors with a score of 129-109, securing a 20-point lead and clinching the championship title with an overall score of 4-0. Chapter 8, We Are Champions. As the final whistle echoed, the players and coaches of the Nets surged onto the court. The Warriors players left in tears. Durant, in a moment of fervor, ran up to Green and exclaimed, "I can lead my team to victory. What are you worth?" He then joined his teammates in celebration. Luo Feng was lifted and thrown into the air by all the players. The arena was almost empty, with only a small group of Brooklyn Nets fans remaining to celebrate. Outside the Barclays Center, the large screen was filled with enthusiastic fans, and their cheers upon witnessing the Nets clinch the championship seemed poised to lift the roof off the venue. Fans joyfully embraced each other, loudly proclaiming, "We are the champions." However, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver wore a notably grim expression, as the Nets had diverged from the script he had anticipated. Ideally, the series should have extended to 7 games, a notion stemming from Silver's commercial perspective, which would have better served their interests. Yet, the Nets, top to bottom, disregarded Silver's expectations, primarily due to their overwhelming prowess. Subsequently, the Finals MVP award was presented, and, as expected, it was bestowed upon Kevin Durant. After receiving the accolade, Durant delivered his acceptance speech. "After all this time, I have finally fulfilled my dream. I knew I could achieve this aspiration. I thank my head coach and my teammates. Without them, we would not have secured the championship, nor would I have received this honor. I also wish to address all my doubters. I, Kevin Durant, can lead a team to a championship, and that is beyond dispute." Following the game, a press conference ensued, with Luo Feng and all the players in attendance. A reporter inquired, "Coach Luo, congratulations on leading the Nets to their first championship in many years. Could you share how you accomplished this?" Clearly in high spirits, Luo Feng responded with a smile. "How did we achieve this? It is undoubtedly the result of our collective effort, with every player and coach united as one. As for our training methods, perhaps you can come and observe when you have the time, though the off-season is fast approaching." Another reporter asked, "Coach Luo, regarding the arrangements for Kyrie Irving and Ben Simmons within the team, it has been reported that other teams are quite interested in Irving." Luo Feng chuckled and remarked, "Simmons is undoubtedly a member of the team, as you have observed. He has participated in both of the recent matches and will naturally be an indispensable part of the team next season. As for Irving, now that he has secured a championship, could we refrain from discussing such unfortunate matters? Regarding how he will organize the team, that will certainly be a matter for him to address. It is beyond my purview." Reporter, "Do you have any thoughts for the upcoming season, Coach Luo Feng?" Luo Feng remarked, "Our objective for the upcoming season remains unequivocal, to secure the championship. Shouldn't every team aspire to such a goal? Once they step onto the court, their sole aim is to triumph, to seize the championship." Subsequently, the Nets hurriedly returned to New York. Having clinched the championship, a celebratory parade was inevitable. The most disheartened individual in this scenario was undoubtedly Kyrie Irving. Upon hearing the news of the Nets' victory, he shattered his television in frustration. When he learned of Luo Feng's plans for him, his anger intensified. "Why? How could the Nets win the championship? How could they achieve this without me? Kevin Durant, you have betrayed our brotherhood." Irving was indignant. How could he not be? Meanwhile, the domestic fervor was palpable. The Hoopu forum buzzed with discussions. The Nets are remarkable. They are a quintessential example of a comeback. The first Chinese coach to win a championship. Luo Feng, come and teach the national team. Durant had realized his dream. Who said Durant could not lead a team to victory? Irving must be regretting his decisions. It seemed unlikely he would remain with the team next season. Owner Tsai was no longer the fool. Simmons had also capitulated. Chen Lin was utterly shocked, unable to comprehend how the Nets had achieved such a monumental victory. In the annals of NBA history, this was the first championship won by such a vast margin, with the opponents rendered utterly powerless. A city parade followed, and the Nets fans felt as though they were perpetually celebrating as the team consistently made history, bringing them joy. A week later, the coaching staff and players of the Nets embarked on their journey to the Rabbit Country. Initially, this endeavor had been kept under wraps. with no one aware of the plans. However, when the net staff and players boarded the plane, CC5 reported the news. Upon its release, the nation erupted in excitement. Astonished that their desires had come to fruition, Luo Feng, accompanied by the coaching staff and players, arrived at the venue. Naturally, this event was meticulously organized and attended by Chairman Yao himself. As the entire Nets team disembarked from the plane, the arrival hall was already brimming with enthusiastic fans. The first to emerge was Luo Feng, greeted by an uproarious chorus of cheers. Coach Luo Feng has truly arrived. How stunning. The most exceptional Chinese coach in history. As Luo Feng walked, he greeted the fans and took the opportunity to sign a few autographs. Each time a player from the Brooklyn Nets emerged, the crowd erupted in cheers. Subsequently, Luo Feng attended a press conference held by the Nets in collaboration with the Basketball Association, where Chairman Yao was also present. All relevant domestic media were in attendance, eager to witness the remarkable coach, the illustrious champion coach. Before long, Chairman Yao introduced Luo Feng at the press conference, stating, "I believe you have heard some whispers. Indeed, we have reached a series of collaborations with the Brooklyn Nets. Our NBA championship coach, Luo Feng, will provide our national team with 2 months of training, during which Nets players will also engage with our team." Fans watching the live broadcast flooded the comments with enthusiasm. "Chairman Yao is incredible," they exclaimed, sensing his understanding of their sentiments. They were eager to see how Coach Luo would enhance the national team, with many believing it would elevate their performance by at least 12 levels. Chairman Yao continued, "This situation is unavoidable. I initially intended to invite Coach Luo to head the national team, but as an assistant coach, he is bound by his contract with the Nets. However, we have successfully secured his assistance for training, and I am confident that the players will experience significant improvement. Simultaneously, the Basketball Association will further engage in a series of business collaborations with the Brooklyn Nets, the specifics of which will be announced in due course." A reporter inquired, "Chairman Yao, will we be allowed to interview during the training sessions?" Chairman Yao glanced at Luo Feng, who replied, "You may come for photos and interviews during the first 2 days, but thereafter, we must maintain focus during training. You can observe when the national team competes against the Nets." After the press conference, Chairman Yao led Luo Feng and the entire Nets team to their hotel for a day of rest before they would head to the national team's training site the following day. Chairman Yao had already informed national team coach Du Feng to ensure that the players approached this opportunity with an open mind, learning from those with proven success. As winning an NBA championship is no trivial feat naturally, Du Feng conveyed this news to the national team players, igniting excitement among them at the prospect of receiving training from an NBA championship coach. The next day, the entire Nets team, guided by Basketball Association staff, arrived at the national team's training venue, where Chairman Yao awaited them alongside Coach Du Feng and his coaching staff. Aisha had now transformed into Luo Feng's assistant coach. Luo Feng stepped forward to shake hands with Chairman Yao, saying, "Chairman Yao, you have truly arrived quite early." Chairman Yao chuckled heartily, responding, "With a champion coach like you showing such respect, how could I not come early?" He then continued, "Allow me to introduce you to our current head coach of the men's basketball team, Du Feng." Luo Feng extended his hand to Du Feng, stating, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Coach Du. In my youth, I often watched you play on television." Du Feng, taken aback by Luo Feng's youthful appearance, marveled at how the Yangtze River's surging waves bring forth new talent, noting the emergence of such a young champion coach in the NBA. "Coach Luo, you are too modest." "I had no idea you were so youthful," he replied. Chairman Yao interjected, "Allow me to introduce Coach Luo, who will be training our national men's basketball team in the future. He brings invaluable experience from the NBA, Coach Du. So you should take the opportunity to learn from him." Luo Feng promptly replied, "I dare not presume. This is merely an opportunity for us to engage in more dialogue and share our experiences. Allow me to introduce you to our esteemed coaching staff, as well as the players of our Nets team. Shortly, the players will also have the chance to converse amongst themselves. It can be said that our coaching team is exceptionally well-equipped, with a comprehensive configuration. Admittedly, the facilities here at home are somewhat rudimentary." After Luo Feng's introduction, he said, "Let us set aside other matters for now and first meet our basketball players." Coach Du Feng then led Chairman Yao, Luo Feng, the coaching staff, and the players from the Brooklyn Nets to the training facility. Upon arriving at the training ground, Coach Du Feng blew his whistle to gather everyone. All the male basketball players swiftly assembled. Coach Du Feng addressed Chairman Yao, saying, "These individuals before you are the 14 players who will represent us in the upcoming Asian Cup and World Qualifiers." Chairman Yao nodded and began his speech. "Today, I have the honor of inviting Coach Luo Feng, the head coach of the NBA championship-winning Brooklyn Nets, to conduct our training. His ability to lead the Nets to victory is a testament to his exceptional training methods. So I urge everyone to approach this opportunity with an open mind and learn diligently. Now, let us welcome Coach Luo Feng to share a few words with us. Luo Feng began, "Greetings to all. Today marks our first encounter, and I sense your curiosity regarding how I managed to lead the Nets to a championship victory. Beyond the undeniable prowess of the Nets players, I attribute part of our success to my training capabilities. Some may question the competence of such a youthful coach. What could he possibly know? I assure you, my understanding far surpasses that of any of you. I possess a deeper insight into your abilities than you may have of yourselves. I am well acquainted with the statistics of every player on our team, their speed, their capabilities, their weaknesses, and their strengths. While I cannot promise that this training will transform you into extraordinary athletes, I can certainly assist you in making tangible progress. At this moment," Iloan interjected, "I concede that the players of the Nets are formidable. However, as for your coaching prowess, we have yet to witness it. And thus we remain uncertain of its extent." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng immediately realized that Du Feng had deliberately instructed the players to put him in a difficult position. However, it was of little consequence, merely a trivial matter. Chairman Yao, with a hint of displeasure, remarked, "Iloan, what are you saying? Are you capable of playing in the NBA? Can you secure a championship?" Luo Feng quickly intervened, saying, "Chairman Yao, it is perfectly understandable for the players to have minor uncertainties." The players of the Nets were not overly concerned about Luo Feng's reputation, for his prowess was well established. However, deep down, they too were curious to see if their head coach would truly falter. Luo Feng nonchalantly remarked, "In truth, I need not go out of my way to prove anything to you, for the mere fact that Chairman Yao has invited me speaks volumes. Today, I am in good spirits, so I shall indeed demonstrate my abilities. How would you like me to prove it?" Iloan, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, suggested, "I may not be well versed in other aspects, so let us compete in shooting three-pointers. We shall each attempt 10 shots, and if you can score 5, I shall concede your prowess." His words posed a challenge, as not all coaches share the same background as domestic head coaches, many of whom are former basketball players. The players of the Nets watched with amused expressions. One remarked, "Do you think the head coach will falter?" "I believe he might. I have never seen a head coach shoot a basketball. While we acknowledge his high coaching acumen, playing the game is a different matter altogether." At this moment, Aisha, displeased, interjected, "How can you all speak so of Luo Feng? He's your head coach." The Nets players, well aware of Aisha's relationship with Luo Feng, recognized her loyalty. Durant chuckled, "Aisha, since Coach Luo is your boyfriend, it is only natural you would defend him." Curry chimed in, "Exactly. You're certainly on the coach's side." Chapter 82. The education of three-pointers. Aisha promptly countered, "Who says Luo Feng cannot play or shoot? He not only plays but does so with remarkable precision." Mills, taken aback, responded, "Really, Aisha? The coach has never showcased that in our presence." Aisha, her frustration palpable, retorted, "When Luo Feng and I visited a local court, he engaged in a one-on-one match and emerged victorious." Brown quickly added, "I always suspected the coach was a man of hidden talents. I never imagined he could hold his own in a one-on-one duel." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that this fellow was deliberately trying to make things difficult for him. Were it not for his own system, he might have truly fallen victim to this predicament. Upon this, Luo Feng swiftly utilized his star skill replication card, mirroring Curry's exceptional shooting technique. Once the replication was complete, he immediately applied it to himself. In an instant, Luo Feng mastered Curry's remarkable ability to shoot three-pointers from an extraordinary distance. Luo Feng confidently stated, "No problem. Let us give it a try." Chairman Yao attempted to voice his objections, yet Luo Feng preemptively replied, "It's all right, Chairman Yao. We're just here to have some fun." Soon, 10 basketballs were arranged on the court. Iloan turned to Luo Feng and inquired, "Coach Luo, shall you go first or shall I?" With a smile, Luo Feng remarked, "Please go ahead. Allow me to observe the shooting proficiency of our national men's basketball team." Thus, Iloan positioned himself at the apex of the three-point arc and commenced his attempts. In truth, there were no stipulations regarding the precise location from which they were to shoot, granting Iloan the opportunity to exploit a loophole, as his forte lay in the very center of the three-point line. Before long, he had completed his 10 shots, achieving an impressive success rate of 8 out of 10, equating to an 80 accuracy. It soon became Luo Feng's turn to take his shots. Luo Feng removed his outer garment, stretched his arms and legs, and then made his way to the court. Aisha couldn't help but shout from the sidelines, "Go, Luo Feng." Luo Feng made a direct gesture indicating approval, then proceeded to the location of the basket containing 10 balls, dragging the hoop towards the center line. Everyone was perplexed, questioning what Coach Luo Feng was attempting to accomplish. Could it be that he deemed this position insufficiently distant? Their speculations proved accurate, as Luo Feng indeed chose a spot devoid of any challenge. Consequently, he positioned the hoop at the center line, a location where Curry excels remarkably. Luo Feng picked up a basketball from the hoop and weighed it in his hands before taking a shot. The ball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc, and swished through the net with ease. A profound silence enveloped the arena, leaving even the players from the nets in stunned disbelief. Not to mention the members of the national team. Durant nudged Mills, asking him to clarify the astonishing reality of the situation. Could Coach Luo truly make such a distant three-pointer? Then, Luo Feng proceeded to retrieve each basketball from the hoop, launching them one by one. Each shot elegantly arced through the air, finding its mark with flawless precision. After 10 attempts, he achieved an impeccable record of 10 for 10. Guadailuan stood there, utterly astonished, as Coach Luo seemed to channel the spirit of Curry, effortlessly sinking long-range three-pointers as if it were child's play. Chairman Yao, Du Feng, and the others were equally dumbfounded, amazed by this unexpected display of skill from Coach Luo. After completing his shots, Luo Feng turned to Guadailuan and asked, "Do I now possess the qualifications to instruct you? Or, if you remain unconvinced, we can continue to compete until you acknowledge my superiority." Guadailuan, well aware of the remarkable prowess displayed in such shooting, promptly replied, "Coach Luo Feng, I concede. I am entirely and unequivocally convinced." Luo Feng cast a glance at the other male basketball players, inquiring if any among them harbored discontent. If so, they were welcome to step forward and compete against him. The other players hastily shook their heads, unwilling to face such a formidable opponent. Aisha shouted, "Luo, I knew you would triumph." Chairman Yao pointed at Aisha and asked, "Who is this?" Luo Feng remarked with a smile, "Our Team S assistant coach." Chairman Yao cast an ambiguous glance at Luo Feng, who then cleared his throat and said, "However, Chairman Yao has summoned me to train you all, so I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. Let us commence with a preliminary assessment, a friendly scrimmage between the men's basketball players and the Nets. Allow me to evaluate your capabilities." Upon hearing this, the male players felt a surge of determination. A friendly scrimmage? Who do you think you're looking down upon? Although our strength may not match theirs, we are certainly not to be underestimated. Du Feng also felt displeased. After all, he had been training these individuals for some time, and it was not right for others to regard them with such disdain. Chairman Yao nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, let us proceed with the scrimmage. It is fortuitous that our media reporters are eager to witness the results of our training during this period. Let us seize this opportunity for everyone to showcase their training accomplishments." Then instructed the players of the Nets to commence their warm-up. Humphreys leaned in and whispered too, "Isn't this akin to bullying children? Our strength is far too superior for them." Luo Feng chuckled and said, "It's nothing. Let the players have some fun. After this warm-up match, we have arranged for a local guide to take these fellows out for some enjoyable excursions." Once the Brooklyn Nets players completed their warm-up, Luo Feng continued, "In the first 5 minutes, you may play freely. However, in the subsequent 5 minutes, I expect you to demonstrate your tactical execution skills and showcase the strategies we regularly practice. I want to see all of that. Although you are not facing a formidable opponent, it is imperative that we exhibit our spirit and demeanor. We must not underestimate nor disrespect our adversaries. Do you understand?" The players responded in unison, "Understood." Luo Feng continued, "Now that this warm-up match has concluded, local principals have been arranged to take you out for some leisure. The coaching staff and I must return to our duties, as we have committed to training here. As for tomorrow's schedule, you will return to the training ground for further interactions with the local players, after which I shall entirely disengage from your affairs. The team management will subsequently guide you through commercial activities, which have already been discussed with your agents. Once all these arrangements are finalized, you may return to New York for a well-deserved break, but do remember to uphold the standards expected of a professional athlete. Should I return to find any of you in an unfit condition, be prepared for my reprimand." The players responded in unison, "Yes, coach." Meanwhile, Du Feng was in the locker room devising strategies for the players. After outlining the tactics, he earnestly addressed them, "Let us not burden ourselves with excessive psychological pressure. Rather, let us showcase our true capabilities." Chapter 83, The Initial Assessment. It is worth noting that Du Feng harbored a sense of determination. He wished to demonstrate that not all coaches emerging from the NBA are superior. The caliber of both the coaches and the players in this context is equally commendable. Luo Feng continued, now you are facing NBA players and coaches. I trust you aspire to prove that your skills are not to be underestimated. I expect you to play earnestly, and any lapse in performance will result in consequences upon our return. The men's basketball team comprises a roster of 14, including Zhao Rui, Zhao Jiwei, Su Jia, Guodailuan, Sun Mingwei, Hu Mingxian, Zhu Junlong, Gao Sheridan, Fu Hao, Abu Shalamu, Shou Qi, Shen Zijia, Ren Junwei, and Wang Zhilin. Luo Feng has been focusing on a three-guard lineup to enhance the team's counterattack speed. The starting lineup for the men's basketball team includes point guard Zhao Jiwei, shooting guard Guodailuan, small forward Zhao Rui, power forward Fu Hao, and center Shou Qi. The Brooklyn Nets starting lineup features point guard Mills, shooting guard Curry, small forward Durant, power forward Griffin, and center Drummond. Luo Feng deployed the regular lineup of the Nets, executing the Princeton system, which reflects his respect for the opponent. The media also gathered at the sidelines to witness the match, eager to discern the results of the national team mesh training and the gap between them and the Nets. Shou Qi and Drummond faced off for the jump ball. Standing at 2.17 meters, Zhou had a height advantage over Drummond, who measured 2.08 meters. However, Drummond's leaping ability surpassed that of Zhou. Chairman Yeo and coach Luo Feng engaged in discussion nearby. Du remarked, Shou Qi's height certainly gives him an edge over Drummond in the jump ball. Yet, with his experience in the NBA, Chairman Yao shook his head in skepticism, stating, not necessarily, players of their stature often possess longer wingspans, which may negate Zhou's advantage. As a reporter for CC5, Chen Lin occupied a prime viewing position. A reporter from TX inquired, Chen, Shou Qi seems to appear 10 centimeters taller than Drummond. He should handle the jump ball with ease, right? A journalist from Sina chimed in, it looks like Shou Qi will win the jump ball. However, Chen shook his head, expressing doubt, despite Shou Qi's height. Drummond's impressive leap and wingspan could prove decisive. Among the numerous NBA teams, few can surpass Drummond in the jump ball. A reporter from Migu interjected, come on, Chen. Drummond has underperformed in the past 2 years. Chen replied, I watched all 4 games of the finals, and Drummond's performance was commendable. Moreover, I have observed the statistical improvements of the Nets players since coach Luo Feng took charge. It is evident that these enhancements began only after his arrival, as Drummond's performance has progressively improved with each game. This reveals coach Luo Feng's prowess in leading the team. Even players like Curry Jr. and Mills have exhibited star-level performances. Do you believe coach Luo Feng's task is simple? As the jump ball commenced, Shou Qi and Drummond leaped simultaneously. But Drummond soared higher and reacted quicker, making contact with the ball first. Mills received the ball and orchestrated the Nets' offense. Recalling the coach's words that the first 5 minutes were free to play, he decided to embrace that freedom. Mills signaled for his teammates to spread out, preparing for a one-on-one play, with Zhao Jiwei defending him. Luo Feng glanced at the panel and observed that Zhao Jiwei's attribute values were significantly inferior to those of Mills. Currently, Mills boasted an impressive overall player attribute rating of 88, while Zhao Jiwei lagged behind with a mere 77, resulting in a disparity of 11 in their attribute values. Mills found it exceedingly effortless to contend with Zhao Jiwei. Luo Feng has taken out his personal notebook to meticulously record the habits, strengths, and weaknesses of the basketball players. Other members of the coaching staff have also begun to document various statistics. Mills executed 2 swift crossovers, seamlessly evading Zhao Jiwei, and penetrated the paint to score effortlessly. Zhao Jiwei orchestrated the offensive plays for the men's national team, which often employed the horn set as their primary strategy. With the ball in hand at the top of the three-point arc, Zhao Jiwei received assistance from Shou Qi, who positioned himself near the free throw line. Guodailuan and Zhao Rui had already descended to the baseline. Shou Qi set a screen for Zhao Jiwei, who then drove to the basket and passed the ball to Shou Qi, who scored with a shot near the key. Mills continued to lead the offensive charge, advancing to the top of the three-point arc, swiftly driving inside before immediately passing to Curry, positioned at a 45-degree angle. Without hesitation, Curry launched a three-pointer, hitting the mark with precision. Zhao Jiwei resumed his role in organizing the offense, continuing with the horn set. Fu Hao set a screen, and Zhao Jiwei passed the ball to him, allowing Fu Hao to score easily with a layup. A reporter from TX remarked, Chen, I think we're performing quite well against the Nets. It's a back-and-forth competition. Chen Lin, unimpressed, replied, You are rather naive. Haven't you noticed that the Nets haven't even begun to exert themselves? Coach Luo Feng is notoriously strict about tactical execution, and the Nets are merely playing around without adhering to any strategy. It's clear that Coach Luo is allowing the players to get a feel for the game. Mills dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Durant, who initiated a one-on-one play. Zhao Rui felt the pressure defending against Durant, who had a significant advantage in height and skill. Durant penetrated the paint and, with a sudden stop, executed a jump shot, scoring 2 points, leaving Zhao Rui trailing behind. Zhao Jue continued to direct the offense. As he executed a horn set, Durant casually attempted to provide help defense, but Zhao Jue passed to Zhao Rui, who scored a 2-pointer from the corner. Mills organized the Nets' offense, passing to Griffin as he crossed half-court. Griffin feigned a move to the right before breaking left, eluding Fu Hao and delivering a one-handed dunk that exhibited a violent grace reminiscent of his earlier prime. Zhao Jue and Fu Hao set a screen, and the ball was passed to Guadailuan at the baseline. Guadailuan executed a rapid drive to the basket, scoring with ease. Mills advanced past half-court, broke through the defense, and tossed the ball toward the rim, where Drummond leapt high to complete an alley-oop with Mills. Zhao Jue dribbled and, following a screen from Zhou Qi, swiftly broke free from Drummond to score at the rim. Under the subtle guidance of the Nets, every player on the men's national team managed to contribute offensively during this initial phase. Chapter 84. The disparity in skill. The players of the Nets were well aware of their coach's expectations, allowing the men's national team players to score, thus providing Coach Luo Feng with a glimpse of their capabilities and showing him due respect. Du Feng turned to Chairman Yao with a smile, saying, "Chairman Yao, look at how our players are holding their own against the Nets. It indicates that our training has yielded positive results." Chairman Yao shook his head, noting that the Nets had yet to truly exert themselves, and that the players were merely engaging in casual play. Naturally, the media reporters were inclined to believe that the men's national team's training results were indeed commendable. Shin Lin, growing weary of the discussion, remarked, "You all have watched NBA broadcasts. The Nets' defensive and offensive strategies have yet to be deployed." After 5 minutes, the score stood at 15-12, with the men's national team trailing by 3 points. Luo Feng has already risen and approached the sidelines. Chairman Yu and Du Feng both gazed at Luo Feng. Luo Feng gestured to the players on the field before taking his seat. While the others remained oblivious, Chairman Yu and Qin Lin were well aware of the situation. Luo Feng, the coach, emphasized the necessity for the players to engage earnestly, ramping up the intensity of their performance. The players of the Nets on the court naturally grasped the coach's intent. Mills, with the ball in hand, vociferously exclaimed, "Gentlemen, the coach is calling for heightened intensity." Soon, Mills maneuvered past half-court, prompting all players to position themselves beyond the three-point line, leaving only Drummond in the paint. Subsequently, everyone commenced to move, passing the ball fluidly, swiftly tearing through the defenses of the opposing team. After receiving the ball, Durant executed a three-point shot, which found its mark. Zhao Jiwei, in possession of the ball, found himself closely guarded by Mills, with other Nets players also tightening their defense. The national team suddenly felt the pressure, as Zhao Jiwei struggled to maintain control of the ball. Seizing an opportunity, Mills swiftly executed a steal, leading to a rapid counterattack and an effortless layup. Chairman Yao, standing beside Du Feng, remarked, "This is the true caliber of the Nets." Du Feng's expression turned sour. How could there be a mistake when the intensity was raised? It was embarrassing. Unable to remain seated, Du Feng rose to the sidelines to direct the players. Luo Feng sat steadily on his chair, continuing his meticulous record-keeping. Chen Lin observed that Coach Luo's prized player, Brown, had yet to enter the game, indicating that the Nets were not applying their top-tier defensive pressure against the national team. Should Brown take the court, the player he guarded would surely find themselves in dire straits. Zhao Jiwei struggled to advance the ball and passed it to Guadailuan, who swiftly dribbled past half-court. Little Curry shadowed him defensively, nearly forcing Gui to lose possession. With no one available for a pass, Guo had no choice but to attempt a contested shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Drummond seized the rebound. He promptly relayed the ball to Mills, who initiated a fast break for the Nets. Durant had already surged into the national team's paint, and Mills delivered the ball to him with remarkable speed. Durant executed a one-handed dunk. It was at this moment that the media began to sense something amiss. The current Nets appeared to be exerting playoff-level intensity, leaving the national team gasping for breath and committing numerous turnovers. Each player on the Nets showcased formidable scoring prowess. As the first quarter concluded, the Nets led 35-12, leaving the national team scoreless for the remainder of the period. The journalists were momentarily stunned. Du Feng swallowed hard. Was this truly the raw power of an NBA championship team? It was indeed somewhat intimidating. As the second quarter commenced, Luo Feng replaced the entire starting lineup with substitutes: Simmons at point guard, Dragic at shooting guard, Brown at small forward, Claxton at power forward, and Aldridge at center. Dufong retained the starting lineup on the court while continuing to direct his players. Competing against a strong team was essential for identifying his squad's shortcomings. And Dufong was an individual eager to learn. This moment represented a prime opportunity for him to hone his coaching acumen on the fly. The Nets' second unit exhibited even greater defensive intensity than the first. Notably, Brown immediately forced his counterpart, Zhao Rui, into a series of errors. A reporter from TX inquired of Chen Lin, "Brother Chen, is Brown's defense really that exaggerated?" Chen Lin replied with a glance, "Just watch the NBA broadcasts. Brown can stifle the likes of Tatum and Curry, let alone our national team players." At the conclusion of the second quarter, the Nets led 56-20, a staggering 36-point advantage. As the third quarter began, Dufong substituted in the national team's bench players. He understood that this was an opportunity for his players to gain experience against a world-class team. By the end of the third quarter, the Nets were ahead 76-39, leading by 37 points. With the fourth quarter underway, Luo Feng reinstated the starting lineup. The national team players were thoroughly overwhelmed in all aspects. The game concluded with the Nets triumphing 96-59, a commanding 37-point victory. Luo Feng gathered the players of the Nets but offered no further commentary before dismissing them. Meanwhile, the men's basketball team was assembled by Dufong, awaiting Luo Feng's arrival. Luo Feng approached the male basketball players, clutching his notebook alongside Humphreys. Luo Feng addressed Chairman Yeo and Coach Du, saying, "Chairman Yeo, Coach Du, may I say a few words?" Chairman Yeo and Coach Du gestured for him to proceed. Luo Feng began to speak. "I have meticulously recorded each of your true capabilities and acquired some preliminary insights. Since Chairman Yao has invited me to conduct your training, I shall certainly not be negligent and will strive to provide you with the finest training regimen. I hope you will diligently adhere to my training plan and endeavor to meet my expectations in order to elevate yourselves." Chairman Yao interjected, "It is not merely a matter of trying. It is imperative that you fulfill all of Coach Luo Feng's training requirements. Should anyone fail to do so, they will be asked to leave the men's basketball team, as we do not require the presence of such individuals." Luo Feng continued, "I trust that you all have a certain understanding of my coaching abilities. This evening, my coaching team and I will formulate tailored training plans for each individual, which will be distributed to you starting tomorrow. Given that Chairman Yao has issued a firm directive, I shall refrain from elaborating further. I kindly ask each of you to adhere to our plans. Our coaching team's strategy is divided into two phases. The first phase focuses on your personal training, while the second phase involves the study and practice of tactics. I shall conclude my remarks here and see if Chairman Yeo or Coach Dufong have anything to add." Chapter 85. Domestic Basketball Courts. Chairman Yeo certainly had something to say. "I have already gathered the personnel for you. I hope you seize this opportunity to train diligently and do not squander our earnest efforts." Coach Dufong added, "Everyone must maintain a humble attitude, learning from advanced basketball experiences to enhance yourselves. Only then can we grow stronger and better." The male basketball players, having been thoroughly convinced, could hardly endure the intensity of the training. Luo Feng, accompanied by the coaching team and the players from the Nets, returned to their hotel. The detailed data analysis work was, of course, to be undertaken by each member of the coaching staff. Today, they were allowed to leave early. As for Luo Feng, he was preparing to take Aisha on an evening stroll through the vibrant capital of rabbits. This city was remarkably bustling, teeming with a large population. It was Aisha's first visit to this country and city, and her curiosity was piqued. Naturally, upon arriving, the first order of business was to indulge in the local delicacies. After savoring the local cuisine with Aisha, the two began to stroll, as a post-meal walk was in order. They also took the opportunity to admire the splendid sights of the capital. However, as they wandered, they stumbled upon a makeshift basketball court where a group of people were playing. Upon seeing this, Aisha tugged at Luo Feng and led him inside. With a cheerful smile, she exclaimed, "Having eaten so heartily, we must engage in some exercise. You played exceptionally well today, and I have yet to see enough. Fortuitously, there is a court here. Showcase your skills once more and let me witness your prowess." Luo Feng felt a sense of helplessness. He was constantly surrounded by basketball throughout the day, which left him somewhat exasperated. However, since it was a request from his girlfriend, he acquiesced. As they entered the court, Aisha called out, "Is anyone interested in forming a team? We would like to add another group on our side." Aisha spoke in Chinese, albeit with a slight awkwardness. Ever since she began her relationship with Luo Feng, She had been quietly practicing Chinese, intending to surprise him unexpectedly. Today, coincidentally, they found themselves in the land of rabbits, where she decided to use her newly acquired language skills. Luo Feng curiously gazed at Aisha and inquired, "Aisha, when did you learn Chinese?" Aisha replied with a cheerful smile. "Surprise. I have been studying Chinese for over a month now. How do you think I'm doing?" Luo Feng raised his thumb and remarked, "Impressive, truly gifted." The sight of a foreign girl like Aisha on the court, proclaiming her desire to play basketball, inevitably drew attention. A few male admirers naturally gravitated towards her. "Hey, we're short one player. Would you like to join us? It's just basketball. After all, nothing is more important than impressing a girl," they suggested. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, standing beside Aisha, found himself overlooked by the crowd. Aisha sweetly responded, "Mainly, I want my boyfriend to get some exercise. I'd love to watch him play." Upon hearing that this beautiful foreign girl had a boyfriend, the males felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, they quickly reconsidered. Showcasing their prowess in front of a foreign beauty might still be worthwhile, especially if she could introduce them to her friends. Luo Feng stepped forward and said, "If there's a shortage of players, I can easily join." Consequently, he was invited to participate. The customary rule for playing basketball here was 3-on-3 on half the court, a common practice in street games. Two tall young men approached Luo Feng and introduced themselves. "I'm Xiaochen, and this is Lao San." Luo Feng, with a cheerful smile, introduced himself, saying, "Just call me Lao Luo." Xiaochen nudged Luo Feng's shoulder and remarked, "Brother, you're quite impressive. You actually have a foreign girlfriend." Luo Feng chuckled and said, Fortunately, I am merely adept at pursuing girls." The third one immediately responded, "After we played ball together, we are brothers. You must impart your skills in courting women to me, for one day I, too, wish to seek out a foreign girlfriend." Luo Feng nodded in affirmation, expressing his agreement. Luo Feng possesses little knowledge about pursuing romantic interests. His relationship with Aisha was entirely initiated by her. This individual is attempting to deceive others once more. Xiaochen inquired, "Brother, what position do you play?" Luo Feng stands a little over 1.80 meters, yet he feels somewhat diminutive in the presence of Xiaochen and Lao San. Coupled with his impressive three-point shooting skills akin to Curry's, he confidently declares, "I play as a guard." Xiaochen, thumping his chest, responds, "Lao San is the center. I'll take on the forward position, and you simply need to pass the ball to me twice. I assure you, I'll elevate your game." Luo Feng nodded with a smile, saying, "All right, no problem. I shall simply bask in victory, relying entirely on the two of you." Moreover, Xiaochen and Lao San felt that Luo Feng appeared quite familiar, although they couldn't quite recall where they had encountered him before. Soon, it was their group's turn to take the stage. Luo Feng removed his jacket and stretched his limbs. A foreign girl on the court certainly attracted considerable attention. Before long, the court was surrounded by a throng of spectators. Opposite Luo Feng stood two tall young men accompanying a shorter individual. They had already completed a round of serving, exuding a formidable presence. The game on the court is played to 21 points. The team that first reaches 21 points emerges victorious. The team led by Luo Feng serves first. Luo Feng passed the ball to Xiaochen, who, after several unsuccessful attempts to break through, returned the ball to Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood near the half-court line beyond the three-point arc, with no one approaching to defend him. Luo Feng glanced around and noticed that no one was guarding him. So he swiftly took his shot. Xiaochen and Lao San were taken aback, wondering what Lao Luo was doing. Was he not inadvertently handing possession to the opponents? What a blunder from him. Meanwhile, his three adversaries were elated, bracing themselves to seize the rebound. Aisha had already leaped in anticipation, ready to celebrate Luo Feng's achievement. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc before elegantly swishing through the net. Everyone was left in awe, except for Aisha, who exclaimed, "Luo, you are incredible." Luo Feng spread his hands and shrugged, deeming it a rather effortless task. Xiaochen and Lao San promptly rushed to Luo Feng's side, remarking on his fortunate stroke of luck with the ball. Luo Feng modestly remarked, "Luck is indeed just luck." Subsequently, the Luo Feng team continued to serve. Luo Feng passed the ball to Xiaochen, who promptly relayed it to Lao San. Lao San, utilizing his back to the opponent, attempted to push but found no success, thus returning the ball to Luo Feng. Positioned in the same spot, Luo Feng received the pass and instantly took his shot. The three defenders braced themselves once more for the rebound, yet the basketball found its way through the net effortlessly. It was then that everyone realized the situation was far from simple. Had it been the first successful shot, one might attribute it to mere luck. However, With a second successful attempt, it became evident that this individual possessed remarkable skill in executing three-point shots from such a distance. This seemingly harmless man concealed a profound talent. Chapter 86. The sensation Xiaoqin and Lao San exchanged high-fives with Luo Feng once again. Xiaoqin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Oh, you truly are a master of disguise. Those 2 three-pointers you made were reminiscent of Stephen Curry." Lao San chimed in, "Your skill is simply extraordinary." Luo Feng humbly remarked, "It's merely a stroke of luck." Xiaoqin, elated, replied, "Do not attribute it to luck. This time, I will serve, and once you receive the ball, just shoot. I firmly believe you will score." Lao San, on the other hand, simply needed to charge into the paint to seize the rebound. Lao San nodded in agreement, "No problem." The Luo Feng team continues to serve. Xiaoqin prepares to serve, with Luo Feng standing beside him. He deftly delivers the ball directly to Luo Feng. Upon receiving the pass, Luo Feng immediately took his shot, executing a long-range three-pointer. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air before swishing perfectly through the net. Xiaoqin and Lao San approached Luo Feng once more to exchange high-fives. In that fleeting moment, they had surged ahead by 9 points. The onlookers erupted in astonishment, murmuring in disbelief. Where did this remarkable talent emerge from? Such prowess is truly extraordinary. That long-range three-pointer is a signature move of none other than Curry. I believe this individual could certainly make a bid for the CBA. With such a shooting skill, he should be able to secure a spot on one of the teams. But do you think entering the CBA is that simple? Luo Feng was eager to reveal to them that he was, in fact, a coach in the NBA, while the CBA was merely a notch below in caliber. Aisha exclaimed, "Luo, you are amazing." The trio across from him finally ceased to underestimate Luo Feng. It was evident that neglecting to defend against him would result in their downfall. Consequently, they designated a shorter player to guard Luo Feng specifically. Luo Feng remained indifferent. If one could successfully defend against Curry shots, could he still be referred to as Curry? Luo Feng sprinted forward and received a pass from Xiaoqin. In front of the short individual, he took a swift shot from beyond the arc, and the basketball effortlessly glided into the hoop. The score of Luo Feng's team has reached 12 points. Subsequently, Xiaoqin continued to serve, and this time the shorter player was even more closely guarded. Clearly determined to prevent Luo Feng from obtaining the basketball, Luo Feng executed a swift retreat, positioning himself behind Xiaoqin. Without hesitation, Xiaoqin passed the ball to him with a seamless handoff. Seizing the basketball, Luo Feng unleashed a three-pointer with unwavering confidence. Although the 2 defenders leaped to contest the shot, they were still a moment too late, as the ball swished through the net effortlessly. The score of Luo Feng's team has reached an impressive 15-0. Xiaoqin continues to serve, capitalizing on the opposing team's trepidation towards Luo Feng by directly passing the ball to Lao San. Lao San effortlessly scores with a bank shot beneath the basket. This leaves the 3 opponents in a precarious position. They cannot afford to leave the shooter open, nor can they neglect the center. This sharpshooter only requires a slight cushion to unleash a three-pointer, and the accuracy is strikingly formidable. Should they attempt to double-team, they are bound to leave someone exposed. They find themselves at a loss for a solution. As Xiaoqin serves, Luo Feng executes a familiar tactic, moving behind Xiaoqin to receive the ball. At this moment, 2 defenders rush in, determined to obstruct Luo Feng's shooting path. In response, Xiaoqin swiftly weaves through the 2 defenders. The basketball passed swiftly from Luo Feng's hands, and Xiaoqin effortlessly scored with a layup. At that moment, the score had reached 19-0, just 1 point shy of victory for Luo Feng's team. Both Xiaoqin and Lao San possessed above-average skills in their amateur play, having watched numerous NBA games. For the final point, Xiaoqin prepared to serve. Luo Feng received the ball and effortlessly launched a three-pointer from near the center line. Amidst the watchful gaze of all, the basketball once again swished through the net. Luo Feng swiftly eliminated his opponent in the competition. Xiaoqin and Lao San rushed forward once more to exchange high-fives with Luo Feng. "Old Luo, you are truly remarkable. That three-pointer was exceptional. Please, share with me the secrets of your practice. I too wish to master such a stunning three-point shot." As Luo Feng was about to speak, a voice rang out from the sidelines of the basketball court. "I know who that person is." The surrounding crowd, puzzled, retorted, "What are you talking about? How do you know who he is?" The individual exclaimed loudly, "The one making those long-distance three-pointers on the court is Luo Feng, the head coach of the Brooklyn Nets." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, incredulous that the head coach of the Nets was playing with them on a casual court. Many quickly pulled out their phones to search for images and information about Luo Feng. Even Xiaoqin and Lao San joined in. Soon, Xiaoqin exclaimed in disbelief, "Wow! It really is Coach Luo Feng." Luo Feng, feeling rather helpless, realized the predicament he was in with his identity exposed. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by a throng of admirers. "Coach Luo Feng, could you please sign for us?" they implored. "Would you engage in a game with us?" "Coach Luo Feng?" they continued. "Could you offer us some guidance on how we should play?" they asked eagerly. "Coach Luo Feng, could you advise us on our training? I constantly feel that my basketball skills are not improving." Luo Feng immediately raised his hand and said, "Everyone, please do not crowd together and avoid causing any safety incidents. Today, I am simply accompanying my girlfriend for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. If this continues, I might hesitate to return in the future." Upon hearing his words, the crowd began to organize itself slightly. Luo Feng continued, "As you all know, my primary purpose for returning to the country this time is to train the men's basketball team. After completing our training today, I decided to take a stroll with my girlfriend this evening. I had no intention of causing any commotion or drawing attention. However, I must admit that I genuinely enjoyed playing with everyone given the warm enthusiasm. As for autographs, let's set that aside for now. Tomorrow, I will bring the players from the Nets to this court to join us for some fun." Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers, proclaiming, "Coach Luo Feng is amazing. We can meet NBA players and even play with them. It's something I never dared to dream of. Indeed, Coach Luo Feng is truly a treasure among us." Luo Feng continued, "All right, everyone, let's not crowd around like this. It would be quite unfortunate if I had to visit the police station. Moreover, I will be bringing the players from the Nets tomorrow for a game, which I need to discuss with the Basketball Association. The primary concern is to avoid any significant safety incidents that could lead to adverse repercussions. I hope you all can understand." The crowd responded in unison, "We understand. Coach Luo, let's disperse, so we don't make it difficult for Coach Luo." They remarked, "If you truly get Coach Luo into the police station, who will bring the Nets players to play with us?" Gradually, the crowd began to disperse, yet many lingered, eager to catch a glimpse of the real Luo Feng. Luo Feng, feeling helpless, realized that he could no longer continue with the game today and reluctantly decided to leave with Aisha. Chapter 87. Training upon returning to the hotel. Aisha inquired, "Luo, are you really going to take the Nets players to play tomorrow?" Luo Feng nodded, acknowledging that they were merely ordinary and innocent fans, and it wouldn't hurt to indulge their modest wishes a little. It was akin to how players like Durant and Griffin often engaged with the community through basketball, wasn't it? This was simply an opportunity for players to interact with their admirers. Naturally, the fans from Rabbit Nation were exceedingly enthusiastic, and I must convey this to the Basketball Association to prevent any potential safety incidents, which would be undesirable. Aisha pouted and remarked, "Yes. You won't be able to accompany me alone tomorrow." Luo Feng affectionately patted Aisha's head and said, "Then you shall accompany me tomorrow." Having spoken, Luo Feng set off to find Humphreys, for he needed to ascertain whether their data had been compiled. Each athlete's training regimen required careful deliberation. The following morning, Luo Feng, accompanied by the coaching team, arrived at the training facility. Under Luo Feng's leadership, the Nets coaching staff had taken to arriving early during working hours. Perhaps this was a testament to Luo Feng's influence. Shortly thereafter, Coach Du Feng appeared with the men's basketball team. Upon noticing that Luo Feng and the coaching team were already present, he promptly approached them to organize a gathering. Coach Du Feng shook Luo Feng's hand and remarked, "I never anticipated that Coach Luo Feng would arrive so early." Luo Feng courteously remarked, "Not at all. Primarily, we have developed a habit of arriving early for each training session, as it facilitates better communication and preparation with the players." It was this very aspect that earned him Du Feng's admiration, not to mention other facets. Once the men's basketball team had assembled, Luo Feng instructed Humphreys to bring over the 14 boards. In his hands, he also held a substantial master plan. He handed a copy of this plan to Coach Du Feng and then directed Humphreys to distribute the boards to each player, ensuring that they reached everyone. Luo Feng began, "What has been distributed to each of you is a specialized training regimen tailored specifically for you. All of your training will be conducted under the guidance of our coaching team. In the morning, we shall engage in various individual training sessions, while the afternoons will be dedicated to comprehensive group practices, primarily focusing on physical conditioning and defensive skills. Now, my chief assistant coach, Humphreys, will escort everyone to the other side to commence targeted training. Let us begin." With that, Humphreys led the players to the designated area, where he arranged for each athlete to receive personalized coaching. Du Feng couldn't help but commend this highly professional organization. Without delving into other matters, he was profoundly impressed by the meticulous arrangement. The fact that individualized training plans had been developed in such a short span of time truly underscored the team's commendable success. Luo Feng approached Du Feng and said, "Coach Wu Feng, let us take a stroll together. I would like to share with you the training regimen I have devised for them." Du Feng promptly replied, "Coach Luo Feng, you are too kind. I would be delighted to accompany you and learn from your insights." Luo Feng took Du Feng to observe each player undergoing training. The minor scrimmage that day served as a preliminary assessment for every athlete, evaluating their playing habits along with their strengths and weaknesses. Subsequently, a comprehensive analysis was conducted based on their past performances on the court. This analysis would then inform tailored training regimens for each player, aimed at rectifying their shortcomings and amplifying their strengths. Du Feng praised, "Coach Luo Feng, your approach is truly professional." Naturally, Luo Feng refrained from disclosing the systematic nature of his methods to Du Feng. Through the system, Luo Feng could clearly identify each player's strengths and weaknesses, allowing him to devise a suitable training strategy. Upon his arrival at the men's basketball training facility, there was a notable change in his player management dashboard, which now prominently featured the men's basketball team. As they approached Shou-Chi's position, they observed him engaged in strength training under the guidance of the coach from the Brooklyn Nets. Luo Feng began by stating that Shou-Chi's most significant shortcoming lies in his insufficient strength and inadequate bulk. Although he possesses considerable height, he remains rather slender. In the realm of interior confrontation, he does not enjoy a substantial advantage. Perhaps against weaker teams, this flaw may go unnoticed, but once faced with formidable opponents, it will inevitably be laid bare. Therefore, in light of the current circumstances, we have devised a muscle-building regimen and dietary plan tailored for him. While this may compromise his agility, it will enhance his dominance and explosiveness in the paint. Overall, this approach presents a greater benefit than drawback. Furthermore, Shou-Chi possesses a reliable shooting technique, which lends additional feasibility to this plan. Subsequently, the two moved on to the training area of Guodailuan. Luo Feng continued, stating that Guodailuan's strengths and weaknesses are quite evident. His advantages lie in his speed and the power with which he attacks the basket, while his shortcomings include a lack of expansive court vision and shooting consistency. An exemplary guard must not only excel in ball handling offense, but also in off-ball movement. With proper training, Coach Du Feng will be able to implement a broader array of offensive strategies in future matches. Thus, we have devised a training regimen for him that includes extensive viewing of NBA games, accompanied by a coach who will meticulously explain the nuances of each play, demonstrating how to utilize ball movement to dismantle the opponent's defense. Furthermore, we aim to enhance his shooting consistency and develop his off-ball movement significantly. Subsequently, Luo Feng, alongside Du Feng, reviewed every male basketball player, sharing tailored training plans for each athlete. Du Feng, in this moment, was genuinely awed by Luo Feng's ability to devise numerous training strategies in such a brief span of time. The title of a championship coach is indeed well-deserved. After reviewing the materials, Du Feng grasped Luo Feng's hand firmly and expressed, "Coach Luo, today you have imparted invaluable lessons to me, enlightening me on how to formulate superior training plans for players, particularly your work ethic and methodology. These are lessons I shall earnestly strive to adopt." Luo Feng humbly remarked, "Let us learn from one another and engage in mutual exchange, striving for collective progress. My return this time is also driven by this intention."